Chapter 691. Chui Lian's father looked at Lin Hao with shining eyes, hoping to satisfy Lin Hao's wishes. At the same time, he also hoped that Lin Hao's conditions could be lower. He knew that the conditions proposed by a master like Lin Hao would definitely not be low. If the conditions were high, he might really not be able to meet them. So, Chui Lian's father set his sights on Chui Lian. At this moment, Chui Lian was standing beside Lin Hao with a satisfied look on her face. It seemed that she liked Lin Hao very much. If they could really match the two of them, that would of course be the best. "Excuse me, what can we do for you?" Chui Lian's father asked Lin Hao again. Lin Hao came back to his senses and looked up at Chui Lian's father, saying, "I heard that you are developing experiments related to time travel." "Right?" Chui Lian's father thought for a while, because the things he was researching involved too many things, some of which he didn't even know about. After all, he was rich and powerful, since he could make money, or even had the potential to make money, as long as the funds were not too much. He would sign the documents without even looking at them. Lin Hao turned around and looked at Long Outyan. Long Outyan hurriedly reminded Chui Lian's father, "Uncle, I remember that was the agreement I signed with you honestly. A small experiment about time travel. But that experiment has basically had a certain success rate." After Long Outyan's reminder, Chui Lian's father remembered that thing, because this was an experiment proposed by a university teacher. And that teacher was Long Outyan's teacher. The most fundamental thing was that the teacher did not propose much funding at all, and he signed it for the sake of face. He didn't expect that Lin Hao wanted that. "Okay, don't worry. I arranged for you to go there right away. You can do whatever you want. From now on, this experiment will be under your management. What's your name? Benefactor? Lin Hao Shupi? Lin Hao." Chui Lian couldn't help laughing beside her. Lin Hao looked at Chui Lian speechlessly. "Anyway, call him Lin Hao, but never call him Shupi. This word is too unpleasant." Chui Lian's father pretended to cough twice, and then said, "Lin Hao? Right. Well, the experiment on time travel will be handed over to you. Do whatever you want. If you need any help, come to me directly." Facing a master like Lin Hao, it is worth it even if you lower your posture. This is Chui Lian's father's code of conduct. To be honest, except for having a meal in the seemingly dilapidated villa, Lin Hao basically did not stay in it. Now that Lin Hao has achieved what he wanted, he is naturally ready to leave. "I will go with you." Chui Lian came to Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Your family should need you very much now. This is also the best opportunity for you to get management rights. I believe your father and mother think so. You should stay at home first." Lin Hao saw this information from Chui Lian's father and mother, and naturally put Chui Lian at home very considerately. "Okay. Anyway, the school is not far from home. I will find you after I finish my work." Chui Lian was not discouraged. "You are welcome anytime." Lin Hao followed Long Outyan and left, because Long Outyan knew the way. Chui Lian looked at Lin Hao, who was leaving from behind, and her eyes gradually became reluctant. Chui Lian has been a proud girl since she was a child. She lives a so-called aristocratic life every day. She must abide by all kinds of rules such as etiquette, conversation, and code of conduct, especially when she goes out every day and sees girls around her playing and joking. But she can't do that, because she thinks she is an aristocrat. She is the next female head of the Nyugilu family. But the appearance of Lin Hao changed her, and made her thoroughly taste the so-called freedom. When she was with Lin Hao, she could lie on the lawn anytime and anywhere, listening to Lin Hao swearing and cursing. Although Lin Hao wanted to teach Chui Lian these things, unfortunately Chui Lian did not learn them. Lin Hao did not ask Chui Lian to pay attention to etiquette when walking, because they might face battles anytime and anywhere. So they could wear their favorite casual clothes instead of all kinds of flashy skirts. When running, she can run forward with big strides. But when she is at home, except for combat training, she can't even walk too fast. This is the so-called aristocratic etiquette. It taught her how to interact with aristocrats, but it limited her ability to make friends. Only by following Lin Hao can she experience that kind of unrestrained life. She can lie on the belly of the black tiger with Lin Hao, touch the soft belly of the black tiger, and fall asleep with the breeze. What a wonderful thing that would be. Chui Lian wanted to return to that kind of life again. But when Chui Lian turned around, she was faced with all kinds of subordinates, housekeepers, and servants who were packing things because Chui Lian's father had bought another villa and was waiting for them to move in. After moving in, Chui Lian would start her aristocratic life again, waiting for her mother to teach her to be a qualified family leader. Chui Lian really wanted to tear off her skirt, call Thunderbird over at all costs, and then ride on its back to return to the West World and return to Lin Hao. But seeing the sad faces of her parents, Chui Lian knew that her family needed her. Chui Lian walked towards a very luxurious flying car step by step. After entering, she sat upright in her seat, and her expression became cold again, no longer natural. Lin Hao followed the black tiger, but the black tiger was too big to fit into the flying car. So Lin Hao simply rode on the back of the black tiger and followed the flying car in front. The person sitting in the flying car was Long Aotian, who was leading the way. When the car and the tiger stopped at the gate of a university, Lin Hao got off the back of the black tiger, and Long Aotian also got off the car and hurried to Lin Hao's side. Since he saw Lin Hao's strength, he never dared to neglect Lin Hao again. This is the destination. My teacher is here to study the experiment of time travel. According to the teacher, it is mature. The destination may not be correct, but there will be no danger. If there is danger, what kind of danger will it be? I want the most detailed and the most real, Lin Hao said directly. If there is danger, the only possible danger is falling into a wormhole during the shuttle, and then completely entering the void space. No one knows what is outside the wormhole timeline, and no one has entered it, because those who have entered have never come back. This is what Long Aotian said to Lin Hao after thinking for a while. Lin Hao could hear that Long Aotian was telling the truth. This should be the most serious danger in time travel. Chapter 692. This is a place that is almost identical to the university on Earth. There are so many people inside that Lin Hao finally saw a popular place on the Ula planet. In fact, it is normal for a school for superpowers to have many people. After all the superpowers on the entire planet are on this campus. Our instructor is in the laboratory building in front. When Lin Hao saw this laboratory building, there was only one word in his mind. MMP. Are you sure this thing is not a palace? Long Aotian didn't see Lin Hao's expression. He had been diligently leading the way. After all, this laboratory building was raised to an unbelievable height. I want to know how high your laboratory building is, Lin Hao asked presumptuously. Our building? Because it is the only superpower academy on the Ula planet. Many resources will be tilted here, especially this laboratory building, which is enough to have 500 floors and a height of more than 1,000 meters. When Lin Hao heard this data, he was so surprised that he couldn't help himself. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether there was a building on Earth that could match this building. As a result, after thinking for a long time, he didn't think that there was a building on Earth that could match this building. Follow Long Aotian into the building and then get on the elevator. Do you think that if the battle between me and Xiao Cui affects this building, will this building collapse? Lin Hao proposed a hypothesis of his own. That I don't know, but according to the introduction, the material of this building is not ordinary, and there is a protective shield on the material. The protective shield can be adjusted according to the strength of the crystal core. If the administrator of the building has a strong crystal core, it should be able to withstand your attack. Long Aotian looked at Lin Hao and said cautiously, obviously not wanting to undermine Lin Hao's self-confidence. However, what Lin Hao was thinking was that if the building manager of this building really had a lot of crystal cores, and this building was so important, the level of the crystal cores would definitely not be low. Maybe there would be force level ones. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart began to itch. But it was just itchy. After all, if this building really had high-level crystal cores, it would prove that there would definitely be no shortage of masters. Can they really settle that matter? Lin Hao was asking whether the Nugilu family could settle the matter of Xia Chuichui. Although the battle with Xia Chuichui didn't last long, and the two ended the battle before the city's guards appeared. The destructive power was there after all, especially since the Eastern world was still a world in the internet age. Some things could not be hidden at all. There must be someone in the Eastern world, and there must be someone responsible for this matter. But does the Nugilu family really have such a great influence? Long Aotian smiled and said to Lin Hao, don't worry about this. When your strength reaches a certain level, the things you come into contact with will be different. I dare not say anything else about our family, but the relationship between the head of the family and the higher-ups is still very stable. It's just a building and the death of a few ordinary people. It's not a big deal. Long Aotian's words were very bloody, but this matter was actually so realistic. Did only a few people die in the collapsed building? Anyway, Lin Hao didn't believe it. But this kind of thing is also his own responsibility. Since he can't settle it, he can only leave it to the Nugulu family. After all, reality is always reality. The elevator quickly reached the floor it was supposed to arrive at, which made Lin Hao a little unimaginable. The laboratory about time travel was actually on the top floor, and it was also the most luxurious floor. When Long Outkian arrived, an old man with unkempt hair and gray hair and glasses came out. If it weren't for his pitifully small ears, which were exactly the same as those of the people on the Eula planet, Lin Hao would have thought that he saw an old scholar from his own academy. Student Long, you're here. The old man greeted Long Outkian very cordially, glanced at Lin Hao in a friendly manner, and then began to stare at Lin Hao's ears. To the people of the Eula planet, Lin Hao's ears were protruding ears, which were very conspicuous. But Lin Hao was too lazy to explain anything, and just asked curiously, I didn't expect this laboratory to be so luxurious. It wasn't luxurious before. But for my uncle, even a small amount of money is a huge investment for the laboratory. So this seemingly useless experiment occupies the most luxurious floor of the entire laboratory building. Lin Hao had no other adjectives to describe Long Outkian except that he was a rich man. Walking into the laboratory, Lin Hao saw something that looked like a small rocket. When he got closer, he could see what was inside. It was a spaceship. Is this a spaceship? Lin Hao asked. It's a spaceship. Lin Hao didn't expect the old scholar to actually say that this thing was a spaceship. Why do you need a spaceship? This was what Lin Hao was really curious about. Isn't it about traveling through time and space? However, according to a great physicist on our planet, when the speed reaches the speed of light, time will go back a little bit. But the amplitude is so small that no one can detect it. Could it be that this spaceship has reached dozens of times the speed of light? Or even hundreds of times? Lin Hao explained his theory. And the old scholar said, that's just theoretical. No one can confirm it. Because there is no one moving at a speed that can exceed dozens or even hundreds of times the speed of light. Then how do we travel through time and space? The old scholar obviously knew Lin Hao's identity a long time ago. This should be his guinea pig. So before Lin Hao participated in the experiment, the old scholar told him everything Lin Hao wanted to know. In fact, our research has always been carried out in space. Because we found a small wormhole not far from us. Based on the characteristics of the wormhole, we guessed that the other side may be a parallel space. But we don't know which space it is connected to. The old man said very honestly, you don't even know what's on the other side of the wormhole. How can I know if you can take me to where I want to go? Lin Hao can't experiment blindly on this point. What if the other side is connected to 65 million years ago? And let him fight with dinosaurs. According to our preliminary detection, there is a controllable magnetic field in the wormhole. And based on the magnetic field fluctuations, we inferred that it may be connected to another space. Based on the magnetic field regulator, we can even adjust it to a certain time and space you want to go. Unfortunately, it's just a theory so far, the old man reporter said. Have you done any experiments before? Did it succeed? Lin Hao asked again worriedly. Chapter 693. When the old scholar heard this question, he finally began to ponder, and then slowly said, the magnetic field of the wormhole is controlled by the gravity inside the wormhole. I have studied the gravitational equation, and then made a hypothesis that if you go through the wormhole, you can go out of control and travel, and the gravity of the wormhole can be neutralized by negative energy. Therefore, I have developed a negative energy instrument that can control gravity. Through that instrument, the gravity inside the wormhole can be controlled, thereby achieving the effect of controlling the magnetic field. By controlling the magnetic field, you can set a route trajectory for yourself, or a timeline. I have tried to put a small spaceship into the wormhole, and then wrote a card inside. The content of the card is, I am from the future. Please take good care of this spaceship. I also put a level 7 crystal core intelligence in it, hoping that the intelligence can contact me. My timeline is not set too far. Only 1 or 2 years from now. But I haven't found the spaceship yet. I have searched the entire eastern world, and even some places in the western world. So I guess that the spaceship may have reached another galaxy. As for which galaxy it is, I don't know. But I have marked the coordinates of that galaxy. Then, the old scholar took out something that looked like an astronomical map. It was really an astronomical map. Lin Hao couldn't understand it at all. At a corner of the astronomical map, the old scholar circled a small circle with a red pen. Before the old scholar could speak, the The dog in Lin Hao's mind said, "That's the solar system." When Lin Hao heard the word solar system, some hope suddenly ignited in his heart. "I don't know if the place you are going to is here, but it doesn't matter. I have enough fuel in my spaceship. Suppose you can rush through and reach another time and space. The fuel is enough for you to cross a galaxy and come back by then." Although crossing a galaxy sounds exaggerated, according to the technological progress of the Uluk planet, what he said must be true. "Can you understand the galaxy coordinate map?" the old scholar suddenly asked Lin Hao. Lin Ha Street really wanted to say that it would be strange if you can understand it, but in order to prevent others from looking down on him, Lin Hao nodded and said, "I can understand it." "It's good that you can understand it. Are you really willing to participate in my experiment?" "If there is no other way, I will participate in your experiment. Of course I am willing." "Very good. Then you sign this document." The old scholar took out a document and said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a look at it. It was a disclaimer. The main content on it stated that Lin Hao was participating in the experiment voluntarily. If there were any problems, he would not be responsible. Lin Hao just glanced at it and signed the document. "Okay, little brother. Our experiment will start in a week. Before that, I need to debug some things and prepare a lot of things." After seeing Lin Hao sign the experimental report, the old scholar immediately said to Lin Hao as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and immediately hurried to work on his own things. Long Outyan smiled awkwardly. "I am honest like this. Once I start working, I will ignore anyone. The experiment will not be carried out until a week later. So please come with me, Brother Lin. I have prepared a place for you to rest." Long Outyan took Lin Hao to a room not far from the experimental site. The room was very luxurious, and there were many intelligent tools. It looked very convenient. "Are you satisfied with this place?" Long Outyan asked like a younger brother who wanted to take credit. "Satisfied? Satisfied? Quite satisfied. This place is very good. Do I just have to wait a week?" Lin Hao asked. "In theory, it's like this, Brother Lin. You can do whatever you want. If you want to go out, there are cars on campus. Because the campus is very large, there are facilities outside. And there is nothing missing, Brother Lin. Contact me anytime and anywhere if you want to go. Anyway, you have my address book, and I promise to be there whenever you call," Long Outyan said firmly. For Long Outyan, it was a good thing to get close to such a master. Even if Lin Hao accidentally encountered an accident in the experiment, it would not cost him anything to show kindness to him now. If Lin Hao came back successfully in the experiment, then his relationship with his cousin would be a done deal. It would be very useful for him to please him now. After Long Outyan left, Lin Hao was left alone in the room to rest. Time passed quickly, and it was getting dark. Of course, it was the time that counted because the sky outside was always dark. "It's boring to stay in the room, and I'm not interested in playing outside." Gooden said that he could lie on the bed to comprehend the Force. So Lin Hao prepared to lie on the bed to comprehend the Force. When a zombie or a superpower merges with the Force, even if the Force around him is thin, he can comprehend it. Then, what these crystal core carriers have to do is to use their mental power to draw the Force into their bodies and strengthen themselves, so as to increase their Force experience. "So should I upgrade by killing monsters or comprehending?" Lin Hao asked Gooden. "You can do both at the same time. When your Force perception reaches enough for a first-level Force zombie, your experience value will increase. Of course, if you directly devour a first-level Force crystal core, your experience will also increase." Gooden said. "Why do I feel more and more fantastic?" Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. "There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. But you couldn't get in touch with them before. But now you can. Why? Do you want to give up?" "Of course not. I just want to complain. Isn't that okay?" Just when Lin Hao was about to give up bickering and concentrate on comprehending the Force, the communicator Cui Lian gave him ring. Cui Lian knew the number of this communicator except Long Outyan. After looking at the notes, it was Cui Lian calling. "It seems that I can't comprehend the Force tonight." Lin Hao answered the communicator while speaking. "Lin Hao? It's me. What are you doing? What do you think?" "Of course I sleep. But zombies don't need to sleep. Don't they?" Cui Lian exposed Lin Hao's perfunctory words. Lin Hao coughed awkwardly, then asked, "What's the matter?" "If there's nothing, I can't communicate with you." Lin Hao felt a little strange. Cui Lian didn't seem like Cui Lian, or Cui Lian's style seemed a little wrong. "Do you have time?" I'm at the university gate now. Come out and walk with me. Okay? Shui Lian asked politely. Chapter 694. Finally, Lin Hao felt that he could no longer calm down. So he finally stood up, packed himself up, and walked out of the room. After all, this might be the last time they met. If Lin Hao brought back the person who gave Jean Bebe the implant liquid lead, then Lin Hao would rush back to Earth as quickly as possible. So he and Shui Lian really had to make a decision. It's okay to be friends, but don't think about further development. After all, he also has a girlfriend. When Lin Hao walked to the entrance of the university, he saw Shui Lian standing at the entrance in a white dress, with a faint smile on her lips. So charming. The entrance of the University of Superpowers was a relatively prosperous place, with people coming and going, and people of all kinds couldn't help looking at Shui Lian with the same expression on their faces. The main reason was that Shui Lian was really stunning, and those people looked at Shui Lian as if they had never seen a woman before. Some of them wanted to move forward with ferocious faces, but when they saw the most luxurious flying car parked next to Shui Lian and the old man next to Shui Lian, they stopped their steps. It's the Nugulu family's car. That woman is not simple. Just take a look. Don't do anything stupid. A guy who wanted to do something stupid was about to step forward, but was stopped by his friend next to him. Both of them broke out in cold sweats. Everyone knows the position of the Nugulu family in the Eastern world. In this city, they have omnipotent control. Because their base camp is in this city, people in this city basically dare not provoke people from the Nugulu family. Look! There is a loser going towards that beautiful girl. The two men stood not far away, watching the simply dressed Lin Hao gradually look towards Shui Lian. They thought Lin Hao was just a student in the school like them. And when they saw Shui Lian alone, they were ready to approach her. I tell you, if that guy can get close to that girl, I will eat the brick at my feet. The guy who wanted to approach her at first said. The other one pulled him and said, I guess he will be stopped by that old guy before he gets close. I can't see through that old guy. He must be a strong man. Then, the two watched Lin Hao get closer and closer to Shui Lian, passing the old man and walking towards Shui Lian herself. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. No. Maybe we saw it wrong. The old man may really be just an old man. But the girl must be a master. I can feel that I am not the opponent of the girl. The boy must be beaten to the ground. The two watched Lin Hao get closer and closer to Shui Lian again. And then Lin Hao put his arm on Shui Lian's shoulder very familiarly. The two guys were still staring at them not far away, hoping to see the scene they wanted to see. As a result, they watched Shui Lian turn her head. And then she looked happy and started to walk to a place not far away with Lin Hao, while the old man followed behind them vigorously, watching the two of them. Brick, here you go. Lin Hao and Shui Lian spent a lot of time in the West world, so they encountered many dangers. To be honest, they had done more intimate actions. Putting arms around each other's shoulders was very common. It was indeed a very normal thing for good friends to put arms around each other's shoulders. After that, Lin Hao did not do anything excessive that could easily be misunderstood. The two of them walked on the street very normally, not too far away from each other. Just the distance between friends. Tell me, what do you want to do with me? It shouldn't be as simple as just going shopping. Lin Hao deliberately made some things more like interests. Of course there is something. Shui Lian also went along with it very straightforwardly. Lin Hao thought that his previous sentence could say something. And then he explained his views by the way, asking her not to put her feelings on the wrong person. But Lin Hao didn't expect that Shui Lian really had something to ask him. What is it? It's a very simple thing. I want to ask you if you are willing to be my boyfriend. Shui Lian's expression was still with a hint of smile. When she said this, she was not shy at all, as if she was talking about the weather and chatting about family matters. Just so plainly and naturally said it. Lin Hao almost stumbled and fell to the ground. But I have a girlfriend. What if the liquid lead in your girlfriend's brain can't be taken out? She won't live long. I'm willing to wait. Shui Lian was still so calm. What if his liquid lead is successfully taken out? Then I wait too. Until your girlfriend dies. Until you're left alone. Lin Hao could hear this calmly but firmly. Shui Lian seemed to have decided on him. No need. My girlfriend is also a superpower. Very powerful. And I love her. Lin Hao was also calm, but with no doubt. Then I wait until you get tired of him, or we won't talk about this. I want to know. Can I go time travel with you? No. That's too dangerous. And you shouldn't take risks with me. You have your own things to do, Lin Hao said. But I really want to go. I promise I won't disturb you. Let me go and see. I've never traveled through time before. Don't worry. I'm going there just to see if this experiment is feasible. If it is, then this experiment will develop and may become one of the most stable modes of transportation on your planet. There will be a chance. Lin Hao decisively rejected Cui Lian. Neither of them spoke. They each had their own thoughts. But they both knew each other's thoughts. Although they didn't say a word, they didn't feel awkward. However, Cui Lian got closer to Lin Hao. And Lin Hao didn't avoid her deliberately. Because he knew he couldn't avoid her. So he could only sigh and walk forward in silence. Many times on the streets of the West World, they walked in silence, feeling that they were so compatible with each other. An hour later, Cui Lian got on the flying car in front of Lin Hao, waved to Lin Hao, and left. Lin Hao suddenly felt empty. This was pure emptiness. Originally, there was a friend who accompanied him. But when that friend suddenly left, everyone would always feel empty and hope for someone to accompany him. But Lin Hao knew that now was not the time to have someone accompany him. He needed to be alone, and then do what he wanted to do. Soon, a week came. During these 7 days, Cui Lian would come every night to accompany Lin Hao, either outside the college or inside the college, walking without talking, until the 7th day arrived. Chapter 695. When the old scholar came to find Lin Hao and told him that the experimental steps were ready and he could do the experiment at any time, Lin Hao was inexplicably nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he was nervous. Can we start anytime and anywhere? Lin Hao asked nervously. Of course. It depends on when you are ready. The old scholar was really gentle to Lin Hao, as if he was afraid that Lin Hao would not be willing. When Lin Hao heard this, he was immediately excited. I don't need to prepare for the risk. Just take the weapon and start directly. As soon as he walked out with the old scholar, he saw Long Outyan and Cui Lian standing outside. Cui Lian always had a faint smile on her face when she saw Lin Hao. But this time, her face was full of frost. But in fact, this expression was her usual expression. Brother Lin Hao, are you ready? Long Outyan also came to Lin Hao and asked. I'm ready, and can start at any time. Lin Hao said. Do you really want to leave so much? Cui Lian asked. Yes. The purpose of my coming to this planet is to save her. Now that I have a chance, I will definitely try. I've been studying liquid lead recently. Maybe I can find a way for outsiders to control it. Can you do it tomorrow? No. But I have an opportunity now. Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian seriously. For some reason, Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao and couldn't say a word. Cui Lian is a cold person. Yes. But her eloquence is also very sharp. No one who knows Cui Lian dares to say that they can beat her in eloquence. But facing Lin Hao's eyes, for some reason, Cui Lian just couldn't speak. She didn't even know what to say. The old scholar brought the 3 people to the laboratory. The small-looking spaceship in front of them was still in front. A week ago, it was a simple spaceship. But now it was equipped with various devices, including food, water, etc. It has been loaded with a lot of fuel, which should be enough in theory. The old scholar said. Don't be theoretical. You should make sure that I have enough fuel. But that will compress your drinking water and food, which is absolutely not possible. The old scholar said. Why not? No matter where I go, as long as there are people there will always be a way to solve the problem of food. Lin Hao can't say that he doesn't need food and drink. Long Outyan and the old scholar don't know Lin Hao's identity. I don't know what they will think of Lin Hao if they know Lin Hao's identity. But it's not a good idea anyway. I have already simplified your food very much. I can't simplify it anymore. Food is something that gives you more hope of survival. If you encounter any accidents in the wormhole and don't reach the place you want to go, and the spacecraft has problems, these foods are your hope of survival. So the food must not be simplified. Okay. Whatever you want. Lin Hao could only nod helplessly. The old man's stubbornness was terrifying. He had seen the look on some paranoid people. As long as they thought it was right and worth sticking to, they would stick to it to the end. No one could persuade them. If you really find that person, you will bring him to this time and space. Right? Cui Lian asked. Yes. I will bring him to this time and space, and then take him to my planet. This is the most useful method for the time being. Lin Hao said. That means you will stay on the Ula planet for a while? If you come back, please contact me, Chui Lian said. Don't worry. I will definitely contact you. There is no way I would contact you. Lin Hao wanted to leave Chui Lian as soon as possible, because Lin Hao found that Chui Lian's feelings seemed to be getting stronger. If this continued, he would insist on his absoluteness, which would hurt her. When Lin Hao boarded the spaceship, holding his thunder gun and ancient long sword, and waving to Chui Lian finally smiled, as if she wanted to show Lin Hao her best side before he left. But Lin Hao didn't notice that when the spaceship began to take off from the highest point in the city, Chui Lian couldn't help but shed tears. Everything is ready. Next, you have to listen to my command. The face and voice of the old scholar appeared again on the screen in front of him. Okay. Don't worry about this. I will definitely listen to your command, Lin Hao said very honestly. After all, he didn't know anything. If he didn't listen to the other party's command, what could he do? I have set up the navigation for you. You don't need to control the spaceship. What you have to do now is to conserve your energy, because energy is limited. We have to save even this video. After all, the small generators on the spaceship need energy to drive. As soon as the old scholar finished speaking, the entire screen was pressed down, and Lin Hao became bored again. The speed of the spaceship was very fast, faster than the flying speed of the Thunderbird. Lin Hao turned on the speed bonus, and it was many times faster. In just a few breaths, Lin Hao suddenly came from a dark environment to a bright environment, and the spaceship broke through the clouds. The vast world in front of him was the true face of the Ula planet. Unfortunately, the people of the Ula planet restricted themselves. But there are always people with great wisdom. Those people are not limited to a certain place. Their thinking is the natural enemy of the vastness. For example, the old scholar. His research can be called very great, but when soliciting sponsorship for the head of the Nugulu family, this is just a favor sponsorship. He has no idea what kind of sensational experiment will be caused when this experiment succeeds. The spaceship flew high in the sky and kept flying towards the sky. When it reached a certain height, Lin Hao, who was enjoying the long-lost beautiful scenery, strangely focused his sight on a place. There was a black spot in that place. If it was an ordinary person, he could only see a black spot. But Lin Hao was not an ordinary person. He was a force-level mutant zombie, and he had vision that ordinary people could not achieve. Gooden, I may have found a very powerful person. Yes, I found it too. But it's a pity that the distance is too far to detect, Gooden said helplessly. That guy can actually fly in the air. He has no wings. Lin Hao sighed. Anyway, ignore him. This guy is simply out of reach for you at this stage. No way. I am also a first-level zombie now. Do you know how much force a person needs to be able to fly? In that state, at least the 6th level of force can cover the force on your feet and then fly. Gooden said a number that shocked Lin Hao. Chapter 696. So you are sure that guy won't fly over here? Lin Hao asked Gooden with a guilty conscience. Gooden smiled and said, Why? Are you scared? Look, he is obviously waiting for someone. And the spaceships on this planet are launched very frequently. Especially your spaceship is marked with the name of the Nugulu family. Would he have nothing to do and come to mess with you? Lin Hao felt that what Gooden said made some sense. But didn't that mean that he was a dispensable person in his eyes? If you think about it carefully, what else can a person of the 1st level of the Force be but insignificant in front of a person of the 6th level of the Force? Sure enough, as Gooden said, when Lin Hao's spaceship flew all the way to space and everything around him turned dark, the so-called master still stood there quietly, with no intention of coming over. It was obvious that he had his own things to do. This also made Lin Hao inexplicably relieved. Imagine if that guy of the 6th level of the Force really came over. What would Lin Hao do? It would definitely take only a few minutes to die in the hands of the other party. And there was no power to resist. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and lay in the spaceship. Although this spaceship looked much smaller, it was undoubtedly much larger than the spaceship that Lin Hao came from Earth. Lin Hao returned to his own state. He was alone when he came, and he was still alone when he left. From beginning to end, he was alone. After the spaceship flew for several hours, even the Ula planet could not be seen. Lin Hao looked at the screen anxiously, wanting to contact the old scholar through this screen. But he studied it for a long time, and could not figure out how to use it. This is a one-way communicator. It can only contact you from that side. Gooden said. Lin Hao was speechless. What's the use of this thing? What if I encounter an accident? And the other party knows it but doesn't contact me? Maybe this is the original function of this thing? It's possible. After all, it's just a research project in a school. There is no need to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to rescue you. If you are gone, you are gone. People can continue their research. Can you not be so realistic? Lin Hao blamed. You said it first, Gooden said. Just as Lin Hao was about to refute, the screen in front of him suddenly lit up again. At first, Lin Hao didn't expect that the so-called time travel would actually be carried out in space. He thought it would be a simple laboratory, and then a simple room with complicated machines that he couldn't understand. Looking at the remote control-like thing in his hand, it turned out that this was the most fundamental thing for time travel. Because this thing could control wormholes, and controlling wormholes could carry out the so-called time travel. Just as Lin Hao was thinking about these so-called professional issues, the screen suddenly lit up. After it lit up, the old scholar's face had not yet appeared, but the voice had already come out. You are still 10 minutes away from the target wormhole. You are going to pay attention. I am going to speed up the spacecraft. When it arrives at the scheduled location, the spacecraft will shake violently. But don't worry. That's normal. Also, the machine in your hand interferes with the magnetic field. So don't press it casually. Otherwise it will affect the target time point you are going to. Are you sure you are going to a year and a half ago? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know when it started. The so-called doomsday crisis on Earth had actually passed for nearly 2 years. He had actually stayed on the Ula planet for more than half a year. Yes, it was a year and a half ago. Lin Hao still remembered that the time point was just a few days before Duan Luochen and his team came to the B-City base to capture Jean Bebe. Yes, I am sure. It is this time point. Okay. Remember? Don't touch the things in your hands casually. I'm starting. Lin Hao stood up and saw a black vortex suddenly appear in front of the universe, which should have been bright. The universe itself is black, and the shining stars printed on it are very beautiful. However, the black vortex appeared so magically that black can be distinguished in black. Gooden said that it is not black. It is light. But the light is black. The black light sucked in all the light of the spacecraft. Then, the spacecraft began to shake, and Lin Hao couldn't help falling into the spacecraft. At the moment of falling, Lin Hao had a familiar feeling. He still remembered the spacecraft he took when he came to the Ula planet from the Earth. It felt inexplicably the same as this spacecraft. Gooden, which one is bigger? This spaceship or the one I'm using? The area is the same, but the feeling is different. Gooden said. The same? Why do I always feel that this one is bigger? Psychological effect. Gooden said only 4 words. Lin Hao didn't take the shaking of the spaceship seriously at all. He was a zombie at the force level, so the shaking would not cause him any harm. However, the remote control in his hand flew out accidentally, in order to make the people in the spaceship feel comfortable. The gravity of the spaceship is the normal gravity of the Ula planet. The remote control flew around in the cabin with the shaking. When Lin Hao caught it, he took a look and found that there was no damage. Then he didn't know that a button on the remote control was hit many times. I have found this gravitational point. I am going to prepare for time travel. When the old scholar's voice came, Lin Hao felt that he was trapped in an inexplicable darkness. And then, there was a strange scene. Suddenly, the normal universe and time appeared in front of him again. In front of him was a red planet. The area of the planet was very large. A huge flame was burning on the surface of the planet. The flame was burning all the time, and it seemed that it would never go out. Lin Hao stood up and touched his body. Even though he was a first-level force physique, he still felt the high temperature, and the spaceship was still flying in that direction. Gooden, should we control this spaceship? Yes. The old man has cut off contact with us now. I try to hack into the control system of the spaceship and succeed. It was a close call. Just as Gooden finished speaking, the spaceship turned around, and then the scene in front of him stunned Lin Hao. Not far away, there was a planet the size of a ping-pong ball. Most of the planet was blue, and an oasis could be seen faintly in the middle. A layer of light white mist like gauze covered the entire planet. This was a very beautiful planet. But when Lin Hao saw this planet, he couldn't help but feel sore in his eyes. Gooden, something's wrong. Why do I feel that the planet in front is so familiar? Chapter 697. Wait a minute. I checked the coordinates of the universe. 3 seconds later, Gooden said, yes. The planet you see is indeed the Earth. And our current location is the solar system. Congratulations on returning home. As soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship in front of him began to fly towards the planet. Now the spaceship was fully managed by Gooden. Gooden could naturally feel the eagerness in Lin Hao's heart. He was eager to see everything he was familiar with. The spaceship quickly broke away from the fireball behind him. It was not until this moment that Lin Hao realized that the fireball that was burning him was actually the sun he had been watching for more than 20 years. Really? Are we going home? Lin Hao murmured unconsciously. Don't just rely on your feelings. Don't forget that although you have traveled through time, this time point is not the time point you are in. In this time point, you are here. And even the history of this place may not be the same as the place you are in. Because this is already a parallel world. I know. But people must be the same. Right? Can I see what Jean Bebe looks like? Lin Hao had a look of longing. You can. But I don't recommend you meet now. No. I don't recommend you meet at all. You shouldn't meet. Gooden said it very seriously. Because your appearance may affect the causal chain for this world. The causal chain sounds like a very mysterious thing. But it really exists. Because it really exists. If you affect the causal chain, some things and some people may disappear in this world. Which is unfair to them. Gooden persuaded him earnestly. Okay. I get it. I promise to stay calm and follow them to find the person I need to find. I will leave immediately after I find him. Lin Hao's goal was very clear. Which was to capture Yu Tian in this world. Pull him into his own world. Save Jean Bebe. And then send him back. In fact, Lin Hao didn't want to send this guy back at all. But Gooden said that he had to send him back. Otherwise this world might collapse. Why didn't the old scholar tell me these things? Lin Hao questioned. The technology of the Ula planet is very advanced. Hundreds of years ahead of your Earth. But there is always some knowledge that they don't understand. But weren't you created by them? By the way, I don't know who created you. Don't worry about who created me. You have to know that I am an intelligent being that can learn. With an IQ hundreds of times higher than that of humans. There are many causes and effects of things that can be answered very well through my calculations. There are many theoretical disciplines that can also get answers that you can't get after my evolution. Now I am the strongest scientist and an all-round computer. Nothing can be difficult for me. Really? Then can you have a baby? Lin Hao deliberately asked. Give me sperm and eggs, and I will give birth to you. Gooden said without any fear. Lin Hao didn't know what to say except to give a thumbs up. You are awesome. I won't talk to you anymore. Look, we are almost to the Earth. Although the Earth just looked like the size of a ping-pong ball. According to Lin Hao's seriousness about the distance, the Earth will remain the size of a ping-pong ball for a long time in his sight. But now it seems that the speed of his spacecraft is really extraordinary. And the ping-pong ball has become 2 ping-pong balls. Half an hour later, Lin Hao finally entered the atmosphere as he wished. After entering the atmosphere, the scenery in front of him touched his heart again. Because he saw the sea. The blue sea. Just like the blue sky. So fascinating. Gooden, you can locate the location. I want to go to City B. Lin Hao said. I'm afraid it's not possible. The spaceship is running out of fuel. It can only fall straight down. However, the city below is still very close to City B. Which city is below? Lin Hao asked. City A. The city where you went to college, and the city where we first met. Gooden said. I go. City A is fine. It's not far from City B anyway. By the way, how come you are so good at determining the location here? It's not me who decided it. The spacecraft's initial route is right there. The two stopped talking. Lin Hao leaned against the glass tightly, watching the scenery slowly appear in front of him. The mountains and forests appeared. And then the dense buildings. After that, he saw the very tall building. It was the most famous attraction in City A. And it was also the first time that Lin Hao and Yu Tian met and fought. The speed of the spacecraft began to slow down. And slowly, it landed towards a circular building. When Lin Hao saw the circular building, he suddenly felt a little puzzled. Gooden, look at the building below. That's the stadium. Yes, it's the stadium. The stadium in City A. And there is no spaceship and that meat mountain there. Lin Hao suddenly began to think about it in great fear. He still remembered that when he first flew into the universe, he relied on the meat mountain in the stadium of City A. The meat mountain was actually a shielding device, relying on the zombie crystal core to absorb energy and protect the spaceship. When Lin Hao saw the guy for the first time, he always thought it was the spaceship of the low-end intelligence on Earth. But now, watching the spaceship he was riding slowly landed in the middle of the football field. Lin Hao got off the spaceship in a daze. And then the protection measures of the spaceship were activated. Lin Hao watched the shielding device drill out of the spaceship, and then slowly covered the entire spaceship, forming the familiar meat mountain. Fuck. Couldn't. The spaceship we took at that time was actually brought here by me. Fuck. Okay. Stop fucking. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't expect this result. But what does it matter? No. Does that mean that I in this world will also come here when I reach level 8 and take my spaceship to the Eula planet to save Jean Bebe? What should I do now? Where should I go? What should I do? Another feeling of extreme fear. I think you should stop thinking too much now. What you should know most now is where Yuentian is. Also, do you remember those times when you were close to death? I think the mysterious person who saved you has not revealed his identity. But it must be you. Find out the current time and rush over. If you are in danger, you will die without your own help in this world. It's so confusing. It doesn't matter. I understand. We must leave here now and find out the time. Chapter 698. That's right. I must now figure out what time it is, what I should do, and when is the best time to get rid of Yuentian. I must make history and plots according to my own world and maintain the unity of the world. Otherwise, I don't know who I am. Lin Hao felt that he was going crazy. It seemed that he shouldn't have come here. But if he didn't come here, what would happen to Jean Bebe in the original world? Who cares? Let's take it one step at a time. As long as we can save Bebe. Who cares? Lin Hao said who cares twice in a row, which already showed his nervousness. He could not be nervous even if it was a matter of life and death. But when these things involved his relatives and friends, he always felt nervous. It was dark now. It was night when Lin Hao came. The stadium was not quiet, but a group of zombies were roaring there. Lin Hao sighed secretly. The so-called zombie virus had broken out here. It's all your fault. A zombie virus broke out in this world. It has nothing to do with me. You should ask the Americans. Gooden retorted. Lin Hao was very fast. He used his mental power to detect the zombies around him, and found that those zombies did not have any crystal core energy at all. In other words, these zombies were all level 1, and none of them evolved into mutant zombies. This made Lin Hao a little uncomfortable. The zombies he encountered on the Eula planet were already considered low level at level 7 or 8. But when he came to the beginning of his own world, he found that even level 2 zombies were very rare in his own world at this time. Let me think about it. It's not that I have forgotten what the roads in City A are like in just 2 years. Lin Hao walked out of the gymnasium, not caring about the spaceship behind him. Because in his own world, this spaceship can still be discovered by him in the end. It seems that the shielding device is very powerful. And it is not ordinary powerful. Looking at the familiar road, Lin Hao casually found a manual transmission taxi on the street. There was a zombie in the car. But unfortunately, it was tied to the seat belt and had no way to escape. The car door was locked. Unfortunately, such a car door could not stop Lin Hao at all. Then he pulled the locked car door off the car. Lin Hao originally wanted to pull the zombie off the seat directly. But unfortunately, this idea was impossible. What if the zombie was pulled off by himself? And the dirty things fell all over the car. How could he drive? So, Lin Hao had to help this guy take off the seat belt honestly, and then pulled the zombie out of the car with one hand, and finally sat on it himself. Well, it felt just right. As the car started, a familiar feeling came again. This kind of intelligent vehicle could not exist on the Eula planet. But the operating feeling of this car was something that those high-tech flying cars could not give. The familiar ignition, clutch, gear, clutch release, accelerator, and in an instant, the car rushed out with him. It was nighttime now, and Lin Hao's movements were a bit loud, attracting some inexplicable zombies. But when Lin Hao released that pressure, those zombies immediately stayed at the bottom of the probe and dared not move again. There were violent explosions ahead. Lin Hao didn't know where the explosions came from, but he estimated that they were not far away. The car sped along until a place 1,000 meters away appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao parked the car and watched the armored vehicle being forced to stop. Then a familiar figure got out of the car. It was a woman with a neat ponytail, wearing a yellow women's windbreaker, holding a tang sword in her hand. looking ahead heroically, showing a different kind of handsomeness and beauty. Bebe. Lin Hao looked at the figure and wanted to drive over directly. But he couldn't. He couldn't affect the development of the plot in this world. Otherwise he might not even find Yu Wentian. Don't worry. You know Jean Bebe is fine. After watching Jean Bebe being shot twice, Lin Hao was about to explode. But was finally persuaded by Gooden. If Lin Hao didn't go to the building to save Jean Bebe, would Jean Bebe still like Lin Hao so much? All of this is a question. Lin Hao is afraid that Jean Bebe will no longer like himself in this world. So he can only watch Jean Bebe being taken away by those people. Then he waited for the dawn, knowing that he would appear in this place. Sure enough, when the sky was bright, a young man who looked very wretched appeared in front of him. When Lin Hao saw that figure, he couldn't help but cover his eyes. I didn't expect that I was so wretched back then. More than that, you were so wretched that you wanted to drive me crazy. But unfortunately I didn't have time at that time. Otherwise I would definitely not choose you. So you regret it now? Not yet. I will regret it when you die. Are you still going to regret it? It seems that the guy in front is also bickering with me, Gooden suddenly said, because it felt too strange. Lin Hao and Gooden finally stopped bickering. They followed behind Lin Hao of this world, wanting to follow him through the plot. Then, they waited in the building for nearly a day and a night. When it got dark again, they finally saw Lin Hao and by Bofen of this world. And of course the weak Jean Bebe. Rushing out. After rushing out, a biochemical man appeared. The biochemical man was very powerful. And it was not something that Lin Hao of this world could deal with at this stage. However, Lin Hao did not make a move. He still sat in his taxi very calmly, watching the crazy zombies and occasional humans around him. Some humans saw Lin Hao sitting in the taxi. The people being chased by zombies were very scared and wanted to knock on Lin Hao's door to ask him to open the car and let them in. Lin Hao found a can of coffee from somewhere and was drinking it by himself. He looked at the scenery in the mental image and had no time to care about the humans next to him. It's not that he didn't want to help. Even if he helped, how much could he help? The people in this world have not awakened yet. And the only way to awaken is to be tempered by blood and fire. They don't need this kind of help. What they need is to truly understand their current situation. Bloodstains appeared on Lin Hao's car window glass. They were left by the survivors before they died. Many vicious survivors knew they couldn't escape. So they deliberately stopped in front of the car and smashed the car window with bricks to attract zombies to deal with Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao pretended not to see everything that happened in front of him, because he was not from this world. According to Gooden, he could not interfere with anything in this world. Chapter 699. Fuck. We finally got to the military base. I've been following you for so long. Why didn't I realize I was so slow before? Of course you don't think you're slow. Who would think they're slow? Gooden asked. Should I show up here? Lin Hao asked. Of course. You can choose not to show up, Gooden said. Not showing up? If I don't show up, won't I die in this world? If I die, I die, Gooden said with some disinterest. Lin Hao and Gooden have been following Lin Hao and Gooden in this world for almost 2 months. In these 2 months, Lin Hao couldn't help but stand up and wanted to kill himself many times. But he finally held back. After all, it was him. What was killing himself? Sure enough, the plot of this world was the same as that of his own world. Lin Hao still threw Jean Bebe off the roof. And then, Jean Bebe, the silly girl, ran up again. They met the 4th level zombie in the stairwell. Seeing that the guy was about to punch Lin Hao to death, Lin Hao here finally moved. Originally, he wanted to use his mental power directly, but the distance was too far, and nothing was as reliable as doing it himself. So Lin Hao rushed up by himself. With a speed bonus, he was able to run around the 4th level zombie countless times before his fist swung down. So the world of low-level zombies is really boring. Everything is so weak. He casually swung the ancient sword in his hand and killed the 4th level zombie. The person in front of him was already unconscious, and he was holding Jean Bebe in his arms. Of course, Jean Bebe was also unconscious. He looked at the whole girl with some pity. She took on a lot of responsibilities that did not belong to him. Even though Lin Hao had shared a lot with her, she still took it because it was his responsibility. The only thing Lin Hao could do was to dig out the crystal core of the 4th level zombie in front of him and put it into his mouth. Okay. Stop looking. Let's go quickly. It will be hard to explain when they wake up. Gooden urged. Got it. Lin Hao still stepped forward and touched Jean Bei's head. And her hair was still so familiar. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. Lin Hao, who returned to the taxi, suddenly thought of something. You said that I would board the spaceship in the end to save Jean Bei and then go to the Ula planet. But if this Lin Hao drove my spaceship away, how should I leave? No, that's not the case. There should be another spaceship on this Earth. That low-level intelligence must have come here via spaceship. But where is its spaceship? I think we should find that intelligence first. Lin Hao said. That's right. If we find that intelligence, we can find its spaceship. And if we find its spaceship, the plot development of this world can correspond. Gooden said. Where should we go next? Should I wait for them in S-City in advance? Otherwise, you still want to hang around until you are discovered by yourself. And then change a lot of things that shouldn't be changed. And completely fail to save your own world. Jean Bei? Obviously. Gooden didn't want Lin Hao to be with Lin Hao anymore. S-City should be from this place. Right? You are a local. Right? Gooden asked back. So, Lin Hao could only shut up and start moving forward looking at the road signs. At this time, it should be when Yuan-Ti had arrived in S-City. I don't know what level the two level 7 zombies in S-City are now. A taxi was driving on the road. During the driving process, a group of people would appear from time to time. They would stand there and stretch out their hands, thinking it was a taxi. Some would block the taxi on its way. Lin Hao didn't even look at them and turned directly. He didn't care what friction the car would encounter. In short, as long as he didn't hurt those people, it wouldn't affect the plot of this world. Although Lin Hao didn't know what impact it would have on the world if he really killed some people he didn't know. He knew what the butterfly effect was. Who do you think is faster? The car or me? Since you know you are faster than the car, why do you still take the car? So, Lin Hao parked the car honestly, and then started running wildly towards the highway. 5 minutes later, Lin Hao saw S-City not far away. The base of S-City is easier to find, because the base of S-City is too big, almost occupying 1/10 of S-City. Lin Hao's mental power is within a range of 1,000 meters. At his speed, it only took a few dozen minutes to easily find the survivor base of S-City. But when Lin Hao saw the base in flames, he was surprised. At the gate of the base, there were two groups of people, and the two groups were fighting fiercely. Yes, they were people. Not zombies or mutants, but two groups of people fighting. Someone at the base kept shouting, "Put down your weapons, or we will use heavy weapons." Then, the base was still relatively humane, and did not want to use any heavy weapons against those who attacked. But this group of people who came to attack the base was different. They had everything in their hands. Machine guns, rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, and they threw them at the base regardless of whether they were useful or not. Lin Hao stood not far away and watched the scene. Neither side of the fierce battle saw Lin Hao. These people are strange? Lin Hao murmured. What can you see? Gooden asked. They are very fanatical. Just like fanatical believers. But they don't want to be brainwashed. Their eyes are red. And there are traces of mental invasion in their minds. These people should be controlled by shallow mental power. Lin Hao confirmed. Yes. Shallow mental power knows everything. That's right. These people are controlled by shallow mental power. The controller actually sends them brainwashing words every day, and then lets his mental power invade these people's brains, and instills these theories again with mental power, so that they will know these words from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, the guy's mental power is not high. Otherwise, there are so many traces of invasion. It seems that he should be a 3rd or 4th level superpower. Gooden said. I didn't expect that the survivor base was attacked before I came to S-City. I've never seen such a thing before. In the apocalypse, normal people would cry and shout to get in after seeing the survivor base. This has never happened before. Of course, it is not impossible. If a group of people has become powerful enough, and they are too lazy to find resources to create survivors, they can only use this method of plunder. Chapter 700. Naturally, these people could not possibly be the opponents of the regular survivor base, because the survivor base had real heavy weapons. When those heavy weapons appeared on the field, these stragglers immediately began to retreat. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. I will go and see who these people are under, Lin Hao said with interest. These people retreated very decisively. Obviously, This was not the first time they did this. They were also very experienced, and knew to leave some people behind to avoid being chased. The base originally wanted to pursue them, but seeing that they had pointed all the missiles at the entrance and exit, the people in the base immediately gave up the pursuit. It was really not worth losing extra people for these people. Not to mention that they were still escaping. If the people in the base failed to catch up and some died, that would be a real loss. Lin Hao was hanging behind these people from a distance, wanting to know where they were going. As a result, after retreating 3,000 meters, the leader of these people finally came in front of the people in black clothes. Lin Hao looked at that person with interest. That person was not a superpower, which meant that he was not the one behind the scenes. Lin Hao couldn't help licking his lips. What else did I not know at that time? Lin Hao felt that it was almost time, and he would soon see the so-called truth, because of his absolute confidence in himself. Lin Hao got a little closer. After all, his strength was here, and he was not afraid of being discovered. Of course, Lin Hao didn't expect that he would be discovered. The man in black was obviously dissatisfied with his men. He cursed them a few times and took them away. Lin Hao followed behind these people. These people couldn't see Lin Hao, but Lin Hao could see them clearly. There were at least several hundred people in this group. Otherwise, they would not have attacked a survivor base so casually. And judging from their posture, their forces must be far more than these few hundred people. These few hundred people were only a part of their large force. From this battle, it can be seen that when the base used heavy weapons, they immediately began to thoroughly prevent a large number of people from going online. This was obviously a harassment tactic. And looking at the appearance of these hundreds of people, they seemed unfamiliar. So a bad taste appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Without thinking, he suddenly rushed into the team of these hundreds of people. No one noticed that a mutant zombie had rushed into their team. I've told you, don't change history casually. Of course, if you really want to go, then go ahead. After all, no one knows whether the person in the original world has done the same thing. Gooden found that he couldn't persuade Lin Hao, so he could only persuade himself and let Lin Hao do whatever he wanted. After all, it was him who wanted to save Jean Bebe, not him. Lin Hao was naturally afraid of disturbing the progress of the plot, but he was very curious about this matter. So he sneaked in carefully. He decided to follow these people to see the situation. And he would never say anything or do anything. But sometimes, things don't go the way you think. These people walked for a while, and turned into an underground parking lot again. This underground parking lot is an underground parking lot with a gate. This is a very thick gate, which is obviously made by the initiative. It's okay. It's okay here. Judging from this time point, there are not too many zombies above level 3. If there is a zombie tied here, I'm afraid it won't be broken in a short time. And there must be more than one entrance and exit to the underground parking lot. Just as Lin Hao thought, the underground parking lot here has 5 entrances and exits. And all 5 entrances and exits have such heavy iron doors. This underground parking lot is a parking lot of a large shopping mall. So the area is very large. There are people guarding the 5 entrances and exits. Those guards have rifles in their hands. Everyone looks fierce. Lin Hao glanced at these people lightly. There is not even a superpower person. All of them are ordinary people. When I walked into the parking lot completely, I suddenly felt a heat. There were people inside, walking, lying, and there were children playing. This is simply an underground world. A small, mini world. Oh my god. I was busy fighting in S-City, and didn't know there was such a place here. I don't know if it still exists. You all, go and rest. Captain, stay here and report to the leader how many people died. At this time, the man in black clothes in front finally took off his hat. When that face appeared in front of Lin Hao instantly knew who this guy was with his powerful memory. It's him. Wang Long. Lin Hao had seen this guy before. He had seen them on the way to the base, and heard that they finally arrived at the survivor base in City B. But for some reason, they left again. The guards at Lin Hao's survivor base were not strict. Those who wanted to leave could leave at any time. But those who wanted to come in were more strictly guarded. For Wang Long, who had no impression of him, Lin Hao could remember him. Naturally, he knew why he remembered him. The reason he could remember him was because of Wang Long's sister, the little girl named Wang Lanlan. I didn't expect to meet you in this place. Lin Hao still remembered that he had tested that little girl. That little girl was a superpower. And she was also a very interesting psychic superpower. Looking at the red marks around Wang Long's eyes, It was obvious that everyone here had been brainwashed by the little girl. Anyway, I'm bored. I just stay here and see what you want to do, Lin Hao said silently. The captain left, and the others went to their respective rooms. Lin Hao could naturally find where he wanted to go. He found a place at random, sat on the ground, and waited for something. Soon it was dark, and someone was distributing food. Lin Hao waved his hand to show that he had eaten. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't want it, the man didn't think twice and stuffed the food into his crotch in front of Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao almost vomited. So he began to think about whether the people around him had eaten food stuffed into their crotch. If so, he would go back and break up with them. After the food was distributed and everyone had finished eating, a very light chirping sounded. The whole parking lot was very quiet, and people spoke very softly. They only spoke when they had something to do, and shut up when nothing happened, because it was the end of the world, and they didn't want to provoke zombies. But when the chirping sounded, these people stood up collectively and walked silently in a certain direction. Chapter 701. Lin Hao stood up with great interest and followed behind these people. There were many people along the way, and they followed closely behind the people in front of them and rushed to one place. In the middle of the parking lot, on the roof of a Land Rover, a woman had been standing there for a long time. With Lin Hao's eyesight, he could easily see that the woman was Wang Long's sister, Wang Lanlan. He had tested this woman before and thought her skills were very interesting. He didn't expect that this guy's skills were not only interesting, but also very scary. A skill that can brainwash people and even enslave them is very terrifying. At least the power of people gathered together is very huge. Moreover, this skill has the potential to be upgraded. In the end, it may become a template skill for his mental control. Lin Hao knows how powerful his mental control is. In certain situations, even if the guy is one level higher than him, Lin Hao can easily defeat him. It is not just the human wave tactics, but absolute control. I just don't know if this guy's skills can absolutely control people. It is the end of the world now. We are all waiting to be awakened. Only those who are fully awakened can survive in this doomsday. Wait for my command, and you will be able to awaken. Otherwise, only despair awaits you. Wang Lanlan's voice appeared in Lin Hao's ears like a solitary orchid in a valley, and a trace of weak mental power was trying to drill into his mind. Lin Hao was too lazy to resist this weak mental power because his brain would subconsciously block it out. At the same time, because Lin Hao's mental power was too strong, it blocked these mental powers outside. Finally, Wang Lanlan found the abnormality, and Lin Hao also reacted immediately. What is mental power? It is a very sensitive energy body, which comes from the human body. Naturally, the person who controls it can feel even a little abnormality, not to mention the obstruction with a clear conscience. Lin Hao's mental power obstructed Wang Lanlan's mental power. Wang Lanlan naturally found it at the first time, but the two of them tacitly did not expose it. Wang Lanlan was still giving her speech, and Lin Hao quietly leaned against the corner and looked at Wang Lanlan. He found that Wang Lanlan would look at him from time to time. Lin Hao didn't know what Wang Lanlan was thinking. If possible, he would put his mental power into Wang Lanlan's mind. He wanted to see what Wang Lanlan was thinking. But Lin Hao knew that he couldn't do that. If he did, it might change the plot of this world. This process lasted about half an hour. Half an hour later, Wang Lanlan finished her speech. She didn't leave, but she asked all his believers to go back and rest. Lin Hao knew why Wang Lanlan didn't leave, so Lin Hao didn't leave either. Wang Lang followed behind Wang Lanlan, not leaving her side, as if he was afraid that Wang Lanlan would be hurt. And Wang Lang's eyes were full of enthusiasm. When everyone left, Wang Lanlan signaled Wang Lang to leave as well. Wang Lang saw Lin Hao, and he thought Wang Lanlan was going to teach this man something personally. So he looked at Lin Hao viciously and with jealousy. If Lin Hao knew what he was thinking, he would laugh to death. Who are you? When only Lin Hao and Wang Lanlan were left around, Wang Lanlan asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry about who I am. Just treat me as a passerby." Really? Although Lin Hao was very curious about Wang Lanlan, to be honest, he didn't want to get entangled with Wang Lanlan too much. Since they were speechless, they should just keep silent. Lin Hao left. Obviously, Wang Lanlan didn't want Lin Hao to leave. This is my territory. If I want, you can't leave here. I suggest you don't do stupid things. I really don't want to kill anyone. Lin Hao knocked on the wall next to him. And then a hole appeared on the whole wall. A very obvious hole. Wang Lanlan was a psychic, and she could sense that the man in front of her was not someone she could handle. So she was prepared to ignore him, just as he said, and treat him as a passerby. Wang Lanlan was originally going to rest, as if Lin Hao had never appeared. But it seemed that someone didn't want him to rest well. Just as she returned to her room, suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The sound was very violent, and it was obviously hitting a very solid place. But the solidest place in the entire parking lot was the gate. Thinking of the gate, Wang Lanlan suddenly remembered something. Screams and gunfire were right next to Lin Hao's ears. But Lin Hao seemed not to hear them. He followed some people and prepared to find a chance to leave here. The survivor base in City S finally took action. It was known that with such an organization near the survivor base, how could the leaders of the survivors sleep well? Sure enough, they started to take action. That's right. There was no one outside. The survivor base directly sent a helicopter, loaded with rockets on the helicopter. Although the iron gate looked very strong, it still couldn't withstand the bombardment of hot weapons. Very easily, a big hole was blown in the iron gate in front of it. A dozen people jumped off the helicopter. They had no life. Lin Hao, who had come into contact with them, could tell at a glance that they were cyborgs. It seemed that the survivors' base really wanted to destroy this organization. Otherwise, they would not have released such cyborgs. Wang Lanlan and the others are a bit arrogant. If they hadn't sent people to harass Ren every day, the base would probably not have acted so hastily. Lin Hao complained. There was another gate in front of them. It had been opened. People were rushing out. But before they had rushed out for long, they suddenly retreated. Lin Hao didn't even need to use his mental power to present the image. He knew what was going on just by listening to the sound. What the people at the base did was really ruthless. Not only did they send a helicopter to give them a serious blow, but they were also heading for extermination. There were actually so many zombies surrounding them. There were constant roars and rain outside. Although there were always dark clouds, and the sky was always dark on the Eula planet, it never rained. When Lin Hao heard the rain, he felt very familiar for some reason. Where are you going to run now? Gooden asked. Leave here. I really don't want to change the plot. That's it. I should leave. Many people rushed towards Lin Hao, but Lin Hao walked towards them, towards the zombie tide. Chapter 702. When the sky got light, the parking lot could still smell gunpowder. The target of the cyborgs was not only the people in the organization, but also the zombies that would rush out from the side at any time. Wang Lanlan seems to be dead. Lin Hao used his mental power to look for her, but all he saw was corpses. Nothing else. I didn't even find any mental fluctuations. Don't just focus on this side. Keep an eye on that road too. You don't know when you will appear on that road. Gooden reminded. Don't worry. I've been watching the road. If I drive by, I will definitely see it first. Lin Hao said. Spiritual power can't detect it. But Wang Lanlan doesn't look like a short-lived person. Where is she? Lin Hao kept muttering. When the sky gets bright and everything revives. These zombies are the laziest. But even if these zombies are lazy, they will still recover to their 100% state to check the situation after hearing the movement. If they meet their food, they will chase and fight to the death. However, when the zombies were attracted by the noise, they found that they were just a few biohumans without any signs of life. They wanted to leave listlessly, but the biohumans did not allow them to leave. The biohumans seemed to be programmed by others. That is, to kill any moving object. So until now, the people in the helicopter have not appeared. They were afraid that the biohumans would target them. In the end, the biohumans seemed to have run out of energy, or were actively shut down by someone, and finally stopped in place without moving. Then, someone came down from the helicopter and began to collect the biohumans. The people on the helicopter looked at the cyborgs with fear. It was obvious that this was the first time they had seen such a killing machine on the battlefield. In fact, it would not take long for them to completely adapt to the existence of such cyborgs. Because the further the technology develops, the bloodier things will be created. At that time, looking at cyborgs would be like people using smartphones looking at people using old phones. Lo! After the cyborgs were collected by them and put on the helicopter left. Regardless of whether there were survivors in this organization, those survivors could not cause any damage to the base. After all, the power of an individual was too small. Lin Hao still didn't leave, as if he was waiting for something. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao's mental power was still in the pile of corpses. Finally, at this moment, Lin Hao finally felt a trace of mental fluctuations. Wherever Lin Hao walked, he walked towards the mental fluctuations. As for why Lin Hao favored Wang Lanlan so much, the reason was very simple. Wang Lanlan had skills similar to Lin Hao's, both of which were very rare mental skills. Does that mean that there is also a system in Wang Lanlan's body? Gooden said that the thing that came to Earth should not be called a system, but intelligence. Only people like Gooden are qualified to be called a system. So, is there any intelligence in Wang Lanlan's body? This has always been a question. At Lin Hao's feet, among the broken limbs and arms, a delicate little hand slowly poked out from inside. And with a thin force, the owner of the hand in front of him also completely revealed his head. In the doomsday, no girl went back to pay attention to her hairstyle. They were concerned about how to survive. No matter which girl. They were concerned about how to survive. So when Wang Lanlan appeared in front of Lin Hao with a head full of bright red blood and a messy hairstyle, Lin Hao was not too surprised. You are quite good. You are still alive. Wang Lanlan had not yet completely pulled herself out of the pile of corpses. Suddenly, she heard someone talking. She looked up in fright. When she found that it was Lin Hao, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lin Hao, "Can you help me?" Looking at Wang Lanlan's outstretched hand. The hand was not clean. It was covered with blood and various unknown stains. However, Lin Hao covered the hand, and then easily pulled Wang Lanlan up from the ground. The intelligence in your mind has helped you a lot. Lin Hao said this seemingly unintentionally. After that, Lin Hao's whole mind was immersed in Wang Lanlan's mind, observing his emotional fluctuations. Lin Hao's powerful mental power actually has many uses. For example, he can tell whether a person is lying or not. This is actually very simple. Just observe whether a person has any emotional fluctuations. Many people can lie without changing their expressions. They can even hypnotize themselves and tell themselves that they are not lying. But there is no doubt that if the first sentence a person says is a lie, then his emotions will definitely fluctuate. Of course, the inner fluctuations cannot be seen from the outside. But Lin Hao's mental power can easily see it. And the other party does not know that Lin Hao is observing their mental fluctuations. For example, Wang Lanlan in front of him, like Lin Hao, is a spiritual crystal core carrier. But she did not realize that Lin Hao's mental power has penetrated into her brain. To be honest, this is a very normal thing. Because Lin Hao is a first-level zombie of the Force, and the girl in front of him is only a third-level mutant. They are no longer on the same level. Not to mention once, as long as Lin Hao wants, he can penetrate Wang Lanlan's brain without limit, and Wang Lanlan will not notice it once. Give up now. Gooden complained to Lin Hao in his heart. In fact, Gooden had already tested whether Wang Lanlan had an intelligent attachment. But Lin Hao did not believe that Gooden had this ability, because Gooden had never told Lin Hao about this situation before. Although Gooden had explained that it was because Lin Hao's level was too low before, and could not unlock its permissions. It was better to observe more about this kind of thing. Anyway, the real owner had not come yet. And since there was nothing to do, Gooden let Lin Hao investigate by himself. Before Lin Hao could do anything, Lin Hao suddenly focused on the mental image. Because in the image, Lin Hao clearly saw an off-road vehicle on the highway in S City. And in that car, Lin Hao and Jean Bebe were sitting. If what he expected was true, Lin Hao would separate from Jean Bebe next. Because Jean Bebe would watch Tang Mingning, and Lin Hao would sneak into the survivor base in S City. Lin Hao, you must change the plot of this world at this point. Otherwise, you and all spaces will fall into an infinite loop. Gooden said to Lin Hao very seriously. Infinite loop? What does that mean? Lin Hao didn't know what Gooden meant. Chapter 703. Infinite loop? What does it mean? Lin Hao was very curious about the infinite loop proposed by Gooden. So he asked, think about it. For example, if you let Jean Bebe of this world be plunged into liquid lead again, will Lin Hao of this world rush into the Eula planet like you to find a solution to the liquid lead? That is to say, Lin Hao of this world will meet the person he should meet on the Eula planet like you, and finally successfully enter the time and space shuttle research base, drive the spacecraft away from the Eula planet, and come to another world. Then the Lin Hao of that other world will repeat the plot of you and Lin Hao of this world, and repeat each other like this. But we overlooked a very important thing. If the spacecraft of the intelligence that was supposed to come to Earth is no longer usable, what will you do? Lin Hao suddenly froze in his place. Yes. What should he do? Should he stay in this world and watch the current Jean Bebe? No. The Jean Bebe in this world is not the Jean Bebe in his original world. No. I want to go back. I can't stay in this world. I want Lin Hao in every time and space to return to his own time and space. I know what to do, Lin Hao said. But there is a risk in doing this. Gooden said again. What risk? You should know that the original world also has you from the previous world. So, the spaceship that brought you from the previous world to the original world has been taken away by you. Theoretically, you from the previous world should still be on Earth. So what should he do? Gooden asked. Don't worry about him for now. No matter what. I need to prevent Jean Bebe from being captured by Yi Wentian. Otherwise, if Jean Bebe is implanted with liquid lead, as you said, each self in time and space will travel through time and space. That would be too dangerous and too chaotic. I only want the Jean Bebe in my own world, Lin Hao said. But your sister. You said you want me to do this. And then you said you don't want me to do that. What do you want me to do? Lin Hao couldn't help but burst out. It's okay. Just do it according to your own ideas. Gooden was very gentle and didn't retort. Because the causal chain must exist. If it exists, the causal chain will not be damaged casually. So he will definitely find a way to repair it. If he interferes, it may destroy the repair of the causal chain. If he doesn't destroy the plot, maybe they will get back on track. Just as Lin Hao was about to follow their car to rescue Jean Bebe, Wang Lanlan in front of him grabbed Lin Hao's hand and said, I think you have great potential. Are you willing to be my disciple? Little sister, don't make trouble. Big brother is busy now, so I won't play with you. I'm leaving first. I know where you want to go. In fact, my skills can not only brainwash people, but also predict major events. You can't go. If you do that thing, the whole world will be destroyed. It's not just our world and this universe that will be destroyed. You will destroy all universes. Lin Hao stopped and looked at Wang Lanlan. What did you say? The day I woke up? A heavenly voice told me that there is not only one universe in this world. There is another universe above our universe. And there is also a universe below our universe. These universes are exactly the same. And there are not 2 or 3, not a dozen, but endless universes. No one can cross time, and no one can change cause and effect. Wang Lanlan's eyes turned white, staring at Lin Hao, as if she wanted Lin Hao to submit to her under the pressure of her eyes. But Lin Hao didn't. If Wang Lanlan continued to grow and became a superpower above the force level, he would definitely be a terrifying guy. But Wang Lanlan was not now. However, what Wang Lanlan said successfully stopped Lin Hao. Do you know what I'm going to do? What do you know? Lin Hao asked. I don't know anything. I just have a premonition that starting from our universe, a gap will appear. And then the gap will expand to other universes. And finally, to all universes. The multilayer universe is like a big vase. A hole. Time and space travel is to gently drill a hole on the surface of the vase. It doesn't matter. The bottle will heal itself. But if a crack is knocked on it, the crack will spread indefinitely. And then the whole vase will break. And everything will become nothingness. Back to the beginning of the universe. What was it like at the beginning of the universe? Wang Lanlan's expression seemed to be terrified. Lin Hao didn't know what the universe looked like at the beginning. Wang Lanlan seemed to know. But it was obvious that the universe's initial appearance was not something to be happy about. Gooden, what should I do? Perhaps it's the best decision for me not to make a decision. Everything depends on you. This is the initial appearance of the cause and effect chain. The spaceship you brought will be driven away by Lin Hao of this world. But it doesn't mean that you won't have a spaceship to leave. What if the smart spaceship is no longer usable? Lin Hao asked. There is always a way. Let's follow the plot. I also think that Jean Bebe, you can't go to rescue for the time being, Gooden said. Okay. Let's go find the spaceship first. Lin Hao was ready to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Wang Lanlan. Live well. We will meet again. Wang Lanlan didn't say anything, and the white light in her eyes disappeared. But Wang Lanlan became a little confused, as if she had forgotten something. You said that the white light is not Wang Lanlan herself at all? Skills are originally the power of the crystal core origin. For the crystal core origin, people have developed their uses. But no one has ever known what they represent. There are many things in this world that I cannot infer, Gooden said very modestly. In this way, A few more days passed. But Lin Hao still had no clues about the intelligence whose original destination was the Earth. During this journey, Jean Bebe was successfully implanted with liquid lead. And Lin Hao also successfully rescued Jean Bebe. Similarly, Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming finally joined together, including the miserable extra Zhou Yu who also joined Lin Hao's camp. At this moment, Lin Hao was at the gate of the base, waiting for a big battle. There were already biochemical people and zombies fighting at the gate of the base. And then, the 7th level zombie Wang Hao also appeared. Lin Hao sat quietly in this hidden place, feeling a little funny. When he fought with Wang Hao and others in that place, it was also this place. Was the self in the previous world the same as the self now? Chapter 704. Just as Lin Hao was watching the melee below with great interest, Gooden suddenly stood up in surprise. I found this kind of fluctuation. I found the intelligence that originally came from the Earth. Oh my god. You found it at the right time. Who is it? Look who's new on the field. After Gooden's reminder, Lin Hao looked at the field and saw that he was leading his team to retreat. And Wang Hao was still fighting stupidly. At this time, another team came out from the right. The leader of that team was also someone Lin Hao was very familiar with. That person was very thin, and the whole person was as sharp as a knife just out of its sheath. Under this handsome appearance, the small flower on his head made people feel out of place. The small flower swayed left and right as the man ran rapidly. But no matter how it swayed, the small flower stubbornly stayed on the man's head and did not fall off. You are talking about Yuan? You said that the intelligence that was supposed to come to Earth is now in Yuan's body? Yes. I am 100% sure. I felt that kind of fluctuation. This kind of low-level intelligence cannot escape my detection, Gooden said very proudly. Although Lin Hao did not agree with Gooden's narcissism, he still believed in Gooden's inference. Okay. Let's see if this guy is real. Lin Hao squatted on the roof, staring at Yuan. Obviously, the 2 level 7 zombies were extremely jealous when they met. It was beyond Lin Hao's expectation that they didn't fight. But Lin Hao also knew why they didn't fight. It was normal. They were all guys who didn't fight until they saw the rabbit. It was impossible to let them fight to the death. In the end, the battle really ended like this. In the original world, after Lin Hao experienced all this, he was chased by Wang Hao at night. Lin Hao was also wondering why there was only Wang Hao. Logically, Yuan would also appear in that small courtyard. If Yuan was there, Lin Hao would have no chance of escaping. But Yuan did not go there that night. It was not until this time that Lin Hao knew why Yuan did not go there. Because now, he came to find Yuan. Who? As a level 7 zombie, Yuan's senses were naturally very sharp. Before Lin Hao even approached, he had already been discovered by him. Of course, this was also Lin Hao's deliberate act. If Lin Hao really couldn't let Yuan find out, Yuan would not have been able to find out. Yuan was in the room. Although he heard the voice, he didn't sense the other party. Except for the footsteps. The footsteps slowly knocked on Yuan's heart step by step. Yuan couldn't help but skip a beat in his heart. Who is it? Yuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened the door. And then Lin Hao appeared in front of him. Lin Hao happened to be next to the door. As if Yuan knew where Lin Hao was, and came to help Lin Hao open the door. The moment Yuan saw Lin Hao for the first time, his scalp began to numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Yuan felt something was wrong. Of course, he knew the person in front of him. He knew a mutant zombie with good potential. However, how could a mutant zombie with a lower level than himself give him such a feeling? When Yuan was surprised, Lin Hao spoke. I know you have a lot of questions, but I am too lazy to answer you. I came here to ask you questions. To be honest, there is nothing extra in the zombie room. It is good to have a bed. Lin Hao looked at the bed, which was a Simmons mattress. Moreover, the bed was not placed in the bedroom, but in the living room. To be honest, Yuan looks like a person with normal aesthetics. But you never know what kind of person he is if you don't get to know him. Putting the bed in the living room must be a weird person. It's strange why he looks so normal. Who are you? You are not that zombie. Yuan looked at Lin Hao and felt that the man in front of him was not the Lin Hao who was only level 4. Of course I am not that Lin Hao. You don't need to know who I am. I only ask you one question now. Is there something in your mind? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Hao had already put his mental power into Yuan's brain. Yuan was level 7. He knew that Lin Hao's mental power could penetrate into it without limit. But Lin Hao knew. When this sentence was said, the cerebral cortex of the guy in front of him fluctuated violently, as if someone had exposed his secret. And it was a very important secret. However, Yuan's surface was not exposed at all. But he looked at Lin Hao curiously. What? There is nothing in my mind? No. You don't have to answer. I already know whether there is anything in your mind. But it doesn't matter. I'm not here to ask you for the things in your mind. What I want to know is, where did you find that thing? What I need is the spaceship that thing brought to Earth, Lin Hao said to Yuan. Obviously, Yuan was very cautious. Even at this point, he still said, What did you say? I don't know what you were talking about at all. Don't force me. You are not my opponent. If I want, I can pull the red flower off your head anytime and anywhere. Don't test my patience. Lin Hao threatened directly. Finally, this sentence made the level 7 zombie in front of him change color. Okay. I tell you where I found the spaceship. Yuan began to explain his own history. It turned out that he was also a pitiful person. He was forced to do something he didn't want to do. As a result, after the doomsday, it was his father who captured him and wanted to transform him into a cyborg to fight zombies. Fortunately, the intelligence in Yuan's mind began to awaken at that time. And the awakened intelligence saved him. Yuan did not kill his parents or anyone in the institute. He just left because he was infected by the virus and was about to become a zombie. Everyone thought Yuan was dead. But no one knew that Yuan had become a zombie with memories of his previous life. No matter how he became a zombie, the process of becoming a zombie was basically the same as his own. And Lin Hao had been staring at this guy's emotional fluctuations and found that he did not lie to him. Are you sure it's on that mountain? Really? The place I traveled to was quite far away. And I found the wreckage of the plane on that mountain. Lin Hao felt that Yuan should not have lied this time. Although the spaceship might be very far away. For Lin Hao. There is no place far away on the entire Earth. As long as he wants to go. Chapter 705. So now the question is, should we go find the spaceship first? Or wait for Yi Wentian first? After leaving Yuan's residence, Lin Hao couldn't help asking. I think we should follow the plot. After you catch Yi Wentian, I think everything will be over. It won't be too late for us to look for the spaceship then. Do you think there is a spaceship in the mountains at this time, and someone can take it? You are right. I should leave tomorrow. At that time, Wang Hao will intercept me. So I must be there. Lin Hao said with some embarrassment. Good knew he was talking about that scene. And he naturally knew he was talking about that scene. The next day, a helicopter flew slowly overhead. And inside that helicopter was Yi Wentian. But Lin Hao did not chase the helicopter. He first chased after himself on the ground. Not very fast. And followed behind his car at an unhurried pace. After a while, the level 7 zombie Wang Hao met himself at that time. At that time, he was only level 5. And there was no way he could be Wang Hao's opponent. The only one who could fight was Jin Beibei. However, as a male chauvinist like Lin Hao, how could he let a woman do such a thing? So, Lin Hao naturally stood in front. And he was naturally punched away by Wang Hao. Lin Hao remembered that it was at this time that Wang Hao's head exploded. So Lin Hao hurriedly released his mental power and squeezed the guy's head with his mental power. And then said hallelujah in his heart. And a pair of dark wings suddenly stretched out from behind Lin Hao and quickly chased after the helicopter. Lin Hao on the ground has been trying to find the mysterious man. The mysterious man has helped him 3 times. But every time, he couldn't see the face of the mysterious man. He was very anxious. Maybe he couldn't know that the mysterious man was himself in a short time. In short, the self in this world has finally come to an end. What Lin Hao needs to do is what he has to do now. The sky darkened for no reason. It was the rhythm of rain. It rained all day yesterday. However, the rain didn't wash away the bloody smell of S City all day. Obviously, the rain will be almost over the next day. Lin Hao flapped his wings very fast. To an incredible degree. There was a helicopter in front of him. Without much effort, Lin Hao had already caught up with the helicopter and flew in front of it. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder, pulling Yi Wentian back from his thoughts. The whole body was shaking. Yi Wentian thought it encountered an air current. So he asked what happened. However, there was a figure in front of the helicopter. The figure stood there like a demon. This scene was seen by all the staff on the plane. After seeing this scene, they were so scared that they were stunned. The captain couldn't even fly the plane. Yu Wentian stood up and squinted his eyes at the figure in front of him. The black wings were waving, and the whole body exuded a frightening murderous aura. Obviously, this was a very powerful superpower. But who was this superpower? It was scientifically inferred that he was a superpower. Duan Luochen could open his wings. And Yu Wentian, who had been studying mutant zombies, had never encountered a mutant zombie with wings. So when he saw the guy with wings, Yu Wentian subconsciously thought that the other party was a superpower. Yu Wentian's heart was actually not moved. It was just a wing. The helicopter's weapons could deal with all the superpowers below level 6. He didn't believe that the other party was level 6. I don't know who it is, so I used weapons to repel him, Yu Wentian said directly. Although this weapon can deal with all superpowers below level 6, it cannot cause fatal damage to those superpowers. Originally, Yu Wentian's intention was not to kill the other party, but to drive him away. However, what Yu Wentian didn't expect was that those weapons had no effect on Lin Hao. Lin Hao slowly approached the helicopter towards those weapons. And then Yu Wentian saw the other party's face. It's you? It's you? How could it be you? This is something Yu Wentian couldn't figure out. But no matter what, the person in front of him was Lin Hao. Without a doubt. Because there was Lin Hao's face. And Yu Wentian couldn't be wrong. With a flap of the wings, the plane in front of him completely disintegrated. But the people inside were fine. They just looked at Lin Hao in the air in despair, falling into the sea. The mutations in the sea were no less low level than those on land. And the mutant beasts in the sea were more ferocious. So these people couldn't survive. But others can die. Lin Hao will never allow Yu Wentian to die. So he arrested Yu Wentian without thinking. Anyone can die. But you can't. Are you Lin Hao? Why do you want to arrest me? Yu Wentian asked Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't let him fall into the sea, Yu Wentian felt very curious. In addition to wanting to kill him, what other reasons did this guy have to chase him? In short, you can't die. Didn't you always say that you implanted the liquid lead into Jean Bebe's brain? I need you. Ha ha ha. I knew you were going to come find me. Yes, I implanted the liquid lead. What's wrong? Are you going to kill me? No. I won't kill you. I will bring you to Jean Bebe. Yu Wentian was sure that Lin Hao would not kill him. So Yu Wentian was somewhat fearless at this moment. Lin Hao sneered at Yu Wentian. Did he think he would bring him to this Jean Bebe? He knew that Yu Wentian would be completely desperate in the near future. I will take you to Jean Bebe. I hope you can still laugh when you get in front of him, Lin Hao said coldly. Yu Wentian soon felt something was wrong. Because Lin Hao's flying direction seemed wrong. Yu Wentian couldn't help asking, where are you taking me? I tell you where to go right away. Lin Hao laughed happily. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at the place Yuan had said. There was indeed a huge spaceship in that place. However, when Lin Hao saw that the spaceship was actually a wreckage, he was shocked. Damn it. If the spaceship can't fly, I fly back and kill that guy. Lin Hao calmed down first and prepared to see what happened to the spaceship. I hope it can fly. It must fly. Otherwise, I will have to stay here forever. Lin Hao threw Yu Wentian aside, not afraid that he would run away. Yu Wentian seemed to know that he couldn't escape. So he squatted aside and watched what Lin Hao was going to do. Chapter 706. How is it? Will it work? Lin Hao looked at Gooden and asked nervously. Don't worry. I'm testing it. This spaceship seems to be from the Ula planet. It has a high technological content and needs some time. By the way, Yu Wentian has started to escape. Lin Hao didn't bother to care about Yu Wentian. Yu Wentian knew that he might not be able to escape, but he couldn't help but try if he had a chance. What if he escaped? In Lin Hao's mind, Yu Wentian was clearly imprinted in his mind. So Lin Hao was not afraid of Yu Wentian escaping at all. But he didn't know that Yu Wentian might get into trouble. Not far away, a level 4 zombie was boredly watching Yu Wentian running around. Lin Hao's attention was always on the spaceship and Yu Wentian. And he didn't even notice the level 4 mutant zombie. This level 4 mutant zombie was probably bored, and hadn't tried the taste of humans for a long time. So he suddenly jumped towards Yu Wentian. Fuck. Lin Hao knew it was bad when he saw the scene. Without thinking, he rushed to that place without even opening his wings. But he was still a step slower, because the zombie in front of him finally scratched Yu Wentian with his claws. But before he could do anything further to Yu Wentian, suddenly, he felt his head swell up, and the whole person lost consciousness. Of course he lost consciousness, because Lin Hao blew up his head. When Lin Hao appeared at the original place and took Yu Wentian back, Yu Wentian finally reacted. Was I scratched by a zombie? Yu Wentian's expression did not have a trace of fear, and even had a trace of smile. I know that most of you zombies with high achievements have maintained human thinking the moment you become zombies. Do you think it is possible for me to maintain human thinking? Yu Wentian asked Lin Hao happily. Facing Yu Wentian's question, Lin Hao really didn't know. On the Ula planet, there are many powerful zombies. When they first became zombies, they had no human memories, and also became powerful 8th and 9th level zombies. However, this is mainly caused by the atmosphere of that planet. On Earth, if you have memories before being human, that is of course the best. For the initial development, you are facing a group of brainless guys. I am going to become a zombie. Will I become a mutant zombie as powerful as you? You don't know how cruel the zombie world is. You might go crazy. Lin Hao thought of Yu Wentian, whom he met in the United States. Yu Wentian was in that state at that time. It was hard to believe how much Yu Wentian hated him to be like this. It was detected that this spaceship can still be used. It has an automatic repair function, and it has been repaired almost. Are you sure it has an automatic repair function? Lin Hao looked at the spaceship. There were gaps and debris everywhere. It was exactly the same as before. How could it be repaired? I'm not talking about the one outside. I'm talking about the escape pod inside, which is smaller. So it's inside. As soon as Gooden finished speaking, Lin Hao went out immediately. Ever since Yu Wentian knew he was going to become a zombie, he no longer cared for Lin Hao. Of course, it was even less important. Even if Yu Wentian became a zombie, as long as he helped him become a zombie above level 4, regardless of whether he had any memory of his previous life, as long as he taught him the method of removing liquid lead, everything would be settled. Moreover, Yu Wentian, who became a zombie, would definitely be controlled by Lin Hao. Lin Hao was most assured of Yu Wentian under control. So if he wanted to become a zombie, then let him become a zombie. Entering the spaceship, he walked towards the nose, because the nose was the only place that showed no signs of damage. So, which planet was this spaceship from? Just when Lin Hao was curious, he saw a piece of paper in a certain layer of the nose. When Lin Hao saw the content inside, he was shocked, because the paper was written by the planet Ula. Fuck. The paper said, please keep this spaceship well. I will find him. I am from decades later. This is the text of the planet Ula. And this writing style feels so much like the writing style of the old scholar. The handwriting is also similar. And the old scholar said that he put an intelligence and a liquid lead in this spaceship. Suddenly, Lin Hao's mind began to sort out these things. And suddenly, a very logical theory appeared in Lin Hao's mind. From the beginning, the Earth has an inseparable relationship with the Ula planet, because the spaceship made by the old scholar did not travel through time at all, but only traveled through the universe. Moreover, the spaceship came to the Earth, but he successfully traveled through time and space. So he knew all this. Everything is clear. Where can the source come from? Where did the liquid lead, which only exists on other planets in the universe, come from? It turns out that it was put in by the old scholar. Where did Yuan get your liquid lead? Yu Wentian's mind fluctuated a little differently. Finally, as if knowing that he could not hide it, Yu Wentian said, yes. In fact, I have always had a deal with Yuan. This is why Wang Hao and Yuan have never been able to unite, because Yuan has always been on my side. Lin Hao always felt that Yu Wentian was a little strange when he said this, but he could see where it was strange. However, one thing was certain. That is, the liquid lead must have been put into Jean Beibe's mind by Yu Wentian, and there would be absolutely no problem in bringing him back. Yu Wentian's face began to turn gray. Obviously, he was about to undergo a mutation. But because the zombie just now did not cause Yu Wentian too much wound, it might take some time for Yu Wentian to become a zombie. Lin Hao quickly found the small spaceship that looked like an escape pod from this spaceship. To be honest, it was very good that this spaceship could barely fit Lin Hao in it. But Yu Wentian had to be taken back, which meant that the two of them had to spend some time together day and night. It would take a lot of time to get to the Ula planet from here. Wait! The remote control. Lin Hao hurriedly reached for his waist, and found that the remote control was still there. Fortunately, if he used this spaceship to fly to the Ula planet now, he would collide with Lin Hao on this planet. Gooden. Let's go quickly. I can't wait any longer. Gooden knew why Lin Hao couldn't wait any longer, so he didn't say much. Seeing Lin Hao get into the escape capsule and stuff Yu Wentian in, Gooden completely took over the spaceship in front of him. Before Lin Hao left, he didn't forget to take the paper with him. Chapter 707. When the escape pod really started to move, Lin Hao was relieved. At least, this time, he could really go back to his own business. That is to say, the Lin Hao in other universes would return to their own universes like himself, and would not fall into the infinite loop of another universe. Is this the repair function of the causal chain? Lin Hao has been thinking. If he really can't go back, the first level of the Force will stay on Earth forever. Is it good or bad? Should I be happy or sad? When the spaceship rushed into the universe, there was no need to think about everything, because the remote control in Lin Hao's hand actually began to light up. And then Gooden said to Lin Hao, "There is a strong electromagnetic wave trying to control this spaceship. And the wave is very familiar. Probably from the planet Ula." Hearing that it was from the planet Ula, Lin had no reason not to let this wave come. Sure enough, when Gooden began to give up the control of the spaceship, the voice of the old scholar appeared in a certain influence of the spaceship. "Oh my God! After such a long time of matching, I finally found you. How is it? Did you successfully travel through time?" the old scholar asked hurriedly. "There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lin Hao kept it a secret. The old scholar had a hard time making a decision, because no one had ever talked to him like this on the Ula planet, and this way of talking was also very new to him. So the old scholar had not decided how to answer Lin Hao yet. "Okay. I pressed the remote control. You first find a way to get me back to my own time and space," Lin Hao said. "Okay. I get you back first." As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he pressed the remote control. At this moment, Yi Wentian raised his head. The space in the escape pod was only enough for the two of them to sit. Seeing Yi Wentian suddenly raise his head, Lin Hao hurriedly tried to control him with his mental power. After all, there were still many ways for a level 1 zombie to control him. But when Lin Hao saw the vigorous mental power in Yi Wentian's mind, he immediately laughed and said, "I didn't expect that you actually kept your original IQ in memory." However, this was not the reason why Yi Wentian suddenly looked up. Yi Wentian suddenly looked up because he had just fallen into a coma. And after waking up, he found himself in the universe. Lin Hao was chatting with a mysterious person in a language he didn't understand at all. "Who is Lin Hao?" Yi Wentian really wanted to ask Lin Hao, "Who are you?" But Yi Wentian found that he couldn't speak at all. He pointed at his zombie and looked at Lin Hao and questioned. Alright. You are studying zombies. You know better than me whether a first-level zombie can talk or not. Why are you yelling nonsense?" This sentence finally made Yi Wentian stop struggling. Instead, he looked at Lin Hao with fear. The current situation was beyond Yi Wentian's imagination. Where were they now? They were actually in the universe. Lin Hao's spaceship, which looked smaller than a private car, could actually go to the universe. Yi Wentian was a scientist, so he had a more thorough understanding of many things. For example, they were already in the universe, and there was no trace of weightlessness around them. Also, where was the solar system? It stands to reason that he should not have been unconscious for long, so he should not be passing through the solar system now. But where is the sun? There is another question. That is, what is Lin Hao's identity? How could he have such a spaceship? And how could he know another language that he had never heard of? The most important thing is, where is their current destination? Although Yi Wentian can't speak at all, and there is no pen here, as a scientist, he still has a lot of hidden skills, such as sign language. Although Lin Hao doesn't know sign language, he can still barely understand what Yi Wentian said by guessing and gesturing. "We are going to a planet in another universe. The distance is a bit far. It is indeed a bit far. But we can take a shortcut." Lin Hao looked at the black hole that suddenly appeared in front of him. Knowing that this was the benefit of the old scholar, he could leave the third universe by passing through the black hole in front of him. Ula planet is in the first universe, and the third universe and the first universe are in the same universe. 3 and 1 represent the level of these universes. The Earth is still of relatively low in technology, so the Earth is considered a third-level universe, while the technology of Ula planet has reached the first level. Moreover, the distance between them still needs to pass through the second universe. If you really want to fly by spaceship, it will definitely not be possible for less than a month. But Lin Hao forgot that the timeline of this universe is not the timeline of his own universe. As long as he travels back to his own timeline, he can return to where he started. When the black hole appeared, Lin Hao had already aimed the spaceship towards the black hole and rushed into it. However, Yu Wentian wanted to stop Lin Hao. In Yu Wentian's view, what he learned was just to tell him that if he entered a black hole, he would die, and he would not know where he would die. But how could he, a first-level zombie, stop Lin Hao? Just a glance would make Yu Wentian sit there motionless. Stupid. Is it useful for you to stop me? I am the one who controls this spaceship. Lin Hao complained. Yu Wentian could only sit there helplessly, watching the spaceship slowly enter the black hole. Although it was slow, it was because the black hole was too big and the spaceship was too small. In short, Yu Wentian could only watch the spaceship fly towards the black hole in despair. And he himself had no way to do anything. Just when Yu Wentian felt that his life was over, and he might die here before he could upgrade as a zombie, the spaceship began to accelerate, rushed into the black hole, and then suddenly crashed into the black wall next to it, as if trying to crash a hole at the edge of the black hole. Yu Wentian subconsciously closed his eyes. He was afraid that the spaceship would be shattered. However, there was no violent collision after he closed his eyes. He felt nothing. Just like that, Yu Wentian opened his eyes again. What appeared in front of him was another universe. To Lin Hao, these universes were all the same. The one just now was no different from this one. But in Yu Wentian's eyes, it was different. Some bright shapes were in different positions. Obviously, they really crossed a star field. But did they cross time? Yu Wentian was not sure. Anyway, the spaceship had already flown to the depths of the universe. All Yu Wentian could do was wait. Waiting for the spaceship to reach the target point. Are we almost there? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden simply took a quick look and said, there are still 10 minutes to go. Lin Hao remembered that they flew for nearly 10 minutes after leaving the Ula planet. Chapter 708. It's 11 p.m. in Ula time now. Gooden suddenly said to Lin Hao. I know. No fly order. There's still an hour left. Lin Hao was riding a spaceship, swaggering down from the sky of the eastern world. But before he could cross the atmosphere, a strong wind suddenly blew from the sky of the eastern world of Ula planet. Oh my god! My spaceship? Lin Hao hurriedly asked Gooden to control the spaceship and pull it to the middle of the rain. From here, he could not see what was above the eastern world because of the thick atmosphere of Ula planet. But no matter what it was, Lin Hao was afraid that he could not land from here. The attack skills released by the opponent were too powerful. If Lin Hao really rushed straight over, not only would the spaceship be in trouble, but he might not be able to save himself. For Lin Hao, it might not matter if he got into trouble, but he would never allow Yu Wentian to get into trouble. Because Yu Wentian still had to save Jean Bebe. This was also the reason why the group of people below did not find Lin Hao. The force below was too fierce, and Lin Hao's mental power could not penetrate it. Moreover, he felt that once his mental power was discovered by those people, he might not be able to escape. So Lin Hao hurriedly withdrew his mental power and began to escape. When Gooden controlled the spaceship to fly towards the western world, he also gave up control of the spaceship and waited for the old scholar to come and inform Lin Hao. After a while, Lin Hao heard the old scholar's voice. Lin Hao, when you come back, don't go over the east world. You should find a way to land from the safe west world. Of course, the west world is not safe now. In short, you are very unsafe now. If you can't do it, stay in the universe and don't come down for the time being. What happened? This is what Lin Hao wants to know most. The group of zombies in the west world began to attack the east world. This world war has begun. Now the entire east world is on defense, including the defense of the sky, because those advanced mutant zombies are also in the sky, fighting with powerful superpowers. Although you are also a superpower in the Force realm, I suggest you don't join in the fun. Superpowers at the third level of the Force don't dare to go to the sky now. Lin Hao was shocked to hear what the old scholar said. What did it mean that zombies with the third level of the Force dare not go into the air? What happened on the Ula planet? The old scholar obviously didn't know Lin Hao's specific identity. Because of this, the old scholar thought it would be better for Lin Hao to stay in the universe. But Lin Hao knew his identity. He was just a zombie, and it was safe to land in the West World. When the West World slowly looked down, passing through the atmosphere, there were dark clouds. Slowly descending below the dark clouds, Lin Hao could already see various flying mutant beasts circling in the air. And the East World was in front. Obviously, the mutant zombies and mutant beasts have discussed, and are ready to attack the human world together. Some mutant beasts are ready to attack the spaceship. Lin Hao immediately revealed his identity, And those mutant beasts really left. The old scholar sent another message. Lin Hao. You haven't come down yet. You must not come down. In fact, this century war has an inseparable relationship with you. Now the zombies and the superpowers are looking for you. But the Nugilu family doesn't know where you went. The only ones who know where you are, Miss Chui Lian and Long Outyan, have not revealed your location until now. I am the only one who can contact you. Believe me, don't land. You killed Xia Chuichui. But Xia Chuichui's father is a mutant zombie. Although that mutant zombie is just an ordinary first-level zombie of the Force. The zombies have long coveted humans. What they want is just a simple fuse. The Eastern world only wants to find you and hand you over, so that the Western world has no excuse to start a war. And the Western world now also wants to find you and kill you. So both worlds are dangerous to you. Someone is coming. I have said all I can say to you. You should take care of yourself. Lin Hao finally understood why the old scholar's tone changed. It turned out that he was the instigator of this world war. Although Yi Wentian didn't know what Lin Hao was talking about. He seemed to see from Lin Hao's expression that Lin Hao was in trouble. But Yi Wentian liked Lin Hao to be in trouble. So he smiled. Laugh hard. I'm telling you, I may not be able to protect you. We may encounter many dangers next. But we have to land from this planet because we need fuel from the Earth. Lin Hao said it seriously. Although Lin Hao said it seriously, Yi Wentian didn't care at all. He knew that Lin Hao would protect him at all costs because only he could solve Jean Bei's problem. Below, a year of black was surging. Just like ants fighting for the future. The majestic city wall of the Eastern world could be clearly seen from the sky. At this moment, the city wall was crowded with all kinds of people. Those people were all superpowered people. Some were strong. Some were weak. But they were all fighting desperately. So far, Lin Hao has not seen a city wall fall. However, the zombies were exactly the same as those guarding the city wall. They would not stop until they achieved their goal. Each zombie rushed forward regardless of life or death. The companions behind them stepped on the corpses of the people in front of them and rushed up desperately. They only saw them rushing up desperately, but did not see their unwavering eyes. What kind of power could gather so many zombies to help attack the city? Lin Hao didn't know. The only thing he knew was that the zombie must be the strongest among the zombies. Otherwise, he would not have summoned all the zombies in the entire West world. Looking at the dense crowds below, it is not an exaggeration to say that he summoned all the zombies. Does Lin Hao now have the strength to summon so many zombies? Not far away. Above the Eastern world, there were bursts of violent noises. Everyone seemed to be able to feel it. The sound was earth-shaking. And the force was rising and falling. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Lin Hao looked at the trembling Yi Wentian and said with a smile. Yi Wentian was only a first-level zombie. Facing these high-level zombies, he was not only under pressure, but also under deep suppression. Facing those zombies, even if the other party asked Yi Wentian to commit suicide, Yi Wentian would not say a word. He would honestly twist his head off his neck. This is the horror of high-level zombies. Finally, Lin Hao finally found a good open space. There were no zombies in that place. There was only a black tiger and a thunderbird, waiting quietly in place. Chapter 709. When Lin Hao came down from the dark clouds, he had already sensed the black tiger guy. But Lin Hao didn't expect that the thunderbird guy was also there. It wasn't beside Chui Lian? While the zombies around were attacking the Eastern world, Lin Hao hurriedly stopped the spaceship on the ground and pulled Yi Wentian to the side of the black tiger. When Yi Wentian felt the power of the two mutant beasts, his body trembled even more. But it was useless. Similarly, Yi Wentian couldn't resist Lin Hao. So when Lin Hao asked him to follow, he could only follow. Now the first thing Lin Hao had to do was to let Yi Wentian have the ability to protect himself. A level 1 zombie was the most mentally retarded existence on the Ula planet. So the first thing now was to upgrade this guy's level. As for the method of upgrading the level, it was even simpler. He just came to a building. Sure enough, there were no zombies in the building. Those zombies went to attack the city wall. But it didn't matter. The Thunderbird was too conspicuous. Lin Hao asked Black Tiger to go out and get a level 5 or 6 zombie. Because this place is very close to the Eastern world. The zombies around are attacking the Eastern world. Because of this, Hey Who casually got a level 6 zombie. When he brought this level 6 zombie over, he was still blinded and asked Hey Who, what do you want to do? Before he could struggle, Lin Hao had already used his mental power to blast the other party's head. and then took out the other party's crystal core and placed it in front of Yi Wentian. Eat it quickly. What are you thinking about? The moment Yi Wentian saw the crystal core, his eyes widened. Although he knew what Lin Hao meant by that, he didn't want to cooperate with Lin Hao. But sometimes, the situation is stronger than the person, and he had to cooperate. After swallowing the 6th level crystal core, Yi Wentian immediately fell into a coma. Seeing this, Lin Hao quietly looked outside. He was thinking about whether there was a way to put Yi Wentian into the Eastern world. Low-level psychics were fighting on the ground, while high-level psychics, those who were really high-level and could control the force to fly, were fighting above the clouds. In other words, the middle layer might allow Lin Hao to take advantage of the loophole. The speed must be fast, otherwise he would be discovered. Lin Hao didn't want to be discovered. You two stay outside and wait for me to come back. I will definitely find out the reason for this matter. Since the world war was caused by me, I don't ask to calm it down, but at least let me find out why it was started because of me. Lin Hao carried Yi Wentian on his back and came to the roof. It was rare for the planet Ula to rain. I don't know if it was because the battle between the high-level superpowers and the mutant zombies above the clouds was too intense, which brought these dark clouds together, so it inevitably rained. It started to rain, and the cold rain affected the vision and sense of smell of some zombies and psychics. Lin Hao felt that the time had come, so he carried Yi Wentian on his back and hurriedly took off, flying towards the Eastern world. Now Lin Hao was in danger both in the Eastern world and the Western world. But the Eastern world was definitely more dangerous than the Western world, because the people living in the Eastern world had intelligence and memory. And when they saw Lin Hao, they would shout loudly, saying that Lin Hao was here. So the Eastern world was actually more dangerous than the Western world. But there was no other way. Lin Hao had to go to the Eastern world because he needed the supplies there. As expected, because Lin Hao flew at a relatively high altitude, those so-called superpowers and mutant zombies did not see him. In addition, Lin Hao was really flying at full speed, and his speed went straight through the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Hao had already arrived at a certain building in the Eastern world. During the flight, he used both the strength bonus and the speed bonus, so that he could at least ensure that he was faster than the so-called level 2 superpowers in terms of speed. In this way, no one on land would be able to discover him. This building is several kilometers away from the city wall. Lin Hao slowly dragged Yi Wentian down the stairs of the building. There was no one in the building. Or in other words, there was no one close to the city. People either hid far away or tried their best to stop the zombies on the front line with the mentality of defending their country. Therefore, no one noticed the strange combination of Lin Hao and Yi Wentian, and naturally no one would put suspicion on them. The two went downstairs and successfully entered the Eastern world. The next step was to find a car. There were tanks and military vehicles all around, and some vehicles were even high-end to a certain extent. Fortunately, Yi Wentian was unconscious at the moment. Otherwise Lin Hao would find Yi Wentian very annoying. Of course, these cars can't be taken carelessly. It's too obvious. The only inconspicuous thing is to get a civilian car. But where is the civilian car? Just when Lin Hao was thinking about the civilian car, a civilian car really drove over not far ahead. He risked his life to work in this situation. It seems that his family is really poor. Unfortunately, Lin Hao needs his car. After hypnotizing him with his mental power, Lin Hao pulled him out of the car and stuffed a 3rd-level mutant crystal core he got into his arms. Lin Hao naturally has a level 7 or 8 crystal core. But sometimes, a law is universal in any world. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. A level 3 crystal core will make everyone envious. But there is no need to have any bad intentions. However, a level 7 or 8 crystal core is different. No one knows what the people around will think. And it also puts the family in danger. Level 3 crystal cores are luxury goods. Very low-level luxury goods. I believe that their family will make a little money from it. Although they will lose a car, they can buy one. It's just a small fortune. And it won't make the family think of eating up all the money. Lin Hao felt that he had been very considerate of the other party, and made all the plans before getting in the car. Anyway, the cars are all self-driving. So Lin Hao only needs to ask Gooden to set up the navigation. And he doesn't need to worry about anything else. I didn't expect that I just traveled through time and space, and the world got out of control. Humans will eventually fight zombies, but I don't know who will win in the end. Lin Hao sighed. You are the most unlucky one, is the fuse. The Eastern world wants to hand you over to calm down the battle. And the Western world wants you to disappear completely from this world. So you have to be careful. Lin Hao frowned. And the car was speeding towards the city in the middle of the Eastern world. Chapter 710. What really frightened Lin Hao was that 24 hours had passed, and they were about to reach Chui Lian City. But the force fluctuations above the clouds continued. As if the group of people had ignored the distance. They fought from the other side of the city wall to this side in just a moment. And then fought back from this side. What kind of battle would last like this? Don't you know the roots of characters? Yu Weitian asked Lin Hao in confusion. I teach you. Sir. I told you to learn by yourself. Don't expect me to teach you anything. I don't have the time. Lin Hao looked at the scenery outside the car window, and quickly retreated. Finally, after another half an hour, Lin Hao arrived at the most famous place in the Eastern world. The students of superpowers. The students and teachers in this place are among the most powerful beings in the world. When Lin Hao parked the car at the door, he found that the once bustling door suddenly became deserted. There was no one there. Only the old man guarding the door looked at Lin Hao, and Yu Weitian who followed Lin Hao curiously. Lin Hao glanced at the gatekeeper calmly, then quickly walked towards the laboratory building. There were really not many students along the way, and no teachers were seen. There was only one possibility for this situation. That is, the students and teachers took the initiative to go to the front line to stop the zombies. Fortunately, those students and teachers had left. After all, Lin Hao had been in this school for a period of time. It was inevitable that some of those people had seen Lin Hao. If they were found, it would be a disaster. When Lin Hao came to the laboratory building, the old scholar was still studying his own things. Obviously, he had forgotten about Lin Hao. Lin Hao reached out and patted the old scholar on the shoulder. When the old scholar turned around and saw Lin Hao, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Oh my God! When did you come? Just now. Can you tell me what's going on now? Lin Hao looked at the old scholar and said seriously. It's because of what happened between you and Xia Chuichui. You killed Xia Chuichui. And Xia Chuichui's father began to lead the people in the zombie world to ask for people from the Eastern world. The Eastern world naturally wouldn't give them. So the zombie king of the Western world took the opportunity to start a war. When the Eastern world wanted to find you, they found that you disappeared. Except for the people of the Nugilu family, no one knew that you were actually in the previous timeline. So they naturally couldn't find you. The head of the Nugilu family, Chui Lian's father, said that he would give up you. But he didn't reveal your location. So you are still safe now. I told you. Either stay in space for a while, or find a safe place in the Western world. Don't come to the Eastern world. Many eyes are staring at the Nugilu family. It's too easy to find you. Okay. I get it. That is to say, regardless of my involvement or not, the zombie king will attack the Eastern world in the near future. All they need is a reason. So the Eastern world's top leaders are not very keen on finding me. They know that even if they hand me over, the Western world will have various reasons to attack. The old scholar nodded and said, That's true. But you better not show up. If you are discovered, you will be the one in trouble. I know my limits. Just continue your experiment. Lin Hao didn't stay in the old scholar's room for long and was ready to leave. But seeing Yu Weitian following him again, Lin Hao continued to say to the old scholar, I will introduce you to a powerful assistant. He is the enemy I brought back from that timeline. Also, you should be very interested in this paper. Lin Hao kept Yu Weitian and the paper. Sure enough, when the old scholar saw the paper, he was more curious than Yu Weitian from the previous world, because he had been looking for the paper for 20 years. But he couldn't find it. I talk to you about the details when I have time. I need to go to the Nugilu family now. Lin Hao left after saying this. The old scholar could only watch Lin Hao leave. There was nothing he could do. Although he wanted to know what Lin Hao had experienced on this trip. Lin Hao didn't want to say it. What could he do? So, the old scholar set his sights on Yu Weitian in front of him. Didn't he come from another timeline? Some things are right to ask him. But when the old scholar started talking to Yu Weitian, he found out something very important. Yu Weitian didn't know the language of the Ula planet. This made the old scholar very upset. But it didn't matter. Nothing in this world could stop the old scholar. Without thinking, he first took out a primary school textbook and prepared to teach the guy in front of him the language of the Ula planet. Lin Hao left and took the private car and found Chui Lian's house very easily. At Chui Lian's house, Chui Lian still looked at his father coldly. All right. You are being looked at like this. I have concealed Lin Hao's whereabouts. What else do you want me to do? Do you want me to defend him in front of the entire Eastern world? You know that I can't defend him now. But he killed Xiao Chui for me. And anyone with a discerning eye can see that this matter is obviously purely targeted. Whether there is Lin Hao or not, the other party will come to the door. Why can't you defend him in front of the media? But if we do this, our family's reputation will be greatly reduced in this wave. And the market value of our company will drop significantly. We can't do this. Why do you always think about profit? Cui Lian looked at her father in confusion. Your father is right. You really can't protect me casually. If this matter is not handled well, it will arouse public anger. At that time, you may not only lose your reputation, but also face life-threatening situations. The sudden voice made everyone in the hall turn their heads in surprise and look at Lin Hao. Everyone had a different expression. There were 5 people in the hall. A housekeeper, Cui Lian's parents, Long Outyan, and Cui Lian. When the housekeeper and Cui Lian's father saw Lin Hao, their brows suddenly frowned. They obviously did not welcome Lin Hao's appearance. They didn't even want to contact Lin Hao. Long Outyan's expression was normal, as if he saw a frequent guest. As for Cui Lian, from her eager eyes, Lin Hao knew what this girl was thinking. But unfortunately Lin Hao couldn't. Chapter 711. You're back? The moment the cold Cui Lian saw Lin Hao, she began to speak softly. Lin Hao nodded to Cui Lian, then looked at Cui Lian's father and said, You can do whatever you want to protect yourself in this matter. Don't worry about me. I may not be in the Eastern world next time. Since this world war was caused by me, then I will put an end to it. Seeing Lin Hao's firm words, Cui Lian's father felt that there was something wrong with the way he looked at him. I go with you. Cui Lian jumped up and said, Don't even think about it. That's impossible. Lin Hao looked at Cui Lian and said very seriously. Cui Lian immediately wilted and looked at Lin Hao, looking pitiful. However, Lin Hao didn't buy it at all. He turned around and said to Cui Lian's father, I don't care about the rest. I just want to tell you one thing. I have someone in the laboratory. I hope you can protect him well. He is very important to me. Suelian's father stood up and said, Don't worry. As long as that person has nothing to do with this matter, there is no one in this city that I can't protect. Lin Hao really didn't want to watch Suelian's father bragging. If he was really powerful, he wouldn't be played like this by Xia Chuichui. But people always make mistakes and can't help but let others correct them. So this time Lin Hao chose to trust the other party once. The next thing was simple. After saying goodbye to Nyogula's family, Lin Hao took a car and prepared to go to the border. He wanted to go back to the border. Another day and night passed, and the strong wind above the head continued. It was really hard to believe what level of master could fight above the clouds. And the battle had not yet been decided? As a force zombie, Lin Hao felt the other party's intention to fight, and gradually gained some understanding. After returning to the border, he spread his wings, turned on the speed bonus, and rushed out in an instant. During this journey, no one found Lin Hao. And even if they found him, no one cared about Lin Hao. Everyone cared about the battle at hand, which was the most important thing. The connection between the souls was so strange. Soon, Lin Hao had found Black Tiger and Thunderbird. They were still waiting for Lin Hao in the building, and had not left. Lin Hao stepped forward and touched Black Tiger. Smiling, Good job. Thank you for waiting for me. Black Tiger growled, but didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything because of the friendship between the two. Okay. Take me away. To Westworld. I need to find someone to ask what's going on. Lin Hao touched the Black Tiger and Thunderbird and said, To be honest, Lin Hao's mount is not only the Black Tiger. There is also a Thunderbird beside the Black Tiger, which is definitely Lin Hao's mount. Although it is Cui Lian's in name, Cui Lian has hardly used it. As for why the Thunderbird is Cui Lian's mount, but it is in the Western world. Because after the war between the Eastern and Western worlds, the people began to spontaneously boycott all kinds of zombies and mutant beasts, even those tamed by masters. In short, the Eastern world does not allow any mutant beasts and mutant zombies. The people are always ignorant. But those dictators need to make money, so they need to follow public opinion. The Thunderbird was very fast, carrying Lin Hao, and flew quickly to the depths of the Western world. In a small wooden house deep in the Western world, Fan Fan patted the old man on the shoulder and said, Okay. Xia Chuichui is dead. No matter how sad you are, it's useless. Next, let's see if we can use this incident to gain some benefits. Once we find that guy, it won't be too late to kill him. The old man looked at Fanfan and asked uncertainly, "Do you think we should expose the guy's identity and make him unable to survive in the Eastern world? It's really unnecessary, because he will die sooner or later. What's there to be afraid of a level 9 zombie who doesn't even know what the Force is?" Fanfan is a zombie of the Force level, and the old man is also a zombie of the Force level. Even if Lin Hao is also a zombie of the Force level, they will not be afraid at all if they appear in front of them. Moreover, they don't think Lin Hao is still alive now. So many people are looking for Lin Hao, whether they are from the Eastern world or the Western world. If Lin Hao is in the Eastern world, those people will capture Lin Hao and hand him over to the dictator of the Western world. In this case, Lin Hao must have fled to the Western world. But recently there are many masters near the city wall. Maybe they have seen Lin Hao somewhere and slapped him to death. The old man could only comfort himself in this way. Otherwise, he would not even bother to do such an important thing as absorbing the Force. That was his son, a first-level Force user. So powerful. And he died just like that. No, that guy could fight with Xiaochui to such an extent. Doesn't it prove that he is already a first-level Force zombie? I told you not to be afraid. Even if that guy is a first-level Force, what does it have to do with you? You don't think that guy will come to your door, right? Are we two vegetarians? Of course I'm not afraid of him coming to my house. I'm afraid he has a chance to escape. With the first level of the Force, he even has the ability to escape from this planet. If he really escapes from this planet, how can we find him? The old man asked worriedly. The old man's mind is still thinking about how to find Lin Hao. How to find the murderer who killed his son, and then take revenge with his own hands. It was Cui Lian who chopped off the head. But the old man always defined the murderer as Lin Hao. In fact, it is correct to say that Lin Hao is the murderer. After all, it was Lin Hao who instructed Cui Lian to go forward and kill Xiaochui. That thing shocked the world. After all, there are not many masters at the level of the Force. If one died under people's noses, it would of course become a sensational event. Moreover, this sensational event naturally spread to the West world. The zombies in the West world are not fools. They are creatures that survive in the same form as humans. It is conceivable that when the old man learned that his son was dead, his mentality was so explosive and his obsession was so deep that he still wanted to kill Lin Hao to avenge his son. However, he didn't know that Lin Hao had come to his door before him. When Fanfan and the old man felt a very strong force palm coming at them, they hurriedly fled the cabin. When they looked up, they saw Lin Hao standing in the sky with wings waving, looking at the two guys with disdain on his face. When the old man saw Lin Hao, he couldn't restrain himself. "Boy, you killed my son. I let you die." Chapter 712. Using the Force is one of the most basic skills for Force zombies and Force users, and it is also one of their basic skills against enemies. After all, everyone has only one crystal core skill, which comes with them from the beginning. Only a few people like Lin Hao have a system and a path to enhancement. And only a pervert like Lin Hao can have so many skills. As the old man spoke, he waved his force palm towards Lin Hao frantically. Unfortunately, because the distance was too far and Lin Hao could fly, although the force palm could get bigger and bigger, it could never hit Lin Hao. "Little bastard. Come down if you dare. I will definitely chop off your head if you come down," the old man shouted loudly. Lin Hao looked at the old man, and at Fanfan beside the old man. Two first-level Force users. And so far, the only one Lin Hao had killed was a first-level Force user like Xiaochui. But if Lin Hao wanted to upgrade, he didn't just rely on killing users and absorbing away. He also needed crystal cores. Away-level crystal cores. Do you really think I'm the 8th level zombie? Do you really think I don't know your identity? When I went deep into the cave to find you, I already knew that Xiaochui was hiding not far away. You wanted to kill me. You always wanted to. But you have been using me, right? Lin Hao said sarcastically to the old man in front of him. So what if it is? So what if it is not? No matter what. Today I have to give my son an explanation. I will kill you, the old man shouted loudly. Haha. If I kill your son, I must give you an explanation. What if your son kills me? Although Lin Hao's expression was sarcastic, he knew at his heart that this was the bad nature of human beings. Zombies are transformed from humans after all. Zombies also have all kinds of bad natures of humans. Just like humans. Lin Hao drew out his simple sword, slowly descended, and landed in front of the old man, ready to declare war. Today, I want the crystal cores of both of you, Lin Hao said. That's what Lin Hao said, so domineeringly. The old man was still angry, and didn't want to argue with Lin Hao. He just looked at Lin Hao angrily, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Fan Fan laughed. You think you can do it? Tell me the truth. Have you integrated the force? You stepped on dog shit, and got a force zombie from nowhere. So you really thought you were invincible. Lin Hao stopped talking. Sometimes, there is no need to say some things. Just do them. The Jinjia Badeo in his hand began to spin. This was the countless times that Lin Hao had spun the Jinjia Badeo. He was very familiar with it, and was familiar with every detail of this move. Although he had not used the big knife many times, it didn't matter. For Lin Hao, this knife was not as heavy as the Tangdao. Although this knife was indeed many times heavier than the Tangdao, the current Lin Hao was not the Lin Hao before. The old man could no longer suppress his anger and rushed out in an instant, wanting to fight with Lin Hao. There were many Force Level 1 zombies hidden in the surrounding high-rise buildings. Those Force Level 1 zombies were cowards, who dared not go out or fight at the border. But they were good at picking up leaks. When they saw the 3 Force zombies fighting here, they knew that they would definitely make a fortune this time. These zombies were not in a hurry. They stood quietly and watched Lin Hao, waiting for the battle between Lin Hao and the old man. How could Lin Hao not know? Of course Lin Hao knew. This is what he wanted. He wanted to establish his power in the West world. At least let others know that he, Lin Hao, is not easy to mess with, so that those who are not strong enough will not come to make trouble as soon as possible. Because Lin Hao is most afraid of trouble. Lin Hao still remembers the attributes of the old man. He has seen it before. The old man is a power-type zombie. His skills are auxiliary fist skills. So the old man's fist is very powerful. A bit like the skills of the little hammer. They are indeed father and son. In short, Lin Hao only needed to dodge the old man's fist. Lin Hao's speed bonus had been used before, but it felt like the cooling time was about the same. Sure enough, after the speed bonus was activated, Lin Hao's speed rose again. Looking at the old man's fist, he had no fear at all and dodged it directly. The old man's eyes flashed, and the zombies in front of him disappeared. When the old man sensed Lin Hao again, he felt a sense of danger. That feeling was at the back of his head, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, making his whole body numb. Fortunately, the old man was not alone. When Fan Fan saw the old man about to encounter danger not far away, he hurried forward to help. In Fan Fan's opinion, how could a young guy like Lin Hao who had just entered the force level be as powerful as these old guys, who were thinking about how to enter the force level every day? In terms of fighting methods and experience, these old guys have the advantage. But what is the result? What Fan Fan didn't expect was that the young man in front of him was so tricky. It seemed that his attributes were not as high as theirs, but he could actually improve his attributes in an instant. It was simply too terrifying. The old man was almost killed instantly by Lin Hao, because he was not used to Lin Hao's improvement. Lin Hao's Thunder Spear was already aimed at the back of the old man's head. The Thunder Spear was equipped with a level 9 crystal core. At such a close distance, without any defense, the old man would lose his combat effectiveness even if he didn't die. Fortunately, Fan Fan's skill was spreading, which was an elemental skill. Although it was an elemental skill, it was also an auxiliary skill. He could quickly promote the growth of the surrounding trees. Lin Hao felt as if his feet were being grabbed by something. He was about to use the Thunder Spear, but it was instantly pulled away by that thing. The Thunder Spear was subconsciously pressed out, and a level 9 attack method was gone. But it doesn't matter. For Lin Hao, the level 9 attack method is his lowest attack method. Be careful. The opponent has an elemental skill, and it is an element-assisted skill. This kind of skill is the most disgusting and dangerous. Gooden reminded Lin Hao in his heart. Even without Gooden's reminder, Lin Hao guessed that this skill was probably very dangerous and difficult to deal with. Looking at the plants that were spreading around, they were all grass stems. But as he retreated, some branches suddenly began to grow wildly, and those branches also entangled Lin Hao fiercely. Lin Hao waved the ancient long sword in his hand tightly to prevent these vines from getting around. But it didn't have any good effect. The opponent's Fan Fan was obviously a power-type zombie, but his skills were as annoying as a spiritual skill. No wonder elemental zombies are so popular. It turns out that this is the reason. Chapter 713. What does the depth of the Western world look like? In fact, the depth of the Western world is the same as that of the Eastern world. The Eastern world has tall buildings, and the Western world naturally has tall buildings as well. However, because the edge of the Western world is full of people, humans and zombies often coexist, and battles are more frequent. There are few trees in the edge, but when you reach the edge of the Western world, you can clearly see that there are many towering ancient trees here, and some have even formed forests. But those tall buildings have not decayed due to the decay of time, and they still stand there proudly. So in the depths of the West world, sometimes you can suddenly see a tall building, a parking lot, or perhaps a stadium in the forest. It is possible that it was built more than 100 years ago, because there are grass and trees all around. Fan's skills are very useful. Even if Lin Hao has activated the speed bonus and strength bonus, he is still very vigilant in the face of Fan's skills. Once he is controlled by Fan, Lin Hao feels that he is doomed. After all, the other party is two first-level zombies of the Force. Their strength is similar to his. If he is caught, he will definitely not be able to escape. It is precisely because Lin Hao knows this that he is so cautious, looking at the tall building behind him and a tree that looks exactly like the tall building. Lin Hao decisively chooses to rush into the tall building instead of climbing the tree. Good boy. You have seen through me and are hiding in the building. But it doesn't matter. We are together. Don't be alone. Nothing will happen. Fan and the old man walked into the tall building carefully. At this moment, the two of them also knew Lin Hao's ability, and finally understood why Lin Hao could defeat Zai Chuichui. This guy's actual combat experience seems to be richer than these old guys. The old man was much calmer at this moment. He looked at the empty building, and did not go inside. He knew that Lin Hao could show up here on his own initiative. So he must be here to find them. If he came here to find them, how could he just leave without achieving his goal? So the old man shouted loudly to the building in a very calm manner, I know. You are here to find us. Although I don't know why you are here to find us. You will not leave just because you can't beat us. Fan also stopped where he was, waiting for Lin Hao to appear. They all knew that Lin Hao would definitely appear, and they had Lin Hao in their hands. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Lin Hao gradually came down from the building. The saying that old people become smart is true. You didn't rush up and yell excitedly. But guess why I was here? You are amazing. No wonder you can teach a bastard like Xiao Chuichui a lesson. The old man immediately took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hao. His face was very serious, but he knew that Lin Hao was trying to provoke him. The old man had a hunch that although the two of them could not be defeated by Lin Hao, it seemed impossible to leave Lin Hao alone. So the old man had to calm down and couldn't take action now. Even if it was for revenge, he had to calm himself down. Okay, then tell me why you came to us. Fan asked Lin Hao silently with a smile. The reason I came to you is very simple. Because I want to hack your mother. Do you understand? Lin Hao picked up the ancient sword and rushed towards the two of them in an instant. 5 minutes were almost over. Lin Hao felt that if he fought, with the bonus of strength and speed, he might be able to fight. If he didn't fight, he would really have no chance. So Lin Hao rushed out without thinking. Fan and the old man were suddenly scolded by Lin Hao, and they were stunned for a moment and didn't react. Knowing that the ancient sword was approaching, they slowly realized, fuck. You actually scolded me. Haha. Besides not being able to scold people, what else can't you do? Why are you pretending? Lin Hao's first move of the Jin family's sword was aimed at Fan's head. Lin Hao was really afraid of this guy who could use elemental skills. The two of them were at least first-level zombies of the Force, and their reaction abilities were top-notch. After Lin Hao was about to approach them, Fan immediately used his skills. Although the flowers and plants were outside the high-rise building, this high-rise building had no doors and windows at all, and could not stop the flowers and plants from coming in. However, their speed was too slow, and they couldn't wait for Lin Hao's sword. But it didn't matter. Fan could resist the sword himself. Fan is a powerful zombie, so his defense is naturally not low. When the sound of metal interlocking sounded, Lin Hao knew that Fan would not die. Although Lin Hao really wanted to use the second move of Jin Jiabadeo, how could the old man beside him stand still? And the flowers, plants, and trees behind Fan also grew successfully. Lin Hao could only watch them rushing behind him. It's almost there. It's almost there, Lin Hao said in a low voice, as if waiting for something. The flowers, plants and trees had already climbed onto Lin Hao's body, and the old man fought desperately with Lin Hao. The plants under his feet completely disrupted Lin Hao's rhythm. The battle was full of dangers, as if someone would be killed at any time and anywhere. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. When Fan Fan and the old man heard these sounds, they felt very strange. It seemed to be the sound of a level 9 mutant zombie. How could a level 9 mutant zombie dare to approach a force zombie? Before the two of them could figure out what was going on, a level 9 zombie rushed in from outside the dense jungle. 2 level 9 zombies rushed in. 3 level 9 zombies rushed in. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 100th. When more than a dozen zombies appeared to attack Fan Fan and the old man was still calm. When 20 zombies appeared, the two began to get nervous. When more than 100 zombies appeared, Fan Fan and the old man were finally overwhelmed because they were only first level zombies, not 9th level zombies. They couldn't easily deal with more than 100 9th level zombies. This guy is a spiritual zombie. Until this moment, the old man seemed to remember Lin Hao's attributes. Old man, why didn't you tell me earlier? You're killing me. This guy is obviously a zombie that relies on physical strength. How could he be a mental zombie? Fan Fan was very surprised. Lin Hao's physical combat power was so strong, but he was actually a mental zombie. But everything in front of him told him that. Yes, Lin Hao was a mental zombie. Only mental zombies had the strength to control so many level 9 zombies. Chapter 714. No, we can't go on like this. Let's leave first, Fan Fan said to the old man. The old man seemed to think that if they continued like this, they would definitely suffer. After all, there were so many level 9 zombies. More than they could imagine. Even if he was a first level zombie of the force, he would not be able to handle so many level 9 zombies. At the same time, the old man was even more wary of Lin Hao. He didn't expect Lin Hao to have such a powerful ability. Lin Hao knew that they were going to run away when he saw the two of them. It was a joke. How could he let them run away? These were 2 first-level crystal cores of the force. Because the 2 zombies were both powerful zombies, it was impossible to compete with Lin Hao in speed. Lin Hao, whose speed increased to 120 points, quickly caught up with the two and swung the long sword in his hand, slashing at the old man. The first style of the Jin family's sword. The two were originally very fast, but they were blocked by countless level 9 zombies, and their speed itself was affected. Not to mention that their speed was not as fast as Lin Hao's. The old man who heard the sound of the golden sword turned back quickly and looked at Lin Hao's sword. Although he didn't know how powerful Lin Hao's sword was, he could feel it. He knew that he couldn't ignore this sword. Do you really think I'm afraid of your knife? The old man turned around and started to fight Lin Hao regardless of anything. The old man was a power-type zombie, and his skill was punching. Moreover, the old man could transform like Yi Wentian. When the old man's fist collided with Lin Hao's knife, a figure flashed, and the old man's figure disappeared in front of him. Lin Hao, who had the power bonus, easily knocked the old man away. The next second, in the smoke and dust, just as Lin Hao was about to rush over to chase, a sense of danger came over him. Lin Hao looked at the old man in surprise. Because the sense of danger came from the old man, Lin Hao stopped and looked at the figure standing up in the smoke. The old man, who was originally hunched, was now almost 2 meters tall, a line taller than Lin Hao, who was 1.8 meters tall. The old man's shriveled body also swelled up, and the whole person exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Although he saw the old man's appearance become like this, Lin Hao did not retreat, and he could not retreat. In this situation, the strong will become stronger. If Lin Hao did not rush forward, he would be defeated by the old man. All the surrounding level 9 zombies gathered around the 2 level 1 zombies of the force. But for the old man, these zombies were like rag dolls and had no resistance. Lin Hao rushed towards the old man, and despite the obstruction of the level 9 zombies around him, the old man was still able to move at a very fast speed. Seeing that Lin Hao was still actively rushing towards him, the grief of losing his son finally calmed down. He knew that the most important thing now was to kill the guy in front of him. So the straightforward old man finally prepared to fight with methods. The old man pushed away the level 9 zombies around him. And with this simple push, those level 9 zombies were already shattered by this simple force. The old man was about to rush towards Lin Hao in a roundabout way, and Fan Fan finally used his skills to push away the zombies around him. And the 2 zombies rushed towards Lin Hao together. although there were indeed many level 9 zombies, and they caused great trouble to the 2 zombies. When the old man exploded, all the level 9 zombies seemed to have turned into mice, and they could not stop the old man's steps at all. And Fonfon's pressure was greatly reduced. So the 2 of them finally got rid of the level 9 zombie tide. Lin Hao's situation was very dangerous at the moment, but he was already in a difficult situation. I told you, you are not our opponent. Kid, you are still too young. The only one who was in the mood to talk to Lin Hao was Fan Fan, who was with the old man. He felt that Lin Hao was definitely not a match for the 2 of them, although there were many level 9 zombies around. Those level 9 zombies could not stop the old man at the moment. Although the old man was ready to fight Lin Hao in a roundabout way, Lin Hao's skill effect was still there, so the old man could not outrun Lin Hao. When Lin Hao approached the old man, the Jin family's tyrant sword had been released from Lin Hao's hand. Do you think this simple move can still work on me? The old man put one arm across his body, watching the simple long knife cut his arm. But it did not cause any damage, which shocked Lin Hao. Just when Lin Hao was about to use the second knife, suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. And at some point, Fonfon's vines had appeared in the center of the building. The target of those vines was Lin Hao, and all the vines rushed straight towards Lin Hao. Although Fan Fan was still dealing with the level 9 zombies around him, he was able to focus on Lin Hao and drive the vines to control Lin Hao. For these vines, Lin Hao knew that they did not cause any harm. But Lin Hao knew that if he was entangled by these things, the old man's brutal attack would arrive immediately. With the old man's current situation, you can't attack him at all. His defense value has increased by nearly 100 points. And his strength has also increased a lot. But this state will not last too long. It is not recommended that you fight them head-on. Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart. That's not right. I remember I read his detailed information, and there was no such skill in it. Why did he change like this? Lin Hao couldn't help but question. You can change and create skills. Why can't others? Whether it's a zombie or a mutant, they are all intelligent creatures. Intelligent creatures have emotions and creativity, especially when their emotions change drastically, such as when you killed someone's son. Gooden even said jokingly. You're still joking? Lin Hao left while complaining. And while his physical fitness and movement effect were still there, he hurriedly retreated. But after leaving this building, the zombies outside were all over the place. So Lin Hao finally chose to go upstairs. This building has about 500 floors, which is considered a very tall floor on the Ula planet. Lin Hao's speed is so fast that running on the stairs is almost the same as running on flat ground. Although the old man and Fan Fan behind him are both first-level zombies of the Force, their speed is now completely unable to compete with Lin Hao. In an instant, the speed of both sides has been pulled far apart. However, 10 seconds later, Lin Hao's expression began to become really solemn, because his strength and speed attributes were gone. That is to say, Lin Hao now has the same attributes as the old man and Fan Fan. If time continues like this, it is only a matter of time before Lin Hao is caught up. Chapter 715. When Lin Hao's speed completely slowed down, he had climbed about halfway up the building. Lin Hao did not dare to relax and continue to move forward, because he knew that the 2 zombies chasing him were also trying their best to catch up with him. It took a few minutes, and finally, Lin Hao reached the top floor of the building. Lin Hao raised his head and looked at the dark clouds above his head. The dark clouds were gradually dispersing. and a ray of golden sunlight slowly tilted in from the west. This is the West World. Near the center of the West World. Here, there is no pollution from human industry. Nor is there dust flying above PM 2.5. The sky is peaceful. And from time to time, there are some ordinary birds flying by. Those birds fly by without any fear. And those terrifying mutant beasts don't even look at those birds when they fly by. This is a very peaceful place for ordinary animals. There are mutants among humans. And there are naturally non-mutated beasts among beasts. When Lin Hao was on Earth, he could often see those animals. But on the Ula planet, whether in the Eastern world or at the edge of the Western world, Lin Hao did not see those ordinary beasts. But when he got closer to the center of West World, Lin Hao finally realized where the beasts from the Ula planet were. It's really nice here. Now doesn't seem like the time for you to sigh. I can't help it. There are 2 zombies behind you who want to kill you. I think you should either find a way to leave this building, or find a way to defeat them. Actually, I thought I could defeat them by myself. Lin Hao said. You are inflated. No. I still think I can defeat them. As long as I can make Fanfan's restraint invalid, Lin Hao said. But your bonus effect has disappeared. What will you do? I don't need it. I just need a Jin family sword. When Lin Hao was chatting with Gooden, the old man and Fanfan came up. They had to come up because they knew that Lin Hao might have that kind of time-limited skill. Now, that time-limited skill might have expired. So they had to catch up and try to kill Lin Hao. This was also what some people who were stronger than them warned them. To be honest, your speed is really slow. So slow that it's outrageous. Next, I will give you another chance. Tell me who is leading this battle, and I can give you a quick death. Lin Hao looked at these people with domineering attitude and said very happily. Seeing Lin Hao like this, Fanfan couldn't help but laugh. Why do you say that? Your skill effect has lost its effect. Right? Do you think you have the capital to say such a thing? So you have made your decision? Lin Hao looked at Fanfan and the old man. His eyes were very unruly. What's the point of talking? Go ahead. Kill him and avenge my son. The old man couldn't bear it any longer and said to Fanfan. Although Fanfan's skills have no room to be used at this place, it doesn't mean that he has no fighting power. You can never underestimate a zombie of the force level. They all have their own registration methods. As they said, they fought desperately. Lin Hao knew that if he fought them head-on, he might not have any chance. But Lin Hao also had the means to register. And he had the means to save his life that they did not have. Since you have made a decision, then I will tell you my decision. Lin Hao suddenly laughed, looking at these guys, laughing very happily. In the human world, there is a weapon called the Thunder Gun. I wonder if you have heard of it. Do you think you can defeat us with the Thunder Gun? Fanfan looked at the naive guy in front of him with disdain. Why was Lin Hao so sure? It turned out to be very simple. He knew that the old man's skills were time-limited. And he also knew how long the time limit was. Because Lin Hao seemed to have used this skill of the old man when he first saw him fight. At that time, Lin Hao had seen the old man's attributes. The old man's attributes did not have a second skill. But at that time, he already had this trend. If the old man in front of him was allowed to develop like this, there would definitely be a very powerful force zombie in the future. But now, Lin Hao felt that the old man had no such opportunity. Because the old man was eager to rush up and fight with Lin Hao at this moment. This meant that the old man in front of him might have run out of tricks, and his time limit was about to expire. Lin Hao sneered at the guy in front of him. Although Lin Hao's speed attribute had lost its effect, it did not mean that the old man in front of him could be that fast. Lin Hao dodged the old man's attack, raised the ancient long sword in his hand, and aimed at Fanfan. Fanfan was originally preparing to release his mental power to assist in the battle behind him. When he saw Lin Hao rushing towards him, he hurriedly rushed his mental power to Lin Hao's head. He thought Lin Hao would definitely stop and then welcome his mental battle. But he was wrong. The spiritual power in Lin Hao's mind was like a well-trained soldier. It rushed out of his mind and entangled with Fanfan's spiritual power. Fanfan was trapped in the spot and couldn't move. But the long knife in Lin Hao's hand still rushed towards Fanfan. It was a very simple first move of Jin's family's sword. But Fanfan couldn't resist it. He could only watch the knife fall on his neck. Despair instantly filled Fanfan's mind. Although the old man wanted to save his old friend, he had already used up his strength when attacking Lin Hao. When Lin Hao dodged, it meant that he could not cause any harm to Lin Hao. And naturally, he could not rescue his old friend. A brain was bleeding, and Fanfan watched his sight leave his body. And then Lin Hao stepped on him. Fanfan's eyes went dark, and he lost all feeling. Boy, I fight you. The old man felt that all his blood rushed into his brain, and all his rationality was squandered. Looking at the old man's crazy state, Lin Hao laughed. He knew that he would definitely win this time. But because that guy had lost his rationality. Unfortunately, the old man's current state was still not something Lin Hao could deal with. So he could only dodge. Dodge. Dodge hard. I see how long you can hide. The old man looked at the guy and said angrily. Chapter 716. When the old man saw Fanfan being beheaded by Lin Hao and died right in front of him, he finally became impulsive again after calming down. If the death of his son made the old man very sad, then the death of his good friend in front of him was grief and anger. Because he died in front of him and he couldn't save him. How sad it was. The new hatred and old grudges finally made the old man crazy. He attacked Lin Hao crazily. Although the old man was faster than Lin Hao, Lin Hao didn't want to confront the old man head-on. Lin Hao relied on the terrain advantage here and the old man's weakness when attacking with all his strength to dodge. When the old man's powerful punch came, Lin Hao was able to dodge it quickly. Although it was very dangerous, the old man was always just a hair's breadth away, which made the old man hate it so much that he became even more crazy and used all his strength. Gradually, when time passed and dusk sank a little again, Lin Hao finally smiled, because the old man in front of him began to shrink gradually. When the old man became the old man before, it was time for Lin Hao to kill him. The old man was still attacking desperately. While dodging, Lin Hao was also using his spiritual energy to disturb the old man. Otherwise, he would not have dodged so dangerously. After all, the old man's speed was almost the same as Lin Hao's. And even in this state, the old man was a line faster than Lin Hao. If Lin Hao wanted to dodge the old man's attack, he had to have his own method, such as using spiritual power. For many power-type zombies, mental power is their weak point, and they are very, very weak in it. Moreover, the two are at the same level, as long as they don't go too deep. Lin Hao is not afraid of being backlashed, as long as the mental power plays a role. Even if it is only a little bit, it is very useful for Lin Hao, because that little bit is enough for Lin Hao to avoid the old man's attack. Finally, the old man's body gradually shrank back to its previous appearance. His attack no longer had the aura of just exploding, and there was no terrifying feeling in his body. Everything returned to normal. Lin Hao waved the long knife in his hand, the first style of the Jin family's hegemony knife, and cut off the old man's upper body. A force zombie was forced to lose his mind by Lin Hao. Even though only his upper body could move, the old man still crawled towards Lin Hao, hoping to attack him. Lin Hao didn't dare to get close to the old man, because the old man was still a first-level force zombie after all. His skills were still effective. If his fist hit him, there might still be a reversal. Therefore, Lin Hao decisively swung his knife again, like a lion fighting a rabbit. Even if the prey in front of him looked so weak and had no power to fight back, Lin Hao still would not relax. After Jin Jiaba's sword cut off the old man's two arms, the old man finally calmed down. He looked at Lin Hao and said, "Kill me. I won't tell you anything." "Why?" "I don't believe that you can cause such a large-scale battle on the Ula planet. Just a first-level mutant of the Force died? It may be important to you because that person is your son. But for those who are really in a high position, they won't even look at such things. Even if we are already first level in the Force." Lin Hao thought of the person he met on the last spaceship flying into the universe. That person was conservatively estimated to be at the 6th level of the Force. So what was his true strength? What was that person doing there? What was the real class structure on this planet like? Lin Hao felt like he had entered a big net again, and this big net was slowly moving towards him. Now Lin Hao actually just needed to find a spaceship and escape from here. But was that really enough? I suggest you find the real culprit behind the scenes, and make sure they are not targeting you anymore before returning to Earth. Otherwise, if this incident really affects you, they will find out your identity, and then Earth will be exposed to them. Maybe you are really nothing in their eyes. But is the environment of the Ula planet really suitable for human habitation? If they find a planet with backward technology and civilization and such beautiful scenery, what do you think they will do? This is what Gooden said to Lin Hao. Those people may really covet the Earth, whether it is the humans or zombies of the Ula planet. And Lin Hao will not allow this. He will not allow his beautiful Earth to be occupied by other planets. If you want to protect the Earth, then make yourself stronger. Lin Hao looked at the old man in front of him, who had closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. He really didn't plan to say anything. In this case, let it become my experience value. Lin Hao stepped forward, stomped on the old man's head, took out his crystal core, and added Fonfons. A total of 2 first-level crystal cores of the Force. Gooden. Check my attributes, Lin Hao said. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Force Level 1, 1/10, Title, Corpse King. Skills, Mind Control, 300/12500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed Bonus. Strength Bonus. Manipulation of Items. Metamorphosis. Strength, 100. Spirit, 125. Speed, 100. Stamina, 102. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step to becoming powerful. Road to Strengthening, 500/1000000. This is Lin Hao's current attribute. which is an attribute that many zombies can only dream of. But when Lin Hao really reaches this level, he will find that he is still the lowest in his class, and there are more powerful people waiting above him. Now, that group of people are gradually moving closer to him. When they discover that, they find that their ears are different from theirs. Will the earth be exposed? At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly wanted to become stronger again. Without hesitation, the two first-level crystal cores of the force in front of him were swallowed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao only felt his stomach warm. The warm breath spread from his stomach to his limbs, and then to his mind. It was nourishing his mental strength. Lin Hao only felt that his physical fitness was slowly getting stronger in his feeling. He looked at his attributes again, and found that his experience value 1/10 had changed. 1 became 3. There were still 7 points to upgrade. As long as he got 7 crystal cores of the Force zombie, he could become a second-level zombie of the Force. At least, the second level of the Force could barely touch that circle. Of course, these were all what Lin Hao took for granted. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 717. The Eastern world is a place about the same size as the Western world. They both occupy a quarter of the area of Eula planet. So the continent occupies half of the area of Eula planet, and the other half is the endless ocean. There are few rivers on the continent, but people in the Eastern world rarely lack water, because they can decompose seawater into healthy fresh water for people to drink. With the technology of the Eastern world, their logistics are naturally very fast and convenient. So there is no so-called water shortage anywhere in the Eastern world. The Eastern world is an irregular oval. The center of the circle is naturally the economic and technological center of the Eastern world. However, the political power center of the Eastern world is in the north of the Eastern world center, where the economy and technology are not inferior to the central city. The city in the center of the Eastern world is the city where Lin Hao and Cui Lian stayed. It is called Majia. It has a large area and a large population. However, due to historical reasons, many cities in the Eastern world rarely see people during the day, because you don't know whether the person you are in contact with is a real person or a zombie. If the zombie goes crazy or receives some kind of command to start attacking the city, then the first to suffer are these ordinary people. Therefore, even in cities with a large population, people still rarely go out, unless it is necessary. There is no place safer than home, because the people at home know everything about you. Cui Lian watched her father start to come in and out. Ever since Lin Hao became involved with her, and the war broke out, her father seemed to be getting busier and busier. Although Cui Lian had begun to accept the family business, there were many things she didn't know. For example, her father was always in a small office with a large arms technology dealer every day. No one knew what they were talking about, and he didn't let anyone get close. The entire office was shielded by advanced technology, and even she was not allowed to get close. Tonight, Cui Lian finally found an opportunity. During dinner, she stood up and said to her father, "I don't want to take over the family business. I think my cousin is more suitable than me to take over the family business." It was strange. In the past, if Cui Lian said these words, her father would always get angry and scold her angrily. But today, her father sighed and said to Cui Lian, "I know what you are thinking. Some news seems to have dug out the secret. It seems that Lin Hao is actually a zombie. So a second-level supernatural power user of the Force, didn't even see that guy. Although Cui Lian's father is a second-level Force user, it's a pity that he hasn't fought for a long time and has low combat power. In addition, Xia Chuichui controls Cui Lian and his wife. For the safety of his wife and children, Cui Lian's father is controlled by others. So, Cui Lian still looked at her father very coldly. She may still love her parents, but in this family, her family affection can never be as strong and intimate as that of ordinary people. I haven't finished my words yet. Are you used to choking me? Cui Lian's father made a joke for the first time in a long time. But Cui Lian didn't laugh, even though she thought it was funny, and wondered why her father was so abnormal today. Cui Lian's father didn't respond to Cui Lian again, but continued, "The situation now is different from before. The war has begun, and it is a war with zombies. No one knows who will win or lose in this war, and how many years it will take. So, do whatever you want. But I still have to say that you should try not to be with Lin Hao. He is a zombie, and you can't be together after all." Cui Lian did not want to refute. Although Cui Lian's father learned from the media that Lin Hao was a zombie, Cui Lian had known about this for a long time, and she had naturally thought about it in her heart. Do you really agree to let me go? Chui Lian looked at her father in disbelief. As a superpower, if you want to become stronger, you have to fight. To be honest, if this war really goes on, the company may not be able to save it. In this case, I would rather you become stronger, so that you can have the ability to protect yourself in the future. But I hope you will take care of yourself and pay attention to safety. When Sulian's mother heard her father say this, she knew that her daughter might not be able to stay. She finally couldn't help hugging Sulian and crying. The three of them didn't know how many dinners they had together. But this one was a little different. At the top of the city of Mojia, far away, there is a place called Kaga. That place is close to the north and the sea. But the weather there is the same as Mojia, dark and black. And the industrial pollution there is also serious. However, there is a different building here. That is the Eastern Security Institute, which is a highest level national institution exposed to the public. The president inside is an ordinary person who manages the entire Eastern world. However, what really controls these leaders is a luxurious office in the Eastern Security Institute. This luxurious office is closed all year round and has never been opened. However, people passing by every night can always hear voices inexplicably, but they cannot tell anyone anything they encounter in the security court, even to their colleagues. So the secrets here have never been leaked. There is a plaque above this office, on which are written two large characters of the Eula planet, Divine Domain. Another night, everyone in the Eastern Security Court got off work, but the president did not. He sat quietly in the office, waiting for everyone to leave. And then, he slowly stood up and walked towards a mirror as tall as a person. When he approached the mirror, the president did not stop, but went straight through the mirror and entered the next room. And the next room was the Divine Domain. There was no one in the God's Domain. The president quietly found a place at the back, sat down, and waited for something. A few minutes later, the room in the God's Domain lit up. But strangely, from the outside, there was no light, no human figure, and only vague sounds. A figure suddenly appeared in the room. The president stood up and bowed to the man in the sewer pipe clothes. The sewer pipe worker saw the president bowing to him and did not react. He just looked at him indifferently, then pulled out a chair and sat down, without even saying a word to the president. However, the president was still respectful and stood quietly by the side, not even daring to sit down. Chapter 718. The president stood quietly for about half an hour, while the plumber kept looking at his communicator without looking up at the president. Then, the second person finally appeared. The second person, wearing a nurse's uniform, was not slim and her face was not particularly pretty. She looked ordinary, except for her eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She glanced at the president, and the president bowed again. The man said in a sweet voice, "Okay, stop standing. Sit down. You're not ashamed. This is the president of our country. I've been standing here for half an hour waiting for you. I've been reading novels for half an hour. I have to learn some sense of time after you get rid of me," the plumber complained. "Oh, you, the devil of the world, actually said that we have no sense of time. Look at the time in your communicator. We clearly arrived on the hour." "Okay," the girl in the nurse uniform said with a smile. "Where are the others?" The plumber just finished speaking. And suddenly, 6 people appeared in front of him again. The 6 people who appeared were wearing various clothes. Some were bright and beautiful. Some were old and simple. But they were all dressed in an orderly manner. And their faces were very friendly and kind. They were all in their 20s. Or they did not want to reveal their real age, including the nurse and plumber at the beginning. There were 8 people in total. When the president saw that all 8 people were present, the general stood at the end and said to them, "Welcome to you. This time, we summoned everyone here. There is really no other way. I believe that those who often pay attention to the news also know that the Western world is too tight. There is actually an 8th level zombie in the force appearing above us. Fortunately, the general is also 8th level in the force. He can only fight with the opponent, so that our Eastern world will not lose too much. However, the one in the Western world came out. At the beginning, several seniors had signed an agreement with those in the Western world. After the 5th level of the force, they cannot participate in any large-scale battles. But the Western world breached the contract in advance. So, seniors, see if you can calm down this battle." Several ordinary people, who looked like ordinary people, sat in their seats. The plumber was not playing with the communicator, but looking at several people. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, "Ignore the young lady," said. "I think this matter should really be said. Otherwise the group of zombies in the West world really think that we humans are easy to bully." Among the 8 people, there were 2 women, who were nurses, and a young lady, who was dressed very fashionably. But this very fashionable young lady looked much prettier than the nurse. And this young lady also wore light makeup and leather clothes, showing her sexy figure to the fullest, wearing very large frog-eye glasses, and pink lipstick on her lips. At this moment, this beautiful young lady said with her pink lipstick smeared mouth, "Actually, I don't think it's necessary for us to take action. I have a lot of activities recently. I have a movie to shoot in a few days. I may not have time. Isn't it the zombie call P that they want? Capture the zombie and send it to them to see if they have any excuses. So, Phantom, the guy you mentioned is called Lin Hao, and I think that this zombie should not be handed over. You see, the guy killed a mutant named Xia Chuichui. But Xia Chuichui's father is indeed a mutant zombie. And according to the investigation, Xia Chuichui and his father are not on the side of humans at all. They are on the side of zombies. Which means that Xia Chuichui is a traitor. And the guy named Lin Hao is indeed a hero who helps us eliminate traitors. No matter how you look at it, he should not be killed." A middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a simple t-shirt said. "Come on, great writer. Don't use your sense of justice in real life every day. Real life should be treated realistically. Do you understand?" Phantom heard Kevin next to him say this, and responded very unhappily. "Phantom, if I remember correctly, the heroine of my latest work seems to have not been decided yet," Kevin said lightly. "I think Kevin is right." Phantom quickly changed his mind. Phantom, you just don't have your own position," a middle-aged man sitting opposite Phantom said. This middle-aged man was wearing a formal suit. Obviously just got off work. His name was Qin Feiyong, a company executive, with a standard big belly. "Okay, Qin Feiyong, your small broken company. If it weren't for you, would I go to the press conference? Except for the media in the city. There is actually no big media. If it weren't for me, could your company's performance double? You are right, beautiful Lady Phantom. I think Kevin is right." Qin Feiyong also immediately changed his position, leaving everyone speechless, especially the president, who was very anxious. This matter was a national event for him, a matter of life and death. But these people seemed to be joking, turning the topic around, and no one was willing to put forward constructive opinions. "Okay, stop joking. I think this matter is indeed a big deal." Kelly, the nurse, spoke slowly. Kelly stared at the president and said, "Don't worry. I think the West is just talking. Just like us. Those old guys don't dare to take action casually. After all, they lack a top zombie. And we have one more top superpower than them. This is the gap. No. I think you are too optimistic. Kelly, no one knows if there is another top expert in Westworld. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to start a war with this reason. In short, I think we should be more cautious about this matter. I still think the initial idea is good. First, catch the man named Lin Hao and hand him over to Westworld to see what they say. If they still want to start a war, we should take action. If they keep quiet, it will be better." Kevin looked at Kelly and said very calmly. Few people present looked back at Kelly's eyes, but Kevin dared to. The two looked at each other for a while, and Kelly said, "Okay, let's do it your way first." Kelly turned to look at the president and said, "First, find a way to catch that little zombie. And you can send out the sharp blade. But the sharp blade is helping on the front line." The president hesitated. "Then let them catch it alone. A first-level zombie of the force, who can't be beaten by the sharp blade," Phantom said indifferently. Chapter 719. The president looked at the 8 people who disappeared again with some helplessness, and could only sigh. For the president, sending out the sharp blades meant that the matter was very urgent. But it was so urgent that he had to send one person to catch a seemingly insignificant little zombie. And that little zombie was really insignificant. But since they had already given the order, the president could only do one thing: to execute it. Soon, the news spread from Kata to the city on the edge where the battle was going on. At this moment, the city with huge city walls finally quieted down for a while, because those finally stopped attacking the city. And those zombies stopped, so they could also stop, letting the spies watch under the city walls anytime and anywhere. Those who needed to rest closed their eyes well, But there was a group of people who did not rest. They had not rested for a long time. As if they could work forever without closing their eyes. These people were all wearing black leather jackets. No one knew their names. They didn't even call each other by name. They had their own numbers. From 1 to 12. A total of 12 people. 4 people in a team. And their strengths were different. 12 to 9 was Team 3. They were the weakest pair. Their level was Force Level 3. While 8 to 5 was Team 2. Their strength was Force Level 4. And 4 to 1 was Team 1. Their strength was the terrifying Force Level 5. Any of these 12 people was much better than the so-called geniuses in the media. Because their fighting skills and force levels were honed in real life and death battles. And their skills had reached the point of complementing each other. Even if their skills seemed to have no connection with each other. With a strong tacit understanding, the power of those skills combined would always increase exponentially. These 12 people are the real strongest team in the Eastern world. The strongest force. The Sharp Blade. This Sharp Blade team always needs 12 people. And selects the strongest 12 people. When someone in the first team breaks through. Or someone in the second team is promoted. Someone will leave. Once the Sharp Blade team members, who have honed their skills, quit. They will become an important figure in the political circle of the Eastern world. This powerful team has a good cycle setting. And they have always been the strongest in the Eastern world. This time, the captain of the first team received an order to capture a first-level zombie of the Force. And it was a red order, which meant that the mission had to be completed. Fortunately, the city where the first team was not the location of the zombie, but the location of the city where the third team was. And it was only a first-level zombie of the Force. Although the captain felt that it was a bit of a waste of talent. The mission was a mission. Since it was assigned, it had to be carried out. So, the captain of the first team reported to the captain of the third team. After the captain of the third team completed the mission, he casually said to number 12, "Go to the edge of the Western world and capture a first-level zombie of the Force. This is the coordinate device. The zombie can fly. If you can't attack, pay attention to report the location. I will let number 11 go over to help." Number 12 said to number 9, "Okay. I promise to complete the mission." Lin Hao didn't know that a third-level superpower left the city he was guarding and started to come to him. Number 12 had a coordinate device in his hand, which marked Lin Hao's specific location. As for why it could mark Lin Hao's specific location, it was very simple. With the technology of the Eastern world, they could easily obtain a person's DNA. That zombie would also have its own DNA. They could detect the owner of the DNA through satellites, and then put the information on the coordinate device. And then Lin Hao would appear on their coordinate display. Lin Hao didn't know that he had been targeted by a guy with the third level of the Force. Now Lin Hao has been wondering which zombie started the war. Lin Hao must find a way to stop the war. Otherwise he can't go home peacefully. When getting closer to the city, Black Tiger appeared. Lin Hao felt very strange. Obviously Black Tiger and Thunderbird were together. After communicating with his mental power, he found out that Chui Lian had also come to the Edge City. So Thunderbird hurried to reunite with its owner. And Black Tiger could only go to find Lin Hao. "Okay. That guy went to find a beautiful woman. So we can depend on each other." Lin Hao touched the fur of the Black Tiger, then jumped on its back, and prepared to head towards the Edge City. Lin Hao didn't want to go to the center of the Western world, where the zombies were too powerful. Now Lin Hao only dared to go to places close to the center. The old man and Fan Fan were close to the center. So Lin Hao killed him decisively. There were actually quite a few first-level Force zombies around that place. But in the end, when they saw Lin Hao decisively defeat 2 Force zombies alone, although the 2 crystal cores were very tempting, they did not make a move. This is the caution of the Force zombies. They have all evolved from ordinary zombies. They all know how difficult it is to get to this point now. So they dare not waste their lives and opportunities casually. Without 100% certainty, no zombie dares to make a move casually in that situation. Otherwise it would be a matter of life and death. So Lin Hao finally returned to the edge of the Western world, and was about to reach the Edge City of the Eastern world. In fact, Lin Hao did not plan to go to the Edge City at first. Mainly because Chui Lian came. Even if Lin Hao did not want to have any development with Chui Lian, they were still friends. Lin Hao felt that it was not too much for him to go and see him. So Lin Hao went. But by coincidence, 12 was also slowly approaching Lin Hao from the Edge City. When 12 saw that the target was actually approaching him, the corners of his mouth gradually curved up. It seemed that this mission had not yet begun. But it was not far from the end. 12 is a speed-type zombie. He is very fast. So he chooses to rush towards the target, trying to catch it off guard, and then complete the task in an instant. This is 12's plan. And it is also a very correct plan. High-level crystal core energy is approaching. The other party is coming with hostility. Please be careful. This time, Gooden's prompt sound is not mechanical, but emotional and very urgent. Lin Hao hurriedly got off the back of the black tiger, patted the guy on the head and said, "Leave here quickly. Don't hinder me. You can't help me." Lin Hao was also thinking, who is this low-level guy? Watching the black tiger leave, Lin Hao also found a place and hid quietly in it. He wanted to see who the guy was. Chapter 720. He is hostile, and he is a high-level crystal core carrier. Can you clearly know what level he is? The current situation is very interesting, because Lin Hao is Gooden. He can easily find 12 running towards this side. 12 also has a coordinate device in his hand, which also exposes Lin Hao's position. These two people know each other's position, but they start to avoid each other. Being able to detect it proves that the opponent's level is definitely higher than yours, and the opponent's target is you, coming straight at you. So you have to be careful. Gooden said this, and except for asking Lin Hao to be careful, he could not give any information to the other party. Really can't give any information to the other party? Lin Hao asked. The distance is too far, and I can't see the other party, so I can't give any information. He who was still watching Lin Hao not far away. Lin Hao immediately conveyed the order to He Hu to leave immediately, and it was a particularly coercive order. He Hu had no choice but to look back every 3 steps and then left. To be honest, the arrival of this enemy made Lin Hao a little confused. It stands to reason that he should have no enemies on the Ula planet. Otherwise, why would someone come to the West World specifically to find him? What's more, the other party is just a superpower. Under such circumstances, if a superpower comes to the West World, what else can it be but seeking death? But the other party has come, and is coming for me. It is dark now, although the difference between night and day cannot be seen on the Ula planet. The biological clock of the zombies can distinguish them. They rushed out from their hiding places. The West World is not deserted. Zombies can be seen around from time to time. This may be why the guy still did not appear in his 1000-meter mental image until now. Because the other party must find a way to avoid the zombies. Even though his level was higher than the first level of the force, he still had to be so careful to dodge. If he thought about it carefully, in this environment, if he made too much noise and the zombies' masters heard it, it would be troublesome. So the guy hadn't approached Lin Hao yet. Lin Hao was very patient and hid in a building. He looked at the street downstairs silently from a high place. There were several zombies fighting on the street. They looked like little guys of level 3 or 4. These guys were very energetic and had strong fighting power. Soon the battle was decided, and the level 3 zombies won. This made Lin Hao feel very familiar, because Lin Hao had defeated the strong with the weak many times. And there was only one reason for his victory. That was to take advantage of the opponent's arrogance towards him to defeat the opponent. The level 4 zombie was also so arrogant when facing the level 3 zombie. But in the end, he was killed instantly by the level 3 zombie. This level 3 zombie must have hidden some deadly trick, but he had been forbearing until he found the target. And then, he would kill it with one blow without any delay. In Lin Hao's mental image, there is no level 9 zombie within 1000 meters. Which means that now Lin Hao may not be able to use mental control to control those zombies to help fight. After all, the opponent's level is so low that it is useless to fight with such low-level zombies. So Lin Hao still groped around, looking at the street below, looking at the level 3 zombie, who was ecstatic about getting the crystal core, and observing his mental image that reached 1000 meters. Finally, after waiting for a while, Lin Hao finally saw a person who moved very fast. And the moment that person appeared, Gooden had already spoken to remind him that it was that guy. Unfortunately, that guy has not entered Gooden's detection range, so he still cannot know the specific attribute values of the other party. But it doesn't matter. The other party is coming towards him, and sooner or later, that guy will enter his sight. At this time, a small wave of corpses appeared. The specific reason is unknown. In short, it appeared on the path that the man must pass. Lin Hao watched with interest to see how this guy was going to solve the dilemma in front of him. The small corpse tide was not rushing towards him, but it rushed towards him, because where he was the path that the small corpse tide must pass. When the man saw the corpse tide rushing towards him, he hurriedly dodged to the side and used all his speed. When Lin Hao saw the speed of this person, he knew that he might not be the opponent of the other party. The man in the black windbreaker then walked towards Lin Hao, seeing him getting closer and closer, and looking at a black instrument from time to time. Lin Hao knew that it should be that guy who was locating him. Watching the man in black follow the locator in his hand all the way to the building where he was. And when he stopped, Lin Hao knew that his chance had come. And it was only once. At the same time, the attributes of the guy also appeared in Lin Hao's mind. When Lin Hao saw the attributes of the other party, he had even less desire to fight with the other party. Similarly, Lin Hao also knew who sent the other party. This guy must have been sent by a master from the Eastern world to capture him and send a zombie, and then hope that the zombie would calm down the battle. To be honest, Lin Hao really wanted to scold the idiots in the Eastern world. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these zombies were here to invade. They just found an excuse to start a war. Whether Lin Hao was caught and sent out or not, they would continue to fight, even if they changed the excuse. But this time Lin Hao was wrong. Yes, the Eastern world also knew that the zombies came here purely for invasion. So they simply sent someone to capture Lin Hao and sent him out after catching him. If the other party could calm down the fight, it would be even better. If they still wanted to fight, they would also accompany them. Therefore, this battle between zombies and humans would continue no matter what. Similarly, the battle between Lin Hao and the guy in front of him would start no matter what. Host, 12. Level, Force Level 3. Title, Corpse King. Skill, Shadowless Step. Strength, 100. Spirit, 110. Speed, 150. Stamina, 100. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step to becoming powerful. Looking at the opponent's attributes, Lin Hao knew that he had to take a risk and destroy the locator in the opponent's hand. Lin Hao had this opportunity. If he didn't destroy the opponent's communicator, then Lin Hao would have nowhere to escape. He would be caught by this guy anyway, because the opponent was a speed-type zombie and Lin Hao couldn't escape. Chapter 721. When 12 came to the designated location with the communicator in his hand, he did the same thing as Lin Hao. That is, to find a place to hide and observe. He was afraid that Lin Hao would find him in advance. And the reason was that he was afraid that Lin Hao would run away after finding him. Although 12 did not think that Lin Hao could escape from his men, it would be a lot of trouble to catch him. He hated trouble and just wanted to catch the other party quickly, deal with him, and then leave here. So, 12 found a place, hid himself, looked at the cursor of the communicator, and prepared to slowly approach the other party. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Hao was also slowly approaching him. Compared with 12, Lin Hao had an advantage. That is, he had seen 12, but 12 didn't know his existence. So the next thing was very simple. Although 12's speed attribute reached 150, the speed was very fast. But the other attributes were not even as high as Lin Hao. From the attributes, it can be seen that 12 is a guy with low talent and limited room for improvement in the future. But 12 is still an unattainable guy for Lin Hao now. So Lin Hao must find a way to escape from here. Before escaping, he destroyed the communicator in the other party's hand. 12 observed the surroundings for a long time and finally determined that the building in front of him might be Lin Hao's hiding place. So he slowly approached the building, not knowing that Lin Hao was actually watching him quietly somewhere in the building. No. It's okay. I wait for you. When Lin Hao saw 12 entering the building, he sneered. So what if he has the third level of force, with the speed bonus turned on? No one can run faster than me. As long as he doesn't have the means to track me, he won't be able to catch me in a short time. Lin Hao has such confidence. 12 walked slowly upstairs from the door of the building, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. At the same time, he covered his feet with the force, hoping not to make any noise that Lin Hao could hear. After all, he had seen the ears of zombies. Similarly, although 12 was already very cautious, he felt that the zombie would not care even if it heard his voice. After all, there were too many other zombies around, and they were running and fighting, making a lot of noise, and it had been going on for a long time. The zombie with the first level of force might have been accustomed to it, but 12 was still very careful to conceal himself. He always remembered what the instructor had said during the training: if you treat your prey as a fool, then you are a fool. If you treat your prey as a genius, then you are a genius. If you treat your prey as the most dangerous existence in the world, then you are the most dangerous existence. When he first heard this, 12 was really shocked, because it made a lot of sense. 12 has remembered it until now. Although 12 didn't know how to be cautious with a zombie of the first level of the force, he was still cautious. At least, it was not feasible for Lin Hao to defeat him by thinking that 12 looked down on him. However, Lin Hao didn't want to fight with 12, because Lin Hao also knew that he couldn't be 12's opponent. All Lin Hao had to do was hide and destroy the communicator. 12 looked at the communicator in his hand. He kept getting closer to Lin Hao, and sometimes they even overlapped. Obviously, Lin Hao must be in this room. Coming back to the corridor entrance, 12 prepared to go to the upper floor to see if Lin Hao was there. Sometimes a force-level psychic's perception is also very strong. In his perception, he felt that Lin Hao should be on the upper floor. This time, 12's perception was right. Lin Hao was indeed on the upper floor. Moreover, there was not only Lin Hao on the upper floor, but also all kinds of zombies gathered on the upper floor. And Lin Hao was among them. When 12 pushed open the door of this floor, he saw the zombies in front of him that were like cans. And his head suddenly became big. Of course, he was not afraid of these zombies. After all, these zombies were so weak. When 12 did not make any noise, they could not even feel 12's existence. However, what made 12 feel strange was why there were so many zombies here. And where was the zombie with the first level of the force? 12, who felt strange, gradually approached the group of zombies. He thought that Lin Hao must be in the middle, surrounded by this group of zombies, and was surrounded in the middle to recuperate. However, 12 was wrong. When he relied on his skill advantage to approach the group of zombies without making any noise, he did not notice that right next to him, a zombie who suppressed his whole body's breath, lowered his head, and pretended to be a wall, just like an ordinary zombie. He seemed to be unaware that there was a wall in front of him, thinking that he could pass it by bumping a few more times. He was exactly the same as all ordinary zombies, looking so stupid, so disgusting, and smelling bad. So 12 did not even look at him. Therefore, 12 naturally passed by him and walked inside, still holding the communicator in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Hao gradually turned his head and stopped hitting the wall. He stood there, motionless, as if he was a wall. Lin Hao's mental power counted the ground and began to approach the zombies around 12. He did not dare to use his mental power openly. Otherwise, he would be discovered by that guy. Once discovered by that guy, Lin Hao could only run away. But if he did not destroy the communicator in the other party's hand, no matter where Lin Hao ran to, he would not be able to escape. So Lin Hao had to take risks. The spiritual power was a little faster than 12's pace, and followed 12 closely. 12 didn't notice anything. After all, 12 was not a spiritual zombie. If a spiritual zombie was here, he would definitely find something wrong. The zombies around 12 were all ordinary zombies. After all, the superpowered zombies had already opened their spiritual intelligence, so they wouldn't be stupid enough to come here. 12 also thought that these guys were just ordinary zombies, a group of brainless guys who didn't even notice him. So how could he know that these brainless guys would also attack him? But even if these guys attacked him, it didn't matter. The point was that the target of their sudden attack was not 12, but the communicator in 12's hand. In front of 12, an ordinary zombie was walking aimlessly towards the opposite side. Opposite him was 12. Just as he was about to approach 12, the zombie eyes suddenly became full of spirituality. He looked up at 12, rushed up decisively, and bit the communicator in 12's hand fiercely. Chapter 722. To be honest, 12 was confused. Really confused. Even though he kept in mind what his instructor said to him, he was still confused. It was very simple. No matter who it was, as long as they reached the level of the force, they would not think that ordinary zombies could still cause harm to them. At the same time, they did not even think that these zombies would attack them. This was simply impossible. However, this happened, and it happened in front of 12. And the target was himself. This is why a person with the power of the force level was so confused when facing this situation. However, what made 12 feel strange was that the zombie in front of him did not attack his body, but attacked the communicator. Thinking of this, 12 heard a gust of wind in an instant. Just as he turned around, he saw a zombie stretched out his foot and kicked his waist. Then a strong force came. In front of 12 was a very large floor-to-ceiling window. With the sound of broken glass, 12 successfully fell from the floor-to-ceiling window. This is only the 8th floor. 12 won't even get hurt if he falls down. In the next second, 12 can rush up from the first floor. So when 12 was still falling in the air, Lin Hao had already rushed out. He also glanced at that guy to express his contempt. Then, with a pair of black wings spread out, Lin Hao flew into the sky. Bang! 12 fell hard to the ground. 12 didn't get up after falling to the ground. He was not injured. He just felt embarrassed that he was played by a zombie. 12 was very confused. How did the other party know of his existence? Obviously, this matter was passed down from above. And this zombie didn't have any companions. So how could anyone pass on the information to him? This puzzled 12. But no matter how confused he was, Lin Hao had flown away. And the cooked duck had flown away. This was a fact. 12 lay on the ground for a while, looking at the communicator in his hand. The screen was completely unusable, and a hole was bitten out of it. Even if the technology was powerful, it was impossible to make the damaged items continue to work. However, when 12 saw a button on the coordinate machine, he finally sighed and pressed the button. Originally, 12 was going to let himself take the credit. After all, catching a first-level zombie of the Force was not a particularly great achievement. Not to mention that there was one more person to share. But if he didn't call the other party, he might not be able to catch him. Looking at the direction where Lin Hao was flying, 12 hurriedly chased after him after pressing the button. Time continued to pass, and it was almost dawn. Of course, it was the change of time, and it was impossible to tell whether it was bright or not. The captain of the Blade Team 3 has not rested. He is listening to the front and watching the group of zombies gradually approaching the city wall. Among them, there is a tall zombie that is particularly dazzling. That tall zombie is a mutant zombie with the 4th force level. It is also the siege commander of this city wall. The captain of the 3rd team, Gio, stares at that guy. For Gio, his primary goal is to take back the city wall. Even if he really wants to lead his team out to kill that zombie, he can't go. Although the guy is one level higher than 9. 9 is not alone. He has his own team, with the tacit cooperation between himself and his team. It is actually very easy to deal with a zombie that is only one level higher than him. Zombies are different from them. Most of the zombies' fighting skills are figured out by themselves. They have no inheritance and no one to teach them. But Li Jian is different. The instructors who teach them are the most powerful instructors in the Eastern world. They are human beings. Their training methods are the most effective methods passed down for thousands of years. Therefore, when the group of zombies fight with human superpowers, there is no chance at all. This is why people always like to challenge higher-level people. They want that kind of excitement and honor, especially for the sharp blades from the regular army. For them, the challenge of crossing the level is like testing their own ability. If they can pass it, they are qualified. And if they can't pass it, they are unqualified. It's very simple. Seeing the 4th level zombie of the Force, it was not only 9 who had a wave of emotions, but also 10 and 11. However, before they took action, suddenly, 9's communicator thought, and 12's code for asking the Lord appeared on the light screen. 9 sighed. Although 12 was not talented, he was very serious and steady. So 9 liked to let 12 do many small things. However, this time it was just to catch a first-level zombie of the Force. And 12 didn't handle it, and even asked for help. 9 was the captain of Team 3. So he had heard some secrets, such as the first-level zombie of the Force, which was not easy to deal with. Now it seemed that he could make the stable 3rd-level zombie 12 press the help button. So 9 knew that there might be some trouble. The trouble was not the zombie. After all, it was only the first level of the Force, and could not cause any harm to them. But the zombie did have the orders and instructions from above, and it had to be captured. This also meant that 9 had to exclude more manpower to do this. Once the manpower began to be seriously consumed, the difficulty of protecting the city would increase, which was something 9 did not want to see. 11. 12 asked for help. Go help him. That zombie can fly. I guess he can't handle it alone. If 12 is a steady person, then 11 is definitely a stubborn and extreme person. It is because of his character that he can barely qualify to enter the Blade. His character gave him a very strong help in the battle. The coach once said that 11's character can help him in the battle, but it can also hurt him. But 11 did not stop. He felt that he should maintain his own self. What I am is what I am. Change means compromise. And I never compromise. This is 11. At the same time, 9 was completely relieved about Lin Hao's matter. Because once 11 took over this matter, unless 11 died, this matter would definitely be completed. Wait. Take the coordinate device and tell 12 when you see him. Let him come back. We need him to defend the city. I know. 11 looked at his captain silently with his cold triangular eyes, and then nodded. 11 stood on the top of the wall, and a bunch of wings suddenly appeared behind him. This kind of wings is more like the flesh wings of a bat, and it doesn't look very beautiful. However, when 11 waved his wings and left the city wall, he had disappeared from people's sight. Chapter 723. As a smart man, first of all, Lin Hao can be sure of one thing. That is, he must not go to the edge cities of the Eastern world. Their people can risk going out of the city to catch him, let alone what might happen after Lin Hao sends him to their territory. Now Lin Hao can only send himself to the Western world, which may be much safer than the Eastern world. Although there are many first-level force zombies trying to sneak attack him. As long as he shows strength, they dare not rush up at will. As long as they dare not rush up, Lin Hao can always show strength. In fact, after the battle with the old man, Lin Hao has not recovered until now. Lin Hao, who was flying in the sky, actually felt a hint of coldness. Although he could no longer see the dangerous man in black, Lin Hao knew that Guy would definitely try every means to catch him on the ground below. Lin Hao could not stop, or even relax. He had already turned on his speed bonus, and relying on his speed bonus, he flew hard for 5 minutes. After seeing that he had reached an unknown place, he dared to slow down and continue to fly in an unknown direction. This is the only thing Lin Hao can do, and it is also the safest method. Gooden. Check if there are any powerful force zombies below. Detecting. Detection completed. There is only one force level 1 zombie within 1,000 meters below, and that force level 1 zombie is a certain distance away from you, and it is estimated that it will not find you. So the place below is the most suitable for you to rest, and there is no superpower behind you. Gooden said. This may be the only help Gooden can provide to Lin Hao. After all, Gooden, as an auxiliary system, has given Lin Hao very powerful help, such as helping Lin Hao to materialize the opponent's strength during the battle, giving Lin Hao the existence of the strengthening path, and allowing Lin Hao to develop on the path that suits him best. Lin Hao is very grateful to Gooden. If there is no Gooden, Lin Hao might still be wandering aimlessly somewhere without knowing where to go, or even mentally ill. Therefore, Lin Hao has always believed in Gooden. When Lin Hao began to descend and prepare a resting place, 12, who had been chasing him hard, finally stopped, because he could no longer find Lin Hao's trace. After all, Lin Hao was flying in the sky at full speed, while he was running on the ground. In particular, the coordinate device in his hand was broken, and he could not detect Lin Hao's current position at all, so he could no longer find Lin Hao. 12 felt very aggrieved, because such a small person often handed over to 12. But 12 could rarely complete it independently. In the middle of each mission, he would be forced to press the help button to let his companions come to help. Although each mission seemed very simple, for some reason, every time 12 was about to complete the mission, there would always be an accident in the mission. And this accident was irreversible. Not asking for help meant mission failure. Asking for help and mission failure. The punishment for mission failure would be more serious. So 12 did not think about it, and immediately chose to ask for help. Coincidentally, every time 12 chose to ask for help, the person he would ask for help would be 11. But every time 11 took action, the two of them would work together, and the task would be completed easily. 12 thought that this time, he would complete the task with 11. It was very convenient for the people of the sharp blade to find each other. 12 only needed to stay in place for a while. Soon, a black lightning flashed through the sky. The lightning circled in the sky for a while, and then fell towards 12. 11 is always cold, no matter who he looks at. Even when he looks at the captain of the first team, 11 is cold. He looks at 12 coldly, and 12 seems to have adapted to this cold look. Have you brought the equipment? This is the focus of 12. 11 said coldly, I have brought it. You can go back. Why? We have to complete it together. I can't go back alone. 12 was a little anxious when he heard this. 11 said, the city needs you. This kind of task can be handed over to one person. You can't fly. So this task is now handed over to me. 12 stared at 11 blankly, hoping to see a joking look in 11's eyes. But 11's eyes were cold from beginning to end. And 11 never joked. Of course, he was not the kind of scheming person. For 11, scheming was something that only people with low confidence would do. 11 was very confident, and he disdained scheming. Because of this, 12 began to despair. He had a good relationship with 11. He was so desperate. But he couldn't tell his good friend. Why is 12 so obsessed with a mission? This is the same as the reward measures they received. In many cases, the personnel of the Blade will not change for many years, because everyone will stay at their own level for many years. If they want to upgrade, it is very simple. They need to complete the mission and obtain mission points. Then the leader of the Eastern world will open a mysterious place with rich force and let them go in to upgrade. For that kind of place, 12 has no idea how long he has been longing for it. Because 12 has not made any progress at this level for 20 years. 20 years ago, 12 was already a third-level force user. But 11 came up 3 years ago. In just a few months, he defeated 12 and replaced 12's original position. This hit 12 hard. Therefore, 12 is eager to become stronger. But up to now, he has not many mission points. If he chooses to go there, he can't even stay for a day. What can he do there in a day? He couldn't even feel the force. Captain, did you really say that? I really can't go with you. Every time 12 was with 11, 11 would complete the mission. And then half of the mission points would be given to him. It can be said that more than half of 12's mission points were earned by 11. Really? The captain said that. And the city is really passive without a master of the force level. So you should go back quickly and leave this mission to me. 11 looked at 12 silently, then took off, flapping his wings and even disappearing. 11 suddenly flew high and disappeared in front of 12. Watching 11 leave, 12's face began to twist. Why did the captain call him back at this time? 12 remembered that he and the captain of their team were in the same class. And he had been the captain of the third team for 20 years. Of course, the captain didn't want to be embarrassed by staying here alone, and was afraid that he would break through. That was definitely the case. Chapter 724. This is a small street, and there is a snack bar above the street. This is a snack that Lin Hao has never seen before. After all, the cultural heritage of the Eula planet has been almost destroyed. This snack bar looks particularly long-standing. However, Lin Hao, who has been in the Eastern world for a while, has never seen such a brand. However, this is not something worth investigating. When encountering such an incident, the loss of the heritage seems to have become an inevitability. There are facilities like those at a roadside stall here. Lin Hao sits on the roadside stall very skillfully, resting and waiting for his physical strength and skill effects to recover. For Lin Hao, as long as the skill effects are successfully recovered, even if the opponent catches up, even if he can't beat him, he can still run away. After all, he is a person with wings. But the opponent has no wings. Therefore, when Gooden reminded Lin Hao, there is a high-level superpower approaching. Although Lin Hao was a little panicked, he was not too scared. It was only after Lin Hao saw the man with his mental power that he began to worry. Haha. I thought we zombies were the only ones with wings in this world. Lin Hao raised his head and looked at 11 flapping his wings, smiling. Of course, Lin Hao would not think that only zombies have wings. After all, Lin Hao believed that one of his friends had wings. This was just one of Lin Hao's ways to delay the other party. Are you the zombie Lin Hao? The person on the head spoke, speaking coldly, which made people angry. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Judging from the other party's appearance, maybe the other party will not hurt him. It is very likely that this matter is just a misunderstanding. The next second, Lin Hao knew that all of this was Lin Hao's own will. When 11 heard that Lin Hao was Lin Hao, he immediately attacked Lin Hao. Lin Hao was a little panicked and hurried to dodge. But 11's speed was too fast. Soon, Lin Hao felt as if he was under great pressure. He flew backwards and instantly knocked a hole in the snack bar behind him. Not far away, the first-level mutant zombie of the force was finally awakened. He quietly approached this side. When he sensed the third-level mutant of the force, the zombie hurriedly fled without looking back. Even though Lin Hao communicated with him countless times with his mental power, he was unwilling to stop. Lin Hao had already told him that as long as the two of them joined forces, they could defeat the zombie in front of them. But unfortunately, the other party was not fooled. In fact, Lin Hao did deceive the zombie. He hoped that the zombie could delay this guy and then find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the other party was a forced zombie after all. And he was not a fool. He could easily judge whether some things were beneficial to him and how much benefit they had. If he found that there was no benefit, he would run away immediately. The other party ran away. And he could only find a way to face this terrible superpower by himself. It's strange. Such a weak zombie. 12 didn't catch you. And let you run away. What a waste. 11 is such a straightforward person. Even if 12 stands in front of him, he dares to say so. 12 probably relies on the fact that he thinks he is very familiar with 11 and makes up a few words for 11. Wait a minute. I know you are very powerful. Can you tell me why you want to catch me? Lin Hao stood up with some difficulty. Facing a third-level force mutant, Lin Hao really had no way to resist. The opponent was too powerful. So powerful that he seemed to be unable to deal with it. Do you want to see the opponent's attributes? Gooden suddenly asked. No. I just mean to know that I can't be the opponent of that guy now. Next, I may need to outsmart him. It doesn't matter whether the attributes are important or not. Lin Hao said helplessly. Lin Hao always liked to talk about fighting. Outsmarting didn't exist at all. But now, he could only calm down and use his brain. Because he couldn't be the opponent of the opponent in fighting. Obviously, if that guy had used all his strength just now, Lin Hao would not exist now. But Lin Hao was still alive. Which proved that the opponent didn't want his life at all. As long as the opponent didn't want to kill him, then he still had a chance. Why should I catch you? You should know this better than me. 11 still said coldly. And then approached Lin Hao. He didn't want to waste time with Lin Hao. For 11, there are many things in this world that are much more important than the first-level force zombie in front of him. So 11 is very busy. But obviously, Lin Hao didn't want 11 to succeed like this. If he was really caught by this guy, would he still have a good life? Lin Hao tried to use skills. As long as the speed bonus could be turned on, he could leave here. But in the end, he found that his skills didn't show any signs of being turned on at all. Oh my god. It looks like God wants to kill me. Even if he died on the road, Lin Hao would not die and surrender. This is Lin Hao's own character. He will never compromise and never feel despair. Even if he knew that he might not be able to escape. But the opportunity is explored. Not studied. Nor spoken by others. Even if Lin Hao knew that he could not escape, he still did not give up. He stood up and found a hidden place. He suddenly burst out with a speed of nearly 100 points. At that moment, there was even an afterimage. However, behind Lin Hao, 11 was faster. He didn't even look at Lin Hao, but just waved his wings. Suddenly, a burst of lightning burst out from 11's wings and hit Lin Hao fiercely. When Lin Hao felt his body begin to become numb, his consciousness also began to become dull. This was 11's lightning. It paralyzed not only the body, but also the soul. Or in layman's terms, the mental power. Seeing Lin Hao lying on the ground motionless, 11 walked forward, smiled disdainfully, then carried Lin Hao up, flew into the sky again, and flew towards the city not far away. The reason why they could easily cross such a long distance every time was very simple. Because their speed had reached a very terrifying level. So they could fly around at will. When 11 went back and put Lin Hao on his shoulder in front of everyone, he obviously saw 12's face twitched. Although he saw the abnormal dampness and heat. It was a pity that 11 didn't care about such things at all. He didn't know why 12 was normal. Even if he knew, he wouldn't go forward to comfort him. 12's popularity was not good. Especially since there were only 4 people in their team. With no one talking. 12 felt even gloomier. Chapter 725. When Lin Hao woke up, he opened his eyes and saw a dark place. The Ula planet was originally dark. But with Lin Hao's eyesight, he could still see something with the residual light. But it was really dark in front of him. And even Lin Hao couldn't see anything. This was very serious. But no one came to help Lin Hao in this situation. Lin Hao could only stay in the dark. He stood up and began to grope around. There was a piece of hay on the ground, which seemed to be where he had just lain. There was a wall in front of him. Lin Hao followed the left side and touched the corner. He did not change direction, but continued to touch back. knowing that the wall in front of him was touched by Lin Hao to make sure that every corner was not missed. Lin Hao began to turn and touch the next wall. In just 2 minutes, Lin Hao had touched all the walls around him. The reason was simple. The area of this place was too small, and the walls were too small. Lin Hao easily touched them all. So, Lin Hao did a height adjustment experiment and found that he could easily touch the roof. The roof was only about 3 meters from the ground, which means that this should be a building with a very common height. Just when Lin Hao was about to release his power bonus to see if he could smash the iron wall, he found that his power seemed to have disappeared. What happened? Lin Hao was a little surprised. Since the power had disappeared, Lin Hao didn't mind using his mental power to go out and have a look. So he subconsciously wanted to adjust the mental power image. But when the mental power was about to leave the brain range, suddenly, a sharp pain came. And this sharp pain directly caused Lin Hao's mental power to shrink back instantly. Lin Hao hurriedly put his hand on his head, only to find that there was a plastic ring on his head. He wanted to take the plastic ring off his head, but found that the plastic ring was more useful than steel, because Lin Hao's strength could easily tear metal. Not to mention Xiao's plastic ring. Couldn't. Can you hear me? Couldn't? I can. Don't worry. We can still communicate. Don't be afraid. Gooden hurriedly spoke to comfort him. I'm not that scared. I just want to know where I am now. I don't know either. The only thing I can be sure of is that you should be in a laboratory in a marginal city. And it's a high-precision laboratory. Every instrument in this laboratory is very sensitive. I can't help you casually. Otherwise I might be discovered. And if I'm discovered, you might die. Gooden said very seriously. Anyway, unless you are in a situation where you must die, I may not help you casually. Everything depends on you. Come on. Oh my God. Can't you help a little? You can't help every time I need you to help. Lin Hao was a little helpless. But what kind of environment is he in? This made Lin Hao feel very strange. The Edge City is the city close to the West World. These cities are built together with very tall metal buildings. Those metal buildings are like a very long wall. Although they block people, they also block the group of zombies. People fought on top of these walls. There were few flying zombies. Most of them were level 5 or 6. After all, these medium-level zombies were the most numerous. These zombies did not have enough jumping ability to jump onto the walls. They gathered together and built ladders under the walls, climbing up little by little. People would release high-temperature weapons, such as flame guns, high-voltage electricity, etc. But there were too many zombies. When those level 5 or 6 zombies finally climbed onto the walls, they faced level 5 or 6 superpowers. This is the last stage. Hand-to-hand combat. Cui Lian is also among this group of people. She holds a short sword, which was given to her by Lin Hao. Although there is a more convenient laser sword later, Cui Lian still feels that it is more convenient for her to use this one. The Jin family's tyrant sword is used as smoothly as flowing water. Although she has only been here for a short week, she has killed many zombies and has become a heroine here. If the current environment is not unsuitable, there will definitely be many people chasing this beautiful woman. After all, no one here knows that Cui Lian is from the Nugulu family. After repelling the zombies once again, it can't be said that they were repelled, because the zombies seemed endless and inexhaustible. And the superpowers here began to get tired. They gradually felt that they could not hold on any longer. After the battle, even Cui Lian lost her demeanor and sat on the ground casually. Similarly, several familiar boys came to sit next to Cui Lian. Cui Lian had no friends before, because of her identity and talent. Many people did not dare to be friends with her. But after coming here, her talent was very high, and her level was close to level 8, and she would soon catch up with the level of her mount. But others did not know her identity. So Cui Lian finally had her own friends. Cui Lian really treated them as ordinary friends. So at the beginning, she firmly said that she already had a boyfriend. Therefore, this group of people really treated Cui Lian as an ordinary friend. Cui Lian still didn't like to talk. She preferred to listen to others' chats. Others seemed to have understood Cui Lian's temper. So unless it was necessary, they would not bring Cui Lian into their chats. This time, they started chatting again. Even if they were fighting, this group of people would not casually throw away the communicator, but carry it with them. Now that they finally drove away the zombies, they naturally took out the communicator to play with it. The above news was read out by a person who likes to read aloud. Lin Hao. The zombie who caused the war has been caught. The battle between zombies and humans may stop soon. Reading this title, the person next to him said excitedly, "That means this battle may be over. It is finally over. Although I feel that fighting has made my level increase much faster, I am also afraid of facing life and death every day." This person spoke out everyone's thoughts. No one likes this kind of life, like Lin Hao and Shui Lian. They are better off living their lives in peace and security. This is also a kind of happiness. You can say that they don't have dreams, but they have their responsibilities and they are happy. Unfortunately, Shui Lian can't live such a happy life because of their different identities. When Shui Lian heard the news title, she immediately snatched the boy's communicator. The boy didn't care too much and chatted with others. He didn't see that Shui Lian's eyes were shining green. Chapter 726. Lin Hao has tried many times. No matter how he hammered the wall, or how he tried to release his mental power from his head, it didn't work. Gooden said that this plastic ring could help him train his mental power, and let him try a few more times. "Why don't you come out and try this kind of pain yourself?" Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, "Okay, stop struggling. With the strength of the first level of the force, you can't get out of my laboratory at all." Just as he finished saying this, the lights in the whole room lit up, and Lin Hao finally saw where he was. He saw a large space around him, with a snow-white floor, and Lin Hao was trapped in a square glass cover in the middle of this large space. What had been trapping Lin Hao was actually just a small glass cover, which Lin Hao had not expected. This space was definitely as big as a football, with a height of only a dozen meters. There was only Lin Hao around. In the air in front of him, there was a room hanging down. In that room, there was a guy in a white coat. The guy's mouth had just left the microphone next to him. Obviously, he was the one who had just spoken. Next to that guy was a man in black. The black clothes were familiar. The people who arrested Lin Hao seemed to be wearing this kind of clothes. But the person was different. The man in front of him seemed to be older. He was talking to the man in the white coat, and the microphone was on. They didn't care about Lin Hao at all, and just talked about Lin Hao. "It's hard for Doctor to come to our city. It's estimated that the higher-ups will talk to the zombies for a while. So this zombie will stay in our laboratory in the next few days. I heard that your biochemical weapons have entered a new mode. In short, you can experiment with this zombie as you like, as long as you don't kill it. Otherwise, if the zombies really want it, we won't be able to say anything. After all, handing over this zombie can really calm down this war, which is also a good decision. Don't worry, Captain. I won't kill this zombie. I just want to try my latest potion. I heard that it can drive the surrounding force to gather at one location. What we lack most now is the force. Zombies can obtain the force through competition with each other, but we psychics can only sense the force and absorb it. If I succeed in making this potion, perhaps it will be much easier for us psychics to obtain the force in the future," the doctor said with a smile. The captain obviously started to work, and he looked at the doctor with shining eyes. Is what the doctor said true? It's true. The force of this potion is to change people's body structure and add some things into the body. Those things combined with the body structure will become a physique that is easy to attract the force. However, after that substance really enters the body, I don't know what kind of impact it will have on the body. You also know that force zombies are rare. I applied for it for a long time, and finally I got this zombie in front of me. The doctor laughed. Anyway, you have to be careful. Don't kill this zombie. The captain laughed. Why would I kill him? I finally have a useful zombie. But it will die. I will definitely take good care of it. You go do your thing. I take care of this. The doctor patted the captain's shoulder. If the drug test is useful, Doctor, I hope you can do a human experiment on me first. The captain looked at the doctor in front of him with some excitement. The doctor thought for a long time before he said cautiously, Okay, I consider it. Thank you, Doctor. The captain left the room. Lin Hao had been in the glass cover, listening silently to the conversation between the doctor and the captain. In their conversation, he was the test subject. They said it in front of me. The test subject. Is this okay for you? Little zombie. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. You won't die in my hands. But you will eventually return to the hands of those high-level zombies. I don't know if you will die in their hands. So, even if these secrets are told to you, what can you do? You are a zombie. Your upgrade system is competition and obtaining crystal cores. Even if you become a physique that can attract the force, it's useless. Anyway, you will die in a short time. The doctor looked at Lin Hao and said with a sneer. At the same time, he didn't know that Lin Hao was also sneering. Lin Hao, the force zombie, might be a little different from other force zombies. Among 10,000 force zombies, there is even one who evolved by perceiving the force. And Lin Hao is the zombie who evolved by perceiving the force. So he can be so powerful. Lin Hao was eager for such a physique that attracted the force. Suddenly, Lin Hao became curious and expectant about the experiment of this old guy. From time to time, a white coat walked behind the old man. Sure enough, the white coat was not alone. Soon, the doctor left the room that looked like a bird's nest and hung above. I don't know if that place can bear that kind of weight. This kind of thing is obviously not what Lin Hao should think about. A minute later, the doctor stood in front of Lin Hao. And there were many other white coats beside the doctor. Boy, let's discuss something. You cooperate with our experiment. When the time comes, I will find a chance to see if I can talk to the higher-ups and let you go. As long as you cooperate with my experiment, I will let you leave safely. How about it? The doctor looked at Lin Hao and spoke softly. To be honest, the people Lin Hao admired most in his life were people like this. They were full of disdain for you one moment, and spoke to you gently the next moment. In short, Lin Hao couldn't do it. Really? If I tell you the truth, you will let me leave safely? Without sending me to the hands of zombies? Lin Hao pretended to be a naive person and said to the doctor, Really? Look into my eyes. Such righteous eyes. Do you think I would lie to you? Looking into this guy's eyes, he could see nothing but cunning and profit. But Lin Hao nodded and said, Okay. I believe you. I will cooperate with you. You must let me out. Don't worry. I always keep my word. Be good. Lin Hao found that his strength was not gone. But the glass cover in front of him was too solid. He could not open it with his physical strength. The key was mental strength. Lin Hao had tried until now, and still did not release his mental strength until the glass cover in front of him began to open gradually from the top of his head. Chapter 727. Seeing the glass cover above his head gradually opening, Lin Hao really had an impulse. That is, to rush out of the glass cover directly. But he didn't know where this place was, and how powerful the other party was. Lin Hao didn't know either. The only thing he knew was that the other party's target was him, and he would definitely be under strict surveillance. Since he was here, he should make the best of it. The other party had already said that they would not harm his life for the time being. In that case, why couldn't he stay and see what they were going to do? Lin Hao watched a test bed slowly descend from the glass window above his head. Seeing the test bed appear in front of Lin Hao with a hazy light, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. This kind of test bed was really too familiar. Lin Hao didn't know how many times he had lain on this bed. Almost every time it was related to Yi Wentian. He didn't know how Yi Wentian was doing now. The test bed had stopped beside Lin Hao. The doctor whispered outside the glass cover, Okay. Please lie on it now. Okay. Ha. Lin Hao said okay, laughed softly, and then lay down. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of bondage. If he was bound to live, Lin Hao would rather choose to resist and die, which was his ultimate fate. However, Gooden's words calmed Lin Hao down. Their experiment may really be useful for your body. And I tested the potion. There are at least 2 force crystal cores in it, and the concentration of force is very high. It may not be detected for the time being, but it looks like the potion should be delivered into your body during the experiment, regardless of whether your body can become a body that attracts the force. You must find a way to get all the potions. Gooden said solemnly. If I get that potion, I can leave here? If you get that potion, you can improve your evolution level. If you improve your evolution level, do you think you can leave? Lin Hao stopped talking. He just laughed and lay obediently on the bed, letting those people do whatever they want to him. To be honest, as a zombie, I really didn't feel anything after lying on the test bed. It was over, because there was no pain. There was no suffering, except for the plastic ring on his head. Other places would not cause any pain to Lin Hao. But what Lin Hao found strange was why he couldn't pull the plastic ring off by himself. Only when he saw the glass covers around him did he understand why. Because the plastic ring was made of the same material as the surrounding glass covers. So no matter how strong Lin Hao was, he could not remove the plastic ring. As for how the plastic ring was installed on the head to ensure that Lin Hao could not remove it at all. There are many ways, and human methods are endless. Just like this, several hours passed, and the white coats outside were watching from the side. Lin Hao was very anxious. Really anxious. The potion was always suspended in the air not far away with tools. And it was really anxious that it was about to hit him, but not hit him. Lin Hao really wanted to know how much original force was in it, and whether it was enough for him to upgrade to the second level. Finally, the needle came towards him. Seeing the needle inserted into his arm, and pushing all the force into it, Lin Hao suddenly felt his body warm. Couldn't have my attributes changed? Yes. Your experience points have been increasing. 5 points. 6 points. 7 points. 8 points. 8 points. I don't understand. The needle gave you 5 points of experience points. 5 points of experience points? Well, it's really high. But what's the use? I am still trapped here and cannot leave. Don't worry. As long as this experiment is successful, you just need to hide well, and show that you are weak. Just as Gooden finished speaking, suddenly, there was a cheer from outside. Lin Hao looked up at those people in a strange way, and found that they were hugging each other and cheering. The doctor shouted at Lin Hao, "Little zombie, do you feel uncomfortable? Have you never felt this kind of power? It's a pity that you can only watch these powers in your body, but you can't use them at all. What a poor little zombie." Until this moment, Lin Hao found that the force that he could not sense before could be clearly sensed at this moment. Although the force was so rare, it really existed. Not only did the force exist, but it was also quietly approaching Lin Hao. If you were not because of the level of perception, you would be very uncomfortable at this moment. Because this force belongs to the original force. They are the most primitive force. And the zombie crystal cores are all docile force. For zombies, their level upgrades all rely on the docile force. You relied on this before. But when you became a force zombie, you realized the real original force, which allows your body to accept two kinds of force. One is modified, and the other is not modified. If your way of improvement depends on the crystal core, then your body will accept the original force. And it will definitely be very uncomfortable and weak, because you are not suitable. This force will leave your body after staying in your body for a while. So you have to act very painful now. Very painful. Understand? After Gooden's repeated reminders, Lin Hao finally understood. So he rolled to the ground, curled up, clenched his teeth, and closed his eyes. Everything was okay. The doctor, who was about to be puzzled, finally felt relieved when he saw this scene. What he wanted was to try to copy this physique. Now it seems that this physique can not only be copied, but also be successful easily. Of course, this physique is only suitable for humans. It can't be said to be fatal to zombies, but it is definitely not suitable. The entire glass cover was opened. If Lin Hao rushed out now, no one present could stop him. But it was not possible now. Lin Hao had to continue acting because the surrounding force was madly rushing into his body. 2 security guards came up and grabbed Lin Hao's legs, pulling Lin Hao away from this particularly large venue. They were not afraid of Lin Hao's sudden counterattack, because the 2 people who pulled Lin Hao were both first-level force, which was why Lin Hao did not move rashly. Very good. I still underestimated this place. Even the security guards are first-level force. Very good. I be timid for a while. Lin Hao said silently in his heart. This system can exist forever. But in the first 24 hours, your absorption ability becomes very strong. So don't think about moving casually within 24 hours. Chapter 728. Pa. The 2 first-level force guys had no sympathy at all, and threw Lin Hao directly into a room. Then closed the glass door, stood outside and began to guard, and complained while guarding. What's so good about guarding a first-level force zombie? I guarded second and third-level zombies before. Another one also said, who said it wasn't true? Although the captives have almost zombie combat capabilities, they dare not kill them casually. Obviously, the war has begun. I wonder why they said they dare not kill them. They dare not even do experiments on those zombies. Otherwise, this first-level force zombie wouldn't be so unlucky. After all, aren't we afraid that the zombies will really start to fight desperately? So we keep the lives of those zombies. When the battle is almost over, we can send those zombies away. Maybe this will end the war. The 2 guards complained and cursed at the same time. In short, they didn't care about Lin Hao behind them, who made Lin Hao only have the first level of the force. When he really reaches the force, He will find that there is another level here. And in this level, the first level of the force is the weakest. In their eyes, Lin Hao was the weakest. Although they all knew that he was the most powerful person wanted by the zombies. They all knew that if they really handed Lin Hao over, the battle would probably not stop. Lin Hao's fate was already determined. That is, death. It all depended on when Lin Hao was sent out. When Lin Hao was sent out, he would die. In the far north of the central part of the eastern world, there was a city called Kaga. The president came to the god's domain again. And those people appeared in the god's domain again. They looked at the president, wondering why this guy summoned them again in such a short time. Phantom looked at the president and said coldly, "If you don't have any special reason, I will kill you." The president's forehead was sweating. And he stood up and said, "We have captured the zombie named Lin Hao and negotiated with the zombies. But the zombies changed their reasons. They don't want Lin Hao anymore. They want to get the body of the superpower Xia Chuichui. They said they want to bury Xia Chuichui as a zombie in the West World. But Xia Chuichui's body has disappeared long ago. The guardian of that city has been searching for it for a long time. But it can't be found. This time, the zombies are really going to go to war with us. So I called you all here to see if there is any way." "You mean? You found the zombie. But the zombies don't want humans anymore. They want corpses. And they want to bury the corpses? It's so funny. A group of zombies told me to bury the corpses?" "Uh-huh." Phantom mocked with great displeasure. "Don't laugh. That's right. This is the purpose of the security zombies. They don't want that zombie at all. We have already experimented out the purpose. We should also do something. Right?" Caven supported his eyes. "Because I still have to rush the manuscript. So I hope this meeting can be a little faster. Otherwise I'm afraid the editor will rush me. This is the first time I've seen a great writer who is concerned about his country, and people also ask for this kind of meeting to proceed quickly for some reason." Phantom finally couldn't help but tease when he saw the scene. Caven didn't say anything, but just glanced at Phantom. Phantom immediately waved his hand to indicate that he was wrong and asked Caven not to bear grudges. Caven is certainly not a grudge-bearing person. He looked at the president and said, "Tell me, what do you think? I want you to reveal your identities and then take action. Many people have died in the marginal city. Whether they are superpowers or ordinary people, they should not die again. You are all one of the most powerful superpowers in the Eastern world. As long as you take action, you can definitely protect our Eastern world." So, the president looked at these people in panic and said, "Gallic, what do you think?" Qing Feiyong looked at the ordinary staff around him and asked. Gallic played with his communicator and answered casually, "Whatever. It's fine. You can come. I knew it would be the same whether you come or not." Qing Feiyong complained. "Then I'm leaving." After saying this, Gallic disappeared, obviously rushing back to play with his phone, which made Qing Feiyong angry. As for the president, he never spoke again after what he said just now, fearing that he might accidentally say something wrong and offend someone present. Nurse Kelly and Plumber Chinley discussed quietly for a long time. And Kelly finally said, "This time I think the president is right. We are human beings and part of this society. We should help this society do something." "I agree with Kelly." Chinley will express his position. Writer Khan also said, "I agree. We should do this." "Right? Yes. We should do this." Kelly looked at Khan with a smile, while Chinley looked at Khan very unhappy. Khan shook his head helplessly and said nothing. There were only 5 people who talked frequently, and 3 of them didn't talk much, as if everything was so indifferent. For example, the clerk who just left without saying anything, although he looked like a small department store clerk, who knew that his true identity would be a super master of the 9th level of the force. The last 2 people who didn't talk much were 2 old men. One of the old men was wearing a very gorgeous tang suit. When people on the field were talking, he just looked at them indifferently, listened quietly, and didn't interrupt them. He always had a faint smile on his face. Everyone present also respected him very much, because this old man was the first to reveal his identity. He was one of the most powerful psychics in the Eastern world. Everyone in this world knew of his existence. But he couldn't act casually because of the agreement. From the beginning, this old man has been posting some content about this war on social software. Of course, the old man is anti-war. No one wants to have war. There is another old man who is dressed very badly. He wears tattered clothes, and there are traces of dampness on the trouser legs. He wears a hat. The hat is very big and covers his whole head. No one can see his face clearly. All that can be seen is the mustache sticking out of the hat. The old man squatted on the chair, leaning against it, as if he was sleeping. He never spoke during every meeting. He touched his fishing rod. There was a living worm on the fishing rod, wriggling, as if he had just come back from fishing in the pond. At this moment, he was snoring quietly, as if he was asleep. Chapter 729. The old man holding the fishing rod seemed to be like this every time he had a meeting. But this time, he was destined not to be able to take such a comfortable nap. He could do it casually before because there was nothing serious before. But this time it was different. The group of zombies had already hit his home. No matter what decision was made, he had to gather everyone together and discuss it together. The old man in the tang suit did not speak, but just quietly looked at the sloppy old man next to him. Everyone, except for Gally who had already left, looked at the sloppy old man in front of him. They didn't call him because they knew that when they looked at him together, he would definitely feel it. And then it would be up to him whether to wake up or not. Finally, the sloppy old man couldn't stand so many people staring at him. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Next to his mouth was the fish hook on the fishing line. The worm on the fish hook seemed to be afraid that the open mouth would swallow it, so it began to wriggle desperately. But how could such a worm escape the fish hook that pierced its body? Of course, it was not until the end that Shi Chong realized that the big mouth in front of him opened for a while, and then closed. It had nothing to do with swallowing him. Shi Chong was just too nervous. If you think about it carefully, he was hooked on the fish hook. How could this person come to swallow him? Wasn't he afraid of piercing his mouth? When the sloppy old man opened his eyes, it was like a very sharp sword breaking free from the scabbard. He first looked at the old man in tang suit, who was closest to him, and then looked at the others. Except for the old man in tang suit, everyone else couldn't help but look away. No one dared to look at this old man. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to shoot straight into people's hearts. You guys discuss your own affairs. Why do I have to make the decision? You all know that I actually hate making decisions. After the old man said something casually, he couldn't help but close his eyes again. But the old man in tang suit next to him pulled the old man who wanted to sleep. Okay, Xiaoyu, since you are awake, don't close your eyes. Just discuss it with everyone. The old man in tang suit laughed. Don't you have me? I listen to you. Stop. I want to go back to sleep. Gallic is immature. You have lived for hundreds of years, and you are still like this? Can we be good friends in the future? The old man in the tang suit looked at the old man Xiaoyu with some dignity. Xiaoyu actually listened to him. Then he continued to sit on the chair in his own posture. But his eyes were no longer closed, but open, looking at the people in front of him aimlessly. In the end, Kelly couldn't help but ask, Senior Xiaoyu, do you agree with my opinion? What do you think? Sorry, I may have really fallen asleep before. Can you tell me your conditions again? Xiaoyu scratched his ear and pulled out some salty and fishy sea mud, then flicked it with his thumb. And the salty and fishy sea mud fell not far from Qing Feiyang. Qing Feiyang obviously saw the mud, and couldn't help looking at Xiaoyu, then gently fanned his nose with his hand. Xiaoyu naturally saw the scene, and as a result, he seemed to have seen something particularly interesting, and took out some salty and fishy sea mud from his other ear, and flicked it towards Qing Feiyang again. Although Qing Feiyang is also a Force Level 9 Psychic, and Xiaoyu is also a Force Level 9 Psychic, there is still a gap between top psychics. Obviously, Qing Feiyang does not think he has the qualifications to disrespect Xiaoyu. So when Xiaoyu threw the sea mud towards Qing Feiyang again, all Qing Feiyang could do was to exchange seats with the president. And that seat was much farther away from Xiaoyu. Of course, although the distance was much farther, masters of their level could bounce a small sea mud wherever they wanted. And it mainly depended on whether the other party wanted to. Obviously, Xiaoyu saw that Qing Feiyang actually gave in, and felt very bored. And he looked at Kelly again. Kelly opened her mouth, looked at Xiaoyu and said, I think what the president said makes sense. We need to go out and scare the zombies. So, Senior Xiaoyu, do you want to join us? Of course. It's boring to stay at the beach alone every day. If you want to make trouble, take me with you. Senior Xiaoyu, we are not making trouble, Kelly said helplessly. Fighting is making trouble for me. I haven't made trouble for a long time. Anyway, don't forget to take me with you. I also have a communicator. Although Xiaoyu and the old man in tang suits are already elderly, they are both very advanced psychics. They are very quick to learn any new things. And their learning ability is hundreds of times better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, they quickly learned how to use a small communicator. Okay. Senior Xiaoyu also agreed. Although Gallic is gone, I know that he usually follows our decision. So, President, the gods of the divine realm agree to your proposal. See you in the Edge City in a week. Kelly stood up in a protective suit and looked at the president. The president swallowed hard and said, Okay. Thank you, gods. I leave it, there's nothing else. However, before the president left, the so-called gods in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of him. The president rubbed his eyes and didn't feel strange. He must have been ignored like this many times. So he was mentally prepared. Lin Hao, can you still hold on? Gooden asked in Lin Hao's heart. Of course I can hold on. This system is so awesome. If I don't use it properly, I will be sorry for myself. Lin Hao said weakly. Originally, this physique was no problem for Lin Hao. What Lin Hao didn't know was that when this physique met the crystal core, the effect was enhanced dozens of times. So, Lin Hao instantly felt the feeling of the force pouring into his body. Even Gooden didn't expect this situation. Such a surge of force into the body must be harmful. But Lin Hao is a zombie. His physical fitness is extraordinary. He is not afraid of this kind of physical damage at all. In addition, the crazy period of this physique is only the first 24 hours. After 24 hours, although the physique has changed, the body can absorb the force autonomously anytime and anywhere. But it is impossible to be as fast as the first 24 hours. And how much force can be absorbed in these 24 hours depends on a person's physical endurance. Chapter 730. Originally, Lin Hao could have completely withstood it with his physique. After all, even ordinary superpowers could withstand this situation. Not to mention zombies like them. However, there is one thing. That is, most zombies cannot use this original force. But Lin Hao is different. When he was promoted to the original force level, he relied on the original force. So this physique was not at all unsuitable for Lin Hao. However, Gooden was powerful. But he was only an intelligence after all. He always made mistakes in calculating the crystal core and the T-virus. For example, when the crystal core was fused with this physique, the effect would be amplified. And it might even be amplified by dozens of times. That was a very terrifying effect. People drink water when they are thirsty. But what about when they are not thirsty? What would you do if a large amount of water still poured into your stomach? If the flow rate is very small, you can drink while excreting. But what if the flow rate is increased by dozens of times? Now Lin Hao is in this state. His whole body has been filled with the force. And Lin Hao is completely unable to digest it. But the force is still accumulating in Lin Hao's body. If Lin Hao is just an ordinary psychic, his body may have cracked at this moment. But he is not an ordinary person. He is a zombie. And a zombie with very good physical fitness. For Lin Hao, this might be his only advantage. But what Lin Hao could not imagine was that the zombies were supposed to have no sense of pain. But at this moment, it was completely different. Lin Hao not only felt the pain, but also felt very painful. So painful that sweat broke out on his head. The white coats behind him were relieved when they saw Lin Hao like this. This was a normal reaction for Lin Hao. And they hurriedly reported it to the doctor. Lin Hao was still in pain here. If my body was really stretched. These forces? Lin Hao asked with some concern. It will dissipate. But your physique will still undergo this benign change. So if you really can't bear it, just cut a hole in your belly. That will be much easier. Gooden suggested. No. It's impossible. This is an opportunity. How can he run away? Lin Hao said firmly. Although the force was still flowing into his body, Lin Hao had not observed anything other than pain. His body was swollen. But there was no sign of cracking. It seemed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. As long as Lin Hao persisted and persisted until his physique was successfully restored, everything would be perfect. After all, Lin Hao's body was absorbing the force eagerly. If I absorb all the force, what level can I reach? In this case, Lin Hao did not forget to ask this question. At most, force level 4. But the speed of force level 4 in one night is fast enough. There is no need to be so fast. Gooden asked worriedly. After all, this matter is beyond Gooden's judgment. So Gooden made the safest decision. Fortune is sought in danger. Don't think I will give up this opportunity. My body will definitely be able to hold on. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said silently. Gooden heard Lin Hao say this. What else can it say? It could only watch Lin Hao silently, waiting for Lin Hao's change. But will Lin Hao really change for the better? No one knows until the time comes. The doctor has changed his white coat, and he can't wait to release the experimental information whenever the country is in danger, such as now. The group of zombies has been eyeing the Eastern world and the Western world. In this case, every place gives priority to the development of science and technology. And at this time, scientific and technological personnel are the most popular, especially when some scientific researchers have developed new scientific and technological achievements. They will be eager to report, because that will get a lot of benefits. Before leaving, the doctor came down and looked at Lin Hao lying on the ground, sneering. He knew that Lin Hao could not die. As long as Lin Hao was alive, nothing would happen. Now the zombie just had to wait, waiting for the time when he would be traded. Lin Hao lay on the ground, motionless. His face was pale, and his body even showed signs of swelling. As a doctor of biology, he only needed to take a look to know whether Lin Hao's life would be in danger. Obviously, he would not. So, the doctor left, and the two guards who were guarding Lin Hao were chatting very relaxedly. No one observed Lin Hao. They all thought that Lin Hao was a poor guy, an experimental subject, a victim in the battle between humans and zombies. They had no pity for Lin Hao, even though they knew that the reason why the zombies started the war was some trumped-up charges. But they still captured Lin Hao and prepared to sacrifice Lin Hao in the hope of stopping the battle, even though they knew that the possibility of stopping the battle was not great. Lin Hao closed his eyes tightly, just enduring the boundless loneliness and pain. Gooden kept asking Lin Hao to hold on. As long as he held on, he would be able to be reborn. 24 hours later, Chui Lian finally arrived at this edge city. All cities close to this wall are called edge cities, and these edge cities also have their own names. Chui Lian is in the edge city in the south, and Lin Hao is in the edge city in the north. Since learning that Lin Hao was captured by people from the eastern world, Chui Lian left the edge city in the south and headed north. There was only one reason. She was going to rescue Lin Hao. Chui Lian knew that rescuing Lin Hao might be a very difficult task, because the top organization in the eastern world, the Blade Team 3, was stationed in this marginal city, and Lin Hao was said to have been captured by them. To be honest, as a superpower among humans, and Chui Lian was so beautiful. When she appeared on the wall of this marginal city and asked the soldiers about her disappearance, she really easily found out Lin Hao's current location. Lin Hao was in the laboratory in the center of the city, looking at the circular building in the center of the city. Chui Lian knew that it should be there. Don't worry, Lin Hao. I come to save you right away. Chui Lian thought silently in her heart, and then walked towards there firmly, without any retreat. There seemed to be movement in the sky in the distance. There were always lightning above the thick dark clouds. Human figures were just above the dark clouds, fighting fiercely and desperately. They were zombies, but also humans. They were all guys above the 6th level of the force. Their battle could only be in the air because their impact was too great. They were the most powerful people on the road of evolution. Chapter 731. The laboratories in this city are still very strictly guarded. After all, they are different from the laboratories in universities. The laboratories in universities are all for experiments or learning. But the laboratories in various cities really store some confidential information, and it is impossible for you to go in and check it out casually. So when Chui Lian revealed her identity and said that she was a superpower guarding the city, the people in the laboratory also did not let her in. Although the people in the laboratory were very kind to Chui Lian. Of course, this was not only because Chui Lian revealed her identity, but also because of Chui Lian's appearance and figure. As a man, how could he not be kind to such a woman? Although Chui Lian repeatedly requested to just go in and take a look, those people still didn't let Chui Lian go. Chui Lian was really angry. Usually she was a cold girl. Such a girl was humble and coquettish. And what was the result? The guards at the door feasted their eyes, but still didn't let him in. How could she not be angry? You really won't let me in? Chui Lian looked at these people with a weird look. The gatekeepers outside the laboratory were not force-level psychics, but they were also level 3 or 4 psychics. After graduating from the psychic university, most students can reach the level of level 4 or above. They are generally sent to marginal cities for training, or become bodyguards of senior families. Of course, There are also people who enter the laboratory for academic research. And they do all kinds of odd jobs, such as guarding the gate. Of course, the work of these guys in the laboratory depends on the assignment every day. So if you see a gatekeeper at the door of the laboratory, don't think that the other person is really just guarding the gate. But because of these psychics guarding the gate, they could easily see that Cui Lian was a very powerful psychic. So this might be one of the reasons why they were kind to Cui Lian. In short, because these guys were kind, Cui Lian couldn't do anything, such as sneaking in when she got the chance to deal with him. Cui Lian couldn't think of any good way, so she had to leave this place first, watching the guards chatting and gossiping from a distance, pulling her hair with one hand and holding a cloth bag with the other hand. The cloth bag contained the black dagger that Lin Hao gave him. It seems that Cui Lian likes this black dagger very much. And this dagger is indeed very sharp. It has been used until now, and there is no sign of damage. This dagger was brought by Lin Hao from Earth. The material is definitely not comparable to that of the Eula planet. But if this dagger is not used to collide with the metal of the Eula planet, this hard alloy material can still last for a long time. Because this dagger is durable, and was given by Lin Hao, Cui Lian cherishes it very much. When she looked at the guys guarding the laboratory, Cui Lian couldn't help but feel angry. If it really didn't work, she would kill them. When she thought of Lin Hao being captured, being controlled, lying helplessly on the test bed, with all kinds of tubes inserted into his body, and finally dying for no reason in the hands of those emotionless white-clothed executioners in a certain experimental error, or other aspects. And then, the body was thrown to the side at random. Every time she thought of this, Cui Lian felt like she was going crazy. If not, just kill them. Just when Cui Lian was about to kill them, suddenly, a truck slid in from the high-speed glass plank road not far away. This kind of truck usually delivers supplies to the laboratory or an official organization at this time. And those people can enter and exit at will. Seeing this, the little girl's eyes finally lit up, because she remembered that Lin Hao seemed to have taught her a breathing method. With that breathing method, she could temporarily hide the crystal core energy in her body. The reason why psychics can sense each other is because they can feel each other's energy. If Cui Lian shielded this energy, the other party would not be able to sense her at all. And then she could go in smoothly. Thinking of this, Cui Lian hurriedly took action, because the car had stopped at the door of the laboratory, and the gatekeepers were opening the door to let the train in. Cui Lian was a level 6 psychic. As a level 6 psychic, and a speed psychic, she was so fast that ordinary level 3 and 4 psychics could not detect her at all. So they could not see Cui Lian easily hiding under the truck, finding a place to fix her body under the truck, and then hurriedly hiding her crystal core aura. The truck gradually moved, and then entered the laboratory. Finally, when the truck came to the logistics department, no one found Cui Lian. Cui Lian found a hidden place to put herself down while the truck was still moving. It was quite painful to fall straight to the ground. After all, Cui Lian was not a zombie, and she could not block her pain. Finally, Cui Lian stood up firmly. He was no longer the Cui Lian of half a year ago. The Cui Lian now had blood on her hands, and had really been on the battlefield. In particular, she still had the Jinjiao Badeo that Lin Hao gave her in her hand. Every time she used this sword technique on the battlefield, she would always think of Lin Hao uncontrollably. This sword technique not only gave her a standard for survival in combat, but also gave her a way to miss Lin Hao. Therefore, when she heard that Lin Hao was in danger, she was able to rush over so quickly. This research institute is really not big, and you can see where the key departments are just by walking around. There is a large floor-to-ceiling glass in front of her, and there is no one there. So Cui Lian naturally walked towards it. Then, she saw a place like a football field below her. And around this empty place, there were small rooms one after another, and all kinds of zombies were imprisoned in those small rooms. Those zombies were either ugly or abnormal. Of course, there were also many normal ones. When Cui Lian saw the one on the far left, she finally saw the person she wanted to see the most. The person was curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. His face was pale, and his whole condition looked very bad. The 5 senses of the superpowers were very amazing. So Cui Lian saw more. He saw where Lin Hao was lying. His lips were tightly pursed, and he heard the sound of his teeth chattering. He saw the big beads of sweat on Lin Hao's forehead, and Lin Hao's heavy breathing. Cui Lian drew out the dagger very quickly. Chapter 732. But after Cui Lian drew out the sword, She fell into a state of confusion. What should I do next? Shouldn't I go to rescue Lin Hao? But how can I get to where Lin Hao is? How can I get down from where I am? This is a problem. Although Cui Lian wanted to use the sharpness of the dagger to cut a hole in the glass in front of her. Let's not talk about whether she has the power to do so. After all, she is a 6th level psychic. However, is the dagger in her hand really that sharp? As a native of the Ula planet, she didn't know much about other things. But her family also had a business of manufacturing alloy glass. So she knew how strong this kind of glass was. It was definitely not something that could be cut by ordinary knife tips. And even laser swords had some difficulty. This dagger was given to her by Lin Hao. And she really couldn't bear to give it up. Lin Hao's impression of Cui Lian was always based on her skills. In Lin Hao's opinion, Cui Lian's energy saving seemed to be related to elements. And also to wind. But what he didn't know was that Cui Lian's skills were not just wind. And her skills were not just one element. As one of the most talented students among the superpower students, if you only have a high level and improve quickly, you are not a genius. For a true genius, the level is only the most basic. And skills are the primary condition to determine whether a student is a genius. Because an excellent skill can determine the combat effectiveness of this student in the future combat career. Cui Lian had never shown her combat effectiveness in her previous life. Because there was no need to show it in school. When she followed Lin Hao, she did not show her combat effectiveness. Because she was learning what Lin Hao taught her. She also did not show her combat effectiveness when fighting zombies in the marginal city. Because she fell in love with the knife skills that Lin Hao taught her. She felt that using knife skills to chop off the heads of those zombies was a very fulfilling thing. Which made her feel that Lin Hao was by her side. But now, Cui Lian had to release her real skills. Lin Hao had never seen Cui Lian's attributes. If he had seen Cui Lian's attributes, he would be shocked. Name, Cui Lian. Level, level 6. Title, Diamond. Skills, Element. Gene Family Tyrant Blade. Strength, 35. Spirit, 65. Speed, 30. Stamina, 40. Evaluation. Humans do not make evaluations. This is Cui Lian's attribute list. For Lin Hao now, the attributes on this attribute list are really too low and too weak. However, in the skill column, Cui Lian has only one original skill, which is element. Whether it is a zombie or a superpower. If his skills are elemental, then the names of those elements will appear on the skill name. But there is no such thing on Cui Lian's list. Cui Lian's skills are just two simple words. Elements. Lin Hao occasionally saw Cui Lian use the power of the wind element. But in fact, Cui Lian's skills are not only able to use the wind element. Cui Lian came to the French window, looked at the glass in front of her, and put her small palm on it. Cui Lian had never told anyone about this skill. Whether it was a teacher at school or a friendly friend. Except her father. But her father only told her, use less skills. You will inherit my family business in the future. Not fight on the battlefield. Therefore, no one taught Cui Lian how to use these skills. If she used these skills skillfully during the battle. However, Lin Hao taught her. Although Lin Hao did not let her use these skills. Cui Lian, who had a very high IQ, very fast reaction, and could easily draw inferences from one example, could quickly apply her skills in actual combat. Cui Lian's small palm began to slowly turn red, and then became bright red, just like magma, or even the color of the sun. Cui Lian did not know how high the temperature of her palm was. She was just delighted to find that the glass in front of her was actually melted by her palm. Then the next step was very simple. Using the characteristics of her skills, Cui Lian slowly melted the glass in front of her into a hole of a suitable size. The height from here to the bottom was not very high. At most about 5 meters. And Cui Lian could jump down easily at this height. But when her feet touched the ground, Cui Lian's nerves began to tense up. Because the alarm lights suddenly flashed in the huge space around her. The red lights kept flashing not far away. And then, there was an extremely piercing alarm sound, which made Cui Lian want to cover her ears. Obviously, Cui Lian was discovered. Since she was discovered, Cui Lian was too lazy to be timid. She quickly used her wind element to accelerate herself for a short time, and used the accelerated speed to quickly approach Lin Hao, who was not far away. Lin Hao was still enduring something in pain. He didn't notice that someone came to save him. So when Cui Lian came to Lin Hao, and was about to call Lin Hao up, she found that Lin Hao didn't move at all. The metal guarding the first level zombie in front of him was different. It was not something that the fire element in Chui Lian's palm could melt. Even if Chui Lian had only grasped the iron fence. The fence only turned slightly red, and had no reaction at all. Chui Lian was a little anxious, because two people appeared not far away. Those two people were the two first-level force guys, who had been guarding Lin Hao. They thought that Lin Hao no longer needed their supervision. So the two guys were going to take a break. As a result, before they had rested for long, a sudden explosion sounded. The two immediately realized that someone appeared here. The switch was in their hands. And only they knew that if the switch was not turned off, no matter who appeared in this space, the alarm would sound for no reason. When they saw someone appear here to rescue Lin Hao, they were relieved. They were only here to rescue the first-level zombie. It seemed that the person was not very powerful. They could still deal with it with the two of them. But when they walked in and saw the little girl holding a dagger and ready to fight, they opened their mouths in surprise. In fact, it didn't matter if it was a girl. They had seen many female zombies, but they had never seen such a beautiful one. The most important thing was that the girl in front of them was not a zombie at all. This guy was obviously a superpower. The same superpower as them. After all, they were at the first level of the force. They could easily feel that the girl in front of them was just a 6th level superpower guy. But then, they were puzzled. Why would the 6th level superpower guy come to rescue a zombie? Chapter 733. Although the two first level force guys were confused. No matter how confused they were, the first thing they had to do was to catch the woman in front of them. Where did you come from? How did you get in? The two gatekeepers asked together. And they looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. What's going on? Suddenly, another roar sounded. And the two guards and Chui Lian looked up. And saw the doctor in fashionable clothes standing in the hanging room, looking at the floor-to-ceiling glass in the room. At this moment, there was a big hole on the floor-to-ceiling glass, which looked like the mouth of a ferocious beast, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. Doctor, it should be the guy in front of you who did it. I just saw him trying to open the room and rescue the zombie. A guard said immediately. Superpower? Why did she rescue a zombie? The doctor asked curiously. The two guards shook their heads and said, We don't know either. Then why are you standing there? Go. Catch him first. The doctor shouted loudly. He was really angry and felt defeated by these stupid guys. He had never seen such stupid people before. The two first-level force guards said yes and rushed towards Chui Lian. Chui Lian had long felt that the strength of the two guards in front of him was higher than his. And it was not just ordinary. In short, the two guards just standing there made Chui Lian feel desperate. But at the same time, Chui Lian felt very angry. Judging from their identities just now, these two guys were just two guards. The evolution level of the guards was so high. And they, the low-level psychics, were fighting with the zombies on the city wall. What else could these guys do besides guarding? The anger in her heart seemed to break through Chui Lian's body, which was stiffened by the pressure. Chui Lian was a proud person, and always had been. As a proud person, she never thought that a high-level opponent could force her in terms of momentum. Therefore, even if the level of these two guys had reached this level, Chui Lian was fearless. She raised her short sword, restrained her breath, looked at the two guys silently, and then rushed up. You can say that she was overestimating her own ability, or that she was stupid. In short, Chui Lian rushed up proudly. This was what Lin Hao told her when she learned to fight. The Jin family's tyrant sword becomes stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. No matter how strong the opponent is, if you really can't escape, you must not passively defend. The best defense is always offense. Therefore, Chui Lian rushed forward. And the rushing Chui Lian also scared the two guards. From the perspective of level, Chui Lian was only an evolutionary level 6 psychic. Usually, psychics of this level would collapse in front of them as soon as they saw them. Even without fighting. They had never seen a level 6 psychic see them. Not only not scared, but also rush forward with weapons in hand. Not to mention, Chui Lian's posture really scared the two guys. But it was just a scare. The gap in strength is still a gap. Especially such a huge gap. Chui Lian hadn't even used the first move of the Jin family's sword before she was kicked away by a guard in front of her. Of course, if the guard wanted to, he could kick Chui Lian to pieces. But obviously, they didn't want to kill Chui Lian. They just wanted to know why Chui Lian saved a zombie. As a first-level power user, The control of his own power has naturally reached a very precise level. He just kicked Cui Lian away. And then Cui Lian lost the ability to resist, and was easily controlled by the two guards. When Cui Lian found that she had lost her ability to resist, she couldn't help but curse loudly. "You are so high level. But you are still living in such a place. It's shameful. Why don't you focus on the zombies outside?" The two guards touched their noses and didn't speak. The doctor came down from his small room. He looked at Cui Lian and said, "I came to read a book." "Why are you here?" "Because if humans want to really eliminate zombies from this planet, they must rely on the power of technology. It is impossible to rely solely on the power of superpowers. Although superpowers can evolve indefinitely, no one knows what the highest level of evolution is. But don't forget that zombies are also evolving. They also have guys who are about to touch the highest level. Therefore, technology has become our most powerful weapon. Then this most powerful weapon, why not use powerful human resources to protect it? But you, a wild girl from nowhere, actually came to our laboratory to steal our zombies?" Cui Lian knew that Pin Lukai was definitely no match for the doctor in front of her. She knew that these so-called people who use technology as a cover to make biological weapons and ask for help from the Ula planet were actually thickening the clouds of the Ula planet step by step. It was also them who made the Ula planet step by step into the abyss. But Cui Lian was not a talkative person. Since she was caught by them, Cui Lian was ready to accept her fate. Of course, her life might not be in danger. After all, where was her identity? But thinking that she might suffer with Lin Hao in the future, Cui Lian couldn't help but have a little complicated emotion in her heart. "If I can be stronger, if I can be as strong as you, can I save you?" Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao and said silently, "Ahem." Finally, the kick from the guard just now still caused some damage to Cui Lian, making Cui Lian unable to help but start coughing up blood. Blood dripped from her mouth to the ground. 1 drop or 2 drops. The sound was harsh, and it also pierced the unconscious Lin Hao. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. 24 hours had passed. His body had stopped absorbing the force crazily an hour ago. Then, Lin Hao found that he didn't need to sit on the bed with much concentration. It seemed that the force was drilling into him all the time. The difference was that the speed of absorbing the force was not crazy, and it was not as fast as his body's absorption speed. Therefore, the large amount of force stored in Lin Hao's body was slowly absorbed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao watched the experience value on his attribute panel jump up little by little. Half an hour ago, Lin Hao successfully became a second-level force zombie. However, this speed continued, and Lin Hao watched himself become a level 3 zombie. His experience points were still jumping. Now, his body's force was finally consumed, and Lin Hao's level was successfully maintained at level 3. So, Lin Hao opened his eyes as expected. Chapter 734. When Lin Hao opened his eyes, he did not check his attribute panel first, because as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Cui Lian. A guard was holding one of Cui Lian's arms and dragging her casually, and she was still coughing up blood in pain. Despite this, Cui Lian's eyes were still looking at him. When that gaze saw that he opened his eyes, it seemed to be rejuvenated, as if it knew Lin Hao's physical condition at the moment and felt a lot more relieved. Lin Hao saw this change in the eyes and was shocked. Who else had he seen such a look in his eyes? Lin Hao remembered very clearly that before this, there was indeed a woman who had cast such a look at him. It was the look of his mother when he had appendicitis. Lin Hao was shocked. Really shocked by Cui Lian's look. Before this, Lin Hao always thought that Cui Lian simply had a good impression of him because he had saved her, and he was handsome and powerful. So it was easy for a little girl like her to have a good impression of him. So Lin Hao didn't care much. He had someone in his heart. So it was impossible for him to accept Cui Lian. This was normal. But until today, until now, Lin Hao realized that Cui Lian's feelings for him were no longer just simple liking. When liking sublimated, it was love. Cui Lian really fell in love with him. Lin Hao's eyes widened. He slowly stood up, propped himself up with his arms, and then regained the feeling of his legs, and then used the strength of his legs to stand up completely. Lin Hao's movements were a bit loud, so he was naturally discovered by the guards and the doctor. But they just took a look and didn't care. In their opinion, Lin Hao was still the zombie of the first level of the force. Lin Hao knew why Cui Lian appeared here. It was very simple. It must be because the news of his arrest had spread. She was worried about him, and naturally wanted to save him. But she didn't know how terrifying this laboratory was. The 2 guards alone were at the first level of the force. How could she, a girl who didn't even have the force level, have the courage? Lin Hao couldn't help feeling ashamed. He remembered what Cui Lian said to him at the entrance of the university. She said she would wait. She said that sooner or later he would wait for that day, no matter how long that day would take. Lin Hao thought that was just a fantasy of a girl who had just become an adult with vague feelings. But now it seems that Cui Lian was not fantasizing. She was just stating a fact. She saw her feelings more clearly than anyone else. Only at this moment did Lin Hao realize that if he really left, Cui Lian would really wait. Lin Hao did not feel such a passionate emotion, but he did not stop it in time. This made Lin Hao sigh. Then he looked at the guard and whispered, "Let her go." He had not spoken for 24 hours and had been in a coma. When he suddenly spoke, his voice was a little restrained. So Lin Hao's volume was very low. But the 3 guys outside still heard it. A guard could not help but taunted, "You kid has healed the scar and forgotten the pain. I think you still want to lie on the ground and let her go. What is your relationship with her? Why should I let her go?" Bang! With a loud noise, Lin Hao aimed his fist at the switch of the iron door and punched a hole in the switch of the electronic lock. This move made the 2 guards, the doctor, and Cui Lian look at her with a shocked look. Only they themselves know how strong this alloy door is. Because this level of door is prepared to guard those zombies and superpowers of the first and second levels of the force. The second level can only barely guard them. So Lin Hao was given such a door. Although the doctor knew that Lin Hao could not digest the original force, he was still afraid that if Lin Hao digested it, what if Lin Hao advances? So the highest level door was prepared for Lin Hao. This door can prevent the strongest attack of the crystal core carrier of the second level of the force. As for the stronger ones, there is no way. The Ula planet has not found such a material so far. After all, reaching the level of the force is already a very powerful master. But even with such a foolproof door, Lin Hao broke the electronic lock in front of him. The screen of the electronic lock was shattered all over the floor. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and gently pushed the door open. Looking at the 2 stiff guards and the doctor outside, Lin Hao slowly approached them and said slowly, "I told you everything. Let her go. Are you deaf?" The sonic boom sounded, and the first level force guard, who was not dragging Cui Lian, only felt a flash in front of his eyes. And he lost consciousness. He didn't know when Lin Hao had come to the guy and punched him hard. The poor guy's body immediately flew towards the wall behind him like a kite with a broken string. And then, there was another loud bang. And the guy was embedded in the wall alive. You should know that this laboratory is also made of very strong materials. As a result, the first level force guard hit the wall of the laboratory and cracked it. And the crack kept expanding, gradually spreading to the beams above their heads. Lin Hao didn't care about this situation at all. He only cared about Cui Lian now. Another hand reached out, and Lin Hao pinched the guard who was holding Cui Lian. With just a simple move, the guard with the first level of the force had his neck broken by Lin Hao and died on the spot. The doctor was so scared that he couldn't move. Suddenly, a foul smell came. Lin Hao looked at this guy with disgust and disdain. He was too lazy to even do anything. He used the force to palm over, and there was no figure in front of him. There was only a cluster of blood flowers dancing. The commotion here finally got louder, alarming the people in the lab, and the people of the sharp blade not far away. When those guys of the third level of the force saw this, Number 9 immediately said to Number 12, "It seems that something happened in the lab. You go and have a look." Number 12 had been depressed. Depressed because he lost Lin Hao. When he heard that something happened in the lab, he rushed over slowly. After all, no matter what happened in the lab, he could not solve it casually, and it certainly did not contribute much. But the captain said that he had to go. After Lin Hao dealt with those guys, he squatted down and hugged Cui Lian. He shouted to Gooden in his mind, "Gooden, check on Cui Lian." Okay. Stop shouting. The injury is not serious. Just take a good rest. I see how worried you are." Gooden's words made Lin Hao blush. Cui Lian had fainted. Lin Hao carried Cui Lian on his back without thinking, and then fixed her with his clothes. He skillfully put Cui Lian's dagger on his waist and rushed out. Chapter 735. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Force Level 3, 6/10. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Mind Control, 500/12500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Manipulation of items. Metamorphosis. Strength, 140. Spirit, 165. Speed, 140. Stamina, 142. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step to becoming powerful. The road to strengthening, 2000/100000. During the escape, Lin Hao finally saw his current attributes. When he saw that his attributes had all increased by 40 points. Although he was a little happy, the excitement was gone. I don't know when. Lin Hao no longer cared about these things. The more he experienced, the more he realized that the strength of his combat power was actually the main reason for his survival. But, was all Lin Hao had to do to survive? Lin Hao, who was carrying Chui Lian, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The people in the laboratory finally reacted. A zombie was out of the cage. It was naturally a big deal for a zombie to escape. After all, this was the city center. Who knew what would happen if the zombie escaped? So, those people hurriedly contacted Number 9, the captain of the third team of the Blade team. When Number 9 heard that it was just a first-level zombie of the Force that escaped, he curled his lips. Fortunately, Number 12 was able to seize the opportunity to catch the first-level zombie of the Force this time. However, no one expected that Lin Hao's current level was no longer the first level of the Force. He was a third-level zombie. Although his title was still the Zombie King, he was no longer the lowest level among the Zombie Kings. After seeing Lin Hao jump out, some level 9 zombies wanted to escape and attack Lin Hao in the hope of keeping him. Lin Hao ignored those attacks and roared. Suddenly, all the glass in the laboratory was shattered because of Lin Hao's roar. Those level 9 psychics also covered their ears in pain and began to lie on the ground groaning. More level 9 psychics appeared. Although these psychics had been on the battlefield, their identities meant that they would not go on the battlefield. Just like the doctor just now. He was actually a level 9 psychic. But they also had certain combat capabilities. They thought that they had more people. Not to mention taking down Lin Hao. They could definitely hold him back and wait for the masters. But reality always likes to give people a heavy blow. Lin Hao used a force palm, and the several level 9 psychics in front of him suddenly turned into blood mist. Except for a few sensitive psychics who escaped. This palm actually killed most of the level 9 psychics. The force palm was still unabated. And a large hole as high as a person, and with the mark of a palm was blasted out on the wall in front. Lin Hao had just woken up, and had no idea about the terrain and route inside. So when he saw the big hole in front of him, he rushed in without thinking. Then, he saw his own ancient broadsword. All his personal belongings were here, including the thunder gun and some crystal cores. However, those crystal cores were no longer useful to Lin Hao, so they became targets abandoned by Lin Hao. Lin Hao picked up the ancient broadsword, stuffed the thunder gun into his waist, looked at the roads around him, and thought of Chui Lian's injuries. Finally, he couldn't help but started to explode. The first move of the Gene Family Overlord Sword. The Gene Family Overlord Sword infused with the Force was terrifying. Extremely terrifying. A blade light more than 10 meters long spread out from Lin Hao's simple sword, crossing the beams above his head, crossing the entire laboratory. And then with a rumble, when Lin Hao raised his head again, he saw the dark sky, which was a thick black cloud, carrying Chui Lian on his back. He couldn't fly, but it didn't mean that Lin Hao couldn't jump up. Facing the hole he cut in the sky, Lin Hao jumped up. The free air is always so good. Although the air on this planet is not very good, Lin Hao still prefers the outside. Not far away. The lights are bright. Although many people have evacuated from the Edge City, many people have not left the city. They still live and work in the city. At this time, they should be resting. Lin Hao made such a big noise that he should have woken up those who were resting. Lin Hao rushed to apologize to those people. But it was just an apology. With Chui Lian, Lin Hao fled madly. He reached the third level of the Force, and his speed increased by 40 points. Although he did not turn on the speed bonus, it had reached a very terrifying level. It was hard to imagine how fast Lin Hao would go after turning on the speed bonus. However, Lin Hao would not use the speed bonus, a combat and life-saving skill. Casually, with his current speed, Lin Hao could easily leave this marginal city. After leaving the laboratory and arriving here, he naturally knew where to run. After all, The mental image was still very useful at this time. In his mind, Lin Hao contacted Black Tiger and asked him to pick him up not far away. At the same time, Thunderbird should also sense it and fly over automatically. It didn't matter whether Black Tiger came or not. That guy's speed was probably not even half as fast as his own. But Thunderbird was different. He could fly, just as Lin Hao was about to leave with Cui Lian on his back. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the mental image. With Lin Hao's mental power, photographic memory was the most basic. As long as he wanted, he could recite a book of 100,000 words backwards after reading it once. Therefore, how could Lin Hao not only have seen the guy, but also fought him? So how could he not remember him? Lin Hao knew that guy was also a third-level force guy, and it would definitely take a certain amount of time to fight him. Cui Lian was also on his back. So Lin Hao did not want to meet and fight him under such circumstances. So he simply bypassed the guy. The movement here finally alarmed number 9. The habit he had developed over the years made number 9 feel that things were not as simple as he believed. So he hurriedly sent number 11 out. Now there were no zombies attacking from the west. So the manpower was barely enough. If that didn't work, he could only send Shihao over. Sure enough, when Lin Hao passed by number 12 didn't even notice it. But number 11, who was flying in the sky, saw Lin Hao clearly. So number 11 notified number 12 and rushed towards Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao had come to the city wall. Not far away, the Thunderbird was chirping in the sky. But it did not cross the border. So the superpowers on the east side did not attack him. But it didn't matter. Lin Hao threw Cui Lian behind him towards the Thunderbird. He knew that the Thunderbird would definitely catch Cui Lian. So Lin Hao stopped. Since these people helped Lin Hao successfully become a third-level zombie of the Force, Lin Hao felt that he should also give them some benefits. Chapter 736. There was a whimpering sound in the sky. It was 11 flapping his wings and diving towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his head and smiled confidently, which was very charming. Suddenly, a pair of black wings spread out from behind Lin Hao, and Lin Hao avoided 11's diving attack while flapping. In 11's view, Lin Hao was still the little zombie of the first level of the Force. Even the first level of the Force could not avoid his attack. He was a proud person, and naturally he would be complacent. It can be said that pride and complacency have always been synonymous. A complacent person is most likely to despise his enemies. So 11 despised Lin Hao very much. When Lin Hao was able to dodge his attack, he didn't feel anything. Just thought that maybe he didn't try his best. So he rushed towards Lin Hao again. The members of the Blade Group 3 knew from the beginning that Lin Hao could fly. So there was 11. Each Blade Group had a flying superpower, which they used to deal with flying enemies. 12 watched this scene quietly below. He was a little sad. When Lin Hao bypassed him, he didn't react at all, and his contribution points slipped away from him. He was a person who liked to reflect, but he didn't like to change himself. So, except for reflection, 12 had no advantages. 11 is different. He is always an attacker. Whenever something happens in front of him, he always wants to finish it quickly. Therefore, he never retreats. Even when he sees the ancient long sword in Lin Hao's hand slashing at him. When the Force gathers on the long sword, Lin Hao feels different. He cannot use the Force in the air. Or he cannot use the Force in the air. He cannot perform the complete movements of the Jin family's sword. Therefore, the attack methods of those winged superpowers, or zombies, that Lin Hao has seen so far are very monotonous. In fact, this is a good thing for Lin Hao, because he has a sword in his hand. When the Force was injected into the knife, a huge blade light spread out from the knife while Lin Hao was swinging and slashing, pointing directly at 11, who was flying towards Lin Hao not far away. Facing this blade light, 11 knew at a glance that it was due to the infusion of the Force. He was not afraid at all, and urged his own Force to meet it with one hand. The blade light and the palm collided with each other. It was not until this moment that 11 realized something was wrong, because Lin Hao not only did not retreat, but even reached the stage of competing with him, which surprised 11. How could it be? 11 looked at Lin Hao in front of him in surprise. Do you know? If I cut you with this knife, you might die. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said to 11. After that, Lin Hao pressed towards 11 even more desperately. 9 watched this scene on the ground with a serious face. And 12 also came over at this time. 12. What's wrong with that zombie? He is definitely not a first-level force. 9 looked at 12 and said solemnly. 12 shook his head and said no. When I saw this zombie, he was a first-level force zombie. How could this zombie reach the same level as us in such a short time? 9 looked at 12. Not angry. But that face told 12 that I was very angry. Really very angry. I don't know. I really don't know. Captain, didn't you detect it before? The level of this zombie in front of me is really only the first level of the force. How could it be the third level of the force now? And, even if this force zombie is the third level of the force, he is a zombie, and he is no match for us psychics anyway. 12 seemed to have found a reason to exonerate himself, and hurriedly defended himself. That's true. But look at this zombie. Do you think 11 can be his opponent? 9 was too lazy to look at 12. He was completely disappointed with 12. He felt that 12's life might be like this. 12 raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. The battle was fierce. But it was obvious that 11 seemed to be no match for the zombie. How could this be? How could this be possible? Of course, 12 didn't know what happened. But 9 knew. He knew that this zombie had been tested by the doctor. But the doctor told him that kind of original force was only suitable for people with special abilities. And zombies could not accept that kind of energy at all. That's because zombies evolved by devouring the energy of other people. So the energy is not pure at all. And naturally they can't absorb this kind of original force. But 9 began to think of a possibility. Although the possibility of that possibility is very small. But now Lin Hao's evolution level has reached the third level of the force. It seems that in addition to that possibility, are there other possibilities? This zombie also evolved through the original force. We all underestimated him. 9's expression was no longer solemn, but pale. He still remembered that the last zombie like this was standing high at the highest point of the zombie world and looking up at them. At that time, 9 was still a student who had just entered the superpower training class. Everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. Do everything you can to kill that zombie. 9 said this directly to his call. 12 looked at 9, who was facing a formidable enemy, with some fear. He felt that even if the zombie in front of him had reached the third level of the force, they were all third-level psychics. Even if 11 was not a match, didn't they still have them? Why should he use all his strength? He naturally didn't know 9's thoughts. And he didn't dare to question 9 because he was a coward. The battle in the sky continued. In terms of the force, Lin Hao was not afraid of the guy in front of him. The force opened and closed on the long sword. And every sword was deadly. 11, who had no weapon, could only retreat, and retreat again, until Lin Hao chopped his wings with a sword. The injured wings certainly couldn't support 11. So 11 could only cover his wings and fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao naturally couldn't let this opponent go easily. Taking advantage of your weakness to kill you is definitely one of Lin Hao's character traits. So Lin Hao began to dive down, rushing towards 11 at a speed faster than 11 at the beginning. 11 looked at the knife and wanted to raise his hand to resist. But he had no strength left and could only watch the knife cut towards him. If I cut you with this knife, you will really die, Lin Hao shouted. The blade went straight into the sky, and then he slashed at 11 fiercely. Bang! There was another loud noise, and Lin Hao had to stop his fatal knife because a powerful energy wave rushed towards him. According to Lin Hao's experience, it was the movement of the thunder gun. Chapter 737. Lawfully, Lin Hao would not be afraid of the thunder gun. But when the energy source is too strong, Lin Hao has to avoid it. After all, the thunder gun can be loaded with the first-level crystal core of the force. Although the first-level zombies of the force are not a threat to Lin Hao at all. They are just zombies. Now Lin Hao is facing the crystal core of the first-level zombie of the force. If the crystal core is placed in the thunder gun, it will be a full-strength attack of the first-level zombie of the force. And it is the kind that will not kill him. Facing such an attack, Lin Hao has to avoid it. What's wrong? Do you have to use your technological weapons if you can't win? Come on. If you can hit me, I eat your thunder gun. Lin Hao waved his wings and laughed in the sky. Lin Hao had forgotten this rampant feeling. Really, when he first entered the Ula planet, he knew that the zombies here had evolved to a very terrifying level. Especially after getting to know some zombies. He knew the horror here even more. So Lin Hao began to restrain himself and keep a low profile. Even if he mixed into the human world, he was still low-key. because those terrifying existences also included people with superpowers. This low profile has suppressed Lin Hao until now. Finally, Lin Hao now has a certain ability. He no longer has to exist on this planet like before. He can also wave his wings and look at the group of ants below in the air, telling them that he is also the existence they fear. However, just when Lin Hao was showing off, suddenly, a burst of fire burst out from below. When Lin Hao saw this string of fire, he was really shocked. Just look at your feet. The group of fire is like a dazzling firework, blooming under your feet. Behind the fireworks, there is a slender thing, and there are numbers on those slender things. Lin Hao can't understand these numbers, and these numbers are printed on these cylinders. These cylinders are silver white, with pointed heads and flames burning at the tail. It is because of those burning flames that these cylinders can be lifted into the air and even fly. And these cylinders have only one gaze. That is, Lin Hao, who is floating in the air. Damn it. Launch missiles. Lin Hao quickly flapped his wings and flew towards the Western world. But those missiles seemed to have taken him seriously. No matter where Lin Hao flew, those missiles actually followed Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't turn on the speed bonus when flying. After all, the speed bonus was to increase the strength of Lin Hao's legs, so that Lin Hao's speed could be faster. But the speed bonus could not increase the strength of Lin Hao's wings. The missiles behind him were all big, and they were obviously some powerful guys. Even though Lin Hao had reached the 3rd level of the force, he didn't dare to fight against these missiles. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the city in front of you? Lin Hao shouted loudly. But obviously, his shouting did not stop those who wanted to kill him. The missiles were still flying, and were about to catch up with Lin Hao. This was the technology of the Ula planet. On Earth, missiles looked slow because everything on Earth was slow. But the Ula planet was different. Not only did they have a fast pace of life, but there were also supernatural beings and zombies that broke through the speed of sound. Therefore, the technology of the Ula planet was also very powerful. Their missile reminders were not only huge, but also had reached a very terrifying speed. Lin Hao was about to be caught up by these missiles, and some missiles were about to explode before they caught up with Lin Hao. If they all exploded in front of Lin Hao, the only thing Lin Hao could do was to die beautifully. But at this moment, Lin Hao, who had been flying, suddenly felt a very terrifying aura. The aura seemed to have a shape. Not only frightened Lin Hao to a stop, but also, the missiles behind Lin Hao actually stopped in place. In the air, motionless, Lin Hao felt that his bones were all uncomfortable, as if the aura had begun to squeeze his body, trying to squeeze him into a meat pie. Gooden. What's going on? Facing this unknown situation, the only person Lin Hao could ask for help was Gooden in his body. Powerful crystal core power. If the opponent is coming for you, then you may really not be able to escape. Powerful crystal core energy. How powerful is it? Can you detect it? Of course it can't be detected. The other party's identity should be a zombie. But will there be a zombie to save the zombie? In short, you should be careful. After Gooden finished speaking, there was no sound. Oh my god. Gooden, you can't do this. You can't abandon me. Just when Lin Hao summoned Gooden in his heart, suddenly, that momentum disappeared, coming and going in a hurry, as if it had never appeared. But Lin Hao was still in the air, and those missiles fell down. It's bad. Number 9 looked up and watched the scene. Below those missiles fell was his city. He had done something stupid. The first missile fell on the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced into Number 9's ears. Then came the energy wave after the explosion, which was already high temperature and sparks. Number 9 watched helplessly as a fortress was razed to the ground not far from him. However, it was just a missile. Looking at the dozens of missiles falling from the sky, Number 9's scalp began to numb. Find shelters. Everyone. Find shelters. As Joe gave the order, everyone immediately began to look for places to hide. But with so many people and so many missiles, how could they hide completely? Lin Hao quietly watched this scene in the air, watching the group of people below who began to hide, listening to their screams, although he felt very relieved, as if all his anger had been released. But watching this scene, Lin Hao was not happy. Human technology is really powerful, but sometimes, this technology can not only help humans, but also completely destroy them. And in this case, it depends on your use of the force. Suddenly, a voice appeared beside Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao was startled. Although the emotional release just now made Lin Hao relax his vigilance. No one had ever been able to touch him in such a situation. So, when Lin Hao found the person next to him, he was immediately startled. He hurriedly flew away, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Chapter 738. Are you asking who I am? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Hao with great curiosity. As a zombie. Haven't you seen me? Your ears are indeed strange. Oh, you are not a zombie from our planet. No wonder you don't know me. But I do know you. I heard that you were captured by humans. Those ridiculous humans are really ready to hand you over to stop the war. But they also know that this is impossible. But humans are like this. Even if there is a slight possibility, they are willing to try it. And they don't care about the lives of others at all. The middle-aged man said very quietly. No one knows how talking can be combined with silence. But the middle-aged man in front of him cleverly combined this environment and artistic conception together. So, you are the initiator of this battle. Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man and gradually became alert. But this kind of alertness was useless to the man in front of him. Because Gooden had already told Lin Hao that she couldn't tell the depth of this man in front of her. Yes, I was the one who initiated this battle. And you are my excuse. Okay. Now you have seen me. I am right in front of you, and you can't escape. With your strength, I can't be your opponent. What do you want? Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man with a sharp gaze. He was looking for an opportunity to escape, even though he knew he might not be able to escape. But being unable to escape and wanting to escape are completely different. Do you know why I asked them to hand you over? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Hao. Very steady. Why? Before I met you, I wanted to kill you. But when I saw that you were a zombie that evolved from the original force, I changed my mind and wanted to save you. So congratulations. In my eyes, you are a talent, and you are also useful. So you don't have to die. The middle-aged man said it very bluntly. He wanted to kill Lin Hao. It was very simple. There was no need to force Lin Hao to say so much. Since the middle-aged man had said so, Lin Hao knew that what this guy said might be true. So you are here to save me? Lin Hao asked in surprise. No. Some people in the human camp wanted to talk to me. So I came, the middle-aged man said. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, suddenly, in the sky above the eastern world, a very powerful force came from a distant place. As if it was in the sky, and as if it was in front of him. And then the next second, it really appeared in front of him. The person who appeared in front of him was a woman. The woman looked very ordinary, wearing simple and plain clothes, with a very ordinary bun, quietly looking at the middle-aged man, and then at Lin Hao. If we talk about the shining points of a woman, then the only shining point is her eyes. The eyes of a woman seem to be the deepest black hole in the universe. The black hole has suction force. Lin Hao's eyes seem to be swallowed by the black hole. Slowly, only the eyes of the woman are left in Lin Hao's eyes. Then the eyes are getting bigger and bigger, and finally only the black pupils are left, as if they are really black holes. The weather is good today. Beside Lin Hao, there seemed to be a neighbor, a middle-aged uncle next door. The uncle looked up at the dark sky and said softly, "The weather is good today." The voice was very kind and slow, as if the next sentence would invite Lin Hao to have lunch at my house. Just such a simple sentence. Lin Hao's eyes were hooked back. At this moment, Lin Hao found that a layer of fine sweat beads had appeared on his forehead. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man with a grateful expression. Obviously, the woman on the other side wanted to give Lin Hao a show of strength. But before she succeeded, she was cracked by the middle-aged man. The strongest corpse king is indeed the strongest corpse king. I didn't expect that you can still easily crack my illusion. I wonder if the corpse king has broken through the highest level in the past few decades. The woman looked at the middle-aged zombie. Her voice was not loud, but it appeared clearly in Lin Hao's ears. The woman was Kelly. But Kelly was not wearing a nurse's uniform today, but a very relaxed home clothes, with a faint smile, like the wife of the uncle next door. But it was a pity that these two people could not be together at all. If you want to know if I have improved, why don't you try? By the way, you won't come alone today, right? If you really come alone, then forget it. Anyway, you can't be my opponent. The middle-aged man actually didn't look so kind. On the contrary, he had a bit of a sharp tongue. Uncle, you're still so unforgiving. Suddenly, another boy's voice sounded, and Lin Hao looked at another place with some curiosity. And then, a black shadow appeared in the distance of that place, thousands of miles away. And a second later, the figure came to the woman's side. It was a man, and he looked very young. But after Gooden's explanation, Lin Hao knew that regardless of zombies, the lifespan of superpowers before entering the Force was similar to that of ordinary people. Only when they entered the Force level would their lifespan increase, because the activity of their body cells would increase, and their durability would increase, and their lifespan would naturally increase. Like these people in front of him. They might be some old goblins, who have lived for hundreds of years. Although the woman and the man in front of him looked so young. Not much different from Lin Hao. Lin Hao would not be naive to think that these people were really the same age as himself. As expected, it's 1,000 miles away. It's reached in an instant. The time now is... The uncle looked up at the communicator on his wrist. The time was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys are so shameless. You came here after taking a nap. I haven't taken a nap yet. The two superpowers, and the middle-aged uncle in front of them, didn't look like lifelong enemies at all. Instead, they were old friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time. They finally met at this time, and were reminiscing about the past. But you two must not have woken up yet. Logically, you two shouldn't be the only two. Where are the others? The middle-aged man looked at the two people. His mouth corners slowly raised, showing great disdain. Boy, what are you in a hurry for? Don't you know that old people walk slowly? The voice came, but the person didn't. Along with the voice, a fish hook appeared, and there was a thin worm on the fish hook. The worm was struggling desperately, as if it was very uncomfortable on the fish hook, or it was not adapted to this environment. In short, it struggled very hard. Then, a dirty-looking old man appeared behind the two young people. The old man wore a bamboo hat and scolded the thin worm on the fish hook. Be honest. Finish the current matter, and we will go back to sleep. Chapter 739. Just the three of you? Well, you can barely fight me. The middle-aged man was still so kind. And he didn't look like a top-level corpse king at all. Yes, just the three of us. But we are not here to fight you. We want to fight you in them. Kelly said slowly and carefully. Negotiation? You asked me to come here to negotiate? Okay. Then you talk first. If it's okay, I won't fight. The middle-aged man said. Can you give that zombie back to me first? After all, we caught it. Kelly pointed at Lin Hao and continued. No. 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 This little guy is mine now. And he escaped with his own ability. What does it have to do with me? Looking at the middle-aged man's cheating look, Kelly felt helpless. Just now, she saw that Kelly's skills were about to catch Lin Hao. But in the end, if the middle-aged man hadn't interfered, how could Lin Hao be waving his wings there like nothing happened? Okay, uncle, you are right. Then, let's talk to me next. You once said that if the person who instigated the fight between the two tribes was caught and given to you, you would give up the fight. Now, that person is behind you. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Kelly looked at the middle-aged man with burning eyes. At this moment, she did not give in at all. You just said that I should fulfill my promise? Okay, then I will tell you my promise. Am I saying that you should hand it over to me personally? Then, please hand the person over to me in person. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and said to Kelly, Uncle, the person is behind you now. You can't cheat. I cheat? Didn't I tell you to hand it over to me in person? Why haven't you handed it over yet? The middle-aged man's hand was still stretched out, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking closely, there was a hint of sarcasm in that faint smile. Obviously, the uncle was mocking them. Don't you think you are going too far? Do you really think that we are afraid of you? Xiao Xiaoyu suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his fishing rod, and pointed at the middle-aged man. I hate it when people point things at me, no matter what they use. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Xiaoyu with a lightning-like gaze. But Xiao Xiaoyu did not give in at all. The gazes of the two were like lightning meeting flint, and they collided instantly. And a very strong pressure spread out from between the two. Lin Hao suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body and fell rapidly downwards. Lin Hao, who fell to the ground, still looked at the two people above him. Their fighting methods were so powerful and ingenious. It turned out that the force and mental power could be used in this way. Lin Hao felt it very clearly. In the power just now, there was not only the force, but also a very powerful mental power. so powerful that Lin Hao's spirit felt trembling. Xiao Xiaoyu's expression was obviously very strenuous. But the middle-aged man's expression was calm. Who was better, and who was worse had been separated. But Xiao Xiaoyu was obviously not a good person. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was able to hold out with the middle-aged man until now. Which obviously proved that the old man's strength was definitely not something Lin Hao could touch. The middle-aged man yawned as if he was tired of playing. But Lin Hao felt a very strong mental storm, which was so big that it covered the entire city wall. Everyone in the city, every superpower, and even every zombie, covered their heads. They felt as if their heads were pierced by countless steel needles, including Lin Hao himself. Pain. Is it my bad day recently? Why do I always feel pain? The mental storm could be seen by anyone with the same level of force, and everyone who could see it was shocked. Lin Hao tried to release his mental power and turn it into a weapon. But up to now, at most, he could make the weapon made of mental power more solid. And the weapon was nothing more than the shape of a spear. He had never thought about, nor dared to, turning his mental power into a storm and covering the enemy. Yes, all the enemies, not just Xiao Xiaoyu. This mental storm also covered Kelly and Qianli, as well as everyone in the city. Kelly, Qianli and Xiao Xiaoyu all had painful expressions on their faces, but they still stood firm in the air. They were indeed the strongest among humans. They could still maintain themselves in such a storm, which was enough to show their strength. However, this storm was like the middle-aged man deliberately showing his strength. Xiao Xiaoyu completely lost his fighting power and could only passively defend, including Kelly and Qianli. They were also on the defensive and could not pose any threat to the middle-aged man at this moment. Finally, the mental storm stopped. But many people did not stand up. Fortunately, Lin Hao's strength was not low, so he stood up. And the people from the Sharp Blade team also stood up. 11 had a broken wing, and was injured all over by the sudden burst of strength from Lin Hao, coupled with the mental storm of the middle-aged man. He looked so embarrassed at the moment. All the people in the Sharp Blade team were tortured by this storm, and everyone looked haggard. But Lin Hao stood up with 100 times more energy, because Lin Hao's position was not the direction of the middle-aged man's attack. Do you know the strength between us? I didn't know why you asked me to come before. But now I know. You are asking for humiliation. Now, the humiliation is over. I will take my people away, the middle-aged man said leisurely. Corpse King, you humiliated us, and you want to leave so easily. That is impossible. I will fight you even if I have to fight to the death. Obviously, the elderly Xiao Xiaoyu couldn't stand this situation. He really couldn't stand it. So Xiao Xiaoyu was ready to fight the middle-aged man. Xiao Xiaoyu focused his eyes on the worm on his hook. And then a burst of mental power and force rushed into the body of the worm. Then, something happened that surprised Lin Hao. The worm suddenly broke away from the hook and jumped to the ground outside the city. Lin Hao watched the worm grow bigger and bigger, until it was thicker than Lin Hao, and its length was even more terrifying. However, Lin Hao did not keep his eyes on the worm for too long, because the worm was drilling into the ground at a very fast speed. Chapter 740. Lin Hao watched the fast figure go into the hole he had dug in the ground and disappear. Gooden, can I check the properties of that big guy just now? Lin Hao asked. Gooden said silently, the difference is too big. It cannot be checked. 8 words made Lin Hao feel cold in his heart. It seems that these people are the real big shots. The middle-aged man obviously saw the thin worm, but he didn't care too much. He still floated quietly in the air, watching, and then didn't care. Corpse King, watch out. Just as Lin Hao stared at the ground, trying to see where the worm would come out, Xiao Xiaoyu, holding up his fishing rod, suddenly shouted loudly, and the fishing rod in his hand began to extend infinitely. Without moving, he had already swung the fishing rod towards the middle-aged man. The fishing rod was shining with golden light, like an infinite silk thread, and it hit the middle-aged man fiercely. The middle-aged man finally became cautious when he saw the golden light. After all, it was Xiao Xiaoyu's full-strength attack, and the middle-aged man did not dare to be careless. He raised his hands and went forward. Suddenly, the pressure formed by the golden premonition began to spread, affecting the surrounding buildings, people, and zombies. They could not withstand this kind of attack. The people and buildings that had been swept by the mental storm once finally could not withstand the pressure of this attack and finally did not collapse. The surrounding trees, buildings, and even the seemingly very solid city walls had cracks. These were just the residual power of the two powerful virus carriers' attacks. And Lin Hao almost couldn't stand it. The result of the attack was obvious. Xiao Xiaoyu still gritted his teeth, holding the fishing rod in his hand tightly, and exerted pressure on the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man looked much more cautious, he did not look very tired. You too. Why are you still standing there? Help me! Xiao Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Kylie and Qianli, who were a little surprised, finally reacted and hurriedly used their most powerful skills. Qianli was just like his name. He could cross 1,000 miles in a short time. Naturally, he was very powerful in speed. At some point, a trap appeared in Qianli's hand. The spikes on the trap were not particularly sharp, and they were stained with an unknown dark red. Kelly, however, still stood there, but her tied hair suddenly split apart, and Kelly's eyes also emitted a milky white light, which burst out from her eyes and shot straight at the middle-aged man. It was Kelly's strongest mental attack, the deterrence of light. However, something helpless happened next. The middle-aged man glanced at the light, and then the light naturally dissipated. Kelly covered her chest and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kelly's attack was naturally faster than Qianli's. Before Qianli's attack reached her, Kelly had already finished the attack. Lin Hao saw it clearly. He watched the middle-aged man change from using both hands to one hand, so that the middle-aged man had one hand free, and the free hand was used by the middle-aged man to block Qianli's fist. Qianli's speed was very fast, and Lin Hao couldn't even see Qianli's figure clearly. In just a blink of an eye, Qianli appeared beside the middle-aged man, and then a pair of fists hit the middle-aged man unexpectedly like a torrential rain. The middle-aged man only used one hand to punch Qianli countless times, and took them all. Qianli seemed a little bit unbelievable. He and Kelly were both top-level psychics, who had just been promoted in the past few decades. They had never fought with the middle-aged man, so they didn't know how powerful the middle-aged man was. Obviously, they knew. Qianli knew that he might not be the opponent of the middle-aged man in the front, so Qianli was ready to attack the middle-aged man from behind. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man seemed to have seen through Qianli. He stretched out his foot and kicked Qianli's chest fiercely. Qianli flew backwards with blood spurting out. Xiao Xiaoyu had planned to let the two men go up to delay for a while, but in the end, both of them were injured by the middle-aged man with just one move. Xiao Xiaoyu, who was already impatient, couldn't help but curse loudly. Too trash. The two didn't dare to speak, just watching the middle-aged man and Xiao Xiaoyu confront each other. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt the ground shaking, as if experiencing an earthquake. Not far away, at the feet of the middle-aged man, a bloody mouth opened wide, with countless sharp teeth inside, flying towards the middle-aged man. Lin Hao looked at the slender figure. Judging from the proportions, the figure was indeed slender, but if it was to be judged by its normal size, the diameter of the slender body was more than 5 meters, and its length was unpredictable. Most of its body must be hidden on the ground. The speed of the insect was very fast. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to lower his head to see the situation before he was swallowed by the insect. It was like a great white shark lurking on the sea, and the moment it saw its prey, it opened its mouth and rushed out. The worm succeeded, and successfully swallowed the middle-aged man into its stomach. Then, the worm continued to jump to the ground and dug another 5-meter-sized hole in the ground. Xiao Xiaoyu said like crazy, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. My mutant beast finally ate that corpse king. That corpse king is dead. My mutant beast is a 9th-level mutant beast of the force. It is stronger than you bunch of trash. Second only to me. Although the corpse king is very powerful. Now in my little worm's stomach. The powerful stomach acid must have corroded it, and only left the crystal core." Although Xiao Xiaoyu's words were a bit harsh, Kelly and Qianli could only listen quietly. Even if they were angry, they couldn't show it now. After the incident was calmed down, Xiao Xiaoyu and the other two also came to the city wall. At this time, the people from the Blade team dared to come over. Although the Blade team was also one of the managers of this area, they gave the 3 people the greatest respect even though they didn't know their identities. 3 seniors, thank you for coming to help. I wonder if the little zombie can also help us catch it. Number 9 stepped forward, with number 11 standing beside him, and deliberately said to Xiao Xiaoyu. Obviously, for number 9, Xiao Xiaoyu must be the leader of the 3. Xiao Xiaoyu raised his head and glanced at number 9. At this time, Lin Hao saw Xiao Xiaoyu's face in front of him. It was full of scars and horrible. Just relying on a face. All his experiences were exposed. You can't handle a little zombie? Waste. Xiao Xiaoyu stopped talking after saying that. Chapter 741. Number 9 looked at Xiao Xiaoyu awkwardly and walked away without saying anything. Xiao Xiaoyu, Kylie and Xinli were still standing on the wall, obviously waiting for the return of the worms. Xiao Xiaoyu knew that his worms would be active for a long time after eating, so he was not in a hurry. If Xiao Xiaoyu did not move, Kylie and Xinli would not dare to move. Far away, an old man in a tang suit closed his eyes, but his mental power was looking at this place. After seeing Xiao Xiaoyu solve the Corpse King, the old man in the tang suit could not help but smile. But after the smile, he was deeply worried, because only he knew how terrible the Corpse King was, and how invincible it was. So, did that guy really die like this? Number 9 finally decided to attack as a group to capture Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally noticed these people at the first time, holding his long knife and turning around to run away without thinking. As a third-level zombie of the force, although there were 4 people on the other side, Lin Hao was not afraid of them at all, especially since one of them had his wings cut off by him. These people would never be able to do anything in his hands. Do you have to follow us? 9 looked at 11 and asked. I want to catch him with my own hands and break one of his wings in front of everyone, 11 said with gritted teeth. Although 9 did not praise 11's mentality, if he was not allowed to go with him now, 11 would change completely, which might affect 11's life. Thinking that there were 4 people on his side, even if the zombie really reached the same level as them, a zombie would never be a match for the 4 of them. Jio's guess was correct. Lin Hao knew that he could not be the opponent of the 4 of them, so Lin Hao did not plan to fight them at the beginning. When he saw the middle-aged man defeated, he knew that his umbrella might be gone. However, Lin Hao did not think that he had an umbrella at the beginning, so it was gone. After all, he relied on himself to get to this point, and there was no one in the world who could be more reassured than himself. The Blade Team 3 did not give up the pursuit. Lin Hao did not turn on the speed bonus, which proved that they could not lose Lin Hao. Next, it was the so-called pursuit battle. Lin Hao couldn't spread his wings. He didn't know if there were missile systems in the city. If there were, even if Lin Hao used the speed bonus, he couldn't dodge those missiles. How could he take the initiative to provoke them without the speed bonus? Chase them. Chase them hard. And when I have the chance, I will send you all to hell. Lin Hao sensed clearly that the 4 people were all chasing him. 12 and 11 were familiar faces to Lin Hao. It didn't matter. He was not the same person as before. With his 3rd level force level, he couldn't beat them or run away. Ahead is the edge of the Western world, where most human buildings are still preserved and there are few trees. After all, many humans also like to move around there, hunting zombies, looking for precious materials and the like. But for Lin Hao, those cities are like natural obstacles, blocking Lin Hao and the group of people behind him. Without the speed bonus, Lin Hao's speed really can't be fast. After all, 11 is a speed-type superpower. Seeing that the 2 sides are about to close the distance, 11 has a thunder gun in his hand, using the thunder gun's highest energy crystal core, the 1st level crystal core of the force. After all, the thunder gun is a technological product, and it has its upper limit. It cannot load high-level crystal cores infinitely, and the 1st level force is already its maximum limit. Moreover, the power of the 1st level force is not small at all. If it really hits Lin Hao, his life will not be in danger, but he will always be injured. Once injured, Lin Hao's movement speed will slow down and his combat effectiveness will also decrease. At that time, if he is caught up by them, things will be a lot more troublesome. Because 11 is a speed-type zombie, the 3 companions behind 11 can't catch up with 11 at all. Naturally, 11 becomes alone, and Lin Hao is also alone. There was a turn ahead, and the obstacle was a building. Lin Hao turned around without thinking, and the whole person was naturally blocked by the building. The moment Lin Hao turned around, he began to restrain his breath. 11 could not sense Lin Hao's breath, thinking that Lin Hao had run away, so he chased him faster. At the moment he turned, a shining knife suddenly fell from in front of him. Fortunately, 11 was not a mediocre person. After sensing the danger, he hurriedly stopped. However, before he could react, Lin Hao's 2nd knife had already arrived. When the Jin family's tyrant knife was used continuously, the opponent's fate was already determined. Either he fled in panic, or he was beheaded. 11 didn't know the power of Jin's tyrant sword. He also had a sword, but it was just an ordinary laser sword. The laser sword shone with dazzling light, but it couldn't stop Lin Hao's desire to kill him. Originally, the two were safe and sound. Lin Hao didn't know him, and he didn't know Lin Hao either. As a result, this guy suddenly jumped out to catch Lin Hao, causing Lin Hao to suffer so much for no reason. Just this point alone made Lin Hao want to kill him. Now that there was a chance, Lin Hao would definitely not give up this opportunity. 11, who didn't know the power of Jin's tyrant sword, was still ready to use his laser sword to block the knife in front of him, which looked quite old. The first knife was successfully blocked, but the feeling and strength of the knife surprised 11. If the power increased a little, he might not be able to resist it. Lin Hao's knife was very fast. Before 11 could react, Lin Hao had already chopped down the second knife. The power of the second knife was twice that of the first knife. This knife finally made 11 see Lin Hao's true power. 11 was shocked and took a few steps back. Although the laser sword was safe, he also felt the blood shock. 11 wanted to retreat, but he couldn't retreat anymore, because the 8 styles of Jin's hegemonic sword were just one style. Once a style was released, passive defense would never interrupt. 11 even began to have difficulty in defense. So how could he interrupt? Although the second knife made 11 feel uneasy and surprised, he was still able to control his body. Seeing Lin Hao's third knife coming, he put the laser sword against his chest again without thinking. The laser sword finally couldn't bear the power of the third knife and suddenly collapsed. However, 11 himself was lucky to retreat and avoid the knife. However, Lin Hao's fourth knife had already been delivered. When he saw the fourth knife coming towards his head, 11 was left with despair. Chapter 742. When the middle-aged man opened his eyes, it was pitch black around him, and there was a lot of liquid, which was eroding the middle-aged man's force. Yes, the moment the middle-aged man was swallowed by the worm, all the force had already covered his body. After entering the worm, I found that the liquid in the worm's body seemed to be unable to last long with its own force. It seems that I have to hurry up and get out, the middle-aged man said silently. The surrounding liquid was gradually corroding the middle-aged man's force. Once the corrosion was successful, even if the middle-aged man was a top-level zombie at the 9th level of force, he would not be able to escape from here intact. After all, as a mutant zombie that has been ranked at the 9th level of force for hundreds of years, it is naturally much stronger than this mutant beast that has just entered the 9th level of force not long ago. It is almost impossible to easily kill the middle-aged man in the stomach of the mutant beast. Although he cannot be killed, he will also suffer very strong damage. Therefore, the middle-aged man must escape before his force is corroded. The middle-aged man raised his head, looked at the squirming flesh wall above, and tried to break through with the force palm. 1 palm. 2 palms. He could see that it was effective. But the speed of this effect was too slow. If he really continued like this, before he broke through the flesh wall, the middle-aged man's force barrier would have been completely corroded. I can only use my own skills. As a mutant zombie with the force level 9. After reaching this level, the battles between the same level will be fists and force. And Ju will not easily release skills. For example, Xiao Xiaoyu's fishing rod can have such power. Not because of Xiao Xiaoyu's skills, but because Xiao Xiaoyu's golden force covered the fishing rod, which formed such an attack method. Similarly, because Xiao Xiaoyu was very weak compared to the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man could simply resist with one hand. In the end, except for Kylie and Qianli who used their skills, Xiao Xiaoyu and the middle-aged man did not use their skills. While testing, they also wanted to hide their trump cards to achieve the effect of surprise. Zombies of the level of the middle-aged man could not have only one skill. Lin Hao could create his own skills. What's more, they fought for such a long time and hovered between life and death for such a long time. Naturally, they could not have only one skill. Xiao Xiaoyu is like this. And so are Kylie and Qianli. After all, there is only one eccentric person like Lin Hao. In addition to being at a high level, living long enough, and relying on one's own experience, only some gifted people or zombies can create their own skills. Therefore, most zombies and psychics who can create their own skills are in the force class. There is only one reason why the middle-aged man is the most powerful zombie on the Eula planet. That is, he has more than one self-created skill. He also created a skill by using his own force. The middle-aged man forced all his own force out of his body. The consequence of this was that his own force barrier became thinner and thinner. He saw that the liquid was about to break through the force barrier, but the middle-aged man seemed not to see it. Above the middle-aged man's head, there was all the remaining force in his body. Those forces gradually condensed together, and then shrank, and shrank infinitely. The middle-aged man's level has reached a very high level. In this case, the middle-aged man's own force has naturally reached a very terrifying level. The amount is extremely large. If it is spread out, it can even cover the entire Ula planet. Therefore, when so much force is shrunk into a small ball on the middle-aged man's head, it is easy to believe what will happen next. In order to prevent the lack of strength, the middle-aged man input half of his own force into the small force ball, and then sent the small force ball into the body of the worm. During the movement, the small ball was still shrinking, from the size of a basketball to the size of a volleyball. And finally, it turned into a small ball the size of a ping-pong ball. If all the huge energy was gathered in this small ball, the middle-aged man looked at the small ball with a smile on his face. The small ball went farther and farther, entering the deep body of the worm, and the middle-aged man's force barrier was successfully broken by the liquid in the worm's body. The middle-aged man watched the liquid enter the barrier and then stain his clothes. The clothes were corroded before he could even resist. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man frowned, obviously a little unhappy. So the mental power in his head sent information to the small ball. When the middle-aged man transmitted the information to the ball, a huge energy wave began to form inside the body of the worm. The huge energy wave began to spread. The worm had been wandering underground before, and the speed was very fast. Now it has run to an unknown no man's land. During the wandering process, the liquid inside the worm's body will also shake, so that the things inside the body can be digested quickly. As a result, the wandering worm suddenly felt something wrong. He felt that his stomach was a little hot, and this feeling was transmitted very quickly. After a while, the feeling was transmitted to the worm's mind. The worm stopped uncomfortably, but he couldn't see what the hot place looked like, because he was now on the ground, and the rest of his body was blocked by the soil. So, the worm yearned to go to the ground, but it had no chance. The violent energy wave started to collide directly, and a part of the worm became larger and larger until it completely split apart. However, the energy wave continued to spread, with the worm as the center. The soil within a radius of about 10,000 miles began to loosen up because of the energy wave. Some land with boulders and buildings on it even collapsed directly. Because the worm was at the center of the energy wave, it was directly dispersed by the energy wave. The entire worm, with such a huge size, was turned into powder, and no trace could be seen. This is why the powerful superpowers among humans will not casually start a war with the powerful zombies on the zombie side, because their destructive power is too strong. They can't imagine, and even the middle-aged man himself can't imagine, that the explosive bomb formed by his distance is so powerful. In the center of the explosion, the middle-aged man gradually flew up. He looked at his shoes and trouser legs that had been corroded with some annoyance, and seemed a little depressed. If I had known earlier, I would have released the explosive bomb earlier, and my clothes would have been damaged, the middle-aged man muttered. Chapter 743. The head rolled along the ground. Lin Hao stepped on the guy's head and looked at the latecomers behind him. He smiled and kicked the head under his feet as if it were a football. Gio looked at the flying head and took it with both hands without thinking. It was 11's head. His eyes were still wide open, as if he was unwilling to give up. Looking at 9, Gio clenched his fists. His eyes were about to burst. 11. My brother. Gio was a man who didn't talk much, but every brother of the Blade team trained together for many years before going into the battlefield. On the battlefield, they fought countless battles of life and death together. Seeing that 11 died not far from him, and he was powerless, 9 felt very guilty. He really blamed himself. He thought that even if 11 couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be killed easily. After all, 11 was the best fighter among the 4 of them. Maybe he wasn't the strongest, but he was the best fighter. As a result, the zombie taught them a vivid moment in front of them. A precious lesson bought with blood and life. Release all the satellite locators. Today, that zombie must die. 9 shouted at the top of his lungs. 10 was a sturdy man, nearly 2 meters tall. His temper was proportional to his height. Seeing 11 die in front of him, It was as if someone had hit him hard in the face with his palm. So, this rough man also got angry. He was carrying a very large bag on his back, which contained a missile. It was the latest technological weapon developed. This missile was connected to the satellite video. 9 and 12 had already chased Lin Hao. But he didn't. He put the satellite locator in his hand into the sky, and took out a display screen from his backpack. A display screen like a tablet. And on the display screen, there was a picture. The ratio of this picture to the actual 100. The screen was 10 centimeters wide. So the 1,000 meters around them had already appeared on the tablet screen. In the picture, there were 9 and 12 chasing Lin Hao himself, and Lin Hao who was running away not far away. They were all very fast. But in the blink of an eye, they had already run 1,000 meters. But it didn't matter. The satellite locator had already located Lin Hao. And the speed of the satellite locator was not vegetarian. Although this little thing did no harm. Once the target was locked by him, he would never leave his sight. 9 was still on the screen. Because 9 was chasing Lin Hao. Lin Hao was always on the screen. And he was even always in the center of the screen. 10 laughed sinisterly and said, "I don't believe you can get away this time." He tapped Lin Hao on the screen with his finger. And then a red dot appeared on Lin Hao's body. After doing all this, 10 threw all these things away, and then took out a retractable missile tube from his backpack. There was a missile inside, and the inside of the missile was not made of gunpowder, but of force crystal cores. Moreover, this material can withstand a higher limit of force crystal cores. A force level 5 crystal core lay quietly inside the missile, and then 10 pointed the rocket launcher at the sky and pressed the launch button. Although this missile is not made of gunpowder, its thruster is indeed made of gunpowder. There is a very sensitive sensor inside the thruster. The sensor can sense Lin Hao's position in the sky at any time. As the position changes, the rocket thruster will follow the designated position. When Lin Hao felt the missile coming, it was too late for him to dodge. It was in the sky. The moment he saw the missile, Lin Hao had already sensed a sense of crisis. The hair on his body stood up instantly, as if he would face hell next time. It was a very scary thing. "Ah!" Lin Hao screamed, overdrawing his mental strength, forcing himself to open the skill of speed bonus. In an instant, Lin Hao felt the wind under his feet, and his speed increased sharply. But Lin Hao did not run away immediately. The missile in the sky flew straight towards Lin Hao. Just when the missile was about to hit Lin Hao suddenly jumped forward, and in an instant, the missile exploded. The powerful energy wave took Lin Hao forward. At the same time, Lin Hao's speed bonus only lasted for a few seconds. After falling to the ground, Lin Hao instantly jumped up. However, at this time, Lin Hao found that his knee was broken. The force of falling to the ground was not enough to break Lin Hao's knee, because Lin Hao's physique had reached a point where ordinary substances could not hurt him at all. Then, there was only one reason. The aftermath of the missile blew off Lin Hao's calf and knee. In the back, 9 and 12, who were already prepared, were not hurt at all. They were still very fast, and were about to get close to Lin Hao. Lin Hao never had the habit of lying on the ground and waiting to die. Even though he couldn't move at all now, he still had his hands. He had to run away even if he had to crawl. However, no matter how Lin Hao crawled, how could he run faster than others? 9 quickly ran to Lin Hao's side. Even though 12's speed was a little slow, he came to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao was still crawling, with his hands disabled. His speed was still very fast for a normal person. But for 2 people with the 3rd level of the force, this speed was really not much different from that of a baby. Climb. Crawl as hard as you can. You're scared now. I didn't see you struggling like this when you killed my brother. 12 saw that Lin Hao had already crawled up from the ground, and it seemed that he had no ability to fight back. So he wanted to go forward and taunt him, hoping to show off in front of the captain. But when he looked back at 9, he found that 9 just had a serious face and didn't say anything. He just watched Lin Hao crawling on the ground like this, and didn't even make any attacking moves. "Captain, if you don't do it, I will do it." 12 thought about his contribution points, and said to 9 in a hurry, "Okay, then you do it." 9 didn't even look at 12, but just looked at Lin Hao who was still crawling on the ground. 12 drew out his laser sword after hearing what 9 said. The power of the laser sword was still very huge. If Lin Hao was allowed to chop the laser sword at him without defense, he would not be able to resist. 12 walked forward with a ferocious smile, raised his laser sword, and stabbed Lin Hao's back fiercely. Pain? No. This level of attack could not cause pain to Lin Hao. His sense of pain was lost the moment he became a zombie. Chapter 744. Nine's expression became increasingly strange. Until the last moment, when 12 raised the laser sword in his hand and prepared to give Lin Hao the final blow. 9 turned and ran without any hesitation. As a psychic with special skills, he knew that something very scary might happen next. So he turned and ran without even looking at 12. To be honest, in the Blade Group 3, 9 had a very good relationship with everyone. No matter if it was 11 or 12 who just died. 9 would be very angry, and would point at Lin Hao and yell loudly. However, when that kind of danger might befall him, even if his own parents were with him, he would give up without hesitation unless he absolutely had to. He felt a very strong danger approaching, so he prepared to escape in advance. At the moment when Lin Hao lay on the ground, Gio had already felt that feeling in his heart. Unfortunately, he was not sure at that time. But now, Gio was sure that the great terror was gradually approaching. 12's expression was ferocious. He felt that he was about to kill the guy in front of him. The shining contribution points were about to approach him. But no matter how hard the laser sword tried, it could not cut it down. 12 felt very strange. Looked up at his laser sword, but could not figure out anything. The next second, 12 felt that he could not control his body. He wanted to raise his hands, but he could not lift them no matter what. Finally, 12 found himself floating in the air. What's going on? Captain, what's going on? When 12 turned around and saw that his captain actually ran away without looking back, 12 felt incredible. When did his captain ever have such a thing? Captain, where are you running to? 12 wanted to struggle, but no matter how hard he struggled, even if he released all the force and skills in his body, it was useless. Captain, save me. This was the last sentence 12 said. And then he lost consciousness. Or in other words, his whole body exploded. A third-level force user died in the hands of an unknown person. Lin Hao also felt it was very strange. He stopped crawling and sat up, looking at the blood mist not far ahead, his head full of confusion. 9 has disappeared. Don't underestimate the speed of a third-level force user, even if he is not a so-called speed type. But when they burst out, they can still be so fast that people can't see their traces. The next second, Lin Hao knew why 12 died in the air and exploded into a pile of blood mist. In front of Lin Hao, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure appeared in front of Lin Hao. The man had his hands behind his back, and there was an indissoluble sorrow between his eyebrows. He was wearing very ordinary clothes, but the clothes seemed a little worn out. I don't know why. This person is the middle-aged man that Lin Hao had seen before. A very powerful zombie. It was he who saved Lin Hao just now, freeing Lin Hao from that deadly situation. Although Lin Hao was in awe and cautious of the strongest zombie on the Ula planet with ill intentions, the other party at least saved him. So Lin Hao felt that it was not a loss to say thank you. Thank you for saving me just now. It's okay. I just did it by chance. The middle-aged man's voice was a little gloomy and muffled, which was obviously related to the unresolved sadness in his expression. What's wrong with you? A zombie as strong as you can actually show such an expression. Lin Hao knew that since the other party didn't want to kill him, he would definitely not attack him because of certain words. It would be better to test the other party's bottom line at this time. For example, would a normal conversation work? If the other party would attack him in a normal conversation, then why would the other party save him? So Lin Hao must know the other party's bottom line, no matter what the reason is. Sure enough, the middle-aged man just looked back at Lin Hao, then pointed at himself and said, "Are you talking about me? I'm just a little dissatisfied with my clothes. The worm just tore my clothes a little, so I'm in a bad mood." The middle-aged man said it so easily, but after Lin Hao heard these words, Lin Hao felt as if he had heard a fairy tale. That giant worm that looked like a giant was actually killed so easily by the middle-aged man. To be honest, Lin Hao didn't believe it. But now the middle-aged man standing here well represented certain facts. You know, before, the middle-aged man was swallowed by the worm. In short, Lin Hao didn't believe that the worm would let the middle-aged man run out of his mouth so easily. So the middle-aged man must have spent a lot of effort in the end. But looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Lin Hao already understood how much effort he spent. This is the second time you saved me. Thank you so much. It's really not necessary. I just want to preserve the precious seeds for our zombie world. Now the zombies in our zombie world are really getting more and more impetuous. They all want to reach the highest level as quickly as possible. So there are always battles. And each battle means that a mutant zombie disappears. However, the superpowers are developing in a healthy way. They have more and more superpowers and are getting stronger and stronger. But there is only me on our zombie side. The middle-aged man said this very seriously, and he looked into Lin Hao's eyes. Do you know? I have already felt the bottleneck above the 9th level of the Force. If I break through that bottleneck, I will not stay on this planet. Or the universe here will not let me stay. But so far, no one on the Ula planet except me can break through to the 9th level of the Force. Do you know why? Because they all evolved using each other's crystal cores. They did not absorb the purest Force. But you are different. When you evolved into the Force, you absorbed the original Force. Then you only need to evolve according to your method. And you don't have to worry about not being able to evolve to the 9th level of the Force in the future. So, do you know why I saved you? If I don't save you, if I don't train the top masters in our zombie world, then the day I leave, the zombies on the Ula planet may no longer exist. So you should have heard that in the West world, zombies above the 5th level of the Force are not allowed to fight each other. They have only one way to improve their evolution level. And that is to absorb the Force. The middle-aged man said. Chapter 745. So, unfortunately, except for me, none of us zombies have used the original Force to evolve into mutant zombies. Just when I was desperate, I saw you. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became very hot, looking at Lin Hao, as if he saw something very precious to him. But Lin Hao felt something was wrong. You said that you are the only zombie with the 9th level of the Force in our zombie world. But as far as I know, there are at least 3 9th level of the Force in the superpowers. And judging from their appearance, there are more than 3. Why haven't they attacked us yet? It's very simple. There are 8 top-level psychics on the human side. But the 8 of them combined are barely my opponents. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Hao with great confidence, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Lin Hao knew that this guy should not be lying. He exuded strong confidence from head to toe, as if this matter was easy. So, the meaning of this war is to hope that the vitality of the Eastern world will be severely damaged. And after you leave the Ula planet, you can let the zombies breathe for a while? But what's the use of that? Even if humans don't have superpowers, they still have technological weapons, Lin Hao said. So, I hope to exterminate humans on this planet directly. The middle-aged man's face was instantly filled with murderous intent. You know, we have advantages that humans can't match. That is, in most cases, we zombies can't feel pain. And in most cases, we zombies can't feel tired. Humans are different, whether they are superpowers or ordinary people. Even superpowers at the Force level, they all have feelings and will get tired. This is their weakness. I control the 8 strongest superpowers and let the zombies under me attack the city. It won't take long for us to occupy their city. When the middle-aged man said this, it seemed as if he had already confirmed that this was the case. Are humans really as simple as you think? Why can't zombies and humans coexist peacefully? Lin Hao asked the deepest and most determined question in his heart. Coexist peacefully? Ha! Kid, you are too naive. This is simply impossible. If I say that humans and we can coexist peacefully when I am here, the moment I leave this planet, those superpowers will be eager to attack us. They want to exterminate us, just as we want to exterminate them. So peaceful coexistence is simply impossible. I am leaving. Before I leave, the only thing I can do is to exterminate those superpowers. The middle-aged man said very confidently that he had determined the progress of this matter and had already implemented it. And it was absolutely impossible to stop it. Gooden, do you think he can really exterminate humans? Lin Hao asked Gooden in his heart. I can't calculate this. I don't know what hidden means the zombies have. And I also don't know what hidden means the humans have. But weren't you created by the people of this planet? Lin Hao asked doubtfully. What I can tell you is that the people who created me definitely did not do it to save the planet, Gooden said indifferently. For an intelligent being, he has his own wisdom and thoughts, and even has an independent brain. In addition, Gooden's program does not directly enter a certain command program. Obviously, Gooden's creator just wants Gooden to develop like this, and he also wants to know how far Gooden will develop. What's wrong? Kid, why don't you talk? The middle-aged man looked at him. How long do you think it will take you to leave this planet? Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man. They were about the same height. So Lin Hao could look at the middle-aged man at eye level, which represented equality. Lin Hao was talking to the middle-aged man as an equal. Similarly, the middle-aged man gave Lin Hao this opportunity. Although Lin Hao's knee was broken, as a zombie, his recovery speed was very fast. In addition, Lin Hao just stood up, so he could still do this action. Just these 2 years. Time will pass quickly anyway, the middle-aged man said. Obviously, 2 years is a long time for ordinary people. But for middle-aged people, and those force users, who have lived for who knows how long, 2 years is just a blink of an eye. I want to go back to my planet to deal with some things. And then I will come back. Believe me, I will definitely find a way for humans and zombies to coexist peacefully. Lin Hao was still thinking about Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe still had liquid lead in her mind at this moment. After so much time, I really didn't know how far she had developed. You are not from this planet. But unfortunately, I will never let you go back. You are the hope of our Ula zombies. I am sure that within 2 years, I can make you reach the 9th level of the Force. After all, you are different from other zombies. Before I leave, although I can't guarantee that you can reach my level, it is enough to threaten those superpowers. When that time comes, you can go anywhere you want, as long as you are in this universe. It is very important for me to return to my own galaxy. And my galaxy is in this universe. If you want to find me, you will find me soon. I promise you that I will be back in half a year. At most half a year, Lin Hao said solemnly. The middle-aged man stood there, thinking, and looked at Lin Hao while thinking. Lin Hao's standing movement was still a little strenuous, but very stable. He also looked at the middle-aged man, and the two did not give in to each other. After a long time, the middle-aged man finally nodded hesitantly and said, "Okay. I take you wherever you want. Can you take me back?" Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man and said in disbelief, "Of course. I can fly directly, and I can also fly directly in the universe. And it's much faster than the so-called aircraft." At this moment, the middle-aged man showed off, like a kid showing off his candy. But what Lin Hao needed most now was time. He looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise, "Okay. Then please take me back. By the way, you must take me back to the Eastern World School of Superpowers first. I need to take someone away. And I came to the Ula planet for that person." "Okay. I often go to the Eastern World to play. Let's go. How many people can you take with you at most?" Lin Hao asked. "2. 1 in each hand," the middle-aged man said. "Then you may have to take one more." Lin Hao raised his head, and the Thunderbird was about to land. Chapter 746. A few hours later, Shui Lian woke up. When she saw Lin Hao was covered in wounds and his knees seemed to be broken, she was so distressed that she didn't dare to hug her. Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm fine. For a zombie, as long as the head is not broken. It's just a minor injury. Let's go back first." Lin Hao was not worried that Shui Lian's rescue would be discovered by humans. After all, some people were almost dead, and no one knew Shui Lian had saved him. "Sure, little guy. You can seduce girls among humans. Senior, you are not the kind of zombie who wants to kill humans when you see them. Right?" Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with some caution. If he attacked Shui Lian, Lin Hao really would have no way to stop him. "Of course not. I live in the Eastern world myself. To be honest, what is there in the Western world? It is a wasteland with nothing. It is not as fun as the Eastern world. It is the legendary colorful world." The middle-aged man laughed. Before Lin Hao could laugh with him, suddenly, a very warm force wrapped around his body. Lin Hao looked at the middle-aged man with some doubts, while the middle-aged man looked at him calmly. "This is the movement of the force. But when you have more force, there are more ways to use it," the middle-aged man said instructively. Then, the three of them floated up. Thunderbird obviously wanted to keep up, but was scolded by Lin Hao. If a mutant bee suddenly came to the sky above the Eastern world, it would definitely be in danger. To be honest, there are only 8 strongest superpowers in the Eastern world. Who knows if there are some very low-key masters hidden in the crowd? And they have families with them. Seeing an 8th level mutant hovering over their city, they might just kill it. Although Thunderbird was disappointed, he knew that Lin Hao was doing it for his own good. In the end, Thunderbird just followed Black Tiger out of this area. They knew that if they wanted to follow their master's footsteps, they had to raise their own level. In the Research Institute of Superpowers, Yi Wentian, a mutant zombie at level 4, quietly looked outside the door. There was nothing there, and it was all dark. The door that locked Yi Wentian was just a very simple ordinary lock. And for Yi Wentian, ordinary doors could not pay attention to him at all. Yi Wentian took a wire and poked the lock core a few times. This special lock used to lock low-level zombies was already poked open. Yi Wentian carefully brought the lock in from outside the door, then carefully closed the door and walked out. Yi Wentian, who had been locked up for who knows how many days, was still very calm at this moment. He knew what he should do. He had to find the time-space shuttle. He had to go back to his own time-space, and then kill Lin Hao in that time-space. The laboratory on this floor was very large. But for Yi Wentian, the laboratory was as familiar as home. Soon, he had found the very familiar machine, which was the time-space shuttle. Lin Hao had driven this thing to bring him back. Coincidentally, the time-space shuttle was placed in an unlocked room. The door of that room could be opened with a slight push. After pushing the door open, Yi Wentian finally felt a little excited. This Ula planet was really terrifying. Anyone walking around was a superpower above level 7 or 8. Moreover, he was not familiar with this time and space. For him, this place was no less terrifying and insecure. But for Yi Wentian, what he feared most was insecurity. Open this door. Open this door, and I can go home. For Yi Wentian, he was not afraid of whether he could control the machine. On the contrary, the more advanced the machine was, the more excited he was. The more excited he was, the easier it was to find a way to control it. Just as Yi Wentian was about to open the door and enter the time-space shuttle, a fragrance made him completely lose himself. Yi Wentian has always been a relatively self-disciplined person with very strong self-control. But the moment he smelled this smell, Yi Wentian felt something was wrong. The smell seemed to deliberately seduce him, forcing him to go over. That was the deepest desire in his heart. Yi Wentian went over there. Not only Yi Wentian would go over there, even if Lin Hao asked about this smell, he would probably not be able to control himself. The smell came from a window, which was half open. From the window, there was a vessel in the room, and in the vessel was a bright red crystal core. The color of the crystal core was very bright, and more importantly, the crystal core was very huge. Obviously, this was not an ordinary crystal core. Yi Wentian had never seen this kind of crystal core. After all, he didn't even have a level 9 zombie on Earth at that time. Anyway, this zombie successfully attracted Yi Wentian's attention and made Yi Wentian addicted to it. I want to open the door. I want to get him. This was Yi Wentian's only thought. It was very easy to open a door. Especially the door in front of him was locked with a password. The process of cracking the password lock was faster than poking the lock with a wire. After a while, the door in front of him was cracked by Yi Wentian. The moment the door was opened, Yi Wentian rushed in and swallowed the crystal core into his stomach without even having time to taste it. After swallowing the crystal core, Yi Wentian finally woke up. No matter what level of crystal core the guy just swallowed was, he had to leave now. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to leave next time. Of course, Yi Wentian still had to do something before leaving. He didn't want Lin Hao in this time and space to go find him again. Yi Wentian didn't know that the crystal core he swallowed was a 4th level force crystal core. This crystal core directly made him enter the level of a 9th level mutant zombie. But he didn't know it either, because his body had no way to absorb this crystal core. The energy of this crystal core was too strong. Not only could his body not bear it, but Yi Wentian couldn't bear it in all aspects. In the end, Yi Wentian would find that although he had become a 9th level zombie and had an extra skill, he couldn't control his skills at all. This was the price of a sudden increase in strength. Yi Wentian left a note, adjusted the time, got into the space shuttle, clicked launch, and left the planet. When the old scholar found out about this, Yi Wentian had already reached the black hole. The old scholar still contacted Yi Wentian. He saw Yi Wentian sleeping and waiting for evolution in the newly repaired space shuttle. Similarly, he also saw a meteorite flying rapidly behind the space shuttle. Then, the picture was cut off. Chapter 747. The three began to float in the air. And then Lin Hao found that the surrounding scene suddenly became blurred. After a few seconds, when the three appeared, they had already appeared in front of the gate of the School of Superpowers. Looking at the students coming and going in front of the gate, they seemed to have not noticed that Lin Hao and the other two appeared out of thin air. And they didn't care at all. Of course, It wasn't long before Lin Hao was surrounded by people. After all, he was covered in wounds and tatters, especially his knees, which looked like they were broken. Such a person walked into the school of superpowers. Those people did not take any effective measures except to watch him. No security personnel came forward to check the situation. After all, these people were superpowers. Each of them had fighting power, and their fighting power was much stronger than that of the security personnel. However, no one came up to stop Lin Hao. The reason might be Cui Lian, who was supporting Lin Hao. After all, they did not know Lin Hao. But there were still few people in the school who did not know Cui Lian. And Cui Lian's clothes looked like there were many stains. What Cui Lian did has been spread among teachers and students. They all know that after Cui Lian left the school, she reached the level of a 6th level superpower in less than a year. Cui Lian has broken the record of the entire school, and it is recorded in the student handbook. What a great honor this is. So when everyone saw Cui Lian with stains all over her body, and brought a seriously injured person to school, how could they have imagined that the seriously injured man was actually a zombie? The three of them finally entered the research building. And finally no one followed them. Cui Lian breathed a sigh of relief. But the middle-aged man next to her joked, "Little girl is quite amazing. It seems that you are still a star in this school." Cui Ran did not know from Lin Hao who the middle-aged man in front of her was. But she knew from the theoretical knowledge she learned that the middle-aged man in front of her was the strongest in the zombie world, the most powerful individual in the legendary Hula planet, and the top zombie king. So when Cui Lian saw this middle-aged man for the first time, her heart was tense. Suddenly, she heard the middle-aged man praise her, and hurriedly replied, "No. No. It's just that my grades in school are a little better." Although several people entered the school, many people in the school also saw the appearance of the middle-aged man. They would not think that the one who looked very similar to the person in the textbook must be the powerful corpse king in the textbook. But it was obviously such a fantasy. And only Cui Lian knew that it was true. Cui Lian was very nervous, and she stopped talking after saying this. And the middle-aged man suddenly felt bored. At this time, Lin Hao asked the middle-aged man, "By the way, senior, I haven't asked your name yet." "Yeah, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. But you know my identity, so there's no need to introduce myself. My name is Hong Ying. But the people below me like to call me senior. Just like you. Even those with superpowers call me senior. Only the old guy Xiao Xiaoyu likes to call me corpse king. But I don't like the title of qualification. It's too ugly." Hong Ying talked freely. The elevator arrived, and the three of them went into the elevator, and went all the way to the top floor of the research building, where they saw the old scholar. And Hong Ying was still talking freely. This senior really likes to chat. The old scholar took a look at Hong Ying. Similarly, he just felt that Hong Ying looked a bit like someone in the textbook. But there was only a blurry face in the textbook. This is why most people can't find out that Hong Ying is the legendary person without knowing Hong Ying's identity. Similarly, the old scholar didn't find out because he had another thing in his mind. Seeing Lin Hao coming back, the old scholar said with some self-blame, "Lin Hao, I'm sorry. That zombie is dead." "What? Dead?" Lin Hao felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his brain. Something was wrong. How could he die? I found him when I went to the United States. How could he die here? Where's the body? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. The body is not here. The zombie stole a crystal core of a distant level and escaped on the space shuttle. During the video connection, I saw a meteorite hit the shuttle. I guess the zombie is in danger, the old scholar said. How is it possible? How could he escape? Only Lin Hao knew that Yi Wentian was definitely not dead. In the end, he would return directly to the United States on Earth from the black hole and meet himself at that time. However, Yi Wentian eventually died on Earth. It is estimated that it is too late for him to rush over now, because the parallel world also has its own world line. It is not that Lin Hao can return to the future at any time he wants. The time of the other world line will also pass with the passage of time now. What should I do? What should I do? Bebe? Lin Hao was a little dazed. Although Cui Lian hated Lin Hao for mentioning that woman, he didn't want Lin Hao to keep this expression, as she would look distressed. Cui Lian gently pulled Lin Hao's sleeve to comfort him. But Lin Hao just smiled bitterly at her. By the way, I haven't asked you why you had to bring that dead zombie with you. Hong Ying also felt that the guy was dead. That's because my girlfriend has liquid lead from the Hula planet's technology in her head. We must find the person who cast it. Otherwise it can't be taken out. As far as I know, it was that zombie who put it in. Unfortunately, that zombie had died on my planet. So I came to the Eula planet and used the time-space shuttle technology to go back to the past and bring him back. But now, he has gone back again. According to the timeline law of the parallel world, I can't go back to that world and catch him back. It won't be long before he dies again from the technological weapons of that world. After all, there is no time shuttle now. Who knows how long it will take for the old scholar to make one? Liquid lead? I have heard of it. But unfortunately I can't do anything. Otherwise I will definitely help you. Hong Ying said. Thank you, Senior, Lin Hao said in a very low voice. At this time, the old scholar seemed to remember something and said, by the way, that guy left a piece of paper before leaving. There are words from your planet on the paper. I can't understand it. So I bring it to you to see. The old scholar hurried back and took out a piece of paper and gave it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and took a look. At that look, he smiled. A very bright smile. The paper said that he was not the one who cast the liquid lead at all. The real one who cast the liquid lead was Yuan. Chapter 748. Lin Hao understood. Really understood everything. Understood why Yi Wentian had that weird expression when he died in front of him. And why Yi Wentian said that even if he or she could not help him. It turned out that it was not him at all. And it was not Yi Wentian who put the liquid lead into Bebe's head. Is it true? This is a question. Lin Hao began to analyze the previous events in his mind frantically. And then a figure gradually appeared in Lin Hao's mind. That was when he was in S City. That figure only appeared once. Compared with his opponent, Lin Hao must be more familiar with Wang Hao. It's a pity that Wang Hao was killed by himself. But only that source did not appear. Why didn't he appear? Wang Hao has already appeared. Why didn't he appear? There's probably only one reason. Lin Hao set his sights on the old scholar. The old scholar was afraid that Lin Hao would blame him for not keeping an eye on the zombie. So he kept paying more attention to Lin Hao. When he found that Lin Hao was indeed looking at him, he was inexplicably nervous. You said that you launched a time-space shuttle. In that time-space shuttle, you put a low-level one that can only be used with a portion of liquid lead? Lin Hao looked into the old scholar's eyes and asked word by word. The old scholar nodded somewhat guiltily. He naturally had a deep memory of his own experiment. Thinking of the purpose of Lin Hao's coming here, the liquid lead that suddenly appeared on the Earth, and the first time-space shuttle on the Earth mentioned by Lin Hao. The old scholar suddenly understood. And Lin Hao also understood that the murderer was here. And the murderer had always been by their side. You put that liquid lead in. Do you have a way to take it out? Lin Hao asked the old scholar very seriously. I'm sorry. I can't. Because people who use liquid lead must enter their own genetic code. I didn't enter it. If I did, others wouldn't be able to use it. The old scholar said. Can it be used on zombies or humans? Lin Hao asked again. The old scholar thought for a while before saying, yes. Zombies also have DNA. Senior, please help me. Can you really take me back to Earth? Lin Hao looked at Hong Ying this time. No problem. As long as it is in this universe, I can take you back. Although my speed is not as abnormal as that of the people in that universe. It will only take an hour to go back and forth, Hong Ying said confidently. Lin Hao calculated that it took him nearly a month to get to the Eula planet, and he reached the speed of light. But Hong Ying told him that it only took an hour to go back and forth. Really? Your speed has really reached this level? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Of course not. This is my skill. There is a light element in my body, which can reach a speed you can't imagine. I finally reached that level by welcoming this light element. Naturally, any place in this universe is only an hour for my light element. And my light element can create a space-time collapse tunnel, shortening the original distance in space-time to just one step away. If you remove the time for creating the tunnel and finding your planet, you only need 1 second. Hong Ying smiled gently. Really? Lin Hao was a little surprised. But more surprised. Which meant that he would be able to return to Earth in an hour. Hong Ying just smiled and closed his eyes. Hong Ying with his eyes closed looked so majestic and solemn. Completely different from his usual kind self. An hour later, Hong Ying opened his eyes. And there was a faint rainbow light in his eyes. Hong Ying aimed his sight at Lin Hao and scanned Lin Hao from top to bottom. When he first saw Lin Hao from the beginning, Lin Hao looked at the situation in front of him with some shock. It was a white light curtain. As Hong Ying's sight moved down, the light curtain began to slowly spread down, and finally stood on the ground. turning into a pure white arch door shape emitting holy light. The moment Lin Hao saw this shape, a suction force appeared from the door. The strange thing was that this suction force was only directed at Lin Hao. Others, such as Chui Lian, who was right next to Lin Hao, had no effect. Relax, be sucked in, and you will successfully return to your own planet. Remember? Don't forget what you promised me. I will wait for you for half a year. Lin Hao listened to the intermittent 6 months, and his vision began to blur. When Lin Hao could see the sight in front of him clearly, a familiar bus was rushing towards him. There were still figures in the bus. In the driver's seat, there was a bearded man who looked very sloppy. At this moment, his mouth was wide open, showing some surprise, some panic, some despair, and some apology. Obviously, the driver didn't know that Lin Hao suddenly appeared in this place, so he felt a little sorry. The car was flying very slowly, but it was flying at a very normal speed. If it wasn't Lin Hao standing in front of it, but another normal person, that person might have died under the car. After all, it's impossible for a normal person to escape from this situation. However, Lin Hao is not an ordinary person. Even, Lin Hao is not a human. In this situation, any mutant zombie can escape. But Lin Hao really doesn't look like a zombie. He looks like an ordinary person. Lin Hao wanted to leave directly. He didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs. Lin Hao's current fighting power was no longer on the same level as the Earth. He didn't want to interfere casually. He just wanted to take good care of the people he cared about. But when the big bearded man showed a trace of apology in his eyes, Lin Hao felt that he should do something. The car was smoking, and there were the sounds of missiles and machine guns behind him, as well as the shouts and calls for help from many people. Where is this? The bus was still aimed at Lin Hao at a very accurate angle. Lin Hao stretched out one of his hands and caught the bus. In the shocked eyes of the big bearded man, Lin Hao slowly put the bus on the ground. What are you standing there for? The car is going to explode, Lin Hao said to the bearded man. The bearded man hurriedly led everyone in the car out of the car. There were children and women in the car, and many people who didn't seem to have any fighting ability. The only person in the car who had fighting ability was the bearded man. The bearded man was wearing a bulletproof vest and had a pistol on his waist. He got out of the car holding a little boy, looked at Lin Hao with an admiring and cautious look, and said with a smile, "Thank you." Chapter 749. It's okay. Tell me where this is. Lin Hao spoke the language of the Ula planet for a long time, and suddenly switched back to his native language. And he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Here. This is the capital. This is the survivor base of the capital. The base is about to be breached by another group of people. If you are okay, leave quickly, the big bearded man said to Lin Hao in a friendly way. He didn't see that Lin Hao was strong, so he knelt down and begged Lin Hao to save them. For the big bearded man, he saw too many such actions in the Doomsday where people saved the other party casually, but killed the other party directly because the other party had extravagant demands. It's no wonder that the bearded man thought so. When Lin Hao heard that he was in Beijing, his face darkened. Beijing? How did that damn Hongying locate him? This is actually Beijing? Is it the capital of China? Before in S City, what I heard the most was what happened in the capital. Beijing not only sent people and materials, but also biochemical people. It was really a treasure box. And it could even cultivate people with special abilities. This was similar to the School of Special Abilities on the Ula planet. But how could the capital survivor base, which sounds so powerful, be breached? Just as the bearded man was about to lead his men away, Lin Hao stopped him. Wait a minute. Answer a few questions for me, and I take you to a safe place. When the bearded man heard what Lin Hao said, he hurriedly stopped. He didn't dare to ask Lin Hao to do something. But if Lin Hao took the initiative to do it, he certainly wouldn't mind. After all, it was the time for the other party to attack. He originally wanted to take some of the old, weak, women and children in the base who had no combat power to escape first. But he was accidentally hit by an anti-tank. Fortunately, the missile did not hit the body of the vehicle, but only hit the armored vehicle next to the bus. However, the residual power alone had already scrapped the vehicle. If they really escaped with their little combat power, they might have been hit by stray bullets before escaping the base. Fortunately, Lin Hao showed up with hope. Lin Hao's words undoubtedly gave them hope. If there was really such a strong man who caught the bus with one hand and took them, They would definitely be able to leave here safely. You say. I will tell you everything I know. The bearded man rushed in front of Lin Hao and said very humbly. The bearded man did not seem like a humble person. His body was full of scars, some of which were even fatal. But he was still alive, proving that he was not a person who would easily submit. There was a reason why he submitted to Lin Hao. Because of the group of old, weak women and children behind him. As far as I know, the survivor base in the capital should be the most formal and powerful survivor base in the whole of China. Why was it breached by others? Or, why were those people able to breach the survivor base in the capital? Because that group of people united with the zombies. The zombies on Earth are getting stronger and stronger. Not only can they speak, but some zombies even have memories of their previous lives as humans. Those zombies have wisdom and thoughts like humans. But they are much stronger than the superpowers. The superpowers in that organization united with the zombies. And there was a traitor in the base. So they were attacked from both inside and outside. And the base was breached. The bearded man obviously felt aggrieved when he said this. The second question is, which direction should we go from here to Province A? Lin Hao asked again. The bearded man was stunned subconsciously. Although he was very curious about why Lin Hao wanted to go to Province A, which was so far away, he didn't dare to ask, for fear that he would anger Lin Hao if he did something wrong. So the bearded man pointed to the south. Lin Hao nodded and said to the bearded man, "Follow me and lead the way." Although the bearded man was still a little worried. Lin Hao had already said so. So he could only follow Lin Hao. Actually, Lin Hao wanted to find a car to drive. Although the speed of the car was not as fast as his, it was much more comfortable to drive than to run. However, thinking that Bebe's matter could not be delayed, Lin Hao could only run at his own speed. With this group of people, they found another large armored vehicle. The people in the armored vehicle had turned into zombies. The bearded man did not let Lin Hao do anything. He stepped forward and stabbed the zombie to death with a dagger, then dragged the zombie out and let the group of people get in the car. Naturally, they also experienced many dangers along the way, such as zombie bullets and missiles. But the bearded man just watched those bullets and missiles fall around them out of thin air without causing any harm to them. Of course, the bearded man was still quite puzzled about one thing. That is, why did the group of zombies stay far away and dare not approach? Thank you, buddy. This armored vehicle has enough power. And it has weapons and is strong enough. As long as I don't stop the car and fight with the other party, we will definitely be able to escape. No matter what you want to do, please be careful. After saying these words, the bearded man closed the door of the armored vehicle and fled to the back door of the base. To be honest, Lin Hao is really not interested in this survivor base. After all, for Lin Hao, the most important thing is always Bebe's business. He has to find the source first. That is, he has to go to S City first. And S City is closer to the capital. Just now, the bearded man had told Lin Hao the direction of Province A. Knowing the direction of Province A, Lin Hao knew the direction of City S. The moment he found the source was when Lin Hao went to City B in Province A. But at this moment, the cement wall in front, which didn't look very solid, finally collapsed. Countless zombies poured in from the collapsed places. Lin Hao looked at the zombies pouring in and felt something was wrong. The eyes of these zombies, or rather, the look in the eyes of these zombies was wrong. The eyes of the zombies were full of desire and killing. This was the appearance of low-level zombies. They had no IQ and thoughts. And they only followed their own desires. So they were like this. But looking at these zombies, their eyes are empty, as if someone is controlling them to do something. This is obviously being controlled by someone. And Lin Hao has a control skill. He knows that being controlled is not like this. These zombies are not controlled by someone. They are brainwashed. What is going on? Lin Hao touched his chin. He felt that many interesting things might happen here. Perhaps it would be a good idea to stay for a few minutes to see what is going on. It only took a few minutes. With Lin Hao's speed, it was still very fast to reach a city from here. So Lin Hao suppressed his worries and wanted to see what happened to the survivor base in the capital. At this moment, Lin Hao was in tatters all over his body and looked exactly like an ordinary zombie. He hid his pressure and momentum and hid among the group of zombies. Chapter 750. The next second, Lin Hao saw an acquaintance, an armed man and a girl, walking in leisurely from outside the base, while the zombies around them did not even look at them. It was obvious that these two people were definitely not from the base. So there was only one possibility for these two people. They were the behind-the-scenes pushers of this war. Lin Hao had never seen the armed man before. But what made Lin Hao feel strange was the girl. The girl was wearing a cowboy outfit, a shabby hat, and was covered in dust. She was talking happily with the armed man next to her. Such a familiar figure. But this figure is a little different from the one in memory. Couldn't. Is there this person in your memory center? Lin Hao asked directly. Actually, you have met before. But that person was in your illusion. Do you remember? Gooden reminded Lin Hao directly. In the illusion? Which illusion? I have experienced so many illusions. How do I know it is that illusion? Do you still remember the girl you met on that Earth when you used the time shuttle? Gooden said. You mean that girl? No. The time is wrong. That girl looks like she's only about 16 years old. And the one in front of her is already 20. Their figures are not on the same level. Lin Hao touched his chin and teased. Have you forgotten the timeline theory? Don't forget. The experiment you conducted was a time-space shuttle experiment. And you have been on the Ula planet for nearly 2 years. Plus the time you became a zombie on Earth. If the girl development was better, it would not be surprising for her to become like this. Gooden also teased in the same tone as Lin Hao. That said, I always feel it's a little unrealistic. Lin Hao was speechless. You've even been to the first universe, conducted time-space shuttle experiments, and even met the legendary top-level zombies of the Force. Now you tell me it's unscientific? This world itself is unscientific. You know? Listening to Gooden's complaints, Lin Hao wisely kept his mouth shut. He knew it was a very unwise choice to argue with Gooden at this time. Then do you think that girl still recognizes me? In that illusion, she was able to talk to me. And she was in the same timeline or even space as me. Lin Hao tried to say. Then you can go up and say hello, Gooden said. The zombies around him were still walking forward blindly, looking at the soldiers, who were still resisting, and the ordinary people who were running away. These zombies still had dull eyes. But they would still run up, open their bloody mouths, and then attack them. Lin Hao stood there motionless. Naturally, this naughty zombie was soon seen by the girl and the armed man. They were very curious why there was an out-of-control zombie standing here. The girl walked forward and took off her hat. Her not-so-pretty but pretty face was revealed again. Even though they hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 years. The freckles on the girl's face were still there. The girl had survived hard in the past 2 years. So the vicissitudes of the past 2 years could be seen on her face. After the girl and Lin Hao looked at each other for a few times, she suddenly covered her head in pain, and then looked at Lin Hao with an incredible look. Who are you? She asked Lin Hao directly. You really don't recognize me? Lin Hao looked at the girl with interest. The armed man reacted instantly. And the soldiers who were looting around, including biochemical soldiers, carrying rocket launchers, and driving armored vehicles, gathered together and surrounded Lin Hao. Lin Hao was too conspicuous now. All the zombies were moving towards the target in an orderly manner. But Lin Hao stood there and looked at the girl. Wan Lanan. It seems that you have really forgotten me. Lin Hao didn't care about the people carrying weapons around him, let alone the zombies, who were like puppets. When Wan Lanan heard Lin Hao say his name, he was really surprised. He looked at Lin Hao carefully, but he didn't know where he had seen this person before. And he couldn't even find a sense of familiarity. Who are you and why do you know my name? Wan Lanan said. Actually, Lin Hao also felt a little strange. He and Wan Lanan had an unpleasant memory. In that memory, Wan Lanan cried loudly. But now she didn't recognize him? Lin Hao touched his face. He suddenly remembered that he looked a little scary now. Some wounds were still there. And some anger was still there. The point was that he was taller. It seemed normal that Wan Lanan didn't recognize him. Forget it. Forget it. I just want to know. As a human, why would you join forces with zombies to attack the human survivor base? At Lin Hao's level, his eyesight was already very good. He could tell at a glance that the armed man with a gun was actually an 8th level mutant zombie. Although he was puzzled as to why a mutant zombie would wear human clothes, hold human weapons, and lead a group of humans to fight humans. It was obvious that Wan Lanan knew the other party's identity. However, the ordinary people with guns around him looked at the armed man with doubtful eyes. The armed man's skin was rough, and his beard was a little messy, although his face was sallow. In this era, everyone's face was sallow, except for the eyes that were a little deep and the color could not be seen clearly. The rest of the place looked like a human. How could it be a zombie? Wang Lanlan stared at Lin Hao's eyes. Although she didn't feel familiar with Lin Hao, she was sure that he had seen her and knew her. Aren't you also a zombie? Aren't you also with a group of people? Lin Hao thought Wang Lanlan remembered something. But Wang Lanlan just saw Lin Hao escorting the car of the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children away. She didn't take it seriously at first. But she didn't expect Lin Hao to be a powerful guy. Okay. I don't care what you want to do. I just want to tell you. Don't forget what you should do. Lin Hao had his hands behind his back. Even though he looked like he had no temperament in his outfit. Lin Hao left. And the people around him just watched him silently. Watching him pass by them. Pass by the armored vehicle. And leave the base. After he left the sight of these people, Lin Hao started to run wildly. Are you okay? Wang Lanlan asked the armed man. It's okay. I just felt a little stiff after seeing the guy, the man said with lingering fear. Chapter 751. Time: 8 o'clock in the morning. About to reach the morning. Coincidentally, the first thing Lin Hao saw after returning to Earth was the sun. Ultraviolet rays and soft light shone directly into Lin Hao's face. Although he couldn't feel the temperature because zombies were cold-blooded animals, this feeling was really comfortable. There was still snow under his feet, because this was the north. Facing the slippery land, Lin Hao deliberately used a few iron chains to tie his shoes a few times, tied them very tightly, and then turned on his speed bonus. Lin Hao, who has more than 100 points of speed attribute, turned on the speed bonus, and his terrifying speed was immediately reflected. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Hao had disappeared from the spot. In just a few minutes, Lin Hao had left the capital. It only took Lin Hao an hour. Looking at the familiar river in front of him, Lin Hao knew that he had arrived at his destination, which was S City, because the river that led directly to the sea was there. Not far away was a very large survivor base. The survivor base in the capital had been breached. But unexpectedly, the survivor base in S City was indeed so strong, still so neat and grand. Except for the area at the door where there were traces of fighting. Other places had actually shown signs of peace and prosperity. For example, in the innermost part of the survivor base, Lin Hao had already heard the sound of KTV. He really didn't know that there were still people who wanted to sing K in this situation. And where did they get their software and hardware from? In any case, Lin Hao felt that the survivor base in S City might have fallen. Of course, Lin Hao knew the reason for the fall. Looking at the zombies around S City, who could avoid the survivor base, he already understood. In S City, it seemed that there was a scene of singing and dancing. But the number of people was really pitiful. And there were no soldiers with guns. And those high-tech weapons were gone. More importantly, Lin Hao couldn't even see the group of senior officials in the survivor base in S City. They used to want to get this position so much. Now that Yuentian is gone, this position should be easier to get. Where are their people? Why has the body changed after more than a year? Lin Hao's mental power has been moving. He was not interested in the howling of the ghosts in the KTV. But when he saw that the high-level people in the survivor base were gone, Lin Hao suddenly thought of something and focused his attention on the KTV. Then, a wonderful scene appeared. In the center of the group, a familiar figure was holding a microphone and singing a love song. Lin Hao found that he knew a lot of people here. He didn't expect to see those familiar people everywhere. For example, the middle-aged man in the center singing was Lu Qingqing, who had worked with Lin Hao before. Lu Qingqing looked at the beauties around him with drunken eyes. The faces of those beauties were different from those of the people outside. Their faces were not sallow, but the healthy pink-white color before the apocalypse. It was obvious that these people had a good meal in the base. But what about the other people in the base? Looking at the extra zombies outside and the heavy weapons that had been removed or shelved in the base, Lin Hao understood something. With his current mental strength, Lin Hao didn't have to work hard to find his target. The zombie called Yuan? Yuan was also in great glory at the moment. And he didn't need Gooden's detection. Just relying on his own eyes, he could tell that Yuan's level had reached level 8. And he was not far from the legendary level 9. This guy must have made some conditions with the people in the base. Otherwise Lin Hao wouldn't have been unable to find another level 7 zombie in S City. Obviously, those level 7 zombies had been dealt with by Yuan and the people in the base. Yuan's power was growing. Aren't the people in the base afraid that Yuan would directly lead the zombie group to destroy the remaining humans? Actually, they would make deals with zombies. But these are not what Lin Hao wants to care about. What he really cares about is Jean Bebe. Knowing who had planted the liquid lead, Lin Hao rushed back without stopping. He hoped that what Yi Wentian said in that time and space was true. If Yi Wentian lied to him, then everything was really over. He could not find Yi Wentian in that time and space. After finding the source, in another blink of an eye, Lin Hao had come to the source. At this moment, the source was in front of a car, smoking a cigar and looking at the car in front of him. He had a bunch of keys in his hand. The logo on the keys was Maserati, and the car in front of him was also a classic Maserati. Yuan had no subordinates around him. It was obvious that this guy thought he was invincible in the entire S-city, and that no one could challenge him. So he was so relaxed, or indulged. He had lost the most basic vigilance and sense of crisis. The ancients were not wrong. Born in adversity, died in comfort. Lin Hao walked forward and took the key from Yuan's hand before Yuan could react. Then opened the door. Maserati was really a famous car, with leather seats, very comfortable to sit on. When the key was turned on, Lin Hao thought he was sitting on the top of the cloud. It had been a long time since he had tried this kind of manual car. The car is good, the appearance is good, and the comfort is also very good. You have good taste. Lin Hao looked at Yuan, who was stunned outside in the car. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you know me? Lin Hao looked at Yuan, who was thinking with a thoughtful smile. To be honest, I have been looking for the murderer for a long time and a long way. But I never thought that the murderer was far away and close at hand. I know it's you. Yi Wentian has already told me. Lin Hao was ready to speak directly, and used an affirmative sentence. Because Lin Hao was worried that if he used a question sentence, would Yuan deny it? And if Yuan denied it, what would he do? Will he go crazy? Finally, Yuan said something that reassured Lin Hao. I didn't expect you to find me after all. So you admit that you put liquid lead in Bebe's mind? Lin Hao looked into Yuan's eyes, looking very seriously. Is that thing called liquid lead? I don't know. Yuan shook his head helplessly. You can always find a way to get that thing out of her head. Right? Even if you don't know, the thing in your mind should know. Lin Hao used an affirmative sentence again. You know? Yuan couldn't believe it. But he couldn't help but say it in the end. Because in terms of power, he was no match for Lin Hao. Or it could be said that there was a world of difference between him and Lin Hao. Chapter 752. What do you want? Yuan looked directly at Lin Hao. The moment Yuan saw Lin Hao, he knew that he was no longer Lin Hao's opponent. High-level zombies, especially force zombies, do not show their might. As long as they don't want to, they can put this might inside their bodies. Yuan did not feel what Lin Hao's evolution level was, because he could not feel it. He already understood something. I don't want to do anything. I know you have that kind of thing in your head. I don't want to kill you. In fact, I have no interest in you. Your level is no different from an ant underground to me. If you want to survive, it's very simple. Help me get the liquid lead out of Bebe's brain. Lin Hao looked at Yuan, as if he had him in his hands. Did Yi Wentian really tell you that? I heard that he had died in the United States. How did you know? Yi Wentian was deliberately released by those people in the survivor base in S-City. They knew that the United States hated Chinese scientists because Chinese scientists were always smarter than them, and would occupy their scientific research results. Because of xenophobia, Chinese scientists in the past would be excluded. They couldn't even get any experimental items. But Yi Wentian was different. They all knew what kind of person Yi Wentian was. At the same time, they also knew that Yi Wentian would definitely conduct experiments there. If Yi Wentian really conducted experiments, he would definitely be excluded or even killed by the group of scientists outside. Yuan's words were very well reasoned. As if he had seen the outcome of Yi Wentian. Your idea is good, but Yi Wentian didn't die like that. Yi Wentian died from a nuclear bomb. Lin Hao said slowly. What? Nuclear bomb? Even Yuan looked at Lin Hao in surprise. That's right. But I think you don't want to know what happened at that time. Lin Hao looked into Yuan's eyes. And Yuan couldn't help but lower his head. Come with me. I won't kill you. Lin Hao looked at Yuan and continued. You really won't kill me? As long as I take the liquid lead out of that girl's head? When you reach level 9, you will find that it is not the end. I am no longer in the same class as you. Lin Hao's words were shocking. Although Yuan didn't believe it. When he found that he couldn't even sense any breath from Lin Hao, he actually believed it more than half. Although Yuan hadn't seen a level 9 zombie yet, he was confident that at least he could sense the other party's breath. However, he still remembered that when Lin Hao left, he was a level 6 zombie. Now, he couldn't sense his breath. So what level are you at? Tell me. What level is there after level 9? Tell me. Otherwise, I will definitely not go with you. Even if you kill me, but you will definitely not kill me. Because only I can save that girl. Yuan seemed to see the hope of his survival. Lin Hao left the car and grabbed Yuan. Yuan wanted to resist, but found that he could not move his whole body, and even his spirit had become stiff. Undoubtedly, Yuan was terrified at this moment, thinking that Lin Hao could actually grab him and move him at will, and he could not resist. What level was this? While feeling fear, Yuan was also thankful. Yes, he had to be thankful. If Lin Hao wasn't by his side, if he didn't tell him, how could he know that there was a level above the 9th level? Yuan began to relax himself because he felt that he was about to reach the peak. On this earth, no one could deal with him. But Lin Hao appeared and hit him with a huge hammer. It didn't kill him, but it woke him up. Tell me. Even though he was held in Lin Hao's hand, he still wanted to know the result. The result was like a swarm of ants in Yuan's heart, crawling and biting him crazily, making him scratch his head. But now, except for his mouth that could speak, he couldn't move any other part of his body. This was the most frustrating part. However, this feeling did not last long. Not long after, Yuan felt that he could move again. But when he saw the surrounding environment again, he was shocked. Where is this place? The surrounding environment is unfamiliar, and there is a small hill. In fact, Lin Hao could have carried Yuan directly to the base in City B. But he didn't. For some reason, after seeing this small hill, he stopped and prepared to walk up slowly. Above the 9th level, there is another level of the Force. But the energy of the Force is not on Earth, or even in this galaxy. Lin Hao looked at the hillside on the mountain and said slowly, "So you mean, we can't step into the Force level in this life?" Yuan looked at Lin Hao. "What about me? I'm already a Force level 3 zombie." Lin Hao said to Yuan as if he was narcissistic. Force level 3? Yuan didn't feel much, because he didn't know how terrifying that level was. Just like many people don't know that when they use household appliances, they don't know that they actually have a 5% chance of being electrocuted. But even if they knew, they would still use electrical appliances as they wish, because they don't know how terrible electricity is. The so-called ignorance is fearless, which describes the current Yuan. Seeing that Yuan didn't feel anything, Lin Hao didn't say anything. They didn't talk all the way. Both of them were very fast zombies, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the survivor base in City B. Lin Hao saw the survivor base in the capital and the survivor base in City S. He really didn't want his survivor base to become a ghost, so he didn't rush into his base directly at the beginning, but slowly came down the hillside. But when Lin Hao saw that those guards were not in uniform, but everyone was in high spirits, holding guns and looking outside, and Qian Bin was also patrolling in front, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Naturally, those who were standing guard seriously found Lin Hao at the first time. They reported to Qian Bin, and Qian Bin came over. When Qian Bin saw Lin Hao, he immediately rushed over excitedly. "Oh my god! Zombie brother, you have been gone for more than a year. What have you been doing in this year?" Qian Bin hugged Lin Hao, as if they were brothers who hadn't seen each other for a long time, and took Lin Hao to the base, chatting as they walked. The guards at the door looked at Lin Hao a little strangely. Qian Bin said directly, "Okay, don't doubt it. This is the real boss of our base. Now that the boss is back, we will definitely be safe." Chapter 753. What do you mean? Lin Hao easily heard the subtext in Qian Bin's words. Could it be that during the days when he was away, a very powerful zombie gang emerged in City B? Qian Bin looked at Yuan and felt that Yuan might be in the same group as Lin Hao. So he sighed and said, "Yes. That's it. There are powerful psychics in our base. Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan have reached the level of 6th level psychics. Fortunately, they both reached the level of 6th level psychics. The yellow mutant beast has also evolved to the 7th level, including Chu Xiaoxiao. The female zombie is also a 7th level zombie." When Qian Bin said these words, he spoke very quietly, as if he was afraid that Chu Xiaoxiao would hear them. "What about the other 3? Lin Hao asked. "Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming? They have already left our base. Not long after you left, They left, and the guy surnamed Joe also left with them. If the three of them were still there, we might be much more relaxed. Qianbin shook his head and said. Lin Hao knew that some things could not be forced, since the other party had left. There must be a reason. Where is the zombie gang outside? I remember that after I left, all the zombies that looked high level in the entire B city were killed by Chu Xiaoxiao. Right? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Yes, they were killed by Chu Xiaoxiao. So that zombie gang was not from our city. They came from other cities. Our small city didn't have many survivors. So that zombie gang naturally targeted us first. With the guns in our hands, we couldn't do anything to that group of zombies. So those of us with guns could only follow behind Lin Tian and his wife and shoot their low-level zombies. And most of the time, the couple fought hand to hand. Qianbin was extremely sad. What about Beibei? Lin Hao asked again. Miss Jean Beibei had lost her fighting ability half a year ago and fell into a coma. If she hadn't been in a coma, we wouldn't have been so tired. Because they said that she had evolved into a level 7 superpower. Qianbin said. Lin Hao nodded. Jean Beibei was indeed Jean Beibei. Although she couldn't compare with Cui Lian's talent, she was already very powerful among the people on Earth. Take me to Jean Beibei right now, Lin Hao said anxiously. Qianbin knew that Lin Hao might have a way to cure Jean Beibei. So he hurriedly took Lin Hao and Yuan to Jean Beibei's place. And then Qianbin sent another person to find Lin Tian and the others. There is a small laboratory in this small survivor base. Now, this small laboratory is more like a small medical room, with various advanced treatment equipment inside. Obviously, all pulled from the hospital. And the generator outside is always running. There is a small river with a fast flow outside the base. And there is even a waterfall on it. The generator is in the river, using the water to generate electricity. And the electricity is stored in a large battery. As long as the base uses it sparingly, the electricity is still sufficient. So when Lin Hao entered the former laboratory in the basement, he was suddenly dizzy by the lighting equipment inside. In a bed inside, Wang Ziwen was lying next to Jean Beibei and looking at Jean Beibei. Wang Ziwen has always been a quiet girl. Only when she is with Jean Beibei, she will become full of fighting spirit. The two always quarrel. But unexpectedly, when Jean Beibei fell on the bed and couldn't get up, it was Wang Ziwen who was guarding by his bed. Of course, it could also be that they had agreed to take turns once a day. And today, it was Wang Ziwen's turn. However, Lin Hao saw the worry in Wang Ziwen's eyes. He knew that Wang Ziwen was really worried about Jean Beibei. Wang Ziwen. Lin Hao stepped forward and called her softly. Wang Ziwen turned back in surprise. She had a relatively high status in the base. And she was quite strict. Everyone would call her Sister Wang when they saw her, even though Wang Ziwen didn't look very old. In short, few people would call Wang Ziwen by her full name. People who were familiar with her called her Ziwen. When Wang Ziwen turned around, she saw a familiar figure. Although the clothes on that person looked tattered, the back figure was deeply engraved in Wang Ziwen's mind. Lin Hao. Wang Ziwen was a little bit unbelievable. But when she thought of Jean Beibei lying next to her, she lowered her voice. It's me. I'm back. Lin Hao smiled at Wang Ziwen. You're really back? You're really back. Wang Ziwen couldn't help but hug Lin Hao and said with some throbbing, Brother. Just when Wang Ziwen was hugging Lin Hao, another person who was particularly close to Lin Hao also appeared. Lin Ro looked at Lin Hao and immediately hugged Lin Hao from behind excitedly. The two women were one in front and one behind, and they were both very beautiful, especially their figures, which were even more unique. However, facing these two women, Lin Hao did not have a trace of evil thoughts in his heart. He just comforted the two women and then got them apart. You get up first. I found a way to treat Jean Beibei, Lin Hao said with a smile. The two women hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Lin Hao in confusion. They all knew the reason why Lin Hao left. Lin Hao went out to find a way to treat Jean Beibei, but he had been gone for more than a year without any news. They all thought that Lin Hao might have lost his life in a battle, but he came back unexpectedly. But when they saw Lin Hao's current clothes, they thought that Lin Hao had failed to find a treatment method. So he came back. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao actually found a treatment method. The two women hurriedly made way, but Lin Hao did not move. He just looked back at Yuan and whispered, Heal him, and I will tell you where to find the force. Really? Yuan looked at Lin Hao and asked seriously. Lin Hao knew what kind of person Yuan was. From his eyes, He could see that he was a person like himself, eager to become stronger and to get more things. You are a force zombie. I hope you don't go against what you said. After saying these words, Yuan walked in front of Jean Bebe. Yuan stretched out his hands and placed them on Jean Bebe's head. After a while, Yuan's hands lit up with white light. Lin Hao had seen that light before. It was like the light in Kelly's eyes. So soft. However, the white light was not only soft, but also represented a mental attack. Lin Hao could still tell the difference between mental attacks and other things. What's more, there was a more advanced intelligence in Lin Hao's head than Yuan's. Chapter 754. The liquid lead is moving, and has reached the anterior lobe of the cerebellum. Well, it has reached the ear, and is flowing out. Yuan was operating in front. And in Lin Hao's mind, every time Yuan made a move, Gooden would say something to ensure that Lin Hao could know Jean Bebe's current physical condition. When Gooden said that the liquid lead was flowing out of Jean Bebe's ears, as expected, a dark mass of lead, like melted lead, was slowly flowing out of Jean Bebe's right ear. The lead was really liquid, flowing, with a dark gold color. After coming out of Jean Bebe's ears, it came to Yuan's palm, trembling, as if it had life. Is this liquid lead? Lin Hao came to Yuan and said, yes, this is liquid lead. A high-tech weapon. Something in my mind told me that. Until now, I still don't know what that thing in my mind is. It's just that after I became a zombie, it came to my mind. Whenever I was confused, it would appear and tell me what to do next. It was he who told me that zombies can evolve infinitely. But I don't know how far they can evolve. Yuan shook his head and said with some reluctance. Yuan was unwilling, especially after seeing Lin Hao. Lin Hao could see Yuan's reluctance, but he just shook his head and didn't care. When the liquid lead was drawn out of Jean Bebe's head, the effect was immediate. After a while, Jean Bebe whimpered and gradually opened her eyes. Lin Hao rushed forward. He wanted Jean Bebe to see him first. Jean Bebe opened her eyes, but they were still lifeless and looked extremely dull, even like those people with IQ defects. Seeing Jean Bebe like this, Lin Hao's heart was immediately filled with anger, and he looked at Yuan viciously. Yuan was a little scared by Lin Hao's stare. He was a little at a loss, because he had not expected Jean Bebe to be in this situation. He also wanted Lin Hao to take him to a place where he could evolve to the Force. So he planned to make Jean Bebe well from the beginning. As a result, Jean Bebe suddenly became like this. Although he didn't know why, he was at a loss for a while. Yuan hurriedly said, the liquid lead has been oppressing her mind for a long time. It will take time for those memories and mental recovery. 5 minutes. She will definitely be back to normal in 5 minutes. Believe me. This is what Yuan could only tell him. Gooden. Is what he said true? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Gooden said yes. That guy is true. Wait a minute. During the waiting time, Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan came to the basement together. After seeing Lin Hao, they were also excited. But the most important thing now was Jean Bebe's matter. They were all waiting to know whether Jean Bebe could be cured in the end. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and Jean Bebe's eyes finally recovered a little spirit. But Jean Bebe's body had not eaten for a long time, and had been relying on nutrient solution and glucose to maintain. So she was very weak at the moment. Although he was very weak, he recognized Lin Hao at first sight. Not only that, he remembered the memories before and after the liquid lead suppressed him. Lin Hao. Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao and shouted weakly. Hearing Jean Bebe's weak voice, Lin Hao felt really distressed. Yes, it was me. I finally saved you. Thinking about what he had experienced this year, it was really like a wonderful adventure novel, and even reached another time and space. Jean Bebe was finally rescued, and because he was a level 7 superpower, and the base had no shortage of tonics, his body soon recovered. When Lin Hao just came back, he chatted with a group of old friends for a long time, and also introduced his life outside the universe. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said, such as Chui Lian's matter. After all, Jean Bebe had just recovered. If he knew that someone on another planet was thinking about him, what if he got angry again? Although he really didn't have any feelings for Chui Lian, he couldn't help thinking too much about Jean Bebe, especially since she was a strong-willed girl. During this period of time, Yuan was always by Lin Hao's side, and Lin Hao didn't allow him to leave his sight, since he had promised not to kill him if he cured Jean Bebe. Lin Hao must keep his promise. One night, Lin Hao took Yuan to a deserted place. I can take you there. But I will just throw you somewhere on that planet. You can do whatever you want. I won't care about you. Of course. I just want to pursue a higher level of evolution, Yuan said firmly. Before that, you have to do one thing for me. I heard that a level 7 or 8 mutant zombie came from outside of City B. It always harasses my base. But I don't know if it's because of me that it stopped harassing me. If you want to go with me, you can. This is a test for you. You can decide the time yourself. Anyway, I want to see his crystal core, Lin Hao said. Yuan remained silent. When Lin Hao looked back again, Yuan was no longer there. Lin Hao knew that Yuan had left. So he did not make a fuss. He just smiled and looked in one direction. Although Jean Bebe was a level 7 psychic and her body recovered quickly, it was impossible for her to recover completely in such a short time. She still walked towards Lin Hao from a distance with some weakness. And then couldn't help hugging Lin Hao. How long have we not hugged each other? Jean Bebe leaned against Lin Hao's hard chest and asked softly. I don't know. But fortunately, we didn't give up. Lin Hao also said softly. If it weren't for the firm feelings between the two. If it weren't for Lin Hao's firm belief. Lin Hao didn't know how many times he would have given up on the road to finding a treatment. He still remembered that he was a lazy person, and never thought that he would risk his life for someone. After all, he had grown up for many years and matured. But he didn't expect that in the end. He would risk his life for Jean Bebe. Fortunately, the ending was good, and Lin Hao succeeded. You certainly didn't tell me your story in detail when we were chatting today, Jean Bebe asked with some complaints. Although Lin Hao downplayed many things today, they were all people who had experienced battles, and naturally knew the dangers involved. They not only admired Lin Hao for being able to persevere all the way, but also felt touched. Chapter 755. I'm fine. And you're fine too. We can finally be together. You said you would help me fulfill my dream. Help you eliminate all zombies on Earth and let humans reoccupy the Earth? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Of course not. My dream has changed. Since there are zombies like you, then zombies are not all bad. If zombies and humans can really coexist peacefully, why can't we give it a try? Although Jean Bebe's voice was a little weak, it was still so nice to hear. And what she said was even more moving. Do you really think so? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Of course. I really think so. And I think you should think so too. Jean Bebe raised her head from Lin Hao's chest and looked at Lin Hao with a pair of big watery eyes. If Lin Hao remembered correctly, Jean Bebe's age was actually about the same as Cui Lian's. The personalities of these two women were completely different, but also completely the same. Jean Bebe is always loud, strict, and straightforward when it comes to anyone, but only when it comes to herself. Her feminine, gentle, and lovely side will appear. Suelian is the same. She is cold to everyone, but only to herself. She will also expose her vulnerable side. You really won't leave? Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao for a long time without saying anything, and asked with some concern. No. I promised that person who took 5 steps to send me back to save you. I will go back to help him. Of course, after those things are done, I will come back, together with you, to fulfill your dream. And I have already started to implement this dream of yours. Lin Hao touched Jean Bebe's head. Jean Bebe felt a little strange. She remembered that she only needed to raise her head slightly to see Lin Hao before. But now she had to raise her head high. Have you grown taller? Jean Bebe never mentioned the question of Lin Hao leaving. Yes, a little taller. It should be that he grew taller by himself. Not because I wanted to grow taller. Lin Hao smiled. The two of them snuggled quietly, looking at the night sky. This is not the Ula planet. This is the Earth. The sky here is pure, so you can see the moon when it gets dark. Especially when the moon hangs high in the sky. It feels really good. The two of them cuddled together for an unknown amount of time. Finally, when the night really started to get colder and dewdrops appeared on the surrounding iron railings, Lin Hao said, "Let's go back and rest." Lin Hao naturally couldn't feel the cold, but he could see the dewdrops on the iron railings. Jean Bei nodded. When leaving, Lin Hao quietly took a round, blood-red meatball next to him. This meatball was obviously a crystal core that Lin Hao was very familiar with. And after inspection, this crystal core was from an 8th level mutant zombie. Yuan had been here before, but he just looked at it for a while not far away and left. Before leaving, he put this crystal core here. Tonight, the two slept together. Very simply, without doing anything. Jean Bebe hugged Lin Hao's arm and slept very sweetly. Time always passed quickly. The foreign zombie in City B never harassed the survivors' base again. Lin Tian, who was relieved, would often take a group of people to the zombie lair to check what happened. However, no one thought that the zombie might have been solved by Lin Hao. Because since Lin Hao and Jean Bebe got together, the two had never been separated. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half year, with Lin Hao in charge of the base developed faster than expected. The survivor base in the capital has been destroyed, and the survivor base in S City has also fallen. So, naturally, Lin Hao's survivor base began to expand. It used to be just a small area on the top of the hill. Now, the survivor base has finally surrounded the entire hill. This small hill in the center of B City has become Lin Hao's survivor base. Previously, relatively soft soil was selected on the mountain, and crops such as wheat and corn were planted. Sweet potatoes, which are very durable, were also planted. After such a long time, they borne fruit 3 times, filling the base's granary. When Lin Hao first came to the base, there were about 1,000 people, and all the survivors in the entire B City were here. When the base developed better and better, and the survivors inside had no worries about food and clothing, the reputation of this base spread through the radio. Especially Jean Bebe was already an 8th level superpower, and Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan also stepped into the ranks of 7th level. Lin Ro's speed was a bit slow, and I don't know why she was still at the 6th level. According to Gooden, Lin Ro has supernatural powers, so it may be slow to upgrade because she needs a lot of energy. But in Lin Hao's view, it is enough for his sister to be alive and well, and he doesn't care how powerful his sister can become. But there are 4 psychics in the base, and a top mutant zombie, Chu Xiaoxiao. Although Chu Xiaoxiao is still a level 7 mutant zombie, that's because she didn't deliberately look for the crystal cores of other zombies. But the kitten is different. The little girl Schwer likes to be with the kitten. In order to protect Schwer, the kitten must work hard to improve himself, and finally entered level 8 not long ago. At this stage on Earth, level 8 is already considered top level. So even if zombies come to attack this base, they can't be the opponent of this base. Lin Hao felt that he was getting closer and closer to leaving. A master of Hong Ying's level would never break his promise. Of course, he would never break his promise. When the time came, he would definitely let himself leave. So what level are you at now? Why don't you tell me? Chu Xiaoxiao bumped into Lin Hao and couldn't help asking. Do you want to know? If you want to know, it's like repairing this second generator. There's no electricity at night. Lin Hao smiled. Yesterday, the wind was strong and the water was fast. A generator finally couldn't stand the load and was damaged. Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Hao and left. Jean Bebe was watching the expansion of the wall in front. In the past 6 months, they had their first close contact, and then they couldn't help but have many times. In short, their life was very comfortable. Seeing his survivor base growing bigger and bigger, Lin Hao was almost filled with this fulfilling scene. He really wanted to live like this, but he couldn't. He had to fulfill his promise. At night, the white light curtain door opened again. Only Jean Bebe and Yuan were around Lin Hao. Lin Hao rubbed Jean Bebe and said, "Believe me. Wait for me to come back. It won't take so long this time. I will definitely come back soon. Then I wait for you to come back," Jean Bebe said. Chapter 756. On the other side of the light curtain, there was a language that Jean Bebe could not understand. But Lin Hao could understand it. He replied in the same language, "Wait a minute. I'll be there right away." After saying these words, Lin Hao couldn't help but look at Jean Bebe next to him, then stepped forward and kissed her deeply. After a long time, the two separated, and Lin Hao walked into the light curtain with a smile. Following behind Lin Hao was Yuan. Jean Bebe also wanted to rush in, but her body had been controlled by Lin Hao's mental power, and she couldn't move at all. How could Lin Hao not think of what Jean Bebe would do? But Jean Bebe decided not to go to the Ula planet. It was too dangerous there, and the fighting method was no longer acceptable to people at this level on Earth. "I will come back. Wait for me in City B." Lin Hao's voice reached Jean Bebe's ears from the other side of the light curtain. Jean Bebe never showed her true emotions. When Lin Hao left and the light curtain disappeared, Jean Bebe finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. The two of them only realized what kind of situation their feelings had reached. On the other side of the light curtain, Lin Hao was also a little sad. But just after crossing the other side of the light curtain, Hong Ying and a group of people appeared in Lin Hao's sight. Facing these strangers, Lin Hao certainly would not show his emotions casually. He said in surprise, "What's going on? What could happen? The 8 old men in the Eastern world want to start a war with us. This time it should be just a test battle. But I have to bring people with me. I can't let them think that there is no one in the Western world. You came just in time. Let's go together," Hong Ying said with a smile. Lin Hao looked at the group of burly zombies behind him. Zombies at this level have the ability to manage their own bodies. So the bodies of women will be more aesthetically pleasing. And of course men's too. Unless they don't want to. High-level zombies and psychics will only become more and more beautiful. Gooden's prompt also appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Various high-level crystal core energies have been detected. Forget it. I won't report it. Be careful. Lin Hao was a little helpless about Gooden's irresponsibility. But it seemed that Gooden really couldn't help Lin Hao in this situation. Fortunately, these people were not here to deal with Lin Hao. Otherwise Lin Hao would be really worried. "Haven't seen you for half a year. Haven't you made any progress?" Hong Ying looked at Lin Hao and said with some disdain. "No way. The Earth has no force." Lin Hao explained the reason. "That's right. Your third-level civilization planet does not have the force. Otherwise it would not be a third-level civilization planet. After all, for a true first-level civilization planet, some technologies must be driven by the force. I still remember that before the zombie virus broke out, we had already developed something like the Thunder Gun. Unfortunately, at that time, the force had no carrier, and no one knew how to use it. We just discovered this energy. It was not until the zombie virus broke out that the first zombie and humans evolved to the highest level. And then we discovered the ultimate application method of the force." Hong Ying scratched his non-existent beard and said with some sigh, "Well, actually I'm not that interested in the history of the Eula planet. You should tell me what to do next," Lin Hao said with a smile. After getting to know this guy, Lin Hao found that the first zombie was nothing to be afraid of. Not only was he not scary, but he was actually quite kind. Of course, this was just Lin Hao's own idea. Why were the zombies trembling behind Hong Ying? They don't think Hong Ying is a kind person. Of course, Hong Ying has a reason to be strict with him. Hong Ying made it so clear at the beginning that fighting and evolution using crystal cores were not allowed. But this group of people still didn't listen. They always fought secretly. Getting the other party's crystal core has allowed them to reach a faster evolution level. But they didn't know that when they used other people's crystal cores to enter the force level, they were destined to never enter a higher level of evolution in this life. "Who is the guy behind you?" Hong Ying looked at Yuan in surprise. "Oh, this guy is just a little follower. It doesn't matter. You go first. I catch up soon. I will quickly get rid of this guy in front of me," Lin Hao promised. "Okay. As long as you are on the Eula planet, I will be relieved. Don't forget what you promised me. Let's go!" The first sentence was said to Lin Hao, and the last 3 words were said by Hong Ying to everyone after turning around. All of a sudden, all the zombies of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the force stood up and followed behind Hong Ying. Those who could fly flew in the sky, and those who couldn't fly rode on by Nian's hand and flew together. In short, everyone flew up. And at this time, Lin Hao finally knew how powerful Hong Ying's influence was in the West world, and also knew that the West world of the Eula planet had a deep foundation. Gooden who exceeded the 6th level of the force could not be detected. And those who could barely be detected were so many that Lin Hao couldn't see them all. Those who couldn't be detected were also endless. So how many zombies of the same level of the force were there in the West world? Lin Hao didn't know. But judging from the number, there must be 10,000 or 20,000. From this point of view, there are at least 10,000 or 20,000 superpowers in the Eastern world. Of course, this does not include those who are preparing to live in seclusion. I believe that whether it is the Eastern world or the Western world, there are always some masters who are still hiding in unknown places, living quietly, or living with their families, living their own lives in peace. As long as the war does not affect them, they will never stand out. There must be many such people and zombies. If they are counted, how many crystal core carriers of the original force level are there on the planet Eula? This is a terrifying number. You should know that Yuan has only evolved to level 8 on Earth. If Lin Hao is not counted, Yuan is already the strongest on Earth. Watching the zombies in front of him slowly leave, Lin Hao also began to sort out his mood. He had just separated from Jean Bebe, so his mood would not recover so quickly. I believe Hong Ying also saw that Lin Hao's mood was unstable, so she agreed to let Lin Hao leave. Now, only Lin Hao and Yuan are left in this area. You have always dreamed of it. I have brought you here. Just like at the beginning. I told you that I can't help you with anything. And you can't follow me. Otherwise I can't guarantee whether I will kill you or not. Lin Hao threatened. Chapter 757. I know. We agreed at the beginning that you would bring me to this place. And then you could do your own things. And I would never bother you. Yuan smiled with a simple and honest smile. I don't know how this smile appeared on Yuan's delicate face. But it appeared so naturally. Do you know? When I first came to this planet, I was also an ordinary mutant zombie of level 8. At that time, I was much safer than you. Because there was no war at that time. Now, the superpowers and zombies on this planet are fighting a war, which is definitely much more dangerous than when I first came. But this does not mean that you are in danger. On the contrary, war is the real opportunity for evolution. You are a smart zombie. And I know you will definitely seize this opportunity to evolve. But listen to me. If you get the crystal core of the force zombie, you must not use it. The force level can rely on your own ability to rush up. This is the only thing I can tell you. Lin Hao spread his wings. And before leaving, he still couldn't help but say to Yuan. Yuan could feel that Lin Hao's words were sincere. Especially when he saw the dazzling black wings behind Lin Hao. He couldn't help but look forward to it even more. After saying these words, Lin Hao waved his wings and flew into the sky, chasing in the direction of Hong Ying. In the eastern world, in the center of the city called Kaga, there is a divine domain. In the conference room of the divine domain, 8 figures appeared again. At the beginning of the war, the 8 top superpowers didn't take it seriously. After all, the zombies liked to attack the eastern world for fun. And the eastern world was the same. When they developed a more powerful nuclear bomb, the first choice of experimental location was anywhere in the western world. No matter where. As long as they were happy, they would throw it anywhere. That's it. The eastern world and the western world maintained peace for a long time in this weird way. But they didn't expect that this time the group of zombies in the western world would actually come for real. Xiao Xiaoyu, can you stop looking so sad? It's just a mutant beast, isn't it? The fat man Qin Fei Yang couldn't help complaining to Xiao Xiaoyu, holding his belly. Xiao Xiaoyu has always been a rather perverse person. Among the remaining 7 people, 6 are a little afraid of Xiao Xiaoyu. They are in awe of the old man in tang suits. But they have no respect for Xiao Xiaoyu except fear. And even fear is mixed with a little disgust. During this period, every junior who has cooperated with Xiao Xiaoyu has been ridiculed by Xiao Xiaoyu. And Xiao Xiaoyu's mood has been obviously a little bad these days. Because the body of Xiao Xiaoyu's mutant beast was finally found not long ago. The body was actually gone. But there must be some clues in that area. Using the DNA on the fishhook and then detecting the DNA of the skin and meat scattered around the explosion point, they have determined that Xiao Xiaoyu's mutant beast has died there. And not even ashes can be found. Fatty, what do you mean by that? Don't you allow me to be unhappy that my mutant beast is dead? Xiao Xiaoyu is not a pushover. And of course, he will not let a fat junior mock him casually. Before becoming a top-level superpower, Xiao Xiaoyu was also a local killer. He would kill anyone's family if he was not happy with him. Because of his strong strength, no one dared to provoke him. The former Blade team tried to capture Xiao Xiaoyu, but Xiao Xiaoyu escaped in the end. There was no other way. The eastern world could only send the old man in tang suit out. Of course, the old man in tang suit beat Xiao Xiaoyu very easily at that time. But Xiao Xiaoyu's talent was there. If a war broke out one day, such a person would definitely be useful. So the old man in tang suit did not kill him. As expected, Xiao Xiaoyu's talent was really strong. Finally, one day, he broke through the 8th level of the force, like himself, and entered the top level of the 9th level of the force. After becoming the so-called strongest, Xiao Xiaoyu became calm and liked to stay at his old home alone, go fishing on the ice with his mutant beast, and live a leisurely and carefree life. So when the war started, no one took it seriously, let alone Xiao Xiaoyu. But a few months ago, the combat power of the zombies suddenly increased, and many 7th and 8th level masters appeared among the zombies. It was really easy for those masters to attack cities and conquer territories. At that time, they almost broke through the wall strongholds of several cities. Fortunately, in addition to the Blade team, There are actually many powerful teams in the Eastern world. But it is impossible for such a formal organization to have masters of the 7th or 8th level of the Force. Because masters of this level can no longer be managed by the Eastern world. They have become so-called free men, without superiors, and rely on their sense of responsibility and honor to defend the city. Their appearance finally curbed the powerful counterattack of the zombies in the Western world. Okay. Stop arguing. We are here to hold a meeting, not to listen to you quarreling. Qing Feiyang. Please say less. Do you have any suggestions now? Finally, the old man in the tang suit spoke. He had a kind expression. But at this moment his face finally became serious. After all, he was a famous person in the Eastern world, and a giant in the management of the Eastern world. He really regarded the entire Eastern world as his private property. Now, his private property was being attacked. So of course the old man in the tang suit was anxious and angry. As soon as the old man in the tang suit spoke, the others finally shut up and looked at him motionlessly. Okay, since you guys don't want to talk, I talk. As mentioned before, Hong Ying led the zombie army to formally attack our Eastern world, which means that the battle between humans and zombies officially started at this moment. Let's analyze the personnel structure of that group of zombies first. Without Hong Ying, they are willing to have about 500 level 5 zombies, and we have about 500 superpowers. So the highest combat power level is balanced, and it is also the least likely to break the balance. As for Hong Ying, he is the only one who has reached the top level among the zombies. But he is also the most terrifying one, because all of them combined can barely suppress him. His personal ability is very strong. So if you really fight with this guy, I will only give you one order. You can attack by force, but don't fight desperately. The old man in tang suit stood up and said this truthfully. And he said it very solemnly. Chapter 758. The old man said this very seriously, and everyone listened very seriously. After all, it was a matter involving the safety of one's life. And I'm afraid no one would joke about their own safety. The 8 of us can suppress Hong Ying, and the 500 high-level combat power layers can suppress the other side's 500 high-level combat power layers. Therefore, there is only one point that determines the outcome of this battle, and that is the low-level combat power layer. On the zombie side, do you know how many zombies below the 5th level of the Force are there? More than 10,000. Unfortunately, there are less than 10,000 psychics below the 5th level in the Eastern world. If a fight really breaks out, we are no match for that group of zombies. So we must think of a way to defeat the other side's more than 10,000 zombies. The old man in tang suit said. There are 9 people in the conference room. Except for the puppet president. There are 8 top psychics. But except for the old man in tang suit, no one has paid attention to how many zombies below the 5th level in that group of zombies. They don't even know that the reason for a battle to determine the zombies is mostly determined by the number of soldiers at home. The small number of psychics on our side means that we are no match for the zombies. Once the zombies below the 5th level of the Force on the zombie side win and occupy the Eastern world, is there any need for Kelly Qianli and the others to fight? We have lost our home. Why are we fighting? First of all, please never forget why we are fighting. Because we have to protect our home. We don't need to defeat the other side. And we don't even need to kill the other side. But we must protect our home. Otherwise, we will lose our goal in fighting. The old man in tang suit said in a low voice. I won't talk so much about chicken soup. Let's talk about what if the 3rd level battle wins. The 8 top level psychics and Hong Ying present are the 1st level combat power. And the crystal core carriers above the 5th level of the Force are the 2nd level combat layer. Then the 5th level of the Force. That is, the battle that determines the outcome, is the 3rd level. I have an idea. We can't do it with just a few of us, but we can definitely send a few Force level 5 or above mutants to mix into the battle of the 3rd level, so that we will have a greater chance of winning. But there are only those zombies and mutants with Force level 5 or above. And we even know each other. Do you think the zombies can't find out? Once they find out, someone will automatically find them. This method is not of any decisive use. Do you have any more suggestions? The old man in tang suit directly rejected Qing Feiyang's opinion. There are only 500 zombies above the 5th level of the Force. And there are only more than 400 superpowers, which add up to less than 1,000 people. Just like a small school. After a long time, you don't know everyone in the school, but most of them are familiar faces. So it is impossible for the 2nd level to mix into the 3rd level. In the end, we still have to find out if there is a powerful guy in the third level. And then protect that powerful guy and let him kill people in the third level. What do you think? Qing Feiyong said again. Your question is too uncertain. How do you know if you can find such a person? And how do you know that there is no such powerful zombie among the zombies? The last time Kelly saw the third level zombie with the original force. I believe you have also watched the video. He almost destroyed the entire Blade Group 3 by himself. If they encounter such a zombie, what should the third level superpowers do? The old man in the tank suit asked again. Then we only have one way. Gallic, who was a quiet man who only played games, raised his head and said, Kill him. We will kill him. We kill him? How is it possible? How could Honging let us do it? Qing Feiyong looked at Gallic with disdain, thinking that Gallic had said a stupid method. Just now, Teacher Bob was said that our man could barely suppress Honging, which means that the 7 of us could tie with Honging. So, can we send one person to deal with a powerful zombie in the third level? For example, those level 4 zombies are definitely more dangerous than the level 3 zombie. Right? If it were up to any one of us, it would only take a few minutes to deal with him. After developing his opinion, Gallic continued to play with his communicator. Gallic is right. I also think this method is good. I want to deal with that level 3 zombie. Xiao Xiaoyu didn't say much after talking to Qing Feiyong. But now, he suddenly jumped out and told everyone his thoughts in a sinister manner. The old man in tang suit, or Babu, is his real name. People who know the background of the old man in tang suit will never regard him as a kind old man. Because people who know his background know how domineering and arrogant this old man was in his previous life. It's just that he is old now. His temperament has faded, and he is no longer as arrogant as before. Babu didn't think for a long time. He is not a pedantic person. On the contrary, no matter how dirty the opinions are, as long as they can really help what he cares about, then these opinions are feasible. Okay, let's follow Xiao Xiaoyu's instructions. If the war really breaks out, then the 7 of us will be responsible for dealing with Honging. The second level will follow the plan, and Xiao Xiaoyu will go to the third level to help. We will try to eliminate the enemies in the third level as quickly as possible before Honging breaks out. The old man in tang suit said viciously. The old man in tang suit didn't have a very good memory of zombies. He was a native of Kaga, which was equivalent to the capital of the Eastern world. He brought his pride and represented Kaga. He won the first place in the superpower students. He was full of vigor and took his own expedition team into the Western world. As a result, Honging was already a top zombie at that time. This is why the old man in tang suit and Xiao Xiaoyu felt like they were a generation lower when they saw Honging. Because they were really a generation lower. No one knows how old Honging is. They only know that Honging is really scary and powerful. At the beginning, the old man in tang suit led his adventure team and met Honging. They attacked Honging shamelessly. Unfortunately, Honging couldn't even think of defending against such an opponent. However, he played with the expedition team for a few days with great interest. And of course, he accidentally killed a few people. But Honging didn't know what he brought to the expedition team after he accidentally killed a few people. Chapter 759. At first, the team led by Ba, who was one of the best in the school. Their ambitions soared to the sky. And they thought they were the most powerful people in the world. Even if they were not powerful now, it was because they did not have enough time. So they were all waiting. When Ba who formed this team, these people with high ambitions immediately formed the same team. They were going to go with Ba who to see the so-called West World, and see what the actual combat capabilities of those zombies were like. Of course, no one except themselves knew about the existence of this team, including their departure from the Eastern world. Everything was done in secret. After entering the Western world, a few ignorant little guys encountered the first zombie, and killed it easily. Then, they thought that this group of zombies was just a bunch of garbage. So they continued to move towards the Western world and entered a deeper area. An area where they themselves did not know where they were. Then, they met Honging, who was already a top existence at that time. How could the psychics, who were only of a few levels at that time, see that Honging was a top-level mutant zombie? With their passion, they stepped forward and prepared to attack Honging. At that time, Honging also thought that these little guys were quite fun. So he pretended to escape and brought the little guys to an abandoned building. The sky of the planet Ula was still as blue as the tip of the nose at that time. And the moon could be seen when it got dark. But the abandoned buildings in the wild always looked the same. Eerie. When the few people came to this abandoned building to hunt down Hong Ying, they were frightened by the eerie appearance at the beginning. They did not dare to speak out. Their curiosity did not allow them to escape. In fact, even if they escaped, Hong Ying would not do anything to them. After all, the little guys who did not even reach the force level were really no different from ants in Hong Ying's eyes. At most, they were just bigger ants. However, Hong Ying saw that the other party was in such a state, so he could not help but play with him. As a result, during the play, he found that these little guys were a little collapsed. As if they could not bear it, two of them were accidentally killed by him. Looking at the only person who escaped alive, Hong Ying did not chase him. After all, chasing an ant was obviously a bit boring. But Hong Ying was not that boring person, so he did not chase him in the end. Hong Ying didn't know that this time of giving up would give the Eastern world one more top-level psychic, and even create an opponent for herself. Unfortunately, this opponent's talent was not strong. He was very powerful in the early stage, but after experiencing this incident, Bahu's evolution slowed down. It was not until he was 70 years old that he became a real top-level psychic. Bahu at this time could actually change himself, such as making his spirit look like that of a 34-year-old. But Bahu was too lazy to make these expressions. So in the end, he wore a tang suit and has been passed down in this way. It seems to be recognized that Bahu is very powerful. Although other people have not fought with Bahu, all the superpowers who have fought with him have died. At that time, there were only 2 or 3 top superpowers in the Eastern world, and the top superpowers were not as polite as imagined. Bahu just hated this atmosphere between them. So he took action, won a day, and solved all the top superpowers, becoming famous in one battle. After that, Bahu was even more conscientious in protecting the Eastern world, making himself one of the most respected people in the Eastern world. Over the years, Bahu has never given up training, absorbing the original force every day, and often going to the Western world. He has even fought with many masters. There is only one person, even now, Bahu has no courage to challenge him. That person is Hong Ying. Before this, Xiao Xiuyukaili and Qianli had fought with Hong Ying once. The result was simple. The 3 of them were completely defeated, and were no match for Hong Ying. If Hong Ying had not shown mercy, it would still be a question whether the 3 of them could still be sitting here now. Bahu felt that he was trapped in a kind of obsession. His original force always remained at a level, and he had no premonition of touching another world. However, as a superpower, pursuing a stronger self was his mission. If he was not willing to become stronger, who else could make him stronger? Over the years, Bahu has been looking for faults. Why he can't make any progress. But when the name Hong Ying appeared next to Bahu's ear again, he finally knew why his force couldn't improve over the years. Because there was always an obsession in his heart that was hindering him. And he had to break this obsession. How long will it take for Hong Ying and the others to reach our border? The old man in the tang suit asked the president. Although the president is a transparent person in this conference room, he is at least the president of the Eastern world. He must know a lot of things. Otherwise, what kind of president is he? According to the report from the front, Hong Ying and his men will arrive at the Edge City in an hour. The president said tremblingly. Very good. We will go there an hour earlier. The idea of the old man in the tang suit was very simple. That is, to go there earlier, to prepare in advance. And to prepare in advance would increase the chances of winning. An hour passed quickly. It actually only took them a few minutes to reach the Edge City from Kaga. Hong Ying also did not need much time. But the supply needed to take into account his large army. You know, the large army is not fast. So this time has been increased a lot invisibly. An hour later, Lin Hao could vaguely see the city wall not far away beside Hong Ying. The moment he saw the city wall, Hong Ying stopped, because there were 8 figures standing straight in front of him, obviously waiting for him. It's human habit to reminisce before fighting. Hong Ying turned around and said to Lin Hao with a smile. Lin Hao didn't laugh, but was a little solemn. It was necessary to be serious on the battlefield. And this battle didn't matter to Lin Hao at all. Lin Hao was only at the 3rd level of the force now. What could he do? He could only find a way to make a name for himself in the 3rd level, and then quickly improve his evolution level, which was the main thing. Be careful to protect yourself when fighting, Hong Ying said to Lin Hao very considerately. Chapter 760. I won't allow you to go over there. A loud roar sounded, and Cui Lian was shocked and took 3 steps back. According to the time, half a year has passed, and Lin Hao must have returned to the Ula planet. But Cui Lian waited in the laboratory for a long time, but did not wait for Lin Hao. The old scholar said that the light curtain can be positioned at will, as long as the owner of the light curtain agrees. The light curtain can be positioned anywhere. Cui Lian suddenly felt that Lin Hao might have been in the West World. And now the war has begun. Maybe Lin Hao has already participated in this war. Cui Lian knew that although her evolution level had reached a certain height, this level was just barely enough to participate in this war. Cui Lian did not go there to participate in the war. He wanted to see if Lin Hao really came back from his planet. Just as Cui Lian was about to leave, Cui Lian's father appeared. Because of the upcoming war, Cui Lian's father's company finally stopped most of its operations, leaving only the research industry of technological weapons. Although there was only one industry left, Cui Lian's father was not too worried. After all, when the war came, the money earned was from weapons. Although this kind of war has been divided into 3 levels. The battle between the top, the battle above the 5th level of the force, and the battle below the 5th level of the force. But what about the battle below the force? This is also considered a class. Or in other words, the 4th class. Cui Lian's class is definitely the 4th class. The 4th class is the most unnecessary class, because of the particularity of war. Although the 4th class cannot determine the direction of the war, they will inevitably appear on the battlefield. At the same time, the 4th class is also called cannon fodder. Cui Lian's father does not want his daughter to be a cannon fodder on the battlefield. So when he heard that his daughter was going to the battlefield, he really rejected Cui Lian's request. Cui Lian wanted to ask her mother for help. But unfortunately, this time Cui Lian's mother would not indulge Cui Lian. She gently advised, "Listen to your father. Don't go. That zombie is really not worth your efforts. No one knows a daughter better than her mother." Seeing Cui Lian's appearance, how could Cui Lian's mother not know why Cui Lian wanted to go? I said, "I won't join the battle. I just want to see him." Cui Lian finally lowered her noble head and begged her parents humbly. Cui Lian's parents had never seen their proud daughter talk to them like this. The more Cui Lian said this, the angrier her father became. "What kind of magic potion did that zombie give you to make you so devoted? No, I won't allow you to go. If you want to go, then kill me and pretend that I'm not your father." Cui Lian's father is a 2nd level power user of the Force, and his role on the battlefield is also very huge. But with his identity and thoughts, it is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice his life for an illusory honor without any benefits. That is unrealistic. Seeing her parents so determined, Cui Lian knew that she might not be able to get out. So she turned around and went upstairs without saying a word, apparently giving up. Seeing her daughter's depressed look, even Cui Lian's father's heart twitched. But thinking of the danger of war. After all, this is different from a defensive war. This is a real fight. And the mortality rate is very high. For the safety of his daughter, Cui Lian's father could only be hard-hearted. Although he once didn't care about his daughter's happiness, and wanted to marry his daughter to Xiao Cui, it was also for his daughter's good. He hoped that his daughter could unite with Xiao Cui and wait for him to retire to protect his family business. As a successful entrepreneur, he is also a father. Hearing that his daughter was going to die on the battlefield, he certainly would not agree. But they didn't know that Cui Lian was determined to leave. And Cui Lian had already quietly become an 8th level superpower. Although she couldn't be a match for her father's 2nd level force. If she sneaked out when her father wasn't paying attention, her father wouldn't be able to catch up with her. After all, this was a city with convenient transportation. A flying car was much faster than her father's speed. How could he catch up? Cui Lian didn't go back to her room. But when her parents couldn't see her, she went to the top of the house. In fact, Cui Lian's villa didn't have stairs leading to the roof. But Cui Lian was not an ordinary lady. She was a very talented and powerful superpower. She easily climbed to the roof along the window, then quickly ran across the roof and ran towards her yard. As a 2nd level force user, Cui Lian's father had already noticed Cui Lian's movements. But he thought Cui Lian was definitely not his opponent. So he was not afraid of Cui Lian running away. He stood up slowly, sighed, and prepared to go to his yard to catch Cui Lian again. However, he didn't know that Cui Lian actually had a key to a flying car in her hand. Like a fallen leaf, Cui Lian fell to the ground. And at this time Cui Lian's father just opened the door and was ready to take action. Cui Lian immediately used the water element and the wind element to create a mist, which obscured her father's sight. And then she came to the door of a flying car in a flash, opened the door, and got in. Do you think I can't find you with this kind of sleight of hand? In fact, Chui Lian's father was still very surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to make more and more progress. This kind of obstructive elemental skill almost deceived him. Although Chui Lian's father was not a psychic, it didn't mean that he couldn't use it. When he used his mental power to find that his daughter had already got into the car, he wanted to laugh at his daughter for being trapped in a jar. But his expression suddenly changed, because the flying car actually started. Chui Lian's father wanted to rush over and grab the flying car. As long as he could grab it, there was still a chance, because with his strength and power attributes, it was easy to pull the flying car down. However, the technology of the Ula planet is here, and the starting speed of the flying car is the fastest, because it is small and flexible. So the starting speed is very fast. Chui Lian's father watched his index finger lightly touch the flying car. And then the car rushed up and flew quickly towards the area where the east and west were fighting. Chui Lian's father shouted loudly, "Where are the people? Come on! Go and catch this unfilial daughter for me." Suddenly, Chui Lian's villa began to jump up and down. And Chui Lian looked into the distance in the flying car and said silently, "Lin Hao, I'm here to find you." Chapter 761. If someone could see from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters above the Ula planet, he would see such a shocking scene. Across from a wall that was as long as the Great Wall, but several times higher than the Great Wall, there were a large number of UFOs in the sky. Those UFOs were all kinds of flying mutant beasts. On the backs of those mutant beasts sat all kinds of zombies. There were countless mutant beasts. And naturally there were countless zombies. Across from them, on the other side of the wall, these fully armed soldiers had already formed a square formation. Whether they were psychics or mutant zombies, they seemed to have agreed on their positions. All the main forces were on this wall, although there were zombies attacking the walls in other places. And there were soldiers guarding the city. They were all below the force level. Occasionally, a first-level force zombie would pop out. It didn't matter, because a first-level force zombie would pop out on the human side. In short, the number of people on the other wall seemed to be just playing house. Only in the middle section of the wall could you really see blood and fire. They began to face each other, waiting for a collision. The soldiers on this side of the wall were arranged in an orderly manner. In fact, they were not just soldiers. They were also supernatural beings below the 5th level of the force. They were the so-called 3rd level that could decide the outcome. They had no guns in their hands. No one had a gun. Everyone had a laser sword in their hands. These people gathered at the gate of the city wall, waiting for the moment when the city wall was opened. They were all ready to go. Not far away from them, there was a spiritualist. However, these spiritualists were not prepared to participate in the battle. They were using their spiritual power to calm the emotions of these warriors, hoping that they could burst out with very powerful fighting power. Hong Ying gradually approached in the air, and the 8 spiritualists also gradually approached. Although their subordinates did not gradually approach each other, their leaders were only a dozen meters away from each other. Well, you superpowers are really weird. You always change people suddenly. I want to fight the Eastern world more than once or twice. I remember that when I first came to fight, you superpowers only had that person. I have forgotten his name, but he was the only one who seriously injured me. Although I still killed him. If I were not a zombie, I should be a tie with him. I forgot his name, but it seems that he founded the Superpower Academy. His group of subordinates are also very brave. They killed my subordinates alive. There is no way. I can only give up the first Eastern expedition so hastily. Hong Ying touched her nose and scratched it as if she was feeling uncomfortable. After scratching her nose, Hong Ying continued, "As for the second time I came to attack the Eastern world, you should have only 3 top-level psychics. Those 3 top-level psychics were far inferior to the first one. But the 3 of them combined could beat me. I remember that the oldest among you should still remember that time. After all, it was 80 years ago. And the oldest of you is already over 90 years old." Obviously, Hong Ying was referring to the old man in Tang's suit. The old man in Tang's suit has not spoken until now, but just looked at Hong Ying indifferently. "Because I couldn't beat those 3 people, I had to give up the second time. So far, this is my 3rd time. I didn't expect that you had 8 top-level psychics. I fought with the 8 of you 2 or 3 times. Just when I was bored and went to Kaga's sky. In fact, I often go to your sky. I heard that you set up a no-fly order for me. It's not necessary. I'm not a murderer. I just want to go to your sky to see the fireworks. Look how stingy you are. However, I was joking with you before. But today I want to play with you for real. I want to know. Are you sure there are only 8 people? Honging scratched her ears and asked as if she didn't care. Corpse King. Don't think about being arrogant here today. The 8 of us are united. You are definitely not our opponent. Wait for death. Xiao Xiaoyu jumped out first and shouted. Okay. Okay. Last time. The last time. The last time. It was you who was shouting. Are you tired? Honging said, as if she was very disgusted. You? Xiao Xiaoyu was choked and didn't know what to say. Honging scanned the 8 people one by one with her eyes. And when she saw the old man in Tang's suit, she stopped again. Do you 7 want to know why you are not my opponent? I don't know if you have noticed that every time I fight with you, the old man in the Tang suit will not attack. He seems to be on the sidelines. But in fact, he doesn't dare to attack. Honging's words are extremely sinister. Although I don't know why. Honging is telling the truth. They have fought with Honging no less than 4 or 5 times. And no matter which time, the old man in the Tang suit did not attack. Even if he did, he just released the force palm from a distance and stopped. In fact, other people also had this question. But because the old man was a very famous celebrity on the Eula planet, the other 7 people had more or less sparred with the old man in Tang suits. They knew how powerful the old man in Tang suits was. Although they were puzzled, they did not ask the old man today. When Honging said this, the other 7 people finally fermented this question. They were also wondering why the old man in Tang suits did not take action. They focused their attention on the old man in Tang suits. But the old man in Tang suits snorted coldly, whether I will take action or not. You will know today. When the others heard the old man's tone, they finally relaxed. After all, they believed in Honging and the old man. Oh, maybe I saw it wrong. Honging touched her head awkwardly and put an end to her counter-espionage plan. Okay. We've finished reminiscing about the past. Should we start fighting? Honging said indifferently. The 8 psychics were speechless at the look of Hongying's weakling. Lin Hao was watching this scene not far away, and he was very interested. He knew that when Honging fought with the 8 people on the other side, it was time for them to rush up and fight with a large group of people on the other side. Lin Hao was very happy to think that many zombies might die and that he might get many crystal cores. But at the same time, he felt something was wrong, as if he was being stared at by something extremely dangerous. Subconsciously looking up, he saw Xiao Xiaoyu's eyes. They were a pair of eyes with hostility. Those eyes looked at Lin Hao sinisterly. But he felt strange. Was he guilty of this guy? Chapter 762. Perhaps. Lin Hao was not in the mood to think about this question next. Honging was indeed Honging. And indeed the creature with the longest lifespan on this planet. He was always so unpredictable. He said he wanted to reminisce with others before, but suddenly attacked them later. No one saw how Honging attacked. Anyway, the moment Honging disappeared, the 8 people on the opposite side disappeared. They seemed to disappear together. No one knew where they went. If it weren't for the dark clouds above their heads, no one would know that they had reached such a high place in an instant. The battle between the top psychics and the mutated zombies was horrifying. The residual power of their original force dispersed the thick layer of dark clouds. Both the mutated zombies and the psychics underground were staring at the gap in the sky in a daze. The gap was gradually expanding, and the bright golden liquid flowing out of the gap was the legendary sunlight. A beam of light, as if it was a beam of hope, which fell silently, fell on the ground, and then expanded and spread. The superpowers watched helplessly as the lustful liquid filled their bodies. They did not resist at all. Instead, they smiled and let the liquid spread. Finally, the light shone on the earth again. Rumble. The super-large city wall gate that had been closed for a long time finally opened slowly. When it opened to a certain height, the superpowers wearing bulletproof vests and served by soldiers in tight uniforms finally rushed out. They held laser swords. Blue, yellow, red, and many other colors. They were very fancy and looked very dazzling. The moment those superpowers rushed out, the zombies finally got excited. Many zombies jumped directly from the backs of the mutants. Anyway, it was not very high, and nothing would happen if they jumped down. They jumped down and faced the group of superpowers, as terrifying and bloodthirsty as bats falling from the sky. The war began. The superpowers had laser swords. And the zombies had fangs and sharp teeth. They all had fanatical fighting creeds. They were not afraid of death, because the most common thing they would face next was death. The battle was about to start, and everyone found their own opponents. This battle was epic. Although there were not many people, everyone and the zombies were like gods in the eyes of ordinary people. Of course, the more powerful ones were in the sky. Those who broke the clouds were the real peak strongmen. Lin Hao didn't care about these. Although he didn't have a handy weapon today, he took a laser sword and rushed out with the zombie army. When the Jin family's sword was swung, it bloomed with surprising brilliance on this planet. No one knew that a simple martial arts move would become stronger and stronger as the evolution level increased. 1. 2. Although Lin Hao didn't like war and killing, this was a battlefield. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. So Lin Hao had to take action. Only by taking action could he survive. When the dark clouds of this incident were dispersed, the dark clouds between humans and zombies were still hanging, and no one was ready to open them in a short time. After Lin Hao killed 3 third-level superpowers with a laser sword in his hand, he was finally targeted by other superpowers. Beings like Lin Hao who can kill people of the same level instantly are naturally the focus of the other side. Suddenly, more than a dozen people from the other side gathered together and rushed towards Lin Hao. The laser swords in their hands emitted colorful colors, just like extended fluorescent sticks. However, Lin Hao did not dare to let such fluorescent sticks hit him. Facing these dozen people, Lin Hao was not afraid at all. Before the battle began, Hong Ying had already told the zombies below the 5th level of the force to obey Lin Hao. Suddenly, Lin Hao waved his hand, and more than a dozen zombies around him gathered together. A small-scale group battle and a big war began. Because of Lin Hao's outstanding performance, this small-scale group battle was easily won. Lin Hao was like the spreading point, leading other mutant zombies. Slowly spreading, the point became a line, and the line became a surface. Sure enough, the 3rd level, the superpowers could not be the opponents of the zombies at all. Closely relying on Lin Hao's powerful point, he slowly led the zombies to the corner of the wall. In the sky, the 2nd level people, needless to say, could not separate their hands at all. Everyone had their own opponents. On the contrary, in the higher altitude, Xiao Xiaoyu looked at Hong Ying in front of him with some surprise. Before, Xiao Xiaoyu had been complaining that Hong Ying was just too lucky. In fact, his own strength was just like that. But when things had reached this point, and the battle had reached this point, Xiao Xiaoyu finally saw Hong Ying's true strength. He shut up. He now had only one thought. That is, to unite everyone's strength to quickly get rid of this powerful guy. If we don't deal with this zombie, then he will deal with us. So, what are you doing, old man? Why are you casting the force palm behind you? Where is your golden spear? Where are your skills? Hurry up and do it. Xiao Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout loudly. At this moment, the other superpowers also looked at the old man in tang suits strangely. Because just as Hong Ying said, the old man in tang suits was hiding behind them again. He was obviously the strongest among the 8 people, but he had not shown his strength until now. This scene was really suspicious. To be honest, Hong Ying had already given up on using the idiotic strategy of alienation. After all, they had lived for decades and were very experienced. How could they be deceived by such a strategy? But what really surprised Hong Ying was that they actually fell into this strategy. Well done. I will definitely agree to your promise later. Hong Ying shouted to the old man in tang suit with a look of excitement. To be honest, the crowd didn't feel anything this time. People with discerning eyes heard that Hong Ying was shouting deliberately. But they really had great doubts about why the old man didn't take action. Finally, facing the doubts and puzzled eyes of the crowd, the old man slowly spoke. The 3rd level is obviously no match for the zombies. He needs our help. Originally, this mission was Xiao Xiaoyu's. But the old man in the tang suit did not take action. Xiao Xiaoyu did not dare to leave. Otherwise, once the 1st level lost its balance, with the strength of anyone in their 1st level, the direction of this war would be affected. Chapter 763. Everyone was silent, looking at the old man in tang suit, waiting for his next words. Suddenly, the old man's voice was no longer low. He raised his head suddenly, just like his name. His expression became domineering. The old man slightly played with the corners of his mouth, and said to the others, "Leave this guy to me. You go help the 2nd and 3rd levels. As long as I can hold him for a while, we will win this war." The premise is, can you make use of that little time? The remaining 7 people were really frightened by the old man's words. The old man had never been so arrogant before. In their impression, the old man was always gentle, always well-educated, and even always a non-war advocate, including this war. At the beginning, the old man did not agree to start a war. But in the end, Hong Ying still shamelessly started the war. The old man did not contribute in the battle. They thought that it might be because the old man was unwilling to fight, and because the old man did not want to cause casualties. So it was like this. They never thought that the old man would betray them. Naturally, the old man really could not betray them. But today, this war has reached a turning point. A real turning point. Their initial plan was for 7 people to hold Hong Ying back and let 1 person go to help the 3rd level. But the old man in Tang suit stopped everyone. The originally elegant man suddenly said to you in a rebellious manner, "Go away. Let me do it." I think anyone would be confused. Yes, the other 7 people, including Hong Ying, were a little confused. He didn't expect it to be like this. "Senior, are you telling the truth?" Gallic looked at the old man in Tang suit in disbelief, as if he was looking at his idol. "You are talking nonsense." "Damn it. Just do what I tell you to do. Get out of here. You are all damned." "Damn it." The old man glanced at the group of people, and suddenly his whole momentum changed. There was a sound of cicadas from nowhere. Only Xiao Xiu, who had really had a deep contact with the old man in Tang suit, knew what happened to the old man. Obviously, the domineering old man was ready to play for real. This old man called domineering was ready to be really domineering today. The others hurriedly left Babu's side and prepared to go to other places to help the 2nd and 3rd levels. Hong Ying naturally didn't want this group of people to help other battle circles. Otherwise her zombie army would definitely fail. But before Hong Ying could stop those people, suddenly, a thin figure blocked her way. The old man in the Tang suit had disappeared, and ashes passed through the air. Obviously, the old man's Tang suit was scattered into ashes. At this moment, facing the old man's naked upper body, he looked like an old man. But he had such strong muscles. It was indeed a very rare thing. The old man held a gun in his hand. Not a technological gun, but a cold weapon. It was very similar to the ancient Chinese weapon Hong Ying gun. But this gun did not have a red tassel, but was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. The tip of the gun exuded a sense of sharpness, but the whole gun exuded an unattainable heavy aura. It was this heavy aura, like a wall, that stood in front of Hong Ying, making Hong Ying unable to move at all. "You can actually make me unable to move. You are the first person who makes me unable to move." Seeing that the other 7 top-level psychics had already flown to the 2nd and 3rd levels, Hong Ying even saw that his zombie army was defeated in the process of contact with them. Seeing this scene, Hong Ying suddenly exploded, and the powerful aura directly made the domineering in front of him fly back more than 10 meters. And then Hong Ying rushed towards the 7 people. Since Babu said he could stop Hong Ying, he must help stop Hong Ying. The tip of the gun rotated, covering the force. Suddenly, a rotating force attack chased Hong Ying, who was descending, and the speed was many times faster than Hong Ying's own speed. When Hong Ying felt the danger, she was forced to turn around and catch the attack with her bare hands. Hong Ying's eyes suddenly became solemn. He had not realized before that the old man who looked very low-key was the most powerful among these people. This kind of force operation has been done to the extreme by the old man, and the power has also been developed to the extreme. If Hong Ying was a little careless, he might be injured by this force attack. This old man is really hiding too deeply. Facing such an old man, Hong Ying finally got serious. At least she didn't ignore him when being chased by the old man. "I know you may not remember who I am, but in my memory, you have always been deeply engraved in my mind. From the age of 20 to 120. Today I am 120 years old. I have remembered you for 100 years, and even met you countless times. However, you have forgotten who I am. But it doesn't matter to me. I just know who you are. I know that the grudge between us will definitely be resolved one day." Baba waved the golden war spear in his hand with a defiant look on his face, as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. But in Hong Ying's eyes, it was not like that. He just felt that the old man in front of him was annoying. "Who the hell are you? Can you stop pretending? If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Don't touch me." Hong Ying was about to turn around, but before he could move a few meters, suddenly, there was a gunshot behind him. Hong Ying sighed, looking at this. He could only deal with this old man first. Hong Ying waved his hand, and a pure white light curtain appeared in front of him. The old man did not dare to step forward, because he did not know what kind of attack the white light curtain was. In fact, the white light curtain was not any attack at all. The old man put his hand in, and then slowly pulled it out. But it was too heavy to pull it out. But immediately, the old man saw a shocking scene. I saw a sword being slowly pulled out of the light curtain by Hong Ying himself. It was obviously a sword, but the sword body might be thicker, so it was stuck in the light curtain. And from the shape, the sword looked very ugly and disgusting, because the hilt was engraved with Shura Hell, and all kinds of scenes of Shura Hell were depicted on it. And it was lifelike, as if people were in the scene. When the old man found that Hong Ying was just taking out a weapon, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly stabbed Hong Ying with his gun. At the same time, with the blessing of the Force, a conical light curtain appeared at the tip of the gun, and the light curtain spun like a gyroscope and stabbed at Hong Ying, who was drawing her sword. Chapter 764. This shot was about to hit Hong Ying, but Hong Ying was not in a hurry and looked at Babu calmly. Sure enough, when the elliptical cone pierced Hong Ying, it was blocked by a 5-star barrier. Judging from the feeling of this barrier, it must have been caused by Hong Ying's force. "Break it for me," Babu shouted loudly. This shout startled the other 7 people. They turned around in shock and looked at the force fluctuations above their heads. It was not until this moment that they realized how powerful this low-key old man was. They all knew that Babu was very powerful, but no one knew to what extent. Today, in this battle, when everyone was questioning Bahu stood up by himself. He said that he would block Hong Ying by himself and let others go to the 2nd and 3rd levels to help. Then, he really blocked Hong Ying. When Hong Ying chased him, Bahu forced Hong Ying back. "Don't waste time. Hurry up." Xiao Xiaoyu obviously knew that Bahu might not be able to resist, so they had to be fast. The 7 people were flying faster and faster, and they were about to approach the ground. They would definitely not achieve any results in the 2nd level in a short time, because the 2nd level was full of masters above the 5th level of the Force. If the zombies saw them, they would easily unite together. Once they united together, even if these 7 people were top level, they would not be able to cause damage to a group of mutant zombies above the 5th level of the Force so quickly. But if they attack the 3rd level, it will be different. The 3rd level is full of mutant zombies below the 5th level of the Force. In their hands, they can basically wipe out a large group of these zombies with a wave of their sleeves. Before Hong Ying arrives, they only need to kill 1 or 2,000 mutant zombies, and then confront Hong Ying, who is coming. If the 1st and 2nd levels are balanced, the 3rd level will definitely not be balanced. At that time, they only need to wait for the 3rd level to win. After all, there are only more than 500 people in the 2nd level, and Hong Ying is the only one in the 1st level. Even if these 2 levels win, the Eastern world may not be interesting to them. This idea was really good, and they implemented it quickly. When Xiao Xiaoyu brought people down, Lin Hao had already discovered them. Lin Hao was particularly sensitive to Xiao Xiaoyu. After all, Xiao Xiaoyu had looked at Lin Hao with that kind of eyes before. Lin Hao was hiding in the battle of the 2nd level, seeing that a mutant zombie not far away was about to be beaten down by a superpower. Lin Hao hurriedly waved his wings and rushed forward. He had no weapons in his hands, so he had to use a combination of tortoise punches to hit randomly. And with the addition of mental strength and force, he immediately beat the opponent back. The mutant was a 5th level mutant. When he found out that he was facing a 3rd level zombie and was beaten back by a 3rd level zombie, he was immediately furious and prepared to fight with all his strength. However, the zombie that Lin Hao had saved had recovered and immediately killed the mutant together with Lin Hao. Before the mutant zombie could thank Lin Hao, his head was chopped off. A 7th level mutant with a laser sword appeared here. Lin Hao quickly waved his wings. This was a battle circle, and it was very chaotic. That guy couldn't catch up at all, so Lin Hao was not afraid. Looking down, the 7 shameless top-level psychics have already come to the ground, following the group of 3rd level psychics to kill the zombies. Many people saw this scene, including the people of the 2nd level. But each zombie of the 2nd level has a fixed opponent, and it is impossible for them to go down to help. What's the point of them going down? That's a top-level psychic, a 9th level psychic of the Force. Are they going up to deliver food? Many people looked up, including Lin Hao. And then he saw a scene that shocked him. An old man was holding a golden war spear, waving it vividly. The Air Force gun shadows caused by the force spread far and wide. And those Air Force gun shadows were all powerful. Hong Ying stood there quietly, with one hand in the light curtain, still pulling the thing that was still not pulled out, whether it was a knife or a sword. Suddenly, the old man opposite Hong Ying changed his face, jumped up, pointed the war spear in his hand at Hong Ying, and smashed it down fiercely. The war spear seemed to change its shape and became very huge, just like Sun Wukong's Rui Jing Du Bang, which suddenly became larger and smashed down fiercely. Hong Ying turned into a small figure under the golden war spear, which could not be smaller. The clouds were stirred up by their fight, and the blue sky, the gentle spring breeze, and the warm sunshine reappeared on the earth. Now, all of this was temporarily covered up again. The third-level superpowers and zombies couldn't help but raise their heads and saw the huge gun barrel smashing towards Hong Ying fiercely. The 7 top superpowers couldn't help but raise their heads again, seeing the domineering this time. They were all shocked. The mutant zombies of the 3rd level were retreating. After all, they were not afraid of death. But they couldn't die, facing the top superpowers. What else could they do except die? The battle above was still going on. At the most critical moment, Hong Ying pulled out the sword. The blade of the sword was a disgusting sword with images of hell. This sword had a name that Hong Ying gave herself, called Shura's sword. It was this Shura's sword that blocked the huge golden war spear. Ba Hu also knew that this move might not work on Hong Ying, so the golden war spear slowly shrank. Not far away, Ba Hu also looked at Hong Ying with a slight breath. Hong Ying felt that this old man was really strange and couldn't help asking, "Did we know each other before? You are obviously quite strong. But you are always nervous when facing me. I just saw sweat on your forehead. But what makes me laugh is that this kind of nervousness does not reduce your fighting power, but improves it. Do you feel something is wrong now?" Ba Hu didn't feel this way at first, but only felt it after Hong Ying said this. It seems that the threshold that has always been mysterious has been touched by him. But it is just touched. But now the feeling of his body seems to be completely different from before. For example, his fighting power has broken through. This is the only thought of Ba Hu. What he has been thinking about has finally been achieved at this moment. Chapter 765. You really don't remember me. Babu was obviously speechless. Of course I remember you. I have fought with you so many times. How could I not remember you? Hong Ying said helplessly. After all, the other party was also the most powerful superpower in the Eastern world. How could she not know him? But why did she always ask such stupid questions? In the previous battle, neither side really fought, so naturally there were no casualties. At that time, the guy in front of her asked herself this question. Do you still remember me? Oh my god. Hong Ying has lived for so many years, and has known him for so many years. Whether it is what is left in his memory, or the memory has faded, he has a certain impression. That is, the impression of the old man in front of him. Apart from the so-called number 1 in the Eastern world, he really has no other impression. But when he saw the old man shaking his head, he knew that the answer he said was not what the old man wanted to know. Okay, I don't care who you are. Take the old man's sword first. Hong Ying held the sword and shouted to the old man. Take my sword. When the force was injected into the sword, a shadow of a sword suddenly appeared in the sky. Just like the golden spear that had just grown bigger, the shadow also grew bigger in an instant, and then slashed at the old man fiercely. But the enlarged shadow did not block the sunlight. The moment the old man saw the shadow, he raised the golden spear high without thinking, ready to block. But he still overestimated his fighting ability. At this moment, Hong Ying really tried his best, because the old man in front of him just broke through in front of him and entered the same level as him, which was very dangerous. Babu might not be Hong Ying's opponent, but he definitely had the strength to hold Hong Ying back. Once Hong Ying was held back, the other 7 top-level psychics would be able to do whatever they wanted there. Lin Hao's mind was not on the war at all, but on the battle above him. He looked up from time to time. Didn't they say that it would take 8 people to fight against Hong Ying? Why did it look like that? Hong Ying and Baba were fighting in a group. A sword and a gun. The 2 weapons complemented each other. Fortunately, they were in the sky above the clouds, so they didn't affect the buildings below. Otherwise, with the 2 of them as the center, no one would be able to stand within 100 miles. Couldn't. Did you detect it? Lin Hao asked anxiously. Lin Hao didn't care about the war at all. Just now, when those top-level superpowers passed by the 2nd level, They suddenly attacked a zombie of the 7th level of the force. The zombie of the 7th level of the force seemed to be not far away. His head exploded, and he must be dead. Therefore, Lin Hao naturally paid attention to the crystal core of the opponent. Although Lin Hao's physique can improve his evolution level even if he stands still, the speed will be much faster if he uses the crystal core. Hong Ying said that using the crystal core to improve the realm will fill up his upper limit. But for Hong Ying, Lin Hao believes in good and more. After all, Lin Hao's physique is different from that of ordinary people. This is thanks to that group of humans. This physique can completely filter the crystal cores of other zombies, and extract the purest force as much as possible to turn it into his own power. So Lin Hao didn't have to worry about his upper limit at all, which didn't exist for a zombie. Found it. Not far away. Do you see that bush? Gooden hurriedly said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyesight was so good that he could see the red thing at a glance. It was strange to say that the crystal core didn't look like a hard object. But no matter what kind of attack, it couldn't cause any harm to him. And once it was put into his mouth, it disappeared instantly. This has always been an unsolved mystery, and I haven't seen any human scientists study it. But no matter what, now there is another 7th level crystal core of the force that belongs to him. Lin Hao faces a choice. Should he sneak away and eat this crystal core and wait for evolution? Or stay here and face the possibility of being discovered by those top-level psychics and killed in one move? Of course, these problems were completely solved in the following. Raising his head, Hong Ying, who was holding a sword, finally broke out. He not only showed all his strength, but also exerted his strength beyond his level. No one knew that Hong Ying was so good at using weapons. The huge shadow covered the sky and the earth. Ba Hu raised his gun to resist, but was directly suppressed. Then, Ba Hu resisted. He kept insisting. But this insistence gradually brought his position a little forward. After that, Lin Hao watched Hong Ying's sword completely separated from the shadow. And Hong Ying rushed towards Ba Hu again with the sword. Ba Hu could only watch the sword, and finally roared angrily and broke away from the shadow. But it was too late at this time, because the shadow still had a certain attack power, and directly injured Ba Hu. Next, it was Hong Ying's second attack, which was aimed at Ba Hu's head. If Ba Hu didn't fight for the possibility of injury to get out of this quagmire, then he would have been killed now. Although Ba Hu survived, the price was that he was stabbed in the chest by Hong Ying. The next thing was very simple. After Hong Ying stabbed Ba Hu in the chest, she kicked Ba Hu away with all her strength, and then flew to the ground, not caring about Ba Hu's life or death, which also allowed Ba Hu to survive. The other 7 superpowers saw this scene, and they still didn't know what was going on. They deserved to lose this war, but it didn't matter anymore. The 7 superpowers went to Hong Ying, and suddenly, the balance of the first level was maintained. But the third level had changed greatly. In just a few moves, the 7 top superpowers directly killed nearly 3,000 third-level zombies, which made the zombies have 1,000 fewer people than the superpowers. So the outcome of this war was really unknown until the end. Lin Hao touched his crystal core and crawled out from under the grass. He didn't dare to come out at first because he was afraid of being seen by the old man holding the fishhook. The way the old man looked at him before, Lin Hao knew that the old man would never give up. In fact, Xiao Xiaoyu was also wondering. He searched for a long time in the third level, but he didn't see Lin Hao. This made him feel very frustrated. In any case, Lin Hao was not afraid of that guy coming over. Since he was not afraid, Lin Hao took his crystal core and rushed to the battlefield of the third level. In this war, he should do something. Chapter 766. This war is cruel, and Lin Hao is also cruel. Although he has no knife in his hand. Where is Lin Hao's knife? Lin Hao's knife is coming. A flying car is driving madly in the air. In this flying car, Cui Lian is starting manual driving. Although automatic driving is convenient, it also has many disadvantages, such as inflexibility and rigidity, especially in this escape environment. Using automatic driving is simply courting death. Cui Lian has an unknown skill. That is driving technology. No one knows where Cui Lian learned her driving technology. After all, the moment the car can drive automatically, the existence of driving schools is dispensable, and manual driving technology has become a hobby. No one knew that after Cui Lian saw her driver driving manually one day out of boredom. She had memorized the not-so-complicated operation with her powerful memory, whether flying in the air or running in the city. The car driven by means of manual driving is very convenient. With a sharp turn, Lin Hao wanted to get rid of them directly. But those people were too clingy. With Cui Lian's skilled driving skills, she couldn't get rid of them directly. If she continued like this, Cui Lian would definitely be caught up. After all, there were so many pursuers behind her, and they had better models than the car Cui Lian drove. And those cars were much faster than Cui Lian. Looking at the land and winding roads under her feet, Cui Lian took a deep breath and directly reduced the car's advanced air pump. The car immediately began to slow down and glided towards the bottom of the city. Seeing Cui Lian like this, the cars behind her could only chase after her with bitter faces. After all, they were all lazy people. No one expected that a young lady would be so good at manual driving of the car. Although they could drive automatically, their skills could only be said to be barely comparable to Cui Lian's. Now, Cui Lian was ready to land and drive on the highway. However, on the highway, manual driving requires not only simple skills, but also a good sense of the car. However, how could a group of guards, who were used to driving automatically, be the opponent of Cui Lian, who was skilled in manual driving? The current environment proved that there were not many people outside, so this became the place for them to race. However, their skills were not up to par, and they could only watch Cui Lian's car go farther and farther away from their sight, while they could only eat dust behind her. Cui Lian looked behind her several times, and finally made sure that there was no one chasing her, and finally relaxed. But she did not change the car to automatic driving, but still held the steering wheel, looking at the road ahead, and staying alert at all times. There was no one in Cui Lian's co-pilot seat, only a long knife. Lin Hao had forgotten the knife in the laboratory before returning to Earth. Feeling the time, Cui Lian felt that Lin Hao should have arrived. So she took the knife and prepared to look for Lin Hao. The speed of the flying car was really fast, but it was still not as fast as the group of zombies or superpowers who had reached the 5th level of the force. It only took them about half an hour to reach the edge from Cui Lian City. And looking at the time, Cui Lian had been running for nearly 2 hours before she finally saw the high wall. Cui Lian saw not only a high wall, but also a huge golden spear, an ugly but very scary long sword, a group of superpowers, and a group of zombies, fighting happily in the sky. However, what really surprised Cui Lian was the golden sunlight and the clear air. The pollution on the edge of the city is naturally not comparable to that in the city center. Naturally, the air here is much fresher. When the fresh air is matched with the blue sky and sunshine, it is really a beautiful picture. Of course, the most regrettable thing is that there is no white cloud. Not even one. It will happen again. Cui Lian looked at the sky and murmured. Lin Hao was still fighting. After zipping the crystal core into her pocket to prevent the smell from emitting, she rushed over. Unfortunately, with the zombies' noses, no matter how deep Lin Hao hid, he could not escape their noses. But this was a battlefield, facing life and death. They were less eager for crystal cores. What they were thinking about now was how to deal with the opponent and how to survive. Not far away, inside the city wall, a flying car stopped steadily not far away, approaching the edge of the battlefield, at a distance that Cui Lian did not want to be away from. Those who were chasing her also stopped the car, and they got out of the car together. Miss, please don't make things difficult for us. Go back. Someone said to Cui Lian. It's not me who makes things difficult for you. You make things difficult for me. I'm already here. Are you still going to take me back? Cui Lian said, holding a knife in one hand and looking at the people not far away from her. Miss, it's our duty. If you don't come back with me, we have no choice but to take action, the group of subordinates said in embarrassment. Although Cui Lian is aloof, she is not ignorant of the world. Maybe it's because of the emergency situation. Cui Lian's father didn't expect that the people who came to chase Cui Lian had an evolutionary level of only level 5. How could these people be Cui Lian's opponents? Cui Lian knew that the men on the other side had bitter faces. They needed an explanation, so she would give them one. Suddenly, the sky darkened. There was still sunlight in other places, but only Cui Lian's world began to darken. Cui Lian raised her hands high, and suddenly, a gust of wind blade attacked. This wind blade looked extremely terrifying, but when the wind blade attacked those people, they did not suffer any harm except for the stinging pain. However, they were all smart people who had lived for more than 10 years, so they naturally knew what to do now. So they immediately lay on the ground and pretended to be unconscious and fainted. Looking at this group of wise men, Cui Lian smiled and shook her head. She was somewhat glad that she met them, and also somewhat glad that she had followed Lin Hao to explore the Western world, which had honed her mind and strength. Listening to the shouting and killing in front, Cui Lian knew that she was about to meet him, and she was still a little excited. But this little excitement was quickly suppressed by him. Obviously, he felt that something was wrong with the battle in front. Logically speaking, the superpowers on the human side could not be the opponents of the group of zombies. It was not that Cui Lian had already leaned towards the zombies. This was a reality. The third-level humans could not be the opponents of the zombies. After all, there were so many of them. Thinking of this, Cui Lian became even more anxious. She was afraid that Lin Hao would encounter danger. Chapter 767. On the contrary, Lin Hao is not only not in any danger, but is galloping in the third level at this moment. In the battle of the third level, the strongest is only the fourth level of the force. And Lin Hao is already the third level of the force. Plus he has a special thing like Gooden. So ordinary fourth level of the force can't be Lin Hao's opponent. And how can there be so many fourth level of the force? On the entire third level battlefield, there are only 4 fourth level of the force. And these 4 people are from the powerful Blade group. These 4 people are the second team of the Blade group. But Lin Hao was lucky. These 4 guys were on the other side of the battlefield, while Lin Hao was on this side. Even though he had no weapons in his hands, he was still not someone that ordinary psychics could easily resist. Although the zombies were lagging behind in the overall trend, they could still fight because Lin Hao and several zombies with good strength were here to hold the scene. It was just that these people would definitely not last long. The reason was very simple. Because no matter how powerful Lin Hao was, he was just one person. In such a battlefield, he could protect himself, but it was impossible for him to influence a battle. No matter how strong Lin Hao is, the outcome of this war is quietly changing. Just because of those top psychics just now. Lin Hao raised his head with some envy, looking at the scene of 8 psychics fighting with Honging alone. That was a real battle. If it wasn't in the air, the aftermath of their battle could even destroy the entire planet. Even though they had reached that height, the Ula planet was still affected. No one saw that on the other side of the Ula planet, the vast ocean was rippling because of the aftermath. Gradually, the waves were getting higher and higher. And finally, those waves rushed onto the land. However, the people who experienced this were those who were very close to the coast. And Lin Hao, who was fighting in the middle of the continent, could not feel it. Now they had nothing to do but fight and survive. This group of zombies was definitely a model of disobedience, even if Honging was in charge. But when the zombies had their own wisdom and found that this war was impossible to win, and they might not survive if they continued to fight, what would they do? Lin Hao was not stupid. Of course, he watched the large army turn around and run. Once one ran, the second one would start to run. So a chain reaction was formed. All the zombies in the third level started to turn around and run. Lin Hao naturally started to turn around and run as well. When Cui Lian raised her head, she saw the retreat of the zombie army. Although the second and third levels were still fighting, the outcome of their battle could not affect anything. As long as the third level won, it would be a victory. Cui Lian ignored the battles that were many levels higher than hers. She rushed down from the city wall in a hurry, holding a knife in her hand. Everyone could see that this woman was a superpower, especially with a knife in her hand. How could anyone stop her? I'm afraid they still regarded Cui Lian as a hero who was going to hunt down zombies. Cui Lian, who was not stopped by anyone, came to the battle area easily. There were still some sporadic battles going on. There were always some zombies who did not escape and were strong enough to be left alone. And then surrounded by superpowers. They seemed to be playing and humiliating. But the zombies would not surrender. They might run away, but they would never surrender. The superpowers surrounded the zombies. Cui Lian couldn't bear to watch and had to squeeze in. After squeezing in, she found that these so-called middle-aged uncles might be so-called masters of the second and third levels of the force. These people were masters that the Eastern world officials didn't know where to hide. Which of these people was not better than Xiao Cui? It was ridiculous that her father let the wolf into the house and introduced such a rubbish. After squeezing in with great difficulty, she found that it was not Lin Hao. Then Cui Lian went to another battle circle again. After looking at the battle circle, she looked at the corpses. The battlefield was so big. But she was the only one. Although she was a superpower. Fast, good eyesight, and strong mental strength. If she really kept looking like this, she didn't know how long it would take. But now, apart from this stupid method, Shui Lian really didn't know what method to use. If she didn't find it, Lin Hao, the real name, would at least be alive. If she found it, Shui Lian didn't know what would happen to her. She could only search slowly, one by one, with this uneasy mood. Gradually, the battle of the second level ended, because the third level had ended, so there was no need to fight the second level at all. It was the most stupid thing to waste manpower. The only battle that did not stop was the battle of the first level at the top. Hong Ying seemed to be irritated by these guys. He felt that these guys were too hateful. They actually used this method to influence the outcome of the third level, and caused his own failure. However, Hong Ying knew that he had to eliminate humans before he left. Otherwise, there would be no zombies on the Eula planet. Thinking of this, Hong Ying's moves became more fierce. Even though the opponent had 8 superpowers, he felt the pressure increase sharply at this moment. However, since the third level had one, they could not end it casually. Only Hong Ying had the ability to end it all. Because Hong Ying was stronger than them. If any of them ended the battle casually, the remaining 7 people would definitely not be Hong Ying's opponents. If the first level was killed by Hong Ying, it would be more terrifying than the defeat of the third level, because it meant that the human side no longer had the strongest fighting power. At that time, Hong Ying would fight back with his remaining troops, and no one would be able to stop them. Fortunately, with the full resistance of the 8 psychics, they defended against Hong Ying's crazy counterattack. But the weakest Gulike was seriously injured, and Babu, who had been fighting hard with Hong Ying, was also seriously injured. Hong Ying retreated very far, looking at this group of people, and smiled a little. "You are good. You are really good. Wait, this war is not over yet." This war is of course not over. Although the third class was defeated, it was not completely dead. On the contrary, the number of third-class deaths in this war was not as many as those killed by the 7 top psychics flying down from the sky and suddenly attacking. These zombies are all living forces, and the war will definitely not be fought in one go. Hong Ying will definitely gather more zombies and prepare for another counterattack. Hong Ying left, and when Buba felt that Hong Ying had really left, he closed his eyes and fell from the sky. The attentive nurse Kelly discovered this at the first time, so she hurried forward to help Bubu up. Chapter 768. Senior, are you okay? Kelly looked at Baba anxiously. The old man in Tang suit had blood on his mouth and looked weak. But strangely, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. No one knew why he smiled back. And he didn't say why he smiled. Anyway, the old man waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The 8 people left the sky and came to the bottom of the city wall. The old man in Tang suit could even be said to be on the verge of death. But he said with a smile, "As long as I don't die, I believe that one day I will reach that height. Finally, I broke through my inner demon. Finally, I know that only by meeting him in person and truly breaking through him can I become stronger." I guessed right. The other 6 people looked at the old man in Tang suits in confusion, thinking that he was seriously injured by Hong Ying and was confused. Only Xiao Xiuyu showed a thoughtful look, and no one knew what he was thinking about. In any case, the human world won the first battle. Next, things will be very simple. As long as they defend well and block Hong Ying's next attack, they can keep going like this. Whoever's third-party camp can't hold on first will become the complete winner. This war is completely different from the previous ones. Hong Ying really moved out all his wealth, because this war is the last one for Hong Ying, and he must win. As for the Eastern world, it is the same, because once they lose, they will not only lose the Eastern world, but also the lives of everyone in the Eastern world. Although the old man in the Tang suit is in danger now, as long as he is not dead, there is always a way to recover. This is the effect of the Force. He can quickly recover his body functions. Although he cannot be compared with zombies, he also has very powerful abilities for superpowers. The superpowers were like a triumphant army of kings returning to the court. But the people who led them were full of solemnity. They all knew that this was not the first time, let alone the last time. The zombies had already started to attack the city before. Although each attack seemed like a small fight, only they knew the danger. It was because they knew that they were solemn. "Senior, let's take a good rest," Kelly said to the old man in Tang suit. The old man waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. Let me rest well. It won't take long for me to recover. By the way, none of you can leave casually. No one knows when Honging will attack. And we don't even know if they will use some shady means. So we must unite and protect this place." Not only the old man was seriously injured, but also Gallic. Compared with the old man, Gallic's injuries were much less. But this guy seemed to like to sing the opposite tune. Maybe the guy will not attack here, but attack other places? The others looked at this guy helplessly. It was obvious that they had understood Gallic's character, so they were too lazy to say anything to Gallic. Instead, Qin Feiyong stood up and said, "It's impossible. Honging has that kind of strength. But the zombies of the 3rd level don't have that kind of strength. Even if they change the place of attack, it won't be too far away from here. In short, we will definitely not make any mistakes if we wait here." These people talked loudly, and other force users followed these 8 people, even those who were not very strong. After all, these 8 people are idol-level figures for other people in the Eastern world. Even if they can't show anything next to idols, at least showing their faces is good. Only Cui Lian returned to the city wall with a bit of disappointment, and found a place with good scenery at random. Looking into the distance, the dark clouds in the sky still hadn't merged, so the sun was still shining on the ground. Everyone was enjoying this long-lost sunshine, but Cui Lian didn't. She had seen this kind of sunshine before, and had enjoyed it before. She had seen more beautiful sunshine than this. Above the clouds, this is where the sunshine is most beautiful. Even the dark clouds, when illuminated by the sun, are golden and beautiful. But the sunshine that was barely squeezed out from the clouds in front of her was full of reluctance. Not far away, some mutant beasts were flying in the sky, seemingly searching for zombies that were seriously injured and unable to move. If those zombies were not besieged by superpowers, these mutant beasts would rush down. Of course, they were not going to save those zombies. These mutant beasts would not hesitate to pull the head of the zombie off its neck and swallow it into their stomachs. This is the law of the zombie world. But for Honging, he did not want to make humans extinct. He just wanted to kill the most powerful superpowers among humans. After all, if zombies want to reproduce, they cannot rely on simple mating. They need to infect humans and turn them into zombies before they can grow slowly. However, if it is found that some things are really impossible to achieve in the end, Honging may follow her own ideas. That is, to exterminate humans. After all, zombies have a long life, and they are not afraid of offspring and reproduction. Suilian was not far away, thinking about another problem. She wanted to find Lin Hao because Suilian had a feeling that the Thunderbird seemed to be not far away. Suilian suddenly stood up. Perhaps this was a signal from Lin Hao. The Thunderbird had a spiritual connection with Suilian. Although the Thunderbird preferred to listen to Lin Hao, there was no doubt that Suilian was its real master. Suilian could feel where the Thunderbird was. As long as she could feel where the Thunderbird was, would she still be afraid of not finding Lin Hao? Thinking of this, Cui Lian jumped down from the city wall and ran towards the west world. Hey, the dark clouds are about to cover the sun, and it's getting late. Come back. Someone shouted to Cui Lian, but Cui Lian ignored it. She was not a zombie killer. What she wanted was to find Lin Hao and give her the knife in her hand. After Cui Lian learned the Jin family's sword, she knew that if Lin Hao didn't have a knife, his combat effectiveness would at least drop by half. The guards who wanted to pull Cui Lian back at the beginning had already taken the flying car back to Mo's house, which was the city where Cui Lian was. Do you think that woman looks familiar? Phantom. Who is a star? Asked Kelly. Kelly is a nurse and doesn't pay much attention to the news. Naturally, she doesn't know about the Nyugulu family and Zaya Chuichui that made a lot of noise in the first half of the year. But Phantom knows about it. Moreover, Phantom has a lot of exclusive information. For example, she knows why Suilian is so opposed to the marriage. Chapter 769. Kelly, do you believe it or not? Following that little girl will definitely bring you unexpected gains. The Phantom looked at Kelly and smiled evilly. That little girl? Who is that little girl that made you follow her? But it is too dangerous for her to chase zombies alone. Let's call her back, Kelly said with concern. Okay, I call her back, the Phantom said. The seriously injured Gally has returned to the quiet room for treatment. And as a stubborn old man, Babu is always unwilling to go to the quiet room for treatment. He believes more in his own force. which will increase his own treatment speed. This time it's my turn to protect the Eastern world. I must protect the Eastern world well, and never let these dirty zombies taint it. The old man in the tang suit raised his head, and swore to the sunlight. Chui Lian relied on her inexplicable telepathy, and began to walk towards the Western world. There were many zombies struggling underground in front of them. They were all zombies with normal intelligence and thoughts. They knew that if they didn't crawl down, they might be caught up by humans and killed, or caught by their own kind and lose their crystal cores. So this group of zombies were really scared. They were not only afraid of their enemies, but also of their own kind. For zombies, the most important thing is always their evolution level. The higher the level, the higher their survival rate. And the higher the survival rate, the higher their evolution level. When the zombies struggling on the ground found Chui Lian, they were very scared, afraid that Chui Lian would chop off their heads with a long knife in her hand. But Chui Lian did not do so. She was too lazy to do so. After all, the most important thing for Chui Lian now was to find Lin Hao. Because of her anxiety, she did not notice that there was a man following behind her. Gio. Phantom is a top-level psychic after all. Although he knows that following Chui Lian may bring special gains, he doesn't care about such gains. However, it is different to let his subordinates do such things. If the other party really gets some benefits, then these lower-level people will remember his kindness. And they may need such people to help in the future? It can be said that Phantom's idea is very good. But Phantom overlooked one point. That is, whether the people he sent are really strong enough to solve this matter? No one knew. And Gio didn't know why he followed this girl. Anyway, since the superiors had given the order, Gio felt that he should act accordingly. After all, the other party's identity and status were there, and he dared not disobey. Gradually, as they got closer and closer to the West World, they could always hear one or two zombies roaring not far away, and Gio became more frightened. But at the same time, Chui Lian also aroused his curiosity. Why did Chui Lian, an 8th level superpower, dare to come to this place? What on earth did Chui Lian do here? These things really made Gio curious. As a 3rd level force user, his strength was unquestionable. But the current situation was different from usual. Normally, zombies were rarely seen outside the West World. And even if they were seen, they were all very weak zombies. But now it was different. The West World was surrounded by very powerful zombies. Maybe he would run into the boss of the zombies while walking. You know, Honging must be not far from this place. But seeing Chui Lian, an 8th level psychic, still moving forward, Jiuju thought he shouldn't be so cowardly. So he still followed Chui Lian. Chui Lian never knew that there was someone following her. And gradually, she brought Gio to the location of the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird naturally knew that its master had arrived. And although it didn't obey the mistress's orders, it knew that the mistress was very friendly to it. So after seeing Chui Lian arrive here, the Thunderbird was still very happy. And this happiness was directly transmitted to Lin Hao, who was not far away. Just now, Lin Hao was still thinking about whether to swallow this 7th level force crystal core. After hearing the movement of the Thunderbird, Lin Hao hurriedly stopped the movement. At the same time, Gooden told Lin Hao that with the speed at which Lin Hao's body absorbed the force, it would not take much time for him to reach the 4th level of the force. But Lin Hao knew that even if he swallowed this crystal core, he would not have the so-called level stagnation problem. However, in this environment, Lin Hao really did not dare to swallow it. After hearing the movement of the Thunderbird, Lin Hao looked directly at the black tiger that was patrolling not far away. But the black tiger did not move. Stinky bird, what are you yelling about? Lin Hao directly scolded Thunderbird. Thunderbird looked at Lin Hao a little aggrieved, then looked at Chui Lian. Naturally, when Lin Hao stood up, he had already seen Chui Lian. But at that time, Lin Hao's words of reprimand had already been spoken, and he couldn't take them back. So it was naturally a little embarrassing. Why are you here? Don't you know how dangerous this situation is? You even left the Eastern world. Are you going to die? Seeing Chui Lian coming here, Lin Hao was a little surprised. After all, his best friend came, and he had someone to chat with. I don't want my life. I want you. However, Chui Lian's first words when she saw Lin Hao made Lin Hao a little unbearable. Okay. Stop joking. You should go back quickly. If you are discovered by those powerful mutant zombies, I can't save you. Lin Hao said half-truthfully. From the moment I came to find you, I knew what the consequences would be. So you don't have to scare me. Chui Lian gradually approached Lin Hao and confronted him. Chui Lian, who didn't like to talk, couldn't help but say a few words when she saw Lin Hao, full of coquettishness. Lin Hao scratched his head, looked at the knife in Chui Lian's hand, and smiled. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that to you. Thank you for giving me my knife. Nothing. I just don't want you to get hurt in this war, Chui Lian said worriedly. I will definitely get hurt. But I'm a zombie. Lin Hao is a zombie. Of course he's not afraid of getting hurt. But what if you die? You're not a zombie on our planet. So you don't have to fight so hard. Otherwise, don't participate. Just leave. Chui Lian blinked her big eyes and said to Lin Hao, It's impossible. Honging won't let me leave. He plans to make me his successor. How can he let me go so easily? Lin Hao said self-deprecatingly. But Chui Lian looked at Lin Hao worriedly and didn't know what to say. There's no but. Some things are just fate, Lin Hao said very open-mindedly. Chapter 770. Fate? I never believe in fate. Sometimes, there is no need to start a war. As long as Honging persists, humans and zombies can continue to live in this balanced way, Chui Lian said angrily. Humans and zombies have always been balanced in this way. Although Honging has started wars before, it has never been like today, on such a large scale, and so determined. That's because Honging exists. So he can do that. But what if one day, Honging no longer exists on this planet? So, what will happen to the people in the Eastern world? What will happen to the zombies? Do you know? Lin Hao asked calmly, as if they were not talking about the war between races, but arguing about which option to choose for the next question. What do you mean? Chui Lian asked in surprise. It won't be long before Honging will leave here. Leave this planet. His evolution level is about to reach a certain upper limit. But there is no upper limit to evolution. You know. So Honging is about to leave this planet to pursue another upper limit. If this planet is without Honging, if the zombies have no shelter, then what will happen to the Eastern world? I think you should know it even if I don't say it. Lin Hao smiled. And his smile was so gentle. But Chui Lian was stunned. Chui Lian was stunned. And Jiao, who was not far away, was also stunned. This news was really shocking. And it was shocking beyond words. No. I must go back and tell them about this. If those seniors just insisted on defending, didn't leave the station, and waited for Honging to leave, many of us superpowers could survive. And we could also avoid many fearless casualties. I must bring this news back. Jiao clenched his fists. Even though he was already a third-level master of the force, he couldn't help but get excited. As a result, he got excited and something went wrong. He accidentally hit the stone next to him. To be honest, the sound was very small. If you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't even hear the sound of the stone hitting the shoe. However, everyone present was a master. Lin Hao was also a third-level mutant zombie of the force. Even Chui Lian, an 8th-level psychic, heard the sound of the stone being kicked. Naturally, Jiao knew he was exposed. I must not be held back by them. I must not die here. I must report this matter back. Jiao was determined in his thoughts. So he ran out of UNC in an instant. As a spiritual zombie, although he was not fast, he felt that it should be more than enough to escape from Lin Hao. He had seen Lin Hao before. He almost chopped off Lin Hao's head in front of him. But Lin Hao was lucky and met someone who saved him. Naturally, Jiao knew that he could not be Lin Hao's opponent alone. So the moment he saw Lin Hao, he was ready to escape. Unexpectedly, he was just a little late and heard such exciting news. Who? Lin Hao shouted. And as soon as he shouted, a figure rushed out. Lin Hao naturally knew that what he just said might have been heard by someone. Lin Hao turned around and said to Chui Lian solemnly, If there is any danger, sit on the back of the Thunderbird and leave the ground. Remember? Be careful and don't forget what I taught you. I will be back soon. So, Lin Hao rushed out with a speed increase. He knew that what he just said might have been heard by someone. And that person was very likely a superpower. And that superpower must have been brought by Chui Lian. Lin Hao naturally didn't believe that the man was brought here by Chui Lian on purpose. There was probably only one possibility. That the man secretly followed Chui Lian. No matter what the man's purpose was, he heard something he shouldn't have heard. If this news spread to the Eastern world, then the zombies might really be in a passive situation. As long as the Eastern world avoids the battle. They don't need all 3 levels to avoid the battle. After all, honging can't be avoided. And the mutant zombies that can fly can't be avoided either. But they can avoid the zombies in the third level that can't fly. They are on the city wall. And the zombies have to fight for their lives. In this case, the zombies are less than the superpowers. How can the zombies win? Therefore, this matter must not be transmitted back. Lin Hao, who turned on the speed bonus, was very fast. It didn't take long for him to see a figure not far away. And it was a very familiar figure. Lin Hao's memory was naturally very strong. He knew who it was after just one look at the back. Since it was an old rival, Lin Hao had no need to be polite. Although the speed was very fast, he couldn't catch up for a while. So Lin Hao could only use his mental power. Fortunately, the speed of mental power was much faster than that of Lin Hao, who turned on the speed bonus. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with that guy. And then, the mental power in his mind seemed to have turned into 18 kinds of weapons. And it started to make a fuss in Zhou's mind. However, by coincidence, Zhou was also a spirit zombie. When he saw the opponent's spirit skills coming at him, Zhou did not stand up at all, but just used the spirit power in his mind to fight Lin Hao. Lin Hao and Zhou were of the same level, and their spirit power attributes were almost the same. The two of them were only fighting with boring spirit power. If this continued, it would take a long time to decide the winner. Unless Lin Hao got close and used his knife to decide the winner, Zhou would definitely escape in a short time. Thinking of the consequences of leaking the secret, Lily ran faster. His speed was originally twice as fast as Zhou's. He was about to catch up, but the distance from the eastern world was not far from their speed. Zhou had already run to a place not far from the city wall, and the people on the city wall had already waved to Zhou. Zhou wanted to open his mouth and shout, shouting out the news. The people on the wall were a little nervous, because they had seen Lin Hao holding a knife not far away, getting closer and closer to Zhou, obviously wanting to kill Zhou. Someone immediately went down to support him. Although Zhou was a third-level power user, for those top power users, this level of power user was simply too weak, and they would not pay attention to it at all. This is not to say that they are cold-blooded. It just so happened that at this time, except for the old man in tang suits, who was domineering on the wall, everyone else was resting in the room. It was impossible for them to pay attention to the fight between such low-level evolutionists. But the old man in tang suit became curious. That man seemed to be running towards him, and wanted to say something to him. The zombie behind him seemed also very excited. He didn't want him to say anything. But the zombie behind him was about to catch up with him. Even though some psychics had gone to help, it was too late. And in his current state, it seemed that he could not save him. Chapter 771. As a master, the domineering old man in tang suit can see the essence of some things from the surface. Naturally, he thought that Zhou should be fine. After all, they were all rushing towards Zhou. No matter how powerful that zombie was, could it kill Zhou in an instant? However, the fact was that Lin Hao was fighting for his life. He turned on all his speed and strength bonuses. At the moment when Zhou was about to reach the city wall, he swung the long sword in his hand. Zhou was still opening his mouth, ready to tell others about his discovery. But no one knew what he was saying. Everyone saw a head flying out from Zhou's neck and flying towards them quickly. They looked at this scene in a daze, as if they found it incredible, and wondered how this was possible. Although they could not feel the specific level of the zombies, they could still feel how powerful Lin Hao was at this level. Lin Hao gave them the same feeling as Zhou, which meant that the two of them should have the same force level. How could he be killed by the other in seconds? Those psychics who were about to come to rescue Zhou stopped their steps immediately. Lin Hao's move frightened them. They didn't expect that a mutant zombie of the same level as Zhou could burst out with such fighting power in an instant. Lin Hao naturally saw this group of people. He was not stupid. Since he had solved Zhou, how could he stay here and let them kill him? So Lin Hao turned around and ran. When those people saw Lin Hao turning around and running, they finally reacted and hurriedly prepared to chase him. Nonsense. They could still solve Lin Hao at this level together. But if Lin Hao grew up in the future, who could be his opponent? These people are not stupid. They naturally know to eliminate the hidden danger in the cradle. So at this moment, the group of people rushed towards Lin Hao like crazy. Lin Hao's 5-minute speed bonus just expired, which was quite embarrassing. Among the superpowers behind him, there were also very fast ones. Yet he was really caught by the other party. Lin Hao couldn't even believe what he would become. So, Originally Lin Hao was going to catch Jiu. But when Lin Hao completed his task, he found that the chasing parties seemed to have reversed. Looking at the large group of superpowers behind him, Lin Hao felt his forehead numb. Gooden, what are the levels of those guys behind you? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Gooden checked a little, and gave Lin Hao some not-so-good news. The lowest level of the opponent is the first level of the principal, and the highest is the fourth level of the force. In short, if they catch up, you will die. Even if Lin Hao has a knife in his hand, even if he has recovered to his strongest stage, how can he face a group of angry superpowers? Seeing that he was about to be caught by the other party, Lin Hao began to pray. He hoped that Hong Ying was not far away and could save him. But no one came to save Lin Hao. The other party's laser sword was about to hit Lin Hao's back, and no one came to save Lin Hao. Damn! Am I really going to die here? Lin Hao couldn't help but scream. But unfortunately no one knew what Lin Hao meant by screaming. They just chased Lin Hao frantically with fierce faces. They only wanted to do one thing now. That is to kill Lin Hao. Just now, Lin Hao killed their kind and colleagues in front of him. Now, there is only one combat force left in the Blade Group 3. 9. Many people also know that 9 is from the Blade. Seeing the last combat force die in front of him, what will they think? Seeing that Lin Hao was about to be caught up by this group of angry people. Suddenly, a familiar cry sounded in front of him. Lin Hao subconsciously raised his head and saw a mutant beast flying towards him. Lin Hao slapped his head. Shit! I almost forgot that I have wings. After saying this, Lin Hao showed his wings while running. Suddenly, the black wings flapped instantly, before the group of superpowers behind him could react. They saw Lin Hao rushing into the sky. This was the only problem. They couldn't fly without reaching the 5th level of the force. Even if they could fly, they couldn't exert their combat power in the air. After all, most of their minds were controlling their flight. So how could they fight with their spirit? Therefore, after flying into the sky, Lin Hao did not leave immediately, but looked at the group of people under his feet with disdain, with arrogance, and even prepared to laugh. However, when Lin Hao felt that a very powerful aura seemed to be about to wake up, he gave up the idea of ridicule, and directly followed the Thunderbird to the depths of the Western world. When Lin Hao arrived at his own territory, he immediately saw Hong Ying chatting with Sui Lian. Hong Ying knew Sui Lian, and Sui Lian also knew Hong Ying. Although Sui Lian knew that it was the person in front of her who wanted to destroy the Eastern world. What could she, a weak woman, do? It seemed a bit dry if they didn't chat after meeting. So Hong Ying started chatting with Sui Lian first. After chatting, Sui Lian found that Hong Ying was not bad. And when she chatted with Hong Ying before, no matter how taboo the question was, Hong Ying didn't get angry, which gave Sui Lian a kind of courage. Seeing Hong Ying speak, Sui Lian asked, "Why do we have to start this war?" "It's very simple. Because I'm about to leave here, and the moment I leave, you people in the Eastern world will be eager to destroy the zombie world. So I have to choose a leader before I leave, and then kill all the top superpowers in your Eastern world, so that I can leave with peace of mind," Hong Ying said without reservation. In fact, Hong Ying didn't care about her upcoming departure. Even if those superpowers knew about it, what would happen? The thing Hong Ying wanted to do most in the end was to get rid of those top superpowers in the Eastern world. After getting rid of them, everything would be simple. The war in the Third Stratum might affect this war. But it was mentioned before that the First Stratum could also affect this war, unless the First Stratum maintained a balance. In this case, it would depend on the Third Stratum. But Hong Ying was not going to maintain this balance. He wanted to kill them alone. Cui Lian didn't expect Hong Ying to actually say it. But what she said was indeed so terrifying. "So when you started this war, you didn't think about ending it?" Cui Lian asked again. "It's easy to end it. If all the 8 top superpowers die, the war will be over." Hong Ying smiled. Chapter 772. As soon as Hong Ying finished speaking, Lin Hao had already descended from the sky. He was also a little surprised when he saw Hong Ying. "Why are you here?" Lin Hao might be the only person Hong Ying knew who dared to call him you. But Hong Ying didn't care. For real talents, Hong Ying never hesitated to show her love. Hong Ying looked at Cui Lian and said with a smile, "Do you know who the person I chose is?" Cui Lian shook her head in panic, saying that she didn't know. In fact, when Hong Ying asked this question, Cui Lian could not have known who Hong Ying was talking about. Hong Ying didn't say anything, but walked towards the Eastern world. "I saw him walking. 1 step or 2 steps. But he was gone. Lin Hao wiped his hair in a panic and said to Cui Lian, "You can see that it's very dangerous here. The person who followed you just now has been killed by me. But I suspect your identity has been exposed. There must be more than one person who knows that you have a relationship with me. Listen to me. Or you can just take a detour to Mo's house. Or I will follow you and become a zombie." Cui Lian looked at Lin Hao firmly and said firmly, "Why don't you listen to advice? Woman? Is this appropriate for you?" Lin Hao couldn't help but scold. "There's nothing inappropriate. I've said that I like you." Cui Lian confessed again. Lin Hao covered his face, not knowing what to say. This was not the first time Cui Lian confessed. And Lin Hao had clearly rejected her. But she was still stubborn, which made Lin Hao very helpless. "Okay. You stay here. I'm going to do something, and I need you to protect me," Lin Hao said. "What are you going to do?" Cui Lian asked curiously. Lin Hao took out a crystal core from his zipper. The crystal core was very large and crystal clear. The moment it was taken out, a strong smell of heat was emitted. After all, Lin Hao had to hurry up to deal with this crystal core. Otherwise, if other zombies felt it, Lin Hao would be in danger. After swallowing this crystal core, I will definitely fall into a coma. You can help me watch around. If there are zombies coming, you should run away by yourself," Lin Hao said. Lin Hao felt that the zombie that smelled this kind of smell must be a very powerful zombie. And if the other party was really a very powerful zombie, then Cui Lian's role would be basically equal to 0. In this case, it would be better to let her run directly. Lin Hao didn't know whether Cui Lian would run away, but Lin Hao actually hoped that she would run away. After all, there were Black Tiger and Thunderbird watching here, and before taking the crystal core, he would definitely use his mental power to check the surroundings to make sure that there was really no one around. And then Lin Hao was ready to swallow the crystal core. There is actually a very hidden hole where Lin Hao was lying just now. It was dug by Lin Hao himself. It is quite deep. After Lin Hao asked Cui Lian to block the hole with stones. Basically, as long as the other party is not mean, they can't find Lin Hao. "Are you sure you want to swallow the crystal core now?" When the surroundings began to fall into darkness, when only Lin Hao was left, Gooden finally couldn't help asking, "I also know that it is indeed not a good opportunity now. But I must become stronger quickly. You saw Hongying and the group of superpowers over there. It turns out that the evolution level can really raise us to that height. But Hongying also said that there seems to be room for evolution in that IQ. I want to touch that space. My body can quickly absorb the speed of the force. But this speed is not fast enough. I hope that next time when a big battle occurs, I can be in the 2nd level." After saying these words, Lin Hao resolutely swallowed the crystal core in his hand. "Are you sure that after reaching the 5th level of the force, you won't need to be in a coma for future evolutions?" Lin Hao couldn't help asking in his daze. "Of course. At that time your body will be able to withstand the conflict brought by the crystal core. And you can hold on without being in a coma," Gooden said. After Gooden said these words, Lin Hao finally closed his eyes and completely fainted. Outside the cave entrance, Cui Lian was sitting bored under a big tree, looking at the cave entrance hidden by the stone. And she didn't know what was in her mind. Black Tiger was afraid that Cui Lian would be bored alone, so he came to accompany Cui Lian. As for Thunderbird, he could not accompany Cui Lian because it was the only one who could fly and see the source. It was really the most suitable thing for it to do the wind fighting. Cui Lian touched the wound on Black Tiger's thigh and felt a little distressed. She had been addicted to the Eastern world for half a year. After Lin Hao left, Cui Lian never took the initiative to train. So in the past 6 months, with his talent, he only improved by 1 level, and that was because it was a natural result. If I had been with you guys for half a year, even if I haven't reached Lin Hao's level now, I'm afraid I'd be almost there. Cui Lian sighed endlessly. Just when Cui Lian was imagining her bright future, suddenly, the Thunderbird began to roar. Cui Lian jumped up and looked at the Thunderbird flying in the sky with some vigilance. In order to hide, the Thunderbird took the initiative to land from the sky and came to Cui Lian's side. It and Cui Lian were connected by spiritual power. So even though the Thunderbird couldn't speak, Cui Lian still understood what the Thunderbird wanted to express. Not far from Cui Lian, a Force Level 1 zombie with a broken arm was walking slowly towards here. To be honest, Lin Hao did not expect that the smell of the crystal core could spread to a place 1,000 meters away. because only zombies attracted by the smell could not be discovered by Lin Hao. Lin Hao would always investigate before doing such things. But the smell of the crystal core should not be spread to a place 1,000 meters away. It was already amazing to be able to spread to dozens of meters. However, this was the first time that Lin Hao came into contact with a crystal core of force level 5 or above. So he did not know that the smell of this crystal core was difficult to dissipate. A zombie of the first level of the force, 1,000 meters away, smelled it and began to search along the smell. This zombie was also a zombie with a sound IQ in mind. He felt that there must be a zombie devouring the crystal core where the smell was emitted. According to experience, after devouring the crystal core, the devourer would fall unconscious on the ground. So this zombie took the risk and walked over to see if he could find the unconscious zombie. As long as he got the crystal core of that zombie, the zombie's serious injury could be recovered. That's right. This zombie was injured. And seriously. Although he had no sense of pain, he was completely exhausted. The point was that he was missing an arm. Chapter 773. The smell should be that something is wrong here. Why are there mutants? This first-level zombie looked around in confusion. There was nothing around. So where did the mutants come from? But this zombie searched for a long time. But he didn't see where the mutants were. At a certain moment, he suddenly reacted and raised his head to look at the sky. After Thunderbird told Cui Lian the news, Cui Lian was already thinking about a solution. Of course, he would not run away directly as Lin Hao said. Not only did he not run away, Cui Lian was also prepared to fight with this zombie. Didn't Lin Hao say that a battle without a real life and death battle is not considered a battle? This time, Cui Lian will improve herself. Cui Lian rode on the Thunderbird, which quietly took off from the other side. And Black Tiger hid in another corner, waiting for something. Cui Lian stood beside the Thunderbird, watching it swooping down towards the zombie. When she felt that the distance was almost right, Cui Lian suddenly jumped off the back of the Thunderbird. You know, Lin Hao's long sword was in her hand. The long sword was extremely sharp, and it was combined with the Jin family tyrant sword. In addition, this sword was still flying down from the sky, which invisibly increased the power of the Jin family tyrant sword. As long as the zombie didn't dodge, Cui Lian would be able to chop off the other's head with one sword. However, Cui Lian did not expect that the opponent still found her. The zombie who suddenly raised his head really scared Cui Lian. The knife in his hand seemed a little unstable. Sure enough, when the knife was chopped down, the zombie who was thought to be unable to dodge actually dodged at the last moment. The knife chopped hard on the ground, and the blade was 3/4 into the ground. The zombie was also frightened to see such a powerful knife. Although the zombie could not see the level of the superpower, and the superpower could not detect the level of the zombie at will, because the opponent was already a force zombie. The force was something stronger than mental power. Although it was impossible to see Cui Lian's specific level, the zombie obtained 2 pieces of information. These 2 pieces of information were enough for this zombie. With these 2 pieces of information, this zombie could already know whether the opponent in front of him was stronger than himself. One was the identity of the opponent, and the other was whether the opponent had the force. But when this zombie sensed that Cui Lian did not even have a little force, he couldn't help laughing. Without the force, how can you be my opponent? The zombie looked at Cui Lian with interest. Cui Lian was usually very cold, so he didn't say anything. But Cui Lian's silence was a sign of cowardice to the zombie. And he laughed. A superpower who doesn't even have the force dares to run around. Do you know where this place is? Do you know how dangerous it is? But since we have met, it means we are destined to meet. Don't worry. I will be gentle. The zombie smiled, looking very lewd. But Cui Lian was unmoved. She just held her long sword and silently looked at the zombie. She did not attack in advance. She wanted to wait for the zombie to attack first. Lin Hao once taught her that if she found that her opponent was clearly stronger than herself, she should not be afraid, but should get ready and wait for a counterattack. Because the Jin family's tyrant sword could easily defeat a stronger opponent. But Cui Lian forgot that she was only an 8th level superpower, and she did not even have the force. Fortunately, the focus of the 1st level force zombie in front of her was not on Cui Lian at all. In addition, the zombie was already seriously injured, and he had a broken arm. Maybe Cui Lian alone was not his opponent. But what if he added Black Tiger and Thunderbird? There are many variables in the battle between life and death. Even if the opponent seems to have no power to fight back, the result is still unknown. However, This truth is obviously unknown to this zombie. And this zombie also does not know another truth. When facing a life and death duel, no matter how weak the opponent is, you must go all out. The zombie is obviously confident in his own strength. And Cui Lian is indeed too weak for him. Little girl, I don't know where you came from, where you are from in the Eastern world, and what powerful background you have. In short, you will definitely die here today. So say a last word. If you meet someone who knows you in the future, maybe you can tell others. The zombie still hadn't gotten into the situation, and was still teasing Cui Lian. Cui Lian followed what Lin Hao said, and would never attack first when she met an opponent stronger than her. Sure enough, the zombie seemed to think Cui Lian was always silent and boring. So he didn't plan to tease Cui Lian anymore. Since you ignore me, then go to hell. The zombie stretched out one of his hands. Since he only had his left hand left, he could only stretch out his left hand. Seeing the zombie left hand, Cui Lian finally seized the opportunity. This was definitely an opportunity, especially for the knife in Cui Lian's hand, because the opponent looked down on Cui Lian. The speed of this palm strike was not fast at all, and he didn't even use his heart at all. But Cui Lian was very attentive and watched the opponent's palm coming towards her seriously. And then she swung the long knife in her hand with full posture. The long knife was very long, and the opponent's arm was not long. So Cui Lian naturally blocked the opponent's arm with this knife. When the zombie arm was blocked by the long knife, he was a little surprised and puzzled. He was surprised because he didn't expect that the weak guy in front of him could actually pick up the knife to resist him. After all, where was his mental pressure? It stands to reason that a superpower who doesn't even have the force can't have the idea of resisting. As a result, Cui Lian not only resisted, but also succeeded in resisting, which made the zombie curious about Cui Lian. But Cui Lian did not let the zombie think any further. For Cui Lian, the moment the opponent stretched out his hand to resist, it was the signal for her to launch an attack. The first move of the Jin family tyrant sword was immediately used at the moment of resisting the opponent. And then, immediately afterwards, the second move of the Jin family tyrant sword. The zombie looked at the knife swung by Cui Lian, without dodging or avoiding it, and smiled. But he did not stand there stupidly and ignore Cui Lian's attack. The zombie had his own purpose. He had to find the crystal core. The zombie recovery ability was fast, but swallowing a powerful crystal core would make the recovery ability faster, and it would also increase his own strength. Chapter 774. Just before Cui Lian could react, the zombie suddenly kicked her on the calf. Cui Lian immediately lost the strength to swing the knife, because the calf is the root. If the root is lost, the strength is lost. Before Cui Lian could adjust herself, the zombie kicked again, this time kicking Cui Lian on the shoulder, and Cui Lian flew out. Cui Lian did not expect that the first level force was only 2 levels higher than hers. But the strength was so different. What was going on? In fact, it all comes down to the force. Compared with zombies and superpowers without the force, there is a world of difference. They are not on the same level at all. If this zombie was not seriously injured, but in its prime, Cui Lian might have died somewhere now. After all, the force is not vegetarian. But because of this, because this zombie was seriously injured and missing an arm, Cui Lian dared to attack. Although she felt uncomfortable all over her body after being kicked by the zombie, Cui Lian still stood up because she felt that she could still fight. When Cui Lian got up, she took a few steps back and distanced herself from the zombie. She had seen that the zombie reaction ability was very strong. If she continued to fight like this, Cui Lian would definitely not be his opponent. Obviously, the zombie also understood this. Because of this, the zombie did not chase Cui Lian, because he knew what his focus was. He also had to find the crystal core that emitted the smell. As a first-level zombie of the force, he had no idea what the crystal core that emitted the smell for nearly 1,000 meters represented. In short, no matter what it represents, this one will definitely go to find the crystal core. After all, the zombie's desires are there, and no one can control their desires. Cui Lian saw this zombie like this, so naturally he couldn't let him go on looking. He knew the state of zombie evolution. In this case, even a zombie at the force level would be extremely fragile. Therefore, once this zombie found Lin Hao's location, Lin Hao would become very dangerous. He absolutely couldn't let this guy find Lin Hao. Cui Lian held the long knife and waved it with one hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew towards the zombie. As a zombie with some experience, He naturally understood that this was caused by elemental skills, which were actually quite terrifying. However, seeing that the person who released it was only an 8th level psychic, the zombie began to search again without any concern. Shui Lian did not stop. He continued to wave his hand. Suddenly, a ball of red light appeared. This ball of fire rushed directly towards the zombie against the wind. The zombie was startled, and then remembered that he was a force zombie, and the psychic was a psychic who had not even reached the force. Without the blessing of the force, this skill had no harm at all. Thinking of this, the zombie let those elemental skills attack him without worry. Suddenly, flames began to shoot out. But the zombie didn't care at all. He was still looking for something. Seeing this zombie so careless, Shui Lian finally couldn't help laughing. Lin Hao naturally told her that at this level, she couldn't kill a force zombie with elemental skills even if she died of exhaustion. So at the beginning, Shui Lian didn't even think about using her elemental skills to deal with this zombie. The reason why Shui Lian did this was very simple. That is, to confuse him. When the fire began to burn on the zombie body, the high temperature and the grease on the zombie body met, and they immediately began to feel disgusted, because the zombie regeneration ability was faster than the destructive ability of the fire. The fire element was basically useless, but the burning smoke did work. When the smoke began to drill into the zombie eyes, the zombie finally reacted, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes with his hands. At this moment, Shui Lian once again used the wind element to speed up her speed, raised the Jin family sword in her hand high, and then rushed towards the zombie. No one knew whether Shui Lian would succeed, but at this moment, Shui Lian gave herself great confidence. She believed in herself and would succeed. She felt that she could do it. At this moment, the Thunderbird called out, and the black tiger not far away also roared. Obviously, they were all covering for Shui Lian. The zombie, whose eyes were already smoked, heard the two calls of the mutant beast and looked around in panic. So he finally ignored Shui Lian, who was rushing towards him. The first move of Jin Jiabadeo slashed fiercely on the zombie neck. But the zombie defense was too thick, and Sui Lian's strength was still far behind. He looked at the thick skin of the zombie and did not give up, but continued to use the second move of Jin Jiabadeo. The zombie had already reacted when using the first move. He did not expect that this stupid psychic did not run away, but actually attacked him. In the zombie view, this psychic found that he was not his opponent. So shouldn't he flee quickly at this time? Why do you insist on fighting with me here? Even if Shui Lian escapes, this zombie will not chase her. After all, he is in a weak state now. In this state, he has no way to chase a superpower in his prime. Moreover, even if he really catches up with this superpower and kills her, what's the point? This zombie obviously knows how to calculate this account. If a superpower appears in his territory and comes here accidentally, he can just scare the other party and drive him away. For this zombie, the most important thing is the crystal core that he has never seen before. But in the end, he didn't expect that this superpower not only didn't run away, but attacked him, and launched more than one bombardment attack. Seeing that the opponent's second knife was about to chop down, the zombie subconsciously stretched out his only remaining hand to resist. As a result, he didn't expect that this resistance was the beginning of a nightmare. When the first knife of Jin Jiaba fell, the eighth knife would definitely fall. So Shui Lian put all her strength into the second, third, fourth, and fifth knives. Finally, when she chopped off the opponent's other arm with the fifth knife. This time, the zombie had no arms, only 2 legs and a head, and the expression of the head was still confused. Seeing the opponent's expression, Shui Lian was not willing to let go of this opportunity. The opportunity was not to be missed, and the 6th knife chopped fiercely on the neck of the zombie. Finally, Shui Lian watched the zombie head fly up in front of her. Chapter 775. During the day, the dark clouds that were broken by the top superpowers and zombies finally merged together, blocking the sunlight again, as well as the moonlight that appeared after the sunlight set. The entire Ula planet once again became a large dark area. But those who had already enjoyed the light really didn't want to face the darkness again, even though it should have been night now. Many people did not sleep, but stood on the city wall, quietly looking at the sky, hoping that the sunlight would appear again the next morning. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of pairs of people looking up, but only occasionally saw a pair of people. A black shadow flashed in the sky, and those people curiously asked the people around them if they saw the black shadow. When they got a negative answer, they thought they might have seen an illusion. So no one took this situation seriously. Just like that, this black shadow came to the Eastern world openly. The black shadow was Hong Ying. Hong Ying came to the Eastern world to kill. He wanted to implement the beheading plan. Come to the depths of the enemy camp. Find the old man in tang suits and others. And then kill them one by one. According to the battle during the day, several hours had passed. And the old man in tang suit was finally able to stand up. A superpower is a superpower. Let alone a top superpower. Even if the zombies are already heavy, as long as they are given time, they can always recover. Babwa should be considered to have recovered. He tried to wave his hands, arms, and limbs, and found that he could move his whole body. So he laughed happily. At this moment, a sinister voice came from behind the old man in tang suit. You recovered very quickly. The old man in tang suit didn't even need to react, but just sighed. I guessed you would come. Only in this way, you have a chance to win. However, although you are not smart, at least you are not stupid. In fact, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Why do you always ask me if I remember you every time you see me? In fact, I have never seen you. What do you mean by asking this question? Hong Ying finally couldn't hold back and asked. It doesn't matter. If you can't remember, forget it. You came to me just to kill me, right? The old man in the tang suit looked very calm, even peaceful. Yes, if I kill you, there's nothing to worry about with the others. Except you are a little bit tricky. Hong Ying told the truth. It's just a little tricky. To be honest, your words really make me sad. I didn't expect that after I finally broke through my inner demon. The strength I got was just a little tricky for you. The old man in tang suit laughed. The conversation between the two seemed like teasing each other. It was hard to tell that they were about to have a life and death duel. Well, I exaggerated. In fact, you are not just a little bit tricky. You are very tricky. Unfortunately, you have not yet realized enough. Otherwise, you alone would be enough to fight me. You are very dangerous. So you must die. Hong Ying said it very seriously. He said it to the old man in tang suit. The old man in tang suit finally turned around and looked at Hong Ying and said, But I don't want to die. I don't want the Eastern world to be destroyed in your hands. And I don't want to see humans become slaves of your zombies. If I leave this planet, what will you do? Hong Ying suddenly asked. Is there any need to ask such a question? Of course. We should clear the zombies out of this world first. If it weren't for you, the Ula planet would have returned to its previous life. You have to understand that zombies should not exist in the first place. You should all return to the original virus cell state. The old man in the tang suit said with some anger in the face of this. No. I think existence is reasonable. Since we zombies exist, we should continue to exist like this. If you didn't keep killing us all, I would never start such a war. Hong Ying seemed to be reasoning with the old man in tang suit. No. You are wrong. After all, most of you zombies are below the force. But do you know what those low-level zombies eat? They eat people. From this point of view, they are already on the opposite side of us humans. You zombies cannot survive on this planet because you eat people. The old man in tang suit said viciously. You say that we zombies eat people? It was because of this condition that the first generation of zombies agreed to divide the world, giving zombies one piece of land to live on, and you humans another piece of land to live on. In this case, you still say that we zombies are going to eat you. Then I really won't say anything. Do you really not know how many zombies are hiding in the Eastern world? They are with humans every day, even living, marrying, loving, and being intimate with humans. Do they eat humans? Hong Ying laughed, and her laugh was dangerous. Anyway, I think such man-eating creatures should not exist on this planet. They must be eradicated so that I can feel at ease. The old man in the tang suit is very kind, but he is also very tough. When he becomes tough, no matter who is on the other side, he cannot change his decision. So you are just arguing with me? Is cannibalism rare among you humans? Hong Ying has already started to mock. They are of different natures. How can they be confused? The old man waved his hand and said, They are of different natures? It's ridiculous. I am so much older than you. But it is still you who is stubborn and unyielding. It's really strange. Hong Ying felt very curious. He really wanted to see what was in these people's heads. And he really did it. Hong Ying took action. With a wave of his hand, the sharp red force flew towards the old man. The old man hurriedly blocked the force attack with his hands, and then put his hands together. Suddenly, the roar of dragons and tigers sounded, and the sound resounded through the world, as if the whole world heard it. This was also intentional by the old man. How could the old man not know that he could not beat Hong Ying? So he made such a commotion. And I am afraid that the whole world would know about it. A golden spear appeared in the old man's hand. The old man held the golden spear and looked at Hong Ying silently. Hong Ying laughed happily. He didn't know why. Every time he saw such a battle scene, he always liked to laugh. He laughed very happily, as if he felt that this matter was easy to solve. For Hong Ying, this matter was not easy to solve. He had to get rid of the old man in tang suit before others arrived. But he didn't know that the old man in tang suit had guessed that Hong Ying would do this. So he didn't let others leave the area around the city wall. When the movement sounded, everyone was awakened. Just when Hong Ying was about to take action, another top-level superpower appeared. Hong Ying counted, and there were 7. Chapter 776. Very good, old man. I thought you were a pedantic guy. But I didn't expect that you were just a hypocritical person. Hong Ying nodded, smiled, and gradually flew up, ready to escape. Hong Ying, you want to kill me? How do you know that I have wanted to kill you for a long time? And I have wanted to kill you for decades. Today, maybe my wish will come true. I must use all my strength to keep you here. The old man in tang suit said directly. Hong Ying said, do you think you can really keep me with your little power? What gives you the confidence to think so? The old man in tang suit was obviously too lazy to argue with Hong Ying. He led the other 7 top-level psychics to fly up, although it was already late at night. The other 7 people looked like they must have not slept and were waiting for him. This is good. Really good. Your IQ is much better than the 2 people I dealt with before. But do you think 8 people together can be my opponent? It's a joke. Hong Ying was not afraid of the 8 of them. Since she was able to fight 8 people alone last time, she could do it again this time. But Hong Ying also knew that even if she could remain undefeated, she would not be a match for the 8 of them. After all, there were 8 people on the other side. And Hong Ying was only 1 person. The 9 people fought again in the sky. This time, the others under the city wall really couldn't help. They could only raise their heads, watch silently, and wait silently. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the dark clouds in the sky to disperse again. You can imagine how fierce the battle between them was. And it actually caused the dark clouds to disperse again. The people on the city wall looked at the moonlight and starlight, and suddenly became excited. They didn't expect that there would be a moon and stars. You know, on the Ula planet, if the sun is something that can be barely seen, then the moon and stars are really scarce. Many people have never seen them, including these seemingly powerful superpowers. It was the first time they saw the stars, and they knew that the stars were so beautiful. It was the first time they saw the moon, and they knew that the moon could also emit light. They were not concerned about the battles of those people in the sky, but the moon and stars that Lin Hao had watched countless times and even got tired of. These things were truly rare and scarce for the humans on the Ula planet. No one cared how those guys in the sky fought, and no one cared whether they won or lost. They only knew that at this moment, they were peaceful, calm, and confused. In the end, the battle ended in vain, but the already injured Gallic became more seriously injured. On the contrary, the old man in tang suit was very healthy, because this time he fought with his companions, and no one fought alone. So he became the only one who was not injured. After all, his strength was there. Hong Ying was not far from the 8 people, silently looking at them, and then said, "Wait, I will definitely defeat you." Every time this kind of battle ends, Hong Ying severely injures someone on the opposite side, but he can never kill the opposite side. Of course, the opposite side can't cause any serious injuries to Hong Ying. The reason why each battle ends is because Hong Ying has used up the original force, and then he has to end the battle. If the reason in Hong Ying's body is enough, he will definitely stick with these 8 people to the end, until he kills them. After all, when Hong Ying bursts out with all his strength, he can suppress these 8 people. Unfortunately, because of this burst, Hong Ying's original force is consumed very quickly, and he has to end the battle at the end. Haha. You always say that. Next time you come, don't leave. If you want to leave, please change your words, Qing Feiyong said with a smile. Hong Ying stared at the fat man until she felt guilty. Then she turned around and prepared to leave. To be honest, these 8 people really wanted to catch up. But you know, Hong Ying must have other tricks left. It's always like this. Last time they chased like this, a top-level psychic died. Fortunately, the latter quickly made up for it. Otherwise, Hong Ying would have taken advantage of the death of a psychic and suddenly rushed up to launch a war against the Eastern world. I'm afraid it would not be so easy to stop. This is how it is in the Eastern world. Every time a psychic dies, there will surely be a second one who rises up and continues to protect their Eastern world. But in the Western world, Hong Ying has no idea how long he has been protecting this group of trash under his command. And he hasn't seen anyone grow up. If someone could grow up, Hong Ying would actually be able to leave with peace of mind. And he wouldn't have to suppress himself by force. In fact, he has been suppressing himself for more than 10 years. But in the last few years, he obviously felt that he couldn't suppress himself anymore. His force has filled every corner of his body. And as long as he wants, the force will immediately take him to another new realm. But once he does this, not only will his realm reach a new level, but his body will also leave this planet. Hong Ying sighed, and it seemed that he could only continue the next moment of the battle. Hong Ying left, and when he passed by Lin Hao's place, he saw Cui Lian. But he did not go down to bother her. Hong Ying was obviously in a bad mood now. And when he was in a bad mood, he didn't want to talk. So he left. Cui Lian still sat there, looking at the stone on the entrance of Lin Hao's cave. Black Tiger came to Cui Lian and rubbed Cui Lian's face intimately. Cui Lian touched Black Tiger, and then smiled. Do you know? Actually, I really like Lin Hao. It's not because she saved me. I started to like him before she saved me. Cui Lian's soliloquy was naturally to He Hu. But Cui Lian seemed to have forgotten that He Hu was not an ordinary pet or beast. He was a mutant beast. Especially after reaching He Hu's level. He could understand human language and had his own thoughts. But Cui Lian told all her secrets to He Hu. It was the situation just now that made Cui Lian feel like she had survived a disaster. Cui Lian didn't feel anything during the battle. But when the battle was over, Cui Lian suddenly realized something. The one she was fighting was actually a force zombie. And just now, she actually killed a force zombie. This was incredible. If there was a little negligence at that time, then Cui Lian would be lying on the ground now. Chapter 777. In any case, the zombie in front of him was eventually killed by him. So now he is faced with a problem. The crystal core of this zombie is a first-level crystal core of the Force, which is definitely useless to Lin Hao. But it is very useful to both the Black Tiger and the Thunderbird, many zombies or mutants. If they accidentally get a crystal core of the Force level, they will not swallow it immediately, but wait until they evolve to the 9th level before swallowing it, so that they can experience the pleasure of reaching the first level of the Force directly. Coincidentally, both Black Tiger and Thunderbird have reached the peak of the 8th level of evolution. It won't take long for any one of them to break through to the 9th level. But who should this Force Crystal Core be given to? This has become a difficult problem. Seeing Thunderbird and Black Tiger looking at Cui Lian with eager eyes, Cui Lian sighed and said, I really don't know who to give it to among you. Otherwise, let's wait for Lin Hao to come out. I give it to whoever Lin Hao says to give it to. Cui Lian decided to give this difficult problem to Lin Hao, so that he would relax a lot. Even the mutant beast was indeed much calmer after hearing Lin Hao's name. Thunderbird began to fulfill its responsibilities again, flew high and checked the surrounding situation, while Black Tiger still lay beside Cui Lian, allowing Cui Lian to touch it. This wait. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a whole night passed. And then another day passed. The next day, Hong Ying led his large army to attack the Eastern world again. The old man in Tang suit had guessed that Hong Ying would play such a trick. Indeed, yesterday, Hong Ying fought against 8 of them alone. And the injury of an already injured person became more serious. Hong Ying himself had no injuries except that he had no force. The next day, under the gloomy weather, Hong Ying once again gathered the army and rushed towards the Eastern world. However, this time, the army that came was not zombies. As the most powerful zombie in the entire Western world, Hong Ying could control more than just zombies. The first war was just to test the Eastern world. Although the cost of the test was a bit high, Hong Ying didn't care, as long as he could achieve his goal in the end. The death of a few zombies was nothing. But this time, after seeing this scene, almost everyone on the wall was shocked. In front of them, there was a monkey that was almost as tall as the wall. There were scars on the monkey's face, and his expression looked so hideous and terrifying. He stood not far away. Usually, The superpowers on the wall said with a smile, "It's just a city. I can handle it in minutes." Behind the monkey, in addition to the monkey, there are all kinds of things. These animals are either huge or extremely small, such as a centipede, a fly, and a mosquito. They can talk, but they are all very small. When they fly towards the group of superpowers, the superpowers can't even find them. Small things have their advantages. When the centipede climbed up the wall, it bit all those people below the third level of the force. Those people suddenly turned purple and could not move. Then the mosquitoes and flies came forward and gave the opponent a fatal blow. When the psychics reacted, the three little guys had already bitten dozens of people at the third level of the force to death. I don't know if the centipede has a detection function. Every psychic it bit was at the third level of the force. This invisibly caused a certain amount of damage to the psychics. And the level of this centipede was also the third level of the force. Hong Ying floated in front of the city wall again, and smiled at the old man in tang suit, who was also floating in the sky. "You old man. I just made you an appetizer yesterday. I don't know if you enjoyed it. Starting today, I will have a full meal with you." The old man in tang suit looked at the dense mutant beasts under the city wall. Those mutant beasts were all at the force level. Each of them could speak and look at the humans here with a mocking expression. Moreover, their size was already terrifying. The city wall was 20 meters long, which made many zombies who couldn't fly sigh in despair. However, among the mutants that Hong Ying found, almost every one of them was more than 20 meters tall. As long as they wanted, they could climb over the city wall anytime and anywhere and enter the city. Because of the favorable conditions, the mutant beasts have stronger defense and attack power than the mutant zombies and superpowers of the same level. Some mutant beasts have even evolved unexpected skills. "Oh my god! How many mutant beasts are there?" Someone on the wall couldn't help asking. In front, those tall mutant beasts blocked the view behind, and no one knew how many mutant beasts there were. But there was no doubt that these 100-year-old beasts were all at the force level. There were always few mutant beasts above the 5th level of force, but there were many mutant beasts that could fly. In short, the battle of the 3rd level might be much harder. The Western world and the Eastern world have been fighting for hundreds of years, so both sides have a tacit understanding. Without Hong Ying saying anything, the mutant beasts have already rushed up, looking at the city wall and the superpowers with scarlet eyes. Those mutant beasts more than 20 meters behind are also below the 5th level of the force. Logically, they are all 3rd level. But among the 3rd level superpowers, there is no one who can fight against each other. Therefore, the 3rd level superpowers can only start to form a group. They gather together, use weapons, skills, and various methods to fight these mutant beasts. The battle circle is large and long. When the real war begins, the 3rd level can always fight magnificently, and those seemingly huge mutant beasts also become smaller. After the fight, the superpowers know how many mutant beasts they are facing. Endless. It looks bigger than the number of psychics. In fact, the number of mutants is definitely less than that of psychics. But because of their huge size, they occupy a lot of space. However, what people fear most on the battlefield is not the huge psychics. Yes, their power is huge and their defense is solid. But when the psychics unite together, the speed of these guys becomes useless. Several psychics of the same level can easily deal with such a mutant. But there are also very small mutants following these huge mutants. For example, the ape. The psychics have tripped the ape to the ground with iron chains. Several psychics are about to solve the problem. And suddenly, a hummingbird appears. Chapter 778. When the hummingbird appeared, the psychics who were besieging the apes finally understood what a nightmare was. The hummingbird was only at the 2nd level of the force, and the worst force to deal with the apes was at the 2nd level of the force. But no one could resist the hummingbird. The hummingbird was extremely fast, and a psychic at the 2nd level of the force had not even reacted before being stabbed in the neck by the hummingbird. Fortunately, they were all psychics at the force level, and this kind of injury was no problem at all for them. However, there was a monkey adjusting himself above these psychics. Seeing that this guy seemed to be unprepared, the monkey raised his big hand without thinking. The palm of the big hand suddenly began to petrify and looked extremely solid. The palm was like a boulder falling from a high altitude, and it hit the psychic of the 2nd level of the force fiercely. The people around were looking for the hummingbird, so when someone discovered the scene, they were too late to rescue. They watched helplessly as the place where the psychic of the 2nd level of the force stood had an extra palm. The furry palm was completely in contact with the ground without any bulge. Seeing this scene, it was already possible to believe what happened to the person under the palm. Those psychics watched their companions die in front of them. Finally, the other psychics couldn't stand it. Many of them graduated from the academy. Who in their class was not a child of destiny? Mediocre people went to be guards for others. How could they step into the level of the force? The raging anger of these people was already burning. And the monkey was suddenly a little overwhelmed. You know, among the people who besieged him, not counting the dead one, there were a total of 5 people, 4 of whom were at the 3rd level of the force, and 1 was at the 4th level of the force. And the monkey was just a mutant beast at the 3rd level of the force. No matter how you look at it, he should not be the opponent of these people. But what was the result? As a result, the monkey killed a guy with the 2nd level force, because the reason was a defensive mutant beast. When a 3rd level defensive mutant beast of the force started to defend frantically, it was really difficult for these people to break his defense. What's more, next to the monkey, there was a hummingbird with the 2nd level force. The speed of the hummingbird was so fast that it was almost invisible. The hummingbird was also equivalent to a mutant beast with extreme attributes, because of its thin body, extremely fast speed, and extremely strong attack power. Its defense and mental strength were pitifully low, but it already had the most basic IQ. The hummingbird knew that when he was with a mutant beast like the monkey, he could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses and form a very perfect combination. When those people focused their fire on the ape again, the hummingbird moved again. While attacking the ape, those people had already started to pay attention to the elusive hummingbird. But in the end, they still panicked. The hummingbird, from some unknown angle, actually pierced the head of a 3rd level force user. The people around were stunned, watching their companions die beside them. You can imagine how they felt. The hummingbird may have been inflated. He didn't dare to provoke a 4th level force user, but he could definitely try a 3rd level force user. He could do it once or twice, but not 3 times. Those users had been teased by the hummingbird so many times, so they simply retreated and stayed away from the ape. In the process of moving away, the 4th level force user finally saw the rapidly flying hummingbird, and the hummingbird was rushing towards a 3rd level force user frantically. The 4th level psychic hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." This warning made everyone alert. When a 3rd level psychic was alert, a 2nd level mutant beast could do nothing. The person the hummingbird wanted to attack found him, and then the psychic grabbed the hummingbird without hesitation, and used his most powerful skills and greatest strength to fiercely shoot at the hummingbird. This psychic was a psychic, and his mental shock was the most feared attack of the hummingbird, because the hummingbird could not resist this attack. When the hummingbird died, the psychics once again set their sights on the ape. The ape looked at the psychics, and was a little scared. How could he not be scared? The eyes of these people were emitting a jealous and cruel light, which could make even a defensive mutant retreat. This scene happened in every corner of the battlefield, because they were all new generation psychics. Although they had fought with mutants, the number of times was very small. Many mutants preferred to stay in the westernmost part of the West world. They did not like to live with zombies. Therefore, there were very few truly powerful mutants, and many force-level psychics had not seen them. Therefore, when the war began, the psychics were immediately at a disadvantage, because they had no experience. Although their numbers were much larger than the mutants, they were still suppressed by the mutants at the beginning. But these psychics are clear about one thing. If they are really suppressed by these mutant beasts and let them win, then the Eastern world will lose, and their families, friends, and even themselves will lose their dignity, and they will definitely die here. But they will not allow their families and friends to lose their homes. So these psychics are actually fighting a do-or-die battle. They don't want their hometowns to be occupied by these zombies and mutant beasts. Gradually, the psychics have reversed the decline again, and peace has been restored to the 3rd level. As for the 2nd level, because the number of mutant beasts above the 5th level of the force is similar to the number of zombies above the 5th level of the force, and the number of 5th level of the force among humans is actually similar, there is nothing to see in the 2nd level. These people basically don't fight desperately. They are all about to reach the peak, but they haven't reached the peak yet. They regard their lives as more important than anyone else, and will never fight desperately easily. Of course, there are some who fight desperately, but they are a minority after all. The 2nd level is generally peaceful, but the 1st level has a slight sense of imbalance, because Gallic was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. So for Hong Ying, the easiest way is to focus on Gallic. They can't do without Gallic. Once Gallic is missing, the abundance of the force and the degree of damage will be reduced. And then, they will be completely no match for Hong Ying. Hong Ying laughed while fighting. Very rampant. Chapter 779. Gallic, are you still okay? If not, don't hold on. After another collective attack, Hong Ying was repelled. Kelly came to Gallic's side and wanted to see what Gallic looked like. Gallic shook his head and said, "It's okay. Don't worry about me. Be careful of that zombie." Gallic said so. But they were all top-level psychics. They only needed to take a look to see what Gallic was like. If not, let's retreat first. Qing Feiyong couldn't help asking. No, we don't have the right to retreat. We must fight on, Qianli said righteously. Qing Feiyong was choked by Qianli and didn't say anything. But what Qianli said was true. They really didn't have the right to stop this war. They could only fight passively. That's right. Qianli is right. We don't have the right to end this war. All we can do is fight on. The old man in tang suit held his golden war spear, stood not far away, and looked at Hong Ying silently. Hong Ying knew that they were already at the end of their strength. If one of the 8 people was missing, they would not be able to defeat Hong Ying. It was obvious that Gallic was not doing well. So Hong Ying was not in a hurry. He had just fought with that person for such a long time, and actually felt that his original force had been consumed a lot. Now that he had another chance, why not recover his original force? Hong Ying's calculation was good. He was ready to take advantage of the opportunity. But he didn't know that there was another shameless person not far away who was ready to take advantage of the opportunity. Shui Lian guarded the cave entrance for a day and a night. Finally, Lin Hao walked out of the cave entrance. He gently pushed away the stone, then slowly crawled out, and finally stood straight on the land. His eyes were shining. He couldn't help but look around, and then looked at Shui Lian. "Thank you for guarding me until now." Lin Hao saw Shui Lian's body, and knew that this silly girl must have been guarding him here for a long time. There was also a corpse on the ground. What was even more incredible was that this corpse was a first-level zombie of the Force. Lin Hao knew that it was impossible for Shui Lian to defeat a first-level zombie with only herself and 2 mutant beasts. But the corpse of the zombie was right under his feet, and the head was not far away. Obviously, no one would come to help Shui Lian, so the zombie could only have been killed by Shui Lian. This was bound to be dangerous. But the person standing in front of him was Shui Lian, which was destined. "Thank you." Lin Hao couldn't help but thank her again. Shui Lian didn't say anything. She felt that what she did was what she should do. So Shui Lian just smiled and said to Lin Hao, "How is your evolution level?" Lin Hao smiled and couldn't help but look at the attribute panel in his mind again. Host, Lin Hao. Level, Force level 5, for tense, title, Corpse King. Skills, Mind Control, 1500/12500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Manipulation of items. Metamorphosis. Strength, 180. Spirit, 205. Speed, 180. Stamina, 182. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step towards becoming powerful. Road to Strengthening, 2000/1000000. Yes. I have reached the 5th level of Force. It was strange that when Lin Hao reached this level, he found that he was not as surprised as he had imagined. As if this matter was a very restrained, very natural and ordinary thing. 5th level of Force? For Shui Lian, who was still struggling at the lower level of Force, this was already a terrifying existence. You know, even when Shui Lian was called the pride of the world in school before, she never thought that she would reach the level of Force one day. Maybe the Force level is really a very rare level, and some people have exaggerated the mystery of the Force to an extreme. So when Shui Lian heard about the knowledge of the Force, that level seemed mysterious and powerful. But after Shui Lian followed Lin Hao these days, she found that this level was not as mysterious as she imagined. In addition, this war has been exaggerated to the war of annihilation among the people of the Eastern world or those low-level superpowers. In fact, it is almost the same as the war of annihilation. But the Force level has begun to become sparse and common. And the 1st and 2nd level Force zombies can really walk everywhere. Do you think I can possibly reach this level? Shui Lian asked with some longing. Lin Hao smiled. Very gentle and sunny, with your talent. It is easy to reach this level. You have to believe in yourself. Shui Lian couldn't help blushing, as red as a monkey's butt, and said, "Then what should we do next?" "Then what's the noise?" Lin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously. "The great demon King Hongying is bringing a group of mutant beasts to attack our eastern world again." Shui Lian couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was a human being. How could she be indifferent to such things? "Then let's go there too." Lin Hao's true colors were exposed in an instant. There was a war going on over there, and it was a powerful mutant beast. If he got a few mutant beast crystal cores, it would be just right for 2 mounts. If he really got a very advanced one, it would be just right for him to continue to evolve and upgrade. It was simply the best thing. So, when the first level was fighting fiercely above the clouds, the second level was fighting fiercely, and the third level was in a life and death struggle. Lin Hao and Shui Lian came here quietly. "Did you feel that your evolutionary level has improved during this process?" Lin Hao asked. Since Shui Lian had fought a first-level zombie, she should have improved a little. Otherwise, what was the point of that fight? "Well, I feel that my evolutionary level seems to have improved. But it's not yet level 9. Shui Lian said softly, very gently. "Then you're improving very quickly." This is not flattery, but Lin Hao's sincere praise. You know, when he was on Earth, Lin Hao's improvement speed was already very fast compared to other people. But compared to Shui Lian, it was still a long way behind. Shui Lian has reached the level of a true genius. Shui Lian was praised by Lin Hao, and couldn't help but shyly said, "I used to think it would take a long time to reach level 9. But I didn't expect that fighting could really improve my level. This level is also a fluke. I am very satisfied." Shui Lian had just finished speaking when Lin Hao said seriously, "No. Don't be satisfied. There can't be satisfaction on the road of evolution. The moment you become a superpower, you can't stop. You can only rush on this road forever." Lin Hao had just finished speaking when they arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 780. Can you really wait for what you want here? Shui Lian couldn't help looking at Lin Hao. He thought that those guys in the second level would never die. They all cherished their lives so much. As for why Lin Hao was able to pick up a 7th level mutant crystal core last time, it was all because of Xiao Xiaoyu and the others. If Xiao Xiaoyu hadn't entered the second level, there would be no zombies dying in the second level, and Lin Hao would not have been able to pick up such a high-level crystal core. After all, crystal cores are not only needed by zombies. For many people, crystal cores are also a very precious energy source. But since he was here, Lin Hao naturally thought that maybe he could wait for a while, just in case there was something to gain. But after lying here for most of the day, watching the zombies and superpowers in the second level fighting happily, no zombies or superpowers fell. But something happened in the first level. The first level, where the fight was the most intense, suddenly stopped. Hong Ying's expression was a little surprised, a little unwilling, a little resentful, and a little reluctant. In short, these expressions merged together. Just confused. Looking at Hong Ying's confused look, Lin Hao was also a little confused, and he felt a bad premonition. The other 8 people looked at Hong Ying with a mocking look, especially the seriously injured Jellic. This guy was the most seriously injured, so he naturally hated Hong Ying more. He pointed at Hong Ying and cursed loudly, "Old bastard. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. Come and kill me." Originally, Hong Ying was the rampant party, but in the end, the two sides seemed to have switched directions. The 8 superpowers here began to become rampant, especially Jellic. This guy was the most seriously injured, so he naturally hated Hong Ying the most. At this time, Hong Ying could not move. Although Hong Ying could not move, none of the 8 people dared to step forward and attack Hong Ying. Why didn't Hong Ying move? Hong Ying couldn't beat the 8 of them? Of course not. Even if she couldn't beat them temporarily. As time went on, Hong Ying believed that she would be able to defeat them. But now, the situation was very awkward. Not only did Hong Ying stand there motionless, but she couldn't even speak in this situation. The third level stopped. The second level stopped. And the war stopped at the same time. Everyone was paying attention to what happened to the 9 people in the first level. I don't know how much time has passed. Anyway, Hong Ying's confused look finally calmed down. And then, Hong Ying looked at the ground, saw all the mutant beasts in the third level, and all the zombies in the second level. Only Lin Hao knew that Hong Ying actually looked at no one except himself. But Hong Ying didn't dare to put his eyes on Lin Hao, because Lin Hao was Hong Ying's last hope, especially after seeing that Lin Hao was now at the 5th level of the force. Hong Ying actually sighed secretly, not knowing what he was sighing about. But at some point, he had to leave. Hong Ying had felt before that he was not far from breaking through to the 9th level of the Force. Although he knew it was not far, he did not expect it to be so close. In his opinion, he could at least hold on for 1 or 2 years. However, when he completely let go of the battle, because the Force was consumed quickly, it was naturally replenished quickly. And the faster it was replenished, the faster it improved. Especially in the recent battles, Hong Ying was fighting desperately. He just wanted to make sure that his kind could really survive on this planet before he left. This was Hong Ying's last obsession. But he did not expect that it was still not achieved in the end. Because of the increase in the Force, Hong Ying had to be forced to improve his level. In the end, he broke through completely. But this universe was already the first universe. What else was there above it? Hong Ying is almost invincible in the first universe. Such people have long given up the pursuit of fame and fortune. They like to set a goal for themselves and then find ways to achieve it, such as allowing their kind to survive on this planet. But when they know that they may not be able to complete it, Hong Ying just sighed. After all, there is a whole new world waiting for him to explore. As for this place, let it be. Lin Hao's talent is so strong. But it's a pity that Hong Ying can't help him. The look just now was actually a guilty look. Maybe this guy felt guilty for pulling Lin Hao, a guy from another planet, over here. After all, after Hong Ying left, Lin Hao could only rely on those humans to go home. But in this situation, Lin Hao had no way to sneak into the human world and use those spaceships to go home. In Hong Ying's opinion, it might be that he harmed Lin Hao. But some things are so helpless. He can't do anything. He can only float quietly in the air, looking at every place on this planet from time to time. Gallic was still insulting him wantonly. Suddenly, Hong Ying looked at Gallic and said to him with all his strength, "Keep scolding. I will remember you. When I can come and go freely, I hope you can still see me alive." This sudden roar scared the 9 people on the opposite side. They looked at Hong Ying in a state of bewilderment, thinking that Hong Ying might leave. But in the end, when Hong Ying gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, this guy finally left. Hong Ying disappeared. Hong Ying disappeared on the Eula planet. From today on, there are no zombies, with the 9th level of the Force on the zombie side. From today on, the zombies will enter a complete nightmare. The reason is very simple. Hong Ying left. No one can restrain the 8 top-level superpowers. No one. Lin Hao suddenly felt a crisis. A very strong crisis. In front of him, the mutant beasts of the 3rd level began to flee frantically. And those guys of the 2nd level in the sky also began to retreat gradually. Of course, for safety, the hundreds of guys gathered together and retreated slowly and cautiously. The 8 top mutant beasts were just in the higher sky, silently watching this scene with a smile on their faces, as if they were watching a group of fun toys. Finally, the riot began. The first to riot were of course the 3rd level, and then the 2nd level. Lin Hao immediately lowered Cui Lian's head, and then protected him under his body, letting those huge mutant beasts step over him. But he didn't care at all. Remember? Don't follow me for a while. Go back to the Eastern world by yourself. You will really die if you follow me. I'm leaving. Otherwise I will die too. When the mutant beasts were almost gone, Lin Hao raised his head and whispered to Cui Lian. Chapter 781. No, I won't leave. Cui Lian was still very stubborn. Not leaving? Why are you following me if you don't want to leave? Are you looking for death? I'm on the Eula planet, and Thunderbird is following me. If you want to find me, you can come to me anytime and anywhere after the limelight has passed. Why do you have to be stubborn at this critical moment? Lin Hao advised. Then what will you do? This is what Cui Lian asked with real worry. What should I do? Lin Hao raised his head and looked at the 8 superpowers, who were about to follow the 2nd level to chase the zombies, and said with a smile, "Do you see those 8 guys? Those guys are not targeting me, but those that can fly. As long as I follow these mutants that can only run, I should be fine." Really? Cui Lian asked again. Really? You have to believe me. You can't help me with anything now, but you have unlimited potential. When you reach the level of the Force and can speak in the Eastern world, it won't be too late to help me. Now, believe me, leave first. I won't die so easily, Lin Hao said firmly, looking at Lin Hao's determined face. Shui Lian could only nod and say, "Then don't die. Wait for me to find you. Don't worry. I wait for you to find me." When the mutant beasts were almost gone, Lin Hao randomly found a mutant beast and climbed behind him. The mutant beast was a second-level force mutant beast. This kind of mutant beast is a guy with a little strength, but not very strong. This kind of guy is just a mainstay in the third level. It is not the target of the third level group behind him, nor the target of the second level, nor the target of the 8 people in the first level. Because Lin Hao is at the 5th level of the force. And now he is running for his life. And he is a zombie. So although he hates being ridden on someone's back, he doesn't have much time to resist the guy behind him. So Lin Hao almost encountered no resistance and hid behind this mutant beast. Obviously, Lin Hao, a guy at the 5th level of the force, is already at the 2nd level. As long as he reaches the 5th level of the force, he can be considered a very powerful zombie. One of the top combat forces. So Lin Hao is definitely one of the other party's key targets. Now, Lin Hao can only quickly reduce his pressure. And then wait. Wait for the guy under his butt to let him escape from this place. Lin Hao's choice was very wise. A mutant beast of the 2nd level of the force was of a very high level. However, in this situation, no one chased it. Moreover, it was a speed-type zombie of the 2nd level of the force. And it was very fast. Other psychics of the 3rd level had no way of chasing it. The 2nd level and the 8 top psychics could not mobilize a large number of troops to chase a guy of the 2nd level of the force. So it was very strange that this guy of the 2nd level of the force, together with several other people, slowly escaped from here. The planet that had undergone a huge change finally changed again because of the disappearance of Hong Ying. Because of Hong Ying's strength. Many times, the top superpowers in the Eastern world almost lost to Hong Ying. And once they failed, they would lose the entire Eastern world. In other words, the entire planet. But similarly, if Hong Ying suddenly disappeared on the zombie side, then the zombies would not only lose the Western world, but also the entire planet. Next, when the Western world no longer is Hong Ying, what should be done about this matter? Lin Hao didn't know. Even though he couldn't feel the breath and figure of any superpower behind him. Lin Hao, who had already separated from the mutant beast, was still running on the ground. There were Thunderbird and Black Tiger following Lin Hao. Thunderbird could fly, which meant that Lin Hao couldn't fly. Once he flew, the 8 top superpowers would instantly discover Lin Hao. Others didn't know. But Xiao Xiaoyu was deeply impressed by Lin Hao. And he would never let Lin Hao go. It was precisely because Lin Hao knew this that he didn't dare to be so obvious. Running on the ground was not certain, as those guys' targets were all on the 2nd level. After all, the 2nd level also had a certain level of combat effectiveness. When those 500 mutant zombies with force level 5 or above really fought against the 8 top level psychics, the 8 top level psychics would not be a match for the 500 of them. But the negative side was that the other side also had 500 force level 5 psychics, plus the 8 top level psychics. The 500 mutant zombies would not be their match at all. So they could only stick together and try their best to allow them to escape safely. After chasing for thousands of miles, the old man in Tang suit suddenly waved his hand and said to all the superpowers in the 2nd level, "Okay, stop chasing. It doesn't matter for a while. Let's go back and rest. Let them retreat to the west and shrink as hard as they can, and wait until one day, when they find that there is no way to retreat. That's when they will be exterminated." The old man in Tang suit, who said this, changed his kind face and became murderous. If there is an MVP in this war, then the old man in Tang suit will be the one. He was able to resist Hong Ying for so long alone and let the first battle end so quickly. All thanks to the old man in Tang suit, who stood up alone and his super strong strength. Now, Hong Ying disappeared, and the media in the Eastern world also began to praise the old man in Tang suits. Of course, the old man in Tang suits has reached the most powerful level, so he is not afraid of being praised. More importantly, the old man in Tang suits does not seem to care about the praise of the media. He only wants to do one thing now, which is to completely make these zombies disappear on the Ula planet. The old man dreams of returning to the blue sea and blue sky before, but he forgot that the Ula planet became like this because of their own reasons. But people don't like to find reasons from themselves. In the old man's opinion, the blue sea and blue sky in the West world are not for those brainless zombies, but for humans like them. So the West world must be captured. But now it seems that it is not suitable to chase. First of all, it has been a long time. and many people are tired. In addition, Gallic's current state is not very good. Although the mutant beasts of the second level cannot be their opponents, no one knows whether these guys will suddenly explode. The old man in Tang suit does not want to cause losses to the superpowers, so he is ready to give up this pursuit. Senior, this is an opportunity. Hong Ying is gone. Are we really not going to chase them? Qianli asked unwillingly. Hong Ying is gone. They can't be our opponents. But trap beasts will still fight. Now they are very united. There will inevitably be casualties in the fight. So, wait for a while. They can't escape, Hong Ying said confidently. Chapter 782. Lin Hao, who was always worried, would look back from time to time. Thunderbird and Black Tiger, as mutant beasts with self-awareness, naturally knew what was happening in the current situation. After all, they were also afraid. But fear would not solve any problems now. If something happens soon, if that superpower catches up, remember, you run first. I will hold them back. Lin Hao distributed the Force Crystal Core he picked up to the two mutant beasts, touched their heads and said. The two mutant beasts couldn't speak yet. That was a function only for Force mutant beasts. But both of them expressed their determination to Lin Hao. They didn't want to escape alone. Not to mention that Black Tiger and Lin Hao had a spiritual connection. If Lin Hao really had an accident, then Black Tiger couldn't escape either. In that case, it would be better to stay together. Maybe it would be okay. But the facts proved that they thought too much. They waited for a long time in the same place, and didn't see any superpowers catching up. On the contrary, they could see many mutant zombies and mutant beasts along the way. Those guys began to walk more easily. Of course, this kind of easy walking is also relative. It is probably because they know that those superpowers can't chase forward, so they can relax a little. But as long as they think that the next day may be endless pursuit. To be honest, these zombies and mutant beasts can't relax at all. Since there was nothing to do for the time being, Lin Hao decided to rest on the spot for a while. This idea obviously occupied the majority. Many mutant zombies and mutant beasts got together. There was no more intrigue between each other, and no one was eager for those Force Crystal Cores, because what was happening now was obviously more important than improving their own strength. As the saying goes, heroes will emerge in troubled times. Whether in the East or the West, there are many heroes. But now that Hong Ying has left, the West has become a mess. What will happen next? No one knows. There is only one way for these zombies to avoid extinction and survive. Gooden said silently in Lin Hao's heart. Oh! What way? Although Lin Hao had guessed what Gooden was going to say, he still flattered him. After all, flattery never wears out. Only if Gooden is served well. This guy will help him wholeheartedly. It must be unity. Why has mankind been able to persist in the zombie attacks for so many years? Isn't it because of unity? The IQ of this group of zombies is not low. On the contrary, many zombies are much smarter than humans. So soon, someone thought of this. Gooden smiled, and his smile was very mysterious. Why do I always feel that your smile is very mean? Lin Hao asked in confusion. You will know in a while. Someone may call you to gather at a certain place. Remember, don't stand at the end. Squeeze towards the circle in the center. The closer to the center, the better, Gooden ordered. Although he didn't know why Gooden said that, Lin Hao believed Gooden. Since this guy said so, he planned to believe Gooden once. Sure enough, not long after, a sound spread throughout the entire area. This area was filled with escaped second-tier mutant zombies, as well as most third-tier mutant beasts, and a small number of third-tier mutant zombies. The Western world was very large. But in just that short period of time, they had already run nearly 1/3 of the Western world. Looking up, they could even see the stars. It was night now, and they might be able to see the sun the next day. This was already a pollution-free area. The sound was loud enough for everyone to hear. Lin Hao stood up and hurried towards the source of the sound just as Gooden said. Not long after he walked, he saw the three guys. They were three mutated zombies. Apart from some wrinkles on their clothes, they did not have any wounds on their bodies. There were dozens of people surrounding the three guys. Those people were similar to the three guys. Apart from wrinkles on their bodies, they did not have any wounds. One could tell at a glance that these people had not fought desperately. But the battles in the second level were all like this. Lin Hao could only smile and keep silent, silently pushing forward and leaning towards the center. Although he didn't know why it was like this, Gooden was definitely right. After an unknown amount of time, people finally gathered. It was really strange to see so many mutant beasts and mutant zombies gathered together. When people were almost all gathered, the one in the middle of the three zombies said, "Well, there are not many people here. I believe everyone knows me and understands why I want to gather everyone together." As soon as the zombie opened his mouth, he directly revealed his identity. Indeed, many people knew this zombie. Although Lin Hao didn't know the guy's name, he had seen him before. When he saw this guy before, Gooden couldn't use his detection function to detect him. But now, he has reached the 5th level of the Force. Can't he detect him? Gooden naturally heard Lin Hao's request. So an attribute panel immediately appeared in Lin Hao's mind. When Lin Hao saw the guy's name clearly appear on this page, Lin Hao smiled. Sure enough, his permissions were probably all opened. Name, Kuai-Long. Level, Force Level 8. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Elemental Lightning. Strength, 240. Spirit, 270. Speed, 200. Stamina, 200. Evaluation. Congratulations on taking the first step towards becoming powerful. When Lin Hao saw this guy's level, he understood why he could gather everyone. Because he was a Force Level 8 zombie. And next to Kuai-Long, the other two zombies were Force Level 7. Lin Hao felt a little strange. Logically, there were 5 zombies far from the 8th level. So what about the other 4? However, seeing that there were only a few dozen mutant zombies here, Lin Hao understood that these 5 level 8 mutant zombies were probably not of one mind. And each had their own ideas. And he just happened to meet this one. Kuai-Long looked at so many zombies and mutant beasts, and then said, "Our boss, Hong Ying, left. No one knows how they left. But he left, and we are here. Now, we have lost our most powerful helper. So we must find a way to resist the master on the human side." So far, there has not been a 9th level force among the mutant zombies and mutant beasts. According to what Hong Ying said, there may be a problem with our method of absorbing the force. But now, even if that method has a problem, we may have to use that method. Kuai-Long hesitated and finally said it. Chapter 783. I believe everyone knows what method we are talking about. When Brother Hong Ying was here, he once restricted us. Zombies above the 5th level of the Force were not allowed to kill at will. Nor were they allowed to use crystal cores to improve their evolution level. However, more than 100 years have passed. To be honest, I have been at the 8th level of the Force since 100 years ago. I don't believe what Brother Hong Ying said. So I plan to use the crystal core to enter the 9th level of the Force. Kuai-Long looked at the various mutant beasts and mutant zombies in the audience and spoke his mind. Lin Hao hid in the crowd, silent. Sure enough, this guy was a man with ideas. Yes, now that Hong Ying left, no one could control them, so they could naturally do what they wanted. Kuai-Long continued. However, if you want to improve your evolution level, you must have a crystal core. I really don't want to hurt everyone. When the evolution level reaches a certain level, our zombies' desire will decrease. This is why zombies will be safe after entering the 5th level of the Force. Because we no longer have the desire to upgrade. And naturally, we will not attack other zombies at will. But today, everyone has seen that Hong Ying is gone. And the person who can protect us has disappeared. There are still 8 top-level superpowers in the Eastern world. If we let them catch their breath and hunt us down, we will definitely die. So, here I beg everyone. Can you do me a favor? To be honest, I am very close to the 9th level of the Force. And I don't even need crystal cores above the 5th level of the Force. I only need a few 4th level, or even 3rd level crystal cores of the Force. I hope everyone can voluntarily contribute. Seeing Kuai-Long's eager eyes, while he was asking everyone to contribute voluntarily, Lin Hao almost laughed out loud. But he didn't. Now was not the time to expose himself and become the target of public criticism. As expected, Kuai-Long's words immediately caused a commotion. In fact, from a rational analysis, what Kuai-Long said was not reasonable. Now the zombies are about to be destroyed by humans. Without top mutant zombies, all they can do is to create a top mutant zombie. How to make a top mutant zombie? I hope everyone can think carefully about this. Our zombie world really needs top-level mutant zombies. If we don't have them, we will really be killed by those humans. Everyone doesn't want our group to disappear from this planet. Right? Kuai-Long said with reason. Lin Hao touched his nose. In fact, he didn't care whether the zombies on the Ula planet existed or not. After all, He was not from the Ula planet. If it weren't for that hateful Hong Ying, Lin Hao might be living happily on Earth now. After all, he had everything there. But now, going back is a problem. Lin Hao was desperate. If he wanted to go back, there was only one way. That was to become like Hong Ying. When he had such strength, whether he could go back or not would be a matter of one night. That was the real sour and refreshing thing. Just when Lin Hao was thinking about these wonderful things, the two zombies beside Kuai Long finally spoke. You guys usually rely on us to protect you. But now, the whole zombie world is in danger. And when we need your contribution, you start to dawdle. Tonight, we two brothers will make this clear. Brother Kuai Long must become a top mutant zombie of the 9th level of the force today. Otherwise no one can leave. One plays the good cop, and the other two play the bad cop. They are really shameless. How can they be so shameless? Lin Hao shook his head and asked. You said it before. They have no shame. Of course they are shameless. Gooden also joked. Obviously. The dozens of zombies surrounding the three people are obviously their direct subordinates. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, it is useless without a group. Therefore, they must win over a group of zombies that they can fully trust and control. Such as this group. Lin Hao just squeezed into this so-called small group in the time just now. Lin Tian looked up at the stars in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the Ula planet could have such a beautiful night sky. But soon, there were some other things in the night sky. Obviously, something must have gone wrong with the other 4 8th level mutant zombies. Some of them were unwilling and wanted to escape. So they started to take action. There were several mutant beasts flying in the sky. But unfortunately, the mutant beast had not been pulled out far before it was caught by a mutant zombie. And then pulled its wings and fell to the ground fiercely. Without a scream, a breath of life had disappeared in Lin Hao's mental perception. Kuai Long just glanced in that direction, and then looked at his people indifferently. Sure enough, many mutant beasts and mutant zombies present changed their faces. Especially those mutant beasts. Although they were all on the zombie side, they were not of the same category as zombies after all. If Kuai Long really wanted to find such a crystal core, he would definitely look for them. But there were always some stupid mutant beasts who couldn't help but speak. Such as the ape. A guy with the 3rd level of the force, Boss Kuai Long. Since you are a zombie, don't you need the crystal core of zombies more? If there is no matter for us mutant beasts, we will leave. Kuai Long immediately focused his attention on the ape. And then laughed. No. 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 Of course not. As the saying goes, zombies and mutants are one family. We are all one family. We should not have different opinions. For the safety and inheritance of our mutant zombies. And also for the safety and inheritance of you mutants. I need your crystal cores. Hand them over. This time, Kuai Long's tone finally became tough. After all, the crystal core is the life of zombies and mutants. How can you let others hand over their lives to you? Since he couldn't get it over with a nice talk, Kuai Long could only start to be tough. But once he was tough, it would be the beginning of these guys' rebellion. Kuai Long was not afraid of these guys' rebellion. They had just seen the consequences of rebellion. I believe they must think carefully before rebellion. The ape finally started to worry after hearing what Kuai Long said. Boss Kuai Long, we have such a good relationship. You won't want my crystal core, right? If the relationship between the ape and Kuai Long was really good, then the ape should never say this. After all, there are so many mutant beasts and zombies here. If this sentence is said publicly, wouldn't it force Kuai Long to choose the ape? But Kuai Long was not familiar with the ape. Kuai Long was still thinking about who to start with. And the man came to him automatically. Chapter 784. Yes, we have such a good relationship. Shouldn't you support your brother? For example, let me use your crystal core first. Kuai Long said to the monkey with a kind face. The monkey just said it casually, because he didn't want Kuai Long to attack him first. As a result, he lost more than he gained. The monkey didn't want to be killed by a mutant zombie instead of those superpowers. Obviously, Kuai Long was not joking. Don't even think about it. I don't know you well. You can find someone else. The monkey turned around and wanted to leave. But Kuai Long had already found an opportunity. So how could he give up? De Yuan, we are very good friends. Now that I'm in trouble, shouldn't you come out to help me as soon as possible? Why do you want to run away in advance? This sentence was very heartbreaking. And the monkey was stunned for a while. But after being stunned, this guy understood one thing. That is, if he didn't leave in time, then the guy in front of him would really take his crystal core. So, the monkey started to retreat, and then suddenly turned around and was about to flee. At the moment when the monkey was about to retreat, several mutant beasts around the monkey had already followed the monkey and ran behind him. They were all afraid that they would be the next one. After all, although they didn't know what kind of person Kuai Long was, they knew what it was like for a zombie to want to become a top zombie. When these mutant beasts began to flee, other mutant beasts around them also began to move. Few mutant zombies moved, because Kuai Long was also a mutant zombie. They guessed that Kuai Long might not attack his own kind. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Kuai Long actually wanted to attack the mutant zombies the most. After all, the crystal cores of mutant beasts are the same as those of zombies, but they are beasts. As a mutant zombie, it is disgusting to swallow the crystal core of a mutant beast. This is different from Lin Hao. Under Gooden's training, Lin Hao is immune to all poisons, no matter what kind of mutant beast. As long as its crystal core is really useful to Lin Hao, then Lin Hao dares to swallow it. But in the end, Kuai Long did not move. It was the two 7th level zombies beside Kuai Long who moved. The 7th level zombies are also very rare. When the two zombies rushed out instantly, Lin Hao even heard the sonic boom. The speed of these two guys is definitely beyond the sonic boom. And they are definitely speed-type zombies. I just don't know how fast they are. If I reach that level, how fast will I be? Before he could finish imagining the future, the two guys had already caught the ape and put it on the square. Then Kuai Long shouted loudly, "Listen, escaped mutants and zombies. Since you want to escape, I will take the crystal core from your brain. After all, no one likes disobedient subordinates." Sure enough, when Kuai Long said this, many escaped mutants and mutant zombies stopped immediately. But they did not run back immediately. After all, who knows whether this kind of thing is true or false? What if they are lying to me? Therefore, many mutants chose to run away, and they ran away as hard as they could. They thought that Kuai Long must have chosen these disobedient mutants. It was too dangerous to stay here, and they had to find a way to leave here. Kuai Long shook his head and stretched out a finger. As Lin Hao had seen Kuai Long's attribute panel, he certainly knew what Kuai Long was going to do. Kuai Long's skills were also elemental, and they were very violent lightning elements. When the finger pointed at the ape mutant, a lightning as thick as a finger rushed out from Kuai Long's finger. After the lightning struck the panicked monkey, nothing happened, except that there was a big hole on the monkey's head, and a crystal core was quietly lying in the big hole. The monkey had no reaction at all, and had already died in Kuai Long's land. After all, it was a mutant beast of the 3rd level of the Force. How could it be a match for the zombies of the 8th level of the Force? One of the subordinates quietly and respectfully took the crystal core to Kuai Long's hand, watched Kuai Long swallow it with great disgust, and then said, "Go, take the crystal cores of those who escaped, whether they are ready to come back now or not. As long as they escaped, I will take their crystal cores. By the way, zombies are given priority, and mutant beasts are not allowed if they can be avoided." I am disgusted. There was no obstruction at all as Kuai Long's words were heard by the mutant beasts and mutant zombies nearby that had not yet escaped. These guys must be very grateful now that they did not run away. There were quite a few guys who had just escaped. After all, there were a lot of Force zombies and mutant beasts below the 5th level of the Force. With so many people and so many crystal cores, Kuai Long himself kept saying that he was only one step away from entering the 9th level of the Force. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't need a lot of crystal cores. And then, they would be much safer. That's right. Their idea was right. Kuai Long was really just one step away from evolving successfully. And the number of people who escaped was also large enough. So their crystal cores would definitely not be used. However, they forgot one important point. That is, even if Kuai Long really became a Force 9 zombie, how powerful is he as a Force 9 zombie? Not every Force 9 zombie is Hong Ying. Is Kuai Long, who has just become a Force 9 zombie, so powerful? Of course, there will definitely be more than one Force 9 zombie at that time. After all, there are a total of 5 Force 8 zombies. Those guys are considered to be the reserve of top zombies. But it goes without saying that the strength of the 5 of them will definitely not be as abnormal as Hong Ying. After all, there are also strong and weak Force 9 zombies. Are the 5 Force 9 zombies really the opponents of that Force 9 mutant? Although these ideas are well-founded, Lin Hao can only keep them in his heart and watch this scene silently. Beside Lin Hao, These second-level zombies still dare not speak. Although they are closely connected with Kuai Long, they probably did not expect Kuai Long to suddenly do such a thing today. These people tremble beside Lin Hao. After all, if Kuai Long wanted to become a top zombie, the fastest way was to eat crystal cores. The higher the level, the faster the speed. They were all of the higher levels among these people, so naturally they were more afraid. In short, Lin Hao was not afraid, because he knew that Kuai Long would definitely not touch these people. Chapter 785. As Lin Hao said, after a while, Kuai Long finally collected enough crystal cores, but he did not touch any mutant beasts or mutant zombies above the 5th level of the force. And those people were safe. And the guy Kuai Long in front of him finally successfully evolved into a mutant zombie of the 9th level of the force. Name, Kuai Long. Level, 9th level of the force. Title, Corpse King. Skills, Elemental Lightning. Strength, 300. Spirit, 330. Speed, 260. Stamina, 260. Evaluation. Congratulations on reaching the peak. When Lin Hao saw the other party's attributes, even though he was well informed, he was shocked. After all, it was the first time for him to see a guy with the 9th level of the force. He had no idea that after the 8th level of the force evolved to the 9th level of the force, all the attributes actually increased by 60 points. It was simply too terrifying. And this attribute? Thinking of the 8 top-level psychics. What will their attributes be like? Will they be even more terrifying? All this is unknown. But I believe it won't take long for Lin Hao to know. After all, in the days to come, it is very likely that they will meet each other every day. As long as Gooden is there, Lin Hao can ensure that he knows himself and the enemy. Have you thought about what to do next? Gooden suddenly asked Lin Hao. This was also a small crisis. Now that the small crisis has been resolved, Gooden couldn't help but ask. What? Of course. It's to improve my level. Lin Hao said very naturally. Okay. Anyway, those superpowers will bring a large army to hunt you down next. Anyway, I don't know if you can escape. After all, although the Ula planet is big, for the technology of the Ula planet, there is no place on this planet that they can't go. But if you want to talk about truly hidden places, there are also some. And they also dare not step into that place. I just don't know if you dare to go. Gooden challenged Lin Hao. Lin Hao was not afraid of provocation. But the place Gooden mentioned was indeed curious. And Lin Hao seemed to have nothing else to do except to improve his own evolution level. And those superpowers behind him would definitely come to hunt him down. Since Gooden had a target, he would just follow Gooden. And Lin Hao really didn't care anyway. Okay. Then tell me where to go. Lin Hao asked. Wait a minute. If you leave now, I guarantee that your crystal core will be gone. Gooden smiled. Lin Hao looked up and knew that after the zombies passed the 5th level of the force, their bodies could already withstand the load brought by the crystal core upgrade. So there was no coma. This guy just closed his eyes. Closed for a while, and then opened his eyes. Looked at the people off the field. And said, I am now a 9th level zombie of the force. Although some of our brothers have been sacrificed. It doesn't matter. Their sacrifice is worth it and visible. They bought us precious time. In the next pursuit battle with the Eastern world, I hope everyone can follow us. Follow behind us and obey our command. You must believe in us. Only in this way can we truly survive. Are you willing to believe me? Do we have a reason to choose not to believe? Lin Hao couldn't help but complain in his heart. What this guy said was nonsense. If he said he didn't believe it at this time, he would definitely be the one who was killed. Moreover, the measures taken by the Eastern world against the Western world this time must be at the full force level. In this case, I don't know how dangerous it is for a person. Zombies also have a herd mentality. I'm afraid it's comforting to follow everyone. Sure enough, a few minutes later, 4 more zombies came over. Behind these 4 zombies were many zombies and mutants. The expressions of those zombies and mutants were different. Some were angry. Some were unwilling. And some didn't care. Of course, some people actually showed a convinced expression. I don't know why some zombies couldn't see this obvious dictatorship. Of course, they might be deliberately not seeing it. Who knows? My route should be different from theirs. Right? Listening to the discussion of those 9th level zombies, they were actually planning to go to the westernmost part of the West. You are slightly different from them. But you also have to go west. There is a being in the southwest. And there is a person in that village. I need your help to find him, Gooden said. What the hell? You said there is a village in the west of the Westworld. And there are actually humans in that village? Couldn't. Your system won't be infected with a virus. Right? Lin Hao asked in surprise. As a top-level intelligence, you are insulting me by saying I have a virus. I allow you to reorganize your words. Couldn't shouted at Lin Hao with gritted teeth. Of course. Lin Hao hurriedly changed the subject. He knew that he could not be the opponent of this guy. He had already practiced changing the subject to perfection. You said there was someone in that village. Who was that person, and what did he do? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. I asked you to find that person, because you want to save the zombies on the Eula planet. Of course. Saving the zombies is secondary. As long as you find that place, you will be safe. Otherwise, do you think that following those idiots is really a match for the 8 superpowers? Don't dream. Gooden said disdainfully. But can the person you asked me to find stop the 8 people from their current actions? Lin Hao asked. He can't. But his mount can. Gooden said casually. What do you mean? Lin Hao asked in confusion. But every time at such an important moment, this guy kept it a secret and didn't say anything. You can say it if you want. Lin Hao complained helplessly. And then continued to watch the 5 top mutant zombies on the stand talking nonsense. At first, it was the funny guy Kuai Long who said to walk west, towards the sea. But someone immediately refuted that zombies can't swim at all. And according to the news from those flying zombies, the most powerful T-virus carriers are not humans or zombies, but mutant beasts. Of course, this mutant beast is not the one that can run on land, but the one in the sea. The real mutant beast. The terrifying mutant beast. Are there mutant beasts in the sea? Lin Hao asked again curiously. When you have the chance to return to Earth, go to the sea on Earth and take a look. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Gooden said lightly. Yes. The sea is much larger than the mainland. And the creatures in the sea are no less than those on the mainland. Naturally, the mutant beasts in the sea will appear more powerful for a while. But Lin Hao has never seen a mutant beast in the sea after surviving until now. Chapter 786. 12 hours later, the 8 top superpowers gathered together again. They did not go back to the president for a meeting, but held the meeting directly in the border city. And 12 hours ago, when they came back from chasing the zombies, they had already entrusted the media to announce this matter. That is, to follow them into the Western world and eliminate all the remaining zombies. Obviously, this news was explosive, and it directly made the media and ordinary people in the Eastern world explode. Naturally, Chui Lian, who had just returned, heard the news first. And then he found the registration place and reported his name first. Well-informed people have definitely seen Chui Lian. But most people have not seen this gifted little girl in the School of Superpowers. After all, the news is updated so quickly, and she is not a star on the page every day. In a few days, she may be almost forgotten. So except for the strange name of Chui Lian, the person who received her did not feel the slightest bit of strangeness, and reported Chui Lian's name. In this way, Chui Lian waited for 12 hours. Why wait for these 12 hours? The reason is very simple. Because many people were injured. But because many people are superpowers, they recover very quickly. So 12 hours is enough for them to recover to their peak. For example, Gallic, who was the most seriously injured among the 8 people, is now jumping around on the table and talking to Phantom. When all the 8 superpowers were exposed, it was naturally discovered that the big star Phantom was also one of the most powerful superpowers, which made those who slandered her a little ashamed. But in any case, Phantom is really popular this time. Although Phantom was popular before, she was just a first-line star. As for now, when Phantom exposed her identity as a top superpower, let alone a first-line star, even if he wanted to be the #1 sister in the entire entertainment industry, no one would compete with him. Fortunately, Phantom did not have this idea. Now the 8 people only have one thing in mind. That is whether they should exterminate the zombies. Qing Feiyang directly said to the old man in tang suit, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. The zombies never existed in the first place, although they were human before. Remember? That was before. Now they are just a group of zombies. Although they have wisdom and thoughts, they are a group of zombies who want to replace us. They can't stay. Once they stay, there will be endless troubles. I don't want my descendants to live in a world ruled by zombies. The old man in tang suit stroked his beard and listened to Qing Feiyang's words. Although Qing Feiyang was a little excited, What he said was indeed true. And we should be vigilant. But Westworld is so far away. And there are so many zombies. How should we clean them up? This is a problem. And it is also a very realistic problem. Once this operation is launched, it will be impossible for us to complete this task in a short time. We must gather more people. Kelly, the nurse, is a very rational person. Some more realistic problems will always be exposed by her. Although the old man in Tang suit was the one who made the final decision, he did not like to choose a plan directly. He preferred to gather everyone together and discuss. The plan that emerged after the discussion was the best plan. Everyone was actively making plans. Even Xiao Xiaoyu, who didn't pay much attention to people, was discussing with Qianli how to deal with the zombies. The atmosphere on the scene was very good. This was what the old man in Tang suit wanted. But at the same time, the old man in Tang suit began to feel sad. He felt a little sad about why he had to fight Hong Ying. If he didn't fight him, he might always have that demon in his heart. Maybe he would never reach that level. But for the Eastern world, for the demon in his heart, in the end, this stubborn old man still took action. When he broke through the demon in his heart, in fact, his strength was not much different from Hong Ying. The only difference between them was the amount of original force. This was a matter of time. The old man had less than Hong Ying. But the old man in Tang suit was the only man who could trade with Hong Ying. However, as the war was drawing to a close, the old man discovered that his body was still having some problems. For example, his force seemed to be increasing infinitely, and the speed of increase was very fast. Once this happened, there would only be one thing. That is, his evolution level would be improved. But he was already at the 9th level of force. And if he continued to improve, wouldn't he be the same as Hong Ying? But Hong Ying had used it for nearly 100 years. So how could he reach the same level as Hungry in just over a decade? Sure enough, the old man thought too much. When the force in his body began to saturate, the feeling of improvement stopped. But after it stopped, the old man began to feel the call between them. Is the T-virus really just a product of technology? The old man asked softly. Senior, what did you say? Kelly next to him asked in surprise. Although the old man's voice was very funny, it should be very easy for the people present to hear that small voice. But the strange thing is that so many people present did not hear what the small word said by the old man in Tang suit meant. The old man in the Tang suit immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Such a rather crazy thing should not be heard by others casually. So he hurriedly shook his head and said, It's okay. It's okay. You reporters discuss it. I think Kelly's method is good. Kelly touched his head. He just said the disadvantages of other people's methods, but didn't say his own method. However, Kelly, who is very good at dealing with people, did not expose this matter. Instead, he continued, just like Qin Feiyong said, no matter what, the group of zombies must be eliminated. When the group of zombies disappear from our planet, the Western world will become our territory again. It is beautiful, peaceful, and the environment is fresh without any pollution. It is a place that is truly suitable for human habitation. At that time, the planning of human buildings will be very simple. In short, the group of zombies must be eliminated. I am sure of this. This is the first time that Kelly is so sure to eliminate a species. And she doesn't even blink. But no matter what, Kelly should be what everyone thinks. Then, everyone just needs to perfect how to completely eliminate the so-called zombies? Chapter 787. Finally, the result came out. And it came out very hastily. That is, to rush all the living forces and attack directly, and destroy all the so-called zombies seen along the way. But there is a condition. That is, it must be voluntary, and must be above level 8. This virtually eliminates those who are not strong enough to join in the fun and risk their lives. And also eliminates ordinary people. And even eliminates those who don't want to go. After all, the Eastern world also needs to operate. If everyone goes to eliminate zombies, what will happen to the normal operation of the Eastern world? Fortunately, Shui Lian was already an 8th level superpower. So after seeing this hierarchy, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least she still had a chance to enter the West world. This matter was settled. And some things should be done sooner rather than later. The next day, as soon as the swans rose, the old man in the Tang suit began to gather everyone and prepare to head to the West world. They were all superpowers, so they didn't care much about food. Everyone did bring some water, but not much. Everyone in the Eastern world knew that the purest water on the Ula planet was in the Western world. Because there was no pollution there. There used to be many rivers on the Ula planet. And because of the early development of technology, the Ula planet had already polluted the world long ago, before the zombie virus broke out. When the virus broke out, they had no choice but to shrink in a territory. And then slowly, that territory became larger and larger, forming the Eastern world. So all the technological products settled here. After the zombie virus broke out, it was not a good thing for humans. But it was a great thing for the planet, because there were fewer people and fewer pollutants. And the scope of their pollution was consistent in a certain area of the Eastern world. If the planet is divided into 4 parts, then the remaining 3/4 are pollution-free places. In addition, after more than 100 years of natural decomposition, the Western world has become a place that these humans dare not believe. There are many people who want to see what the West world looks like this time. The rules for entering the West world are very simple. That is, divided into batches and groups. Each group has 10 people. And each group of 10 people must have a captain above the 5th level of the force, and more than 500 superpowers above the 5th level of the force. So there is also a limit on the number of people this time. Only 5,000 people. Just one captain for one team. Of course, the higher the evolution level of the people who go, the better. But for some reason, Shui Lian, who just happens to meet the requirements, went in. Because of her appearance, plus the conditions did allow it. Shui Lian stayed in his team and headed towards the West world. Don't underestimate these 5,000 people, because he took away most of the 2nd level, and the Eastern world can be said to be missing most of the masters. If there is a sneak attack from the zombies at this time, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, only 4 of the 8 top-level superpowers went, and the remaining 4 watched over the Eastern world. The old man in the Tang suit did not move. After all, the Eastern world itself is the most important, and it is not a waste of talent to let him watch it. The team set off, and at this moment, the Ula planet officially entered a new era. Lin Hao was walking in the southwest direction of the Western world. After following quite long for part of the way, he changed his direction very naturally. After all, there were too many people in that place, and it was not safe. In this case, it was normal to be monitored by the technology of the Eastern world. They didn't even have to send superpowers over. They just needed to sit in the control room and press a button with one hand, and countless powerful thermal weapons would fly over. These were Lin Hao's thoughts. Fighting the Eastern world in a group was the stupidest plan in the world in Lin Hao's opinion. But those stupid guys highly praised this plan. Of course, these were all irrelevant things for Lin Hao, whether they highly praised that plan or not. Lin Hao would not follow them. Along the way, the so-called modern technology is becoming less and less. Not less and less, but more and more hidden. Those buildings are hidden in the forest or under the valley. It is even possible that the mountain was a building before. You don't know what is inside unless you knock it. After walking like this for a few days, Lin Hao didn't know that the group of guys on his left had been discovered by the superpowers using technology. Kuai Long naturally began to resist. The 5 top zombies, who were newly promoted among the zombies, fought with the 4 top superpowers. But the result was cruel. The 5 top zombies were not the opponents of those top superpowers at all. After being defeated by the superpowers, like cutting melons and vegetables, the 5 of them began to flee frantically. And before escaping, they did not forget to say, "I will come back." After all, they have just upgraded their levels, and are not familiar with the various properties of their bodies. This is also allowed. But the zombies and mutants who are protected by them, and are dissatisfied with them, do not think so. After all, Hong Ying has ruled the West world for too long. He has ruled a large number of zombies in his own way. Naturally, many zombies follow this rule, because this rule does bring a safe and stable life to this group of zombies. Although the zombies don't want that. At least they can walk safely on the street without worrying that there is a zombie behind them preparing to ambush and kill him. So this group of zombies likes to work for Hong Ying. If Hong Ying says that they want to attack the Eastern world, then we will attack the Eastern world. But after Hong Ying left, everything was different. The zombies who already liked civilization had to accept the naked law of the jungle. They really didn't like it. But what can they do if they don't like it? The weak can't resist the law of the jungle, and can only passively accept it. These low-level zombies can only passively accept it. Seeing those superpowers coming to kill them, they collectively began to resist. But there was a top superpower in the sky. Those superpowers did not chase after Quiet Long and the others, but planned to catch all the zombies here. Finally, when the eyes were useless when they united, the zombies began to fly away. After all, they were no match for the enemy when they united. Maybe a few of them could escape with this method. Lin Hao didn't know that the danger was approaching. A 6th level force guy led his team of 10 people and looked at the light spots on the screen. He was a little surprised. Aren't all zombies heading west? Why is there one in the southwest? Chapter 788. It is actually very rare to see such scenery on the Ula planet. Lin Hao raised his head and couldn't help but said. Lin Hao was of course not talking to Gooden. He was talking to Heihu beside him. The Thunderbird had already rushed into the sky to check the situation around. And now only Heihu was with Lin Hao. Heihu raised his head and looked at Lin Hao, but didn't say anything. Of course, he didn't say anything because he couldn't speak yet. He didn't know what he would be like after he could speak. But I think Thunderbird is a chatterbox. He is totally different from you. Lin Hao looked up at the big sun and blue sky in the sky. It was really surprising to see such a view on the Ula planet. I was used to the environmental pollution and dark sky caused by the eastern world. Suddenly seeing this normal view made me feel uncomfortable. It was like I came to a paradise. Yes, this is a paradise. Lin Hao said this, but it was what the group of superpowers thought in their hearts. They rarely saw this kind of situation. At first glance, the blue sky and the sun made them a little surprised and delighted. It turned out that the unpolluted world was like this. But this group of people still knew why they came here. So they soon continued to track Lin Hao. The drone in the sky was always monitoring at a very high place to prevent being discovered by the group of zombies. After all, the group of zombies was seamlessly connected to the eastern world. And they knew everything in the eastern world. That's why they used this kind of drone. This kind of drone can fly very high, and then use thermal imaging and magnification functions to find the target. For example, Lin Hao now. Because the drone has almost left the Ula planet. Lin Hao has no idea that there is another drone silently watching him above his head. How long will it take for us to get close to that zombie? The 6th level psychic asked the person who was watching the machine next to him. The man looked at his screen and said, the distance is about 1,000 miles. It is estimated that if we use all our strength, we can get close to the other party by about 10,000 meters within 20 minutes. Then move forward 10,000 meters quickly. Get close to that zombie. And then kill him. The 6th level force manager said viciously. He seemed to have seen the corpse of a zombie lying at his feet, with a crystal core in his hand, and then imagined that he was favored by the top leaders, those top psychics, and took him to the place where all psychics who wanted to become stronger would go. Why are there so many psychics? But only 8 top psychics? It's easy to say that it's the top level. But how can it be so easy to achieve it? But there are still 8 superpowers in the eastern world. And there is only 1 zombie in the western world. Hong Ying. Although there are now 5 top-level mutant zombies, Lin Hao knows exactly where these 5 zombies came from. These guys are all upgraded by crystal cores. But the combat power of these upgraded zombies is completely incomparable to Hong Ying. Hong Ying can fight 8 alone. But what about these 5? Lin Hao felt the feeling brought by his body. That was the feeling of the force surging towards his body anytime and anywhere. He believed that it would not take long for him to break through the 6th level of the force. But what about after entering the 6th level of the force? To be honest, Lin Hao was a little confused. When Hong Ying was here, he only needed to listen to Hong Ying. At least he had a goal. But Hong Ying left, and the zombie world was defeated. As he walked, Lin Hao found that he seemed to have no goal. Do I really have no goal? Lin Hao asked Lei Hu, Gooden, and himself with some curiosity. Who said you have no goals? You don't have to become the most powerful zombie king, but you have to return to Earth. Right? That's your real home. If you want to go back, you must become the most powerful zombie king. Or go to the eastern world to ask them for a spaceship. Which one do you think is easier? Gooden laughed and teased. I don't think either is easy. Lin Hao frowned and looked at the scenery in the distance. There was no scenery there. He left the forest and the buildings left by humans. Deserts began to appear around him. Unfortunately, up to now, Lin Hao has not seen the scenery he wants to see. He wants to see what the sea in this world looks like. Is there a sea where we are going? Lin Hao asked. Yes. I believe you should be able to see the sea. There is a small village by the sea. Why do you have to go there? Lin Hao asked curiously. Because you will not need me soon. Gooden said softly. Lin Hao suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, suddenly feeling a little panic. What do you mean? Lin Hao asked nervously. Actually, I am not intelligent at all. Anyway, you find that place first. After you find that place, you will know everything. Someone will tell you everything about me. Gooden was hesitant and unwilling to say certain things. Lin Hao began to feel uncomfortable. He didn't know how long Gooden had been in his mind. In short, Lin Hao was used to this guy existing in his mind, and was used to bickering with him anytime and anywhere. The most important thing was that Gooden could really tell him what to do anytime and anywhere at some important times, and could help him anytime and anywhere. But one day, Gooden said that he was leaving. What should he do? Lin Hao thought about the day when he might not have Gooden. But this only existed in his own thoughts. Lin Hao never thought that one day Gooden might really leave him. Will you really leave? Lin Hao couldn't help asking again. Why? You can't bear to leave me? Gooden teased. No. It's just that it's so nice to think that you can leave my mind. Lin Hao laughed. He who walked quietly beside Lin Hao, not knowing what Lin Hao had just experienced in his mind. It was a kind of despair, and also a kind of sadness. Perhaps you can choose to leave this place quickly. Go Dan suddenly spoke again. Why? I don't know if it's because of sentimentality. Lin Hao's voice suddenly became hoarse when he said the three words. Because behind you, a group of people appeared. And there is a guy with the 6th level of the force among them. Go Dan said slowly. The strong Go Dan rarely yelled at Lin Hao at this moment. Chapter 789. Captain, I detected that the zombie is moving rapidly. Has he found us? The exploration team member, who was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Hao, asked the captain of the 6th level of the force in a strange way. Has he found us? The team leader pondered for a while, and finally said, since the guy has found us, it's very simple. Let's rush forward together. Yes. The whole team was immediately indignant. To be honest, when the superpowers who had experienced that war heard about the pursuit, they refused. In that war, they experienced a lot. And of course, the most important feeling was that they knew the preciousness of life. So when they heard about the pursuit, they decisively gave up the action. Because the pursuit was voluntary, and they were unwilling to fight with those crazy zombies. After all, zombies also have thoughts. When they feel that they may really be finished, they will definitely burst out with powerful fighting power. At that time, there will be casualties. Then the question is, who is willing to die? Of course there are. They are the psychics who did not participate in that battle. When the war came, they hid in their homes or other places for various reasons, and did not stand out because they really doubted whether humans could defeat the zombies. But when they learned that Hong Ying, the strongest among the zombies, had left the planet, these guys had already started to move. Everyone wanted to leave their own mark in this war that would definitely go down in history. So they showed up. For example, this 6th level psychic saw the opportunity, and knew that this was a surefire business. There was only one zombie in front of him, and it was a 5th level psychic. How could it be his opponent? In addition, he had a group of teammates, so he was not afraid of this zombie at all. This was why he was so arrogant. There were 10 people in total, and there were many speed psychics among them. These psychics were like their captain, thinking that a 5th level psychic was nothing. Coincidentally, none of these 10 people had participated in that war. They might have experienced battles, and might have combat experience. But they definitely didn't know how powerful a 5th level psychic could be when it fought desperately. Lin Hao opened his wings, and started to run away. Flying in the sky is always faster than running on the ground. But this group of superpowers are not without any equipment. When the inspectors found that Lin Hao started to fly in the sky, they hurriedly turned on the satellite missile system. The inspectors of each team are brought by the official institutions of the Eastern world, so they are proficient in using these functional areas, such as the satellite missile system, which is a weapon system specially used to attack zombies that can fly in the sky, and can only be used by detectors, using a satellite system to aim at the flying Lin Hao. The detector said to the captain, the satellite missile system has already aimed at that guy. Coordinates 232,001. Prepare to assemble. The captain looked at the coordinate map in his hand, grinned and shouted, brothers, charge and kill that zombie. Although the psychic has reached the 6th level of the force, because of his fear of death, he has never fought with zombies of equal strength, even those of the 5th level of the force. But he is not afraid today, because today he is not alone. In fact, not only this group of people targeted Lin Hao, but there was another group of people who also targeted Lin Hao. Or it could be said that this group of people's initial target was Lin Hao, and they were the members of Team 1 of the Blade Squad. The Blade Squad was the only organization that had a grudge against Lin Hao, because Team 3 of the Blade Squad was destroyed by Lin Hao himself. And now only 9 was left. And there was only one captain left in the entire Blade Squad. When 9 cried and complained that his men were wiped out by a zombie of the same level as himself, the captain of Team 1 was shocked when he heard the news. How could a zombie of the 3rd level of the Force wipe out 5 people of the 3rd level of the Force alone? Everyone in Team 1 thought this was nonsense. But when the captain of Team 1 saw Lin Hao, he felt that Lin Hao was a little different. Because when he saw Lin Hao had already reached the 4th level of the Force. Unfortunately, they were unable to eliminate this talented zombie in time on the battlefield. According to the detection of the scouts, this zombie was already at the 5th level of the Force. This made the captain of Team 1 feel a little uneasy. If such a zombie really allowed him to grow up, it might be another threat to the Eastern world. Thinking of this, the captain of Team 1 took the initiative to start the pursuit. And the primary target was Lin Hao. When Lin Hao took off, he already knew where Lin Hao was. Coincidentally, the captain of Team 1 was a person with wings. When the Force level reaches the 5th level, you can use the Force to lift your body and take off. But that will always consume your Force. So a person or zombie with wings is very advantageous when fighting in the air. As the captain of Team 1, he is the first in the list and naturally has the strongest strength. He is already a zombie with the 6th level of Force. It won't take long for him to reach the 7th level of Force and leave the Blade team. Of course, he may not want to leave the Blade team, but this kind of team must be updated to maintain their vitality. But these are all things for the future. Now he has only one thing to do. That is to eliminate the zombie flying rapidly in the sky. Follow me behind you. I will go to see if the zombie has 3 heads and 6 arms. After saying these words, he immediately flew into the sky. The sky here is blue. The air is fresh. The trees are green. And the desert is also normal yellow. But the red in the space is a little unusual. But no one knew about these unusual things except the signalman. Not even Lin Hao or E. Lin Hao only felt a gust of air flashing behind him. And when he turned around, he saw E chasing him with a serious face. The moment he saw this guy, before Lin Hao could look at the attribute panel that Gooden had adjusted, suddenly, a bright red prototype object in the sky was rushing past Lin Hao at a terrifying speed. Lin Hao didn't even have time to turn his head to see what that thing was. And he was already thrown down by the powerful impact. Along with Lin Hao, there was also the superpower who followed behind Lin Hao. A guy who seemed to be unlucky. Chapter 790. Lin Hao only felt a dizzy sensation, and his entire body came into close contact with the ground. This was a missile mounted on a satellite. But the power of this missile was relatively concentrated. When the missile focused on Lin Hao began to fall madly towards the ground. However, at this time, the missile had exploded. And behind Lin Hao, there was a figure who once again resisted the missile. So the missile did not continue to fall downwards. And naturally, the explosive force was concentrated in the air. The power was not concentrated. So naturally, Lin Hao did not suffer much damage. But Lin Hao did not stand up because he was waiting. Gooden, is that guy dead? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. No. Except for the spiritual attribute. All the attributes of that guy are about 40 points higher than yours. You may not be his opponent. Always be careful. Gooden said. Was the damage to that guy serious? Lin Hao asked again. It's probably pretty bad. The missile was aimed at you. But it happened to be caught by that guy. So you know? Gooden didn't finish his words. But he had already revealed something. If he fights me, will he win in his sleep in this state? Lin Hao asked again. Because he is more than one person. Gooden said bluntly. Lin Hao complained bitterly. What the hell? He had left the main force. And it should be a very safe direction. But he didn't know how many people came to his side. And the target was still him. A little zombie? What on earth did he do to anger the heaven and the people? Of course, Lin Hao didn't know what he had done to anger the heavens and the people. But someone felt more wrong than Lin Hao. This person was E. He saw Lin Hao when he flew up to the sky and was about to approach Lin Hao for a close contact. As a result, before he met Lin Hao, he met an iron lump. Although he didn't know where the iron lump came from. It was obvious that it was definitely not done by the zombie. When he was lying on the ground, the teammates who heard the news also came to his side. He did nothing. The first thing he did was to ask whether Lin Hao was dead or not. Lin Hao had a special way to hide his breath. So when he was lying on the ground in a dirty state, it was natural to guess that this guy should be dead. So his teammates hurriedly said, "Dead. He should be dead." One is a 6th level power user, whose physical fitness is dozens of points higher than Lin Hao. And naturally, his physical defense will be better than Lin Hao. "Captain, how are you?" The team members hurried forward to check what happened to their captain. Obviously, the captain was seriously injured. Judging from the situation that a 6th level power user of the force already needs someone to support him, it must not be easy. Where did this missile come from? Check it for me now. As a captain of the 1st level of the force, he was not killed by the zombies, but was killed by his own missiles. Naturally, he felt very embarrassed. Moreover, he was a person who would report any flaws before his men could check. Another group of 6th level people of the force had already come over. "You?" When he, who was helped up, saw the captain of this team, his eyes suddenly opened. "You?" The team leader who tracked Lin Hao at the beginning was also stunned when he saw Lin Hao. "It's great. You can be the team leader too." Just looking at this sentence, maybe it's just a normal reminiscence, but when other people see this guy's tone and expression, no one will think they are reminiscing. To be honest, I didn't expect to see you here. Tell me, are we enemies on a narrow road? Looking at this guy, he said viciously. "Why do you do that? Just relying on these people under you?" Lin Hao looked at and said with disdain, "Just relying on us? We are all 6th level power users. Who are you? Do you think you can really be my opponent just because you are lucky enough to enter the 6th level of the force?" He has this confidence. For him, even if he lets the guy in front of him use one hand, he is sure to defeat him. But there is one thing. He didn't know that Lin Hao would dare to do this next. "You guys, let the zombies run away." As mentioned before, the guys around Lin Hao had never participated in the war. Even if they had, many of them didn't know the so-called Blade Team, because the members of the Blade Team were all hidden. Their formal identities were just ordinary soldiers, and no one knew that they were still members of the Blade Team. So although the official scout knew that these guys were all 6th level force masters, he didn't know their true identities. "What do you mean by let go? Didn't you see the body on the ground?" Yi's men immediately pointed to where Lin Hao had just been lying. And then, a surprising scene was discovered. Lin Hao, who had just been lying, had disappeared at this moment, and there was only a pile of sand pit marks on the ground. He also saw the pile of sand marks, and he asked in surprise, "Didn't they say that the zombie was dead? Where is the person now?" The psychic who said that Lin Hao was dead suddenly blushed. He just looked at this guy with dissatisfaction. But there was nothing wrong. The environment was not suitable. At the same time, he also felt a little strange. Why didn't he notice when Lin Hao left? Lin Hao hid his entire aura. But as long as he moved, he would definitely be discovered by others. How come no one noticed at that time? They were all force-level psychics. Any small movement was the same as playing a song in their ears. They couldn't have failed to hear it. But Lin Hao just disappeared in front of them. So how did he disappear? He was still thinking. But Lin Hao had already spoken. The zombie disappeared. "But you are still here. You don't have a crystal core. None of the 4 of you have a crystal core. So there is only one reason. You are in the same group with the zombie." Lin Urchin's self-righteous analysis seemed full of loopholes. But at this time, no one would think so much. And no one would think about whether this was right or not, since their captain had said so. Lin Urchin's men wanted to distance themselves from these people. So 2 factions were formed. One subordinate heir couldn't help but yelled, "Okay. You don't want to find the zombies, but want to alienate them. What's your intention? Shouldn't we find that zombie now? Don't you have any idea whether we will unite with those zombies? Can't you make up a better reason?"